Chapter 1 At least tonight, call me my name. On a midsummer night, a torrential downpouraged. Thurin lashed against Theglas, intertwining with Edom, warm blow of tea lights within amid the hurried, disordered breaths, and intoxicating disaribigant townfurl. Lazilian her stomach, biting down and rolling Adam sapaliflu yenging. His lange is narrowed slightly, chin race adjustanato can gaur restrained intensity, his voice, thick with suppressed yearning, whispered, Haviatho titithrough? He gripped Lisa's slender waist, thetanshin in his jawline evident, veins pulsing on thebako fashan, or you're certain you'll want to play his game with him? In her intoxicated gaze, Hiraya shimmered with a hazy allure. Her vivid light-colored lips captured the button of Luyanjing suit, nibbling at it, attempting town fascinito ni beyond. But suddenly, her wrist was-sized. Luyanjing flipped her beneath him, his yarring breath cascading over her sensitive neck. You initiate this, don't regret it when morning comes. Lizizeus glistened with a hint of crimson, I want regret it. Theroin intensified, drenching the capitalin disarraying her heartbeat, the lingering scent of alcohol mingled with the kissed hot pressed insistent lie against their lips. Lizzie, he murmured, his voice low and husky, common name. Hishin crid led Thebako Furnek, fingers weaving into her sled hair, Hazeus betraying Ganon spoken obsession, at less tonight, you moyon le calma be my name. Liz hit tilted her graceful neck back. She cast aside her rationality, plunging into the desire that surged forth, inexplicably awakened by intoxication. After a moment, she trembled, blinking to refocus on Theman before her. All right, her breath came in short gasps. Outside death the glass walls, the Rhine fell in relentless shards, and she hesitantly echo this request Lu. It's me. Lu, Yen, Jing. Theater rancho rain finally ceased. Blinding daylight pierced through heat clouds, streaming into the glass walls, scattering over the luxurious old Jing. Li's eyeful utterly drained. Her stomach burned as if aflame, and her head felt swollen with pressure. She clutched the blanket ten set up, intending to penheries, but the harsh sunlight forced her to turn away. Before her, whirled flicker red and black and white, her vision blurred. Yet the trending topics Sehajlim said before droning her sorrows flooded back into her memory. Fuyanza sweetly announces his fiancée. Rising star Jiangjio turns out to be true heiress. Fake heiress Li Ji cast aside. Fuyanza of course Kustarelli alone. Li Zillow read her gaze, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Shen Fuyanza had grown up together, innocent and carefree, since childhood. Their elders had praised them as a perfect match, joking that they would marry when they grew up. Thus, Liza had regarded Fuyanzi as ideal, unwaveringly supporting him and genuinely adoring him, becoming his devoted shadow for 20 years amidst heating off toes around them. But recently, her life had turned upside down. He beloved Liji, on Secherishid Licky star, was suddenly revealed not of the biological daughter of Jiang family, but with the entertainment and distress hining star, Jiangjio, how as with flyer claimed as Titrohires. The Jiang family was merciless. They firstly hit a cane Jernami and Severherdes, erasing her from the family tree and reclaiming the house they had bought for her in the capital. On that stormy night, Lizai found herself homeless. She had intended to secretive with Fuyanza, only to discover through trending news on way Abathith would announce the arrangement at Jiangzai's return banquet that very night. As it tuned into the live stream of Tiban K, she heard reporters asking him to choose between a Kumajerl and a celebrity hires. Fuyanz wrapped an arm around Jiangzai's waist, smiling lightly, I'm not foolish of course, I Kustarelli alone. Indeed, he was not fool. How old he be so foolish as to choose a fake hires? Only she who had naively believed that Fuyanzi would remember their childhood bond and offer her shelter. Li sibbeth her lip in frustration, Hirias to Jing with unshed tears, feathered off her fall from a pampered to a harmless girl made hair wish to escape a real tiandron in alcohol on chemery. So Shara Klein languidly. Her exposed, fair legs brushed against the soft-bidding, a clear sign that she was still groggy from the hangover, completely unaware that she and of wolves, even unconsciously clutching the blankie tighter. Untie lasseltree, teasing laugh broke through the air. Li suddenly became alert. She hastily wrapped herself in the blanket, turning to find herself Asatophus with a pearl sharp, narrow eyes glinting with mischief. Finally awake, Oru? Luyan Jingain casually against stool, arms crossed, his gaze low Aradashi regarded her. Miss Shiji holo vest to flirt without taking responsibility. Li Zizis widened in shock. In an instant, clarity washed over her, and she tightened her grip on the blanket, surveying her surroundings, realizing she was in an unfamiliar place. Pheasant light was blinding. 3 walls were made entirely of panoramic glass. Outside, Alishlandscapey vibrant greenery and flowers sprawled, resembling a fairy tale forest. The sensation of fatigue coursed through her nerves and smurry. Lizison said impending doom. Shekwa pulled the blanket to fire, only to discover that she was no longer wearing what she had the previous night. Instead, she found herself clad in a la perla silk nightgown she had never seen before. Her mind swirled in confusion, fragmented memory as of the previous night flashing before her eyes, her heart raced as he lifted her gaze. Lu Yenjing? Her closest friend from high school. Not just friends, but the kind of bond where they could even help each other with love letters without suspecting ulterior motives. But now. It couldn't be so feared, could it? In this unfamiliar setting, just that with them, close Drunabut and Therum Nance off last night's drunkenness, mingling with the sounds of rain and their horrid breaths. Lisa felt a wavy panic. Hereward stumbled out in disarray. How did we interfere? A deep lungering laugh echoed in response. Lu Yanjing graced an ebro. How did we interfere? Hestu tollen confidente gainstual, sauntering closer to Lizayan his spalashechis, stopping just at the of the bed, leaning goverer with own arm propadon thematris. The distance see between here lips was marinches. His warm breath brushed against their skin, sending shivers through her. Lu Yanjing begin town button hishert, revealing the scattered marks off their previous encounter kiss Australian gay cross his collarbone and distinct bite marks in his Adam's apple. What do you think? His voice was low, resonating in her ears. Lizai instinctively recoiled, denying it didn't. But their slender waist was suddenly captured, Lu Yanjing lifting her closer, forcing them into an even tighter proximity. Liz Hutter net her facier way in frustration. Hishiated breath naturally found its way to her most sensitive neck. Last night, you praised him for my sweet words, indulgent in them, know that morning has come, you wish to it? Lizzie arched her neck back defiantly, it didn't. Her words faltered. Hera solve weakened. Just then, Lu Yanjing's fanu was thrust before her, and a video began to play our corded piece of evidence that struck her unawares. In the video, a tipsy Lizzie Harrius glistening, stumbled forward, boldly pressing Lu Yanjing against the glass wall, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, her lips brushing against his throat. Lu Yanjing was clear life passive a party. Heddle to dischin up, eyes closed and restrained, hishin gently holding hair waist, steadying hair when her right heels faltered. Yet, Li Zyger bolder. Not satisfied with merely kissing his throat, Shelly up tanto Lu Yanjing, forcing him to hold her in a way that made her cling to him. And then she lowered hergas. She actually kissed Lu Yanjing's lips. The video had been full mid rotikar window and glass wall, sound muted, yet the camera had zoomed in enough to catch her lips forming towards Wanto. And the thighs was captured against the backdrop of a 270 transparent glass wall. It's impossible this can't be happening. Lizai felt her scalp tingle, her hair becoming chaotic messes. He exclaimed, how called the person is slept with last Nia? The proudy young lady, unwilling to admit her drunken indiscretion with her good friend, found that Lu Yanjing, seemingly unfazed, appeared to bane high spirits. Watch her with keen interest. Lizzie. The moment of realization finally arrived. Lu Yanjing leaned in closer, his gaze deep and penetrating. Back in high school, we agreed to just be friends, but never expected to want to person. The radiant and cherishide young lady Li Six rebellious and passionate subclad Lu Yanjing. A proud little swans. A powerful figure in the capital. Reunite after a long separation, love blossoms after marriage. Seizing the opportunity, a secret crush becomes really. Lizzie, mid-arling, has never dated that scoundrel before nor has Hayden intimate contact and lie a verbal engagement. A double first love, sweet and exhilarating. Welcome to the world of the Jingji couple.gmail.com Simui 764243 ECQVXLQOPWF94 hotmail.com. Chapter 2 Such matters are difficult to resolve without marriage. Lizai was filled with regret, nearly biting her lip in despair. She never anticipated that their drunkenness could lead to such reckless behavior. Thimonchi Hatsa brazenly taken advantage of, it seemed, was not inclined to let Themeter slide easily. He turned and sauntered towards the sofa, defiantly crossing his legs as she settled into a relaxed posture. His black suit was impeccably tailored, exuding ganero refined elegance ingrained in him in ketchildhood. Asher Klein, Thesher ply pressed fabric off his trousers rose slightly, revealing a pair of polished derby complemented by black formal socks to trap head around his salarying uncles. Luo Yanking regarded her with a leisurely demeanor, light up the screen of his phone physicist evidence. Li Ziffel silent, fidgeting with her fingers. In truth, Luo Yanking's accusation held merit, would calmly deep into remorse for her brazen actions. Shen Luo Yanking were a far too familiar wife each other. They were high school classmates. At the time when Luo Yanking transferred to Shanghai, she had wankling fat this rebellious was the Silhirov to prestigious Lu family from Kyoto, and they had become a close friends. She would scale walls, and would be to catch her. She would skip classes, and would take a notice for her. When she persuaded Samion, he would offer her strategies. All the activities that Fuyanza had refused to partake in motorcycling, billiards, escape rooms, curling, go-kart or aerial experiences shared with Luo Yanqing, who indulged heavy whim. The Lu family had intended to send him to Cheng, a place where Noonan Wei's identity, hoping he would injure some tough lessons in life, attempting to temper his proud and rebellious nature. Little did they know he had been sheltered by Liji, the belly of Cheng. Together, they had ruled the high school scene, a formidable duo. Ike was not until after graduation that Luo Yanqing was taken back to Kyoto, and she later cut Elimsi of Hymena Financial magazine. Subsequently, she learned how Hajona brought to study, transforming from a proud authentication of a top financial empire, a figure even Jiang familiar fusion could notice a approach. Thelo stole contact. Lise he could scarcely recall how they had crossed paths again. Shenlai remembered at Ndinga Grand Bank hosted with Jiang family in Kyoto to celebrate Zhe's return and announce the impending union of Fu and Jiang families. In a feat of courage fueled by alcohol, she had shown a pat event. Bykins she overheard Simeone asking Fu Yanzef so Yuri Ingajito John Zayuno, what about Liji, she's so beautiful and has been devoted to us in secondhood, are you really willing to let her go? What had Fu Yanza replied back then? He had come lice whirled his wineglass, and on Kalen smiling racing his lips had rather not, Butit's fine. She has always trusted Mesha will understand that a relationship with John Zayodi was morally a farce, besides, the Jian family has nows for her anymore, there is nuna left for her to Leon how could she possibly throw 8 and Truman leave me over something so trivial? Fu Yanzi had spoken with such conviction. Yet, to her surprise, Lise Hai had overheard this conversation. In a moment of fury she had hurled a glass of water at Fuyenza. Then, with a flourish she had turned and walked away. Lise Hivigel I recalled stumbling into something and after that she had become so intoxicated that she lost consciousness. Butalonol. It seemed she had indeed slept with Harold Friend. There was no denying it. After a long pause, Lizzie, unable toward further, couldn't limustaraya corresponds Luo Yanqing after Alpha Sears, and never imagine he would engage in such perversion. Luo Yanqing grazed Ania brow slightly. Lisa's fingers, this delicatest jade, clenched the blanket tightly, her cheeks flushed a soft pink which will I installed such glass walls in our home without curtains, it's so easy for Rayon to take pictures. Luo Yanqing non kalent twist ethering gun his left hand of curtains is to edit the smart controls estimate can adjust the glass transparency, under normal circumstances, nuno can peer inside. Welfen when did Lisis redden further, we did doli vi transparent? Luo Yanqing gazadather, histona casual because a ordier misli was a sudden, sobled and proactive, that I had no chance to prepare, after a brief struggle, I simply close at it. You. Lizzie has slightly lifted diskin feigning indifference and discolor, revealing a mark from their passion 18 counter, which caught Harry on some more, it appears that the Onaha has taken advantage of Wasma. Alway strong-willed, Lizzie suddenly felt deflated. Sherry showed such vulnerability, lowering her gazitos dialig lansatham has it already been nixed? Not yet. Luo Yanqing tilted slightly, these was captured by my aunt will happen to pass be and found it amusing. Lizzie, at a loss, nervously bit her lip. With a force of bravado, she declared I will take her responsibility. Very well. Luo Yanqing see sparkled with mischief as they'll done her, then let's get married. Lise he thought she must have Emma's heard what? We're practically sworn siblings, you must be a fireman. Luo Yanqing was naturally handsome. With high cheekbones and dark, penetrating eyes, his gaze was sharp when he was serious, yet when hesmeld, it told curve charmingly drawing at Shintatha beauty market the cornero fizai. At that moment, he was not smiling. His dark eyes fiket intently and leisure, that epthofis gaze a revialan gan unexpected sincerity that could draw a nine. Lizishi art inexplicably skip at a beat. Miss Lee Wolvoff were not traditionally suited for marriage, I am quotetha tradition elman. Luo Yanqing's gaze remained steady, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly, tone, such matters cannot be resolved without marriage. Lise he clenched the blanky tighter in exasperation. Yet, at that moment, she recalled the count less intimatecis as they had shared the previous night, the exchange soft breath, the sensual whispers the thing in the air, she had enjoyed it immensely but. If it'll happen so unexpectedly. The were so familiar. She had never dreamed she would in Japan tangled with him. Moreover, Lisa not said the ring and Luo Yanqing's left hand and pointed out Cirilio just wearing that, you clearly are in a tone for marriage. Oh. Luo Yanqing gained back casually. He removed the ring from his left hand, lifting his wrist slightly and with a swift motion, tossed the ring into Thetrish. A faint smile played on his lips now I'm married. Lizzie. Your bane gabsard, she murmured softly, choose another form of compensation or refuse to marry you. Luo Yanqing's gazed him at slightly, a flating moment of melancholy unnoticed said be anyone else I said because of Fuyenza? What do she have to do with these? Lisa furrowed her brow. Luo Yanqing swallowed hard, pausing for a moment before his voice turned another secoladu minute ms last night. Lisa froze, pulling out her phone. Indeed, Thickelud was filled with missed calls, along with a barrage of messages from Fuyenza. After a brief hesitation, she clicked to open the conversation. Luo Yanqing who had been lounging on the sofa, suddenly rose and casually leaned over to peer at her screen, watching as he opened the chat. Lizzie, let me explain. Luo Yanqing clicked hissing as a good friend, I feel it necessary to warn you he's about to start these excuses. I didn't expect he to show up last night. Luo Yanqing glazily lifted disc and watha means this the that he no nowere coming, has certainly wouldn't they've been so brazen in his infidelity he would have tried to be more discreet. My relationship with Zhang Xiaoyu was morally a farce. Luo Yanqing drawled surely your previous relationship with me good friend was also just a farce, wasn't it? Li Zizilan said her phone in exasperation. Shello kejapad Luo Yanqing, are you really kicking me while down? Unjustly accused Luo Yanqing's predictions, I simply cannot stand beyond watch my friend find a lie break free in litosi her pick a pascandrel from Thetrish. Lizzie. She tucked her hands under the blanket, gently rubbing Gerstamach, wixtelechet from the alcohol, and murmured in never hate a relationship with him. Luo Yanqing was taken aback. Herr guardedly high with surprise in his dark eyes, a mix of astonishment and delight just as she was about to smile when Hanada said her subtle movements, prompting him turn away. The Naya should not be so hasty in rejecting the marriage proposal. Luo Yanqing retrieved her mashi had prepared dearlier first, have some warm bridge and then consider it slowly. Lisa's lips parted slightly, momentarily stunned. Shello kejapad Luo Yanqing in surprise, watching Gesha remove a disujakitan casually rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, bending goverts multiple to prepare a meal for her. Hadanada said her discomfort? When Hada bought to porridge? Recalling the serious expression on Luo Yanqing's face when he mentioned marriage and Al had discarded this ring, it truly didn't seem like a joke. Lizai raised her gaze to him, Harry's blinking Luo Yanqing. What is it? Luo Yanqing's gaze fell upon her, his Adam Sapple moving inly with his deep, magnetic voice. Lizzie inquired what do I want from? Seat datha to beline her luxurious nightgown she could read his smell sweet, appetizing aroma of the porridge. Luo Yanqing's movements paused imperceptibly. I was drunk last night, and I didn't expect to happen in any case. I am truly sorry. I will do my best to make amends. Lisa lightly bit her lip. Her beauty radiant beauty must have seen henus. I am now a discarded fake hierese, and the very nice avoiding, even Fuyan stoestwent me. Fatishus lack of vision. Luo yanking internet cold. Lazizia lashes fluttered. Perhaps realizing his own lapse, Luo yanking presidis lips stoster, turning his face away. I am not concerned with such things when it comes to marrying. Regaining his composure, Luo yanking greterinavis gazito her, histoni appearing languid my femlar choirs madamari before taking control it is like being forced into a marriage arranged at beothers, so we would rather choose for Mijolf. Andy you Andy happened to bull matched in temperament, having complimented each other so well back in high school, his long, defined fingers spelled utasher. Luo yanking sat down casually, spreading slondlings, leaning closer to scrutinize a hermori over last night, you took full advantage of him. Just as Lizai was sipping her porridge, she suddenly choked. However, that porridge was perfectly warm, its sweet flavor and tender meat melting in her mouth, soothing her stomach considerably. She licked her lips slightly, raising her gazetemethus. Without the suet jacket, Luo yanking soap and colorexudi de certain alurso. His gaze burned with intensity. Why not simply embrace it, deepening her camaraderie? Chapter 3. If Mrs. Lu has certain needs after marriage, Ligia's eyelashes fluttered. At this moment, her delicate face was devoid of makeup, as it had been removed by Lu Yinjing the previous night. Though she lacked the aggressive beauty of her made-up self, her long lashes still curled at the tips, and her lychee-like eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling the ethereal beauty of peach blossoms in the snow. Is it merely to deepen our camaraderie? She inquired, stirring the porridge before her with a spoon. Lu Yinjing gazed at her intently, his dark eyes profound. If Mrs. Lu has such needs after marriage, I would be willing to fulfill them. Suddenly, Li Ji threw the spoon into the bowl, the handle clinking against the rim with a crisp sound, her porcelain-white face flushing a deep crimson. What Mrs. Lu, who has such needs? Indeed. Lu Yinjing leaned back casually, absent-mindedly tracing his collarbone with his fingertip. Then I do. Upon seeing the love bite, Li Ji felt a sudden pang of guilt. She bit her lip, choosing not to dwell on it further, and took small sips of porridge to distract herself. If it is merely camaraderie, I might consider it, but I need some time. Very well. Lu Yinjing's brows relaxed. Li Ji, emboldened by her indignation, retorted, currently, you are the one seeking me. Indeed. He smirked lazily. Li Ji attempted to justify herself, what happened last night was not entirely to your detriment. True enough. Lu Yinjing raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Li Ji's mood brightened, her tone haughty. At any rate, you did enjoy yourself. This time, Lu Yinjing did not respond immediately. He lifted his chin slightly, his expression complex as he regarded Li Ji, clearly not enjoying himself but rather appearing somewhat melancholic. In the end, he merely chuckled meaningfully. Li Ji did not ponder the implications of his reaction but continued to consume her porridge, now nearly finished with her bowl. Just then, her phone rang, prompting her to rise and answer. Hello? Yan Bao, what's up? Fu Yanxia, the pampered daughter of the Fu family in Yicheng, was Li Ji's childhood friend and her closest roommate at the Central Academy of Dance. Once the call connected, Fu Yanxia's voice came through, sweet yet cautious. Lychee baby, are you feeling alright? I am so worried, where are you? I'm doing just fine. Li Ji glanced at Lu Yinjing, her tone light. I'm at a friend's place. That is good to hear. Fu Yanxia visibly relaxed. Yet, the next moment, her temper flared. I have to tell you, I'm going to tear apart that scumbag Fu Yanxia today. Li Ji quickly moved the phone away from her ear. However, Fu Yanxia's furious tirade burst forth like a machine gun. Even without speakerphone, it's truly a tale of human sorrow and joy, with cattle and horses merely embellishing life. Others shine like gold, but he has nothing but shards of glass, reflecting light after being opened. Don't you think men like him deceive girls because of a lack of maternal love? Even if you were sent to Myanmar, there would still be someone who would give their heart to you, yet he changes his face faster than a Sichuan opera mask in front of you. Truly, he has just a gourd hanging in a room, thinking himself a lord, a worthless thing that can't hold a candle to the stage. Li Ji, she did not want these foul words to reach Lu Yinjing's ears and was about to step away. Yet, Lu Yinjing sat there, nonchalant and relaxed, his leg crossed. Every word Fu Yanxia hurled at Fu Yanxia was clear to him. He listened intently, even clicking his tongue in casual approval, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. Well said. Li Ji's heart suddenly raced, and she turned her head. She feared that her dear friend might hear Lu Yinjing's response, especially since Fu Yanxia had attended the same high school as them. Such news would undoubtedly be explosive for her. Fortunately, Fu Yanxia, in her fit of rage, remained oblivious. Seizing the moment, Li Ji quickly shifted the conversation. What is going on? Did something happen? Fu Yanxia replied, haven't you seen the trending topics? Your bland days have been stirred up by those scumbags. Li Ji blinked. She had indeed not paid attention to the trending topics, as the shocking revelation of having slept with her former close friend had consumed all her focus. It was only upon Fu Yanxia's prompt that she opened the trending topics to check. The buzz from last night's incident had subsided, replaced by more captivating headlines. Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanxia announced their union. Jiang Jiao's relationship interfered with homewrecker Li Ji. Vicious fake rich girl get out of high society to assert her relationship. Jiang Jiao may bring her fiancé Fu Yanxia onto a dating show. Among the photos was one capturing Li Ji dousing Jiang Jiao with a glass of ice water at the banquet, the three of them caught in a standoff. Jiang Jiao blocked the water, while Fu Yanjia draped his coat over her protectively. Meanwhile, Li Ji stood with an air of nobility, her head held high, appearing as though she had deliberately sought out Jiang Jiao. The comments section was filled with vitriol. Damn, how shameless. After being raised in a wealthy family for so many years, how can one still be so disgusting? A wretched life can only breed wretched people. Has this fake rich girl gone mad? She actually splashed water at a banquet in public. Could she be hoping to eat the swan's meat while fighting the true rich girl for her man? What's the difference between this and being a homewrecker? Ah. I hope Xiao is okay. If not, I will tear this shameless person apart. Li Ji had never been one to follow the entertainment industry. Gifted in ballet from a young age, she began training at 4 and pursued further studies at the Central Academy of Dance. Before graduating, she was recruited by the Central Ballet, and she had since become the youngest principal dancer. There existed a chasm between the ballet world and the entertainment industry. Those who crossed over for money found it challenging to return to the rigorously demanding ballet troupe. If it weren't for Jiang Jiao's status as a rising star in the entertainment world, their Yicheng socialite affairs would not have garnered so much media attention. Fu Yanxia continued her tirade. That Jiang Jiao is quite the actress. She just returned to the Jiang family and already snatched your fiancé, and now she is playing the role of the White Lotus in public, truly a master of manipulation. You and Fu Yanjia share childhood ties. If anyone were to intrude, it would be her as the third party. However, her fans have been in a frenzy lately, locking her and Fu Yanjia together, especially after he explicitly chose Jiang Jiao last night. Now the online chatter is all about high society love, the right match, whether they live or die. Jiang Jiao's grand narrative, the return of the heiress. They're even demanding that the ballet company expel you to support their Jiao baby. Lu Yanjing also picked up his phone, his sharp gaze narrowing as his lashes cast shadows over his eyes, darkening them further. Fu Yanxia was fuming. Look at these comments, they are so dull and bitter, like toads critiquing humans. How dare they attack your looks with maliciously altered photos? They clearly have no understanding of true beauty. And yet, nobody is cursing that scumbag. They only focus their ire on you. This world of misogyny is unbearable. And a dating show, ha, all of it is absurd. I want this world to explode, hot boom. However, Li Ji had long since ceased to pay attention to the trending topics. She elegantly savored the last bite of her shrimp dumpling, wiped her mouth, and entered the bathroom, placing her phone aside while listening to Fu Yanxia's rant. She leaned closer to the mirror to admire her beauty, noticing that without makeup, she scrutinized her skin with greater care. Li Ji lightly blinked her lashes. Why fret? A little ugly duckling can never become a true swan. If Jiang Jiao enjoys picking up scraps, let her be. By the way, I should be grateful for Fu Yanxia's refusal to marry. Yet, Fu Yanxia, who had been venting, grew more concerned for her. Li Ji baby, are you really alright? Of course. Li Ji lightly patted her cheek, lifting her delicate face, thoroughly pleased with Lu Yanjing's makeup removal skills, which even included a skincare regimen afterward. Fu Yanxia genuinely considered her a friend. But it's right before your promotion to principal dancer. After all, the Central Ballet is a national-level troupe, and this negative public sentiment. Li Ji suddenly froze. At that moment, her phone chimed with a notification, and her gaze fell as she saw a message pop up on WeChat. Teacher Lin, Ji, come to the troupe. You may want to prepare yourself mentally in advance. Chapter 4. Drive your most expensive car and take me to the dance troupe. Li Ji lowered her gaze. Fixated on the screen of her phone, she found everything that had transpired lately to be profoundly ironic. The family that had adored her since childhood could so readily cast her aside. The surname she had carried for 24 years could be casually erased at the police station. Friends departed, childhood companions betrayed her, and after being cherished like a star, she was suddenly thrust into a quagmire. Even strangers online began to distort the truth. Initially, Li Ji had consoled herself, thinking that she had merely run out of money and love, yet she believed she could still be the proud swan princess in her field of expertise. However, now she bit her lip, glancing at the message from her teacher, almost able to predict the calamity that awaited her. Li Ji had been raised in comfort, sensitive and elegant, yet she harbored a fierce determination when it came to ballet, refusing to relent regardless of who tried to dissuade her. After nearly 2 decades of dedication, her most coveted opportunity to ascend as the principal dancer was now lost. Suddenly, Li Ji erupted into laughter. Her eyes sparkled like lychees, clear and radiant. The corners of her eyes lifted in mirth, her long, beautiful lashes fluttering, yet there was no trace of joy within their depths. Fu Yanxia expressed her concern. Ji, it's nothing, Li Ji replied, lifting her chin defiantly, unwilling to allow herself to weep. At worst, I can become a star in the entertainment industry. Fu Yanxia fell silent, fully aware that ballet had been Li Ji's lifelong dream. This was a girl who feared pain yet would endure injections to complete a single performance, despite a back injury. But before that, Li Ji's tone was haughty, tinged with defiance. I will not give up easily. Yes, exactly. Fu Yanxia chimed in hastily, I believe there is still a glimmer of hope. After all, those scandalous rumors are merely fabrications. The netizens have no idea of the truth. Perhaps once clarified, everything will be fine. In any case, our Princess Gigi is the best. Anyone who dares to provoke you is merely striking steel. Indeed, provoking her was akin to striking steel. However, just as Fu Yanxia hung up the phone, a call from Fu Yanzi came through. Without hesitation, Li Ji pressed decline, yet, moments later, a message popped up. Gigi, why are you ignoring me? Don't be petulant, okay, give me a chance to explain. Ha, Li Ji scoffed, picking up her phone and smoothly adding Fu Yanzi to her blacklist. What is there to explain? Trash belongs where it ought to be. She deleted all his contact information in one swift motion. Turning to the mirror, she used her fingers to massage around her eyes, focusing on alleviating the puffiness from her hangover. Nevertheless, her mood was still affected by Fuyenzi.at that moment. She noticed several luxury brand bags she adored lying nearby. Curiously, she approached, unzipping one, only to discover a dress she had desperately wanted to buy but could no longer afford. "Oh my goodness," Li Ji exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. She eagerly unwrapped the other bags, revealing beautiful accessories and high heels that complemented the dress. Among them was a pair of rare diamond-encrusted heels named Swan, which had sold for over 10 million at an auction last month and had been tailored to her size. Li Ji's heart screamed with joy. The dress from last night had been torn to shreds and was unwearable, and with no other woman around, it was evident this was meant for her. "Lu Yanjing, you are incredible, what a generous friend, truly willing to spend on her." The Jiang family had never allowed her such indulgences before. Instantly, Li Ji felt elated, the remnants of her earlier displeasure washed away. In high spirits, she donned the exquisite attire, admiring her reflection in the dressing mirror, before strutting out like a regal swan, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. "Lu Yanjing," she called out. He was on the phone before a glass wall, his broad shoulders and narrow waist accentuated by the rolled-up sleeves of his shirt, which clung to his muscular forearms. Sunlight illuminated his side profile, casting sharp shadows over his prominent cheekbones, his long eyelashes defined against the halo of light. Hearing her call, Lu Yanjing quickly wrapped up his conversation and turned to face her. Li Ji had already slipped into the dress he gifted her, lifting the hem with her fingertips, standing tall and presenting herself with a graceful twist. "Do I look good?" His gaze fixated on her, a fiery intensity in his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the glass, highlighting her features, illuminating her like the first light of dawn. This was how she should always be, proud and radiant. "You look beautiful," he replied, his voice deep and sincere. "Are you free now?" With the compliment lifting her spirits even higher, Li Ji feigned a pout. "Let me offer you a small opportunity to deepen our camaraderie. Drive your most expensive car and take me to the dance troupe." At the Central Ballet Building, dancers were in rehearsal. Li Ji donned a stunning luxury brand spring collection gown, the irregularly cut mermaid skirt accentuating her waist and hips, while the iridescent fabric added a dynamic layer, enhancing the fairness of her skin. Today, she wore no makeup, her natural visage was clean yet exuded a cool elegance, with her lashes clearly defined, and her eyes as clear as the morning dew at dawn. Her posture was poised, and her high heels clicked sharply against the floor. No heavy makeup was necessary, she was striking enough as she walked. She garnered numerous gazes accompanied by a flurry of murmurs. "How beautiful! Truly a swan among mortals. If I'm not mistaken, that is her, isn't it, the one being criticized as a mistress on trending topics, Li Ji. If she ascends smoothly this time, she will become the youngest principal dancer since the establishment of the Central Ballet. With her talent, why would she need to be a mistress? Especially a one-sided one, as the man doesn't even want her. I just saw her arrive in a Bugatti Chiron, the only one of its kind in the world. The dress is a limited edition luxury piece. Those heels must be worth 8 figures. What shoes cost more than my life? Encrusted with diamonds, all rare stones. I saw it on trending topics. It was bought by some mysterious tycoon. Isn't she still clinging to Fu Yanzi? Impossible. The Fu family is merely a local power, they are not worthy of such auctions. Then the mistress rumors must be false. If Li Ji can wear such shoes, why would she cling to a married man? Who knows? The internet makes everything sound convincing. All I can say is, flies don't buzz around an egg without cracks. Li Ji paid no heed to the chatter around her. She stood proudly like a rose blooming amidst a tempest, weathering the storm while merely adorning her vibrant petals with a few dewdrops that only accentuated her beauty. She steadied her shoulders and held her abdomen in, preparing to knock on the troop leader's office door when suddenly, a heated argument erupted from within. Troop leader Qin Xuan was throwing files in anger. "Just take a look. This is the fine student you have raised. At such a critical juncture for her promotion, she has engaged in despicable behavior, intruding upon another's relationship. The complaint letters have filled the suggestion box." "Qin, there must be a misunderstanding. Ji is a good girl, she would never do such a thing," pleaded Lin Shixian, her university mentor who had guided Li Ji through her studies in Kyoto and eventually into the Central Ballet. Qin Shuang was furious. "Misunderstanding? The evidence is irrefutable, the insults are rampant, the entire internet is accusing and demanding that the troupe expel someone with such moral issues as Li Ji. Tell me, what misunderstanding could there possibly be?" Lin Shixian, flustered, struggled to clarify. She, too, was unaware of the details but believed wholeheartedly in Li Ji's character, convinced she would never act in such a manner. "Let her take responsibility and withdraw from the troupe." Preserving some dignity, Qin Shuang's tone grew icy. "Though she will never have another opportunity in the 5 major troupes, at least she will still have the chance to perform. If the upper management issues a reprimand and she withdraws afterward, her ballet career will be utterly ruined." Lin Shixian opened her mouth, wishing to plead for mercy, but at that moment, the office door swung open, and a bright, clear voice rang out, "I will not withdraw from the troupe." Chapter 5. Once too young to distinguish between humans and dogs, Qin Shuang and Lin Shiwan raised their heads simultaneously. They beheld Li Ji striding into the office in high heels, her demeanor exuding arrogance, her eyes bright and clear. She made no effort to close the door behind her, indifferent to the audience gathering outside. "What did you say?" Qin Shuang's voice rose in volume. Indeed, a throng had gathered in the corridor, drawn by the spectacle. Li Ji, with her slender waist and luminous gaze, declared, "I have committed no wrong, and I refuse to accept unjust punishment." Qin Shuang was infuriated, her temper flaring. She pointed to the scattered reports on the floor. Have you committed no wrong? How do you explain these? Go ask around. Who doesn't think of you as the other woman? And why don't you inquire why that scoundrel is so shallow and uninspired? His family runs a fish pond, and he hooks up with anyone. Li Ji's voice, clean and clear, carried a hint of mockery. My only mistake was being too young to distinguish between humans and dogs. Seeing her defiance, Lin Xiwan could not help but smile in admiration. Qin Shuang, beside herself with rage, exclaimed, Li Ji. Qin Tuan, I never intended to be the other woman, nor do I disdain to meddle in others' relationships, so I will not withdraw from the troop. Li Ji asserted her stance. I will find a way to clarify the situation. Lin Xiwan discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Li Ji tilted her head playfully and, in a moment of mischief, winked at Qin Shuang when she wasn't paying attention. Qin Shuang felt a headache coming on. How do you plan to clarify? One is a major star, and the other a wealthy scion. And that star has now taken your place as the young lady of the family. They wield power and influence, capable of manipulating public opinion at will. And you, Li Ji. The youngest principal dancer at the National Ballet, having joined the troupe for less than 3 years and on the verge of becoming a leading actress, you represent not only our troupe's dignity but also that of the nation. Do you even realize how many envy you? A mere hint of negative publicity could ruin you. Moreover, they are soon to appear on the wildly popular travel romance show Sweet Travelers, drawing even more attention to their relationship. The number of people criticizing you will only increase. Who do you think will be willing to listen to your clarifications? Qin Shuang, filled with exasperation, felt a sense of helplessness. After all, this was someone she had nurtured. It was hard to believe she would simply give up. However, the National Ballet was exceedingly wary of negative publicity. There could be many principals, but losing face was not an option. I understand, Li Ji said, her clarity evident. She looked at both of them with resolute eyes. If I am not popular and lack influence, no one will hear my defense. That show accepts ordinary people, right? I will participate. Qin Shuang and Lin Xiwan were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Li Ji would propose such a course of action, especially given that the show was a full-time live broadcast, subjecting participants to the scrutiny of the entire nation. It was indeed a clever idea, yet, allowing an ordinary person to be surrounded by cameras for consecutive days, akin to living under surveillance, posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, Li Ji's determination was unwavering. She stated plainly, I am attractive enough, and I have faced the live cameras of the Spring Festival Gala. With countless live performances under my belt, I will not falter in a variety show. There will always be someone who can hear my voice. She refused to accept the world as it was. Just because Zhang Jiao had influence, it did not mean her fans could arbitrarily speculate about ordinary people, declaring whatever they wished. The truth was not as such. If the online realm could not hear the voices of ordinary individuals, she would tear down the barriers of the internet, step into the spotlight, and compel the audience to listen closely. Qin Shuang's fury gradually subsided. She could no longer reprimand Li Ji, merely rubbing her temples as she spoke in a low voice, but that show is not something you can just join at will. You will also need to find a male partner. I will give it a try, Li Ji replied, glancing at Lin Xiwan. And please rest assured, I will not neglect my training. Lin Xiwan felt a pang of concern for her. She had only just learned about the Zhang family affair, and this child had never mentioned it before, having not relied on her family to enter the troupe. Just don't let yourself suffer. Li Ji smiled sweetly, all right. Li Ji stepped out of the office in her high heels. Faced with the wrath of the troop leader, she held her head high as she exited, her posture as straight as when she entered. Her colleagues stood in stunned silence, suddenly realizing where her audacity to leave the door open stemmed from. How bold, only she would dare speak to Qin Tuan like that. This girl is so fierce. I am beginning to admire her. In such a situation, I would have no idea what to do. So the rumors of her being the other woman are false? Absolutely, her attitude is so resolute. How could she possibly stoop to being the other woman? Such a person would never demean herself in that way. And she is truly beautiful, much prettier than that Zhang Jiao. The rumors within the National Ballet building crumbled under scrutiny. Li Ji walked through the building with poise, her clear eyes cold and composed, her head held high like a noble little swan. Yet, as she celebrated her first victory, she felt an exuberant thrill inside, like a joyous magpie eager to share her good news. The first person who came to mind was her good friend Lu Yanjing, who had supported her with a Bugatti and gifted her exorbitantly priced high heels, making her the envy of her colleagues. However, just then, a figure in a tailored suit approached her swiftly. Ji. Having known each other for 20 years, Li Ji was intimately familiar with the voice's owner. Fu Yan's presence drew near, and the previously suppressed feeling of disgust surged within her. Before Fu Yanzi could reach her, Li Ji swiftly sidestepped, declaring, Sir, we are not acquainted. If you come any closer, I will accuse you of sexual harassment. Fu Yanzi's hand grasped at air, leaving him feeling empty inside. He furrowed his brow slightly. Ji, don't be angry. Li Ji feigned ignorance, turning her face away. She gazed at the snow-white blossoms of the national locust trees lining the road, humming a tune as she turned her back, as if unwilling to engage. Fu Yanzi pressed his lips together in resignation. I can explain. Go ahead. Li Ji pivoted on her high heels, delicately raising her wrist as she pointed towards the National Ballet building. First, go inside and speak to my superior, and explain the situation regarding the trending topic. Fu Yanzi fell silent, making no move. He simply sighed softly. Gigi, I thought you were different. We've known each other for 20 years, you should understand me. I only need the Jiang family's support, which is why I must play along with Jiang Jiao. Yes, how pitiful you are, having to endure humiliation while pretending to be with that genuine young lady. Li Ji laughed in anger. Fu Yanzi, tell me, while I have sincerely cared for you for 20 years, who understands my plight of being labeled the other woman, nearly getting expelled from the Central Ballet for my efforts, jeopardizing my career? Fu Yanzi appeared momentarily stunned. His gaze, filled with confusion, seemed to finally grasp her situation upon hearing her words. Fu Yanzi, not everyone is meant to revolve around you. I have my own career, my own life. I can live without you, and I certainly do not covet the meager love you offer under duress. Li Ji lifted her gaze, her eyes resembling lychees, brimming with a cold determination to establish boundaries. From the moment you chose Jiang Jiao, I considered you dead to me. Moreover, we never had any relationship to begin with. Fu Yanzi's lips pressed tightly together, his voice dropped low. Gigi, I know you are just angry with me, but it's alright. Just trust me, once I secure cooperation with the Jiang family and gain control of the Fu family's affairs, I will definitely help clarify things with the National Ballet. At that time, I will sever ties with Jiang Jiao and return to marry you. Li Ji. She could hardly believe the absurdity of his words, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did you just say? Fu Yanzi, still under the impression that Li Ji might understand him, was about to repeat himself when a sharp voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. You shameless hussy. How dare you cling to young Master Fu? A girl, carrying a bucket of water, charged straight at Li Ji. You are the third party ruining our Jiao and Fu's marriage. Chapter 6. Will you walk with him or with me? Fu Yanzi suddenly lifted his gaze. He witnessed an extreme fan raising a bucket of water and ruthlessly splashing it towards Li Ji, originally standing beside her. Fu Yanzi instinctively sidestepped, inadvertently blocking Li Ji's path. Caught off guard, she could only react when a whole bucket of icy water drenched her. Splash! Li Ji stood there, momentarily stunned, as the frigid water cascaded down from the top of her head, sending a shiver through her body, its bone-chilling cold permeating her very being. The extreme fan, reveling in her triumph, laughed heartily. Aha, this is what you get for splashing our Jiu baby with ice water. Even now, you dare to cling to young Master Fu. You got your comeuppance, haven't you? Ha ha. Her laughter rang out, as if she had performed a righteous deed. Fu Yanzi opened his mouth. He observed the drenched Li Ji, strands of hair plastered against her pale, frozen cheeks. The water-soaked dress clung to her figure, still beautiful and captivating, yet now marred by an air of vulnerability and disarray. He stood beside her, impeccably dressed, elegant, distinguished, like an exalted flower on a lofty peak, a stark contrast to the disheveled state of Li Ji at that moment. After a while, Fu Yanzi remembered to remove his suit jacket to drape over her, but Li Ji, jolted back to reality by the biting cold, stumbled backward in her high heels. Gigi. Fu Yanzi's voice was hoarse. Li Ji evaded his jacket. I'll say it once more, don't touch me. The scorching summer sun in Kyoto cast its rays upon her, the fabric of her clothes clinging to her skin, rapidly heating up and steaming her pores, but her heart felt colder than her body. Gigi. Fu Yanzi swallowed hard. Don't be willful. You'll catch a cold like this. Suddenly, Li Ji smiled, her damp eyelashes trembling with her laughter, causing the water droplets on her shoulders to quiver as well. Her shoulders were delicate, her lips devoid of color, appearing fragile enough to be swept away by the slightest breeze. Yet she stood upright, asserting, catch a cold? I didn't realize young Master Fu was concerned about my health when you dodged just now. Did you forget that even if we cannot be lovers, we have been friends for 20 years? Fu Yanzi pursed his lips, rendered speechless. He gazed at Li Ji with worry, feeling as though his heart was lodged in his throat, something slowly being extracted from him. Yan was right, even the scammers from northern Myanmar would bare their souls for me, but you, Fu Yanzi, are nothing. Li Ji looked at him with cold eyes. Keep your distance. Go be with your beloved Miss Jiang Jiyu. I never wish to have any connection with you again. But Li Ji did not look back. As her words fell, she turned and walked away. The blazing summer sun scorched her skin, yet the icy water still clung to her, refusing to dry. The wind she stirred up brushed against the water droplets, the evaporating chill sending a shiver through her. Li Ji lowered her gaze, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself just as she began to tremble. A strong, penetrating scent of cold perfume wafted past her shoulder, invading her breath unexpectedly. Accompanying it was a searing warmth. Her shoulder sank as an expensive suit jacket enveloped her slender frame tightly, and this time she did not shy away. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful punch whooshed past her face. Li Ji trembled, raising her eyes in shock. She saw that punch land solidly on Fu Yanzi's refined and distinguished face, causing him to stagger backward, only to be yanked back by his collar. The intense pain sent a ringing sensation through his head. Fu Yanzi regained his composure, blaring furiously, meeting a pair of sharp, cold eyes, and suddenly froze. Luo Yanjing? His most detested rival from high school. How could he possibly be here? Luo Yanjing gripped Fu Yanzi's collar tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, even the muscles in his neck twitching with intensity. Fu Yanzi. His gaze locked onto Fu Yanzi. A storm brewed in his dark eyes, anger simmering, and a deep, penetrating voice escaped from his throat. Li Ji has known you for 20 years, she cherishes you, looks up to you. If anyone dares to insult you, she'll vehemently defend you with 10 counter-arguments. For a girl who treats you so well, when that bucket of ice water was splashed on her, you were standing right there. How could you bear to dodge? Luo Yanjing's punch was indeed forceful. Fu Yanzi could even taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. To be struck in public like this, and then confronted by his nemesis, Fu Yanzi felt as though his dignity was being ground into the dirt, an overwhelming sense of shame flooding through him, causing his face to flush crimson. He couldn't muster a single word in rebuttal, his eyes burning with anger as he glared back. What happens between us is none of your business. Exactly. The fan who had splashed the water shouted, I was the one who did it. I wanted to punish this shameless wretch. If you have the guts, hit a woman. Luo Yanjing suddenly turned his gaze towards her, his sharp eyes bore down, anger radiating from him as he spoke coldly. If you hadn't barked, I might have almost forgotten you. Take her to the police station. Luo Yanjing's voice was icy. Assess the damages. She must compensate for the clothing and shoes in full. Yes. His assistant, Ing Sun, appeared instantly. He waved his hand, and several suited men emerged from a nearby extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, swiftly apprehending the fan. The extreme fan protested vehemently, wait, why are you taking me? I'm the one in the right. The one you should arrest is that disgusting third party who intruded on someone else's relationship. The crowd gathered on the roadside grew larger, many taking out their phones to record and discuss, with several recognizing the individuals involved in the trending topic. Luo Yanjing, Li Ji's breath trembled. She hadn't anticipated his sudden arrival. Seeing the onlookers filming, she instinctively wished to prevent him from being drawn into this maelstrom of public opinion. Get in the car. Luo Yanjing fixed his gaze on Fu Yanzi, as if there were unfinished business. Ing Sun, turn on the warm air in the car and find her something of mine to change into. Yes. Ing Sun nodded and approached respectfully, gesturing for her to follow. This way, Miss Li Ji. Drenched and nearly frozen, Li Ji found that getting in the car to change clothes and warm up was her best option, yet she remained still, her pale cheeks fixed on him. Fu Yanzi's gaze was locked on the two, naturally noticing the bite marks on Luo Yanjing's neck and the disheveled collar of his shirt, revealing mottled traces. An inexplicable sense of crisis stirred within him. Gigi, do you still have contact with him? Luo Yanjing's grip on Fu Yanzi's collar slackened slightly. He turned to Li Ji, observing the dampness in her eyes, her small face rendered pale by the icy water, a profound sense of fragility compelling him to want to strike Fu Yanzi again. Yet he found himself lost in thoughts of Li Ji. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yanzi broke free out. He looked at Li Ji. Gigi, come over, get in my car. Didn't I tell you not to have too much contact with them? Fu Yanzi spoke with unwavering certainty, as if he anticipated that Li Ji would choose him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing subdued the hostility radiating from him. He turned his gaze to Li Ji, his eyelashes lowering, the depths of his dark eyes settling on her. He looked at her as if a furious lion had suddenly relaxed its bristling mane. Li Ji. His voice, somewhat husky, paused for several seconds, carrying a hint of reluctance. Will you walk with him, or will you walk with me? Chapter 7. Does your proposal of marriage this morning still stand? Li Ji lifted her lashes to gaze at Luo Yanjing. The luxurious fabric of the tailored suit jacket pressed against her skin, the chill that had seeped into her veins was now warmed by his body heat and breath. Both men were observing her. Fu Yanzi extended his hand towards Li Ji, while although Luo Yanjing remained motionless, the coat draped over her shoulders infused her with his essence, permeating her entire being. Yet, Li Ji took a step back. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yanjing felt as though his heart had been violently pierced, the corners of his eyes tightened, and his dark irises betrayed the pent-up resentment he had harbored for countless years, surging uncontrollably to the surface. He watched as Li Ji turned away, choosing to walk towards Fu Yanzi, and he was compelled to confront an undeniable truth. He was consumed by jealousy towards Fu Yanzi, a jealousy that drove him to madness. Fu Yanzi exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Gigi, I knew you would, Fu Yanzi. But Li Ji interrupted him, unaware of the tension. Fu Yanzi gazed down at her tenderly, intending to lead her away, when unexpectedly, a crisp slap resounded against his face. Smack, the pressure in Luo Yanjing's eyes eased slightly. He observed as Li Ji raised her hand and decisively delivered a forceful slap to the other side of Luo Yanjing's face that he had refrained from striking. Fu Yanzi looked at Li Ji in shock, while she proudly lifted her chin to meet his gaze, her eyes cool and resolute. This is what you owe me. Let us leave it at that. Li Ji turned away with a decisive elegance, her voice light as she added, we are even now. Li Ji. Fu Yanzi exclaimed in disbelief. With injuries marking both sides of his face and his eyes bloodshot, he pleaded, Gigi, I know you're angry with me, and it's only right that you take it out on me. If you come back now, I won't hold it against you. But Li Ji paid him no mind. Despite her disheveled appearance, her figure remained steadfast as she walked away from him towards Luo Yanjing. Fu Yanzi shouted angrily, Li Ji. In that moment, Fu Yanzi felt as though his heart had been hollowed out. Something he could not control, yet deeply cared for, was abruptly wrenched from his world, leaving his heart feeling unbearably empty. Though doused with cold water, Li Ji remained chilled, yet, when she lifted her gaze, she found Luo Yanjing standing across from her, his eyes burning with intensity akin to a blazing fire, even more fervent than the summer sun. Unlike Fu Yanzi, who merely reached out to her, Luo Yanjing approached her directly, his demeanor languid, his lowered lashes exuding an air of sultry confidence. Congratulations, Princess Gigi. Li Ji was bewildered. Despite her current disarray, she wondered what there was to be congratulated for. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow, the small mole at the edge of his eye shifting with the motion. Congratulations on making the right choice. From now on, you need only to please yourself. Li Ji heard his low, sensuous voice laced with pleasure. Luo Yanjing tilted his chin slightly, half closing his eyes as he regarded Fu Yanzi, and what he missed out on is worth a king's ransom. Their glances collided provocatively. Fu Yanzi's gaze locked onto Luo Yanjing, and with a man's intuition, he sensed the heavy hostility emanating from him. Yet, Lu Yanjing quickly returned the stare, casting a disdainful glance at Fu Yanzi before gripping Li Ji's shoulder and turning away. Let us go. Fu Yanzi watched, his heart aching as he beheld their retreating figures. He fixated on their intertwined steps, unable to shake the memory of the kiss marks on Lu Yanjing's collarbone. Those kiss marks were left by Li Ji. Impossible. Fu Yanzi quickly dismissed the notion. Li Ji had pursued him for so many years, and although he had never explicitly defined their relationship or engaged in any intimate contact with her, he was acutely aware of her affection for him. She would not easily transfer her feelings, nor would she act so wildly towards another. Lu Yanjing opened the car door for Li Ji, adopting the posture of a gallant knight as he held the door for her, ushering her into the luxury vehicle. Fu Yanzi's assistant, who had accompanied him, alighted to approach. Mr. Fu, given your injuries, perhaps you should sincerely apologize to Miss Li? Fu Yanzi clenched his fists tightly. An inexplicable urge surged within him to rush forward and reclaim Li Ji from Lu Yanjing's grasp, as if he sensed that this opportunity, if missed, would never return. But recalling Lu Yanjing's punch, Fu Yanzi hesitated, shaking his head. Forget it, Ji is still angry. Her decision to walk with Lu Yanjing is merely to provoke my jealousy. The assistant opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Perhaps as an outsider, he perceived the situation more clearly. He believed things were not quite as they seemed. Everyone understood Li Ji's nature. Her pride and arrogance ran deep, and while her admiration for Fu Yanzi was fervent, her detachment would be equally ruthless. Yet Fu Yanzi seemed oblivious to this. He shamelessly relished the notion that this proud and tempestuous heiress could willingly play the role of his shadow, believing she was irrevocably tied to him. Let us go. Fu Yanzi averted his gaze, brushing his fingers against the injury at the corner of his mouth, wincing in pain. Zhao has scheduled lunch with me to discuss the dating show. As for Ji, his eyes narrowed slightly. She now has nowhere to go, and I am all she has left. The man occupying Lu Yanjing's position will only have more concerns. He is at a critical juncture of power transfer and surely understands the need to navigate advantages and avoid risks, thus he cannot support Li Ji for long. Therefore, we merely need to wait for Ji to calm down. When she does, she will undoubtedly realize these truths. At that point, she will surely come back to me. Inside the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, the one-way glass was adjusted to its highest opacity, the car's heating system activated, and the partition raised. The vehicle contained only a few spare suits belonging to Lu Yanjing. He had provided Li Ji with a shirt to clean herself off, advising her to change temporarily to avoid catching a chill, and only after she had changed did he call for the assistant, Ing Sun, to join them in the car. Li Ji, wrapped in a warm cashmere blanket, her freshly dried hair cascading over her shoulders, gradually regained her warmth. The assistant, Ing Sun, was driving. Lu Yanjing spoke in a low tone. Find the nearest hotel, ensure hot water is prepared, and send over a few sets of clothes. Understood, the assistant replied promptly. He donned a Bluetooth headset, pressed the car screen to make a call, fulfilling his boss's request. Thank you for today. Li Ji lifted her gaze to Lu Yanjing. Her eyes, typically bright and clear, resembled lychee fruit, pure, glistening, and alluring. Lu Yanjing turned his head to regard her, a tickle of desire igniting in his throat. Involuntarily, he reached for his ring, only to realize that he had discarded it. Thus, he lazily lifted his chin, his tone casual. It's merely what a good friend should do. As a friend, he had always been dutiful. Yet only that ring, which had served as a warning against overstepping boundaries, knew that he had never wished to be merely her friend. Lu Yanjing. Li Ji suddenly called his name. Doused in cold water, she was fully awakened, realizing something she had previously deemed worth prolonged consideration. Lu Yanjing turned to her. Li Ji tightened her grip on the cashmere blanket, her breath trembling as she hesitated and tested the waters, looking into his eyes. Does your proposal of marriage this morning still stand? Ing Sun was so astonished that he nearly slammed on the brakes. Chapter 8. When shall we register our marriage? Today. Lu Yanjing's breath hitched for a brief 2 seconds, his chest swelled, his heart thumped violently, and even his voice tightened as he exclaimed, What did you say? Marriage. Li Ji softly bit her lip. You and I. In that instant, Lu Yanjing felt a rush of warmth coursing through his veins, his heart swelling as if it might burst from his chest. Li Ji inhaled gently, her fingers gripping the cashmere blanket more tightly, as though she had truly made a resolute decision. She gazed into Lu Yanjing's eyes and stated, A marital bond would allow me to swiftly shed the label of being a mistress, and you, coincidentally, need someone to marry to appease your family. Ing Sun's lips twitched involuntarily. Who needs to appease family? Who would dare demand that of Lu Yanjing? Yet, his superior responded quickly, Deal. Li Ji twisted her fingers nervously, But I have a condition. I agree. Lu Yanjing's breath quivered, almost echoing Li Ji's last syllable. Li Ji blinked. I haven't specified what it is yet. Anything is acceptable. Lu Yanjing interlocked his fingers, the knuckles turning pale, as they gripped each other tightly. Li Ji regarded Lu Yanjing with a hint of confusion. Was it just her imagination, or did he seem a bit impatient, as if fearful that she might suddenly withdraw her proposal? Perhaps realizing he was displaying a touch of eagerness, Lu Yanjing swallowed hard and leaned back against the seat, striving to project an air of nonchalance. After all, we have been good friends for so many years, he said, lifting his chin slightly. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Li Ji nodded gently. That was true even in high school. Lu Yanjing had always indulged her. Perhaps it was simply their compatible personalities. While matters requiring deliberation with Fu Yanzi would often lead to hesitation, Lu Yanjing had never faltered. Just like when she craved orange soda during her period, Fu Yanzi would flatly refuse, insisting she drink warm water instead, while Lu Yanjing would somehow conjure a cup of non-chilled soda and sneak it to her when Fu Yanzi wasn't tea-looking. Lu Yanjing always prioritized her desires over mere possibilities, but now, Li Ji understood clearly that no one should always indulge her. I believe we should clarify a few things first. You speak, Lu Yanjing said, his gaze fixed upon her. His brow was pronounced, and when his dark eyes rested upon her, they felt deep and searing, causing Li Ji to perceive a rising warmth in the car. She loosened the cashmere blanket wrapped around her and ventured a proposal to Lu Yanjing. I want to join the reality dating show called Sweet Travelers with Fu Yanze and Jiang Jiao. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that all? You undoubtedly have the means to get me on. Li Ji lifted her gaze, her lychee-like eyes sparkling with charm, shimmering with a plea. However, there is a caveat. She hesitated, unsure if Lu Yanjing would acquiesce. After all, she had heard that he was reluctant to appear even for interviews with financial magazines, preferring to dismiss them with a hastily written statement. Yet now, she was asking him to participate in a dating show. And a live one at that, who knew what peculiar challenges they might have to face. As Li Ji pondered how to broach the subject delicately and secure Lu Yanjing's agreement, he leisurely crossed his legs, a relaxed smile curling at the corners of his lips. He spoke first. Do you want me to accompany you? Eh? Li Ji's eyes widened in surprise, her beautiful gaze lighting up, though her fidgeting hands revealed her anxiety. This could be a way to deepen our camaraderie. Is that acceptable? Li Ji blinked at him. Her earnest gaze was utterly beguiling, and Lu Yanjing felt a tickle in his throat, rendering him incapable of refusing. Moreover, the reason he hadn't waited for her at the Central Ballet Building today was that he had been addressing the public relations surrounding Li Ji. He was genuinely invested in this matter and had gone to the PR department to take charge. Thus, he was well acquainted with that particular dating show. To be precise, it was a reality series observing intimate relationships, inviting couples, friends who were more than friends but not quite lovers, and married partners to travel together, observing their varying dynamics. Hence, it indeed required participation in the form of a partner. Lig, when anxious, had a tendency to fidget. I have no other male friends to invite, but if you're truly unwilling, I shall. Then what? Lu Yanjing suddenly leaned closer. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as he noticed Li Ji's expensive cashmere blanket nearly being tugged apart by her anxious fingers. Li Ji, Lu Yanjing leaned in closer, his warm breath cascading over her collarbone, his gaze locked onto hers. You have taken full advantage of me, and yet you contemplate marrying another? Well, it would be inappropriate to participate in a dating show with another man after marrying you, Li Ji retorted softly. Lu Yanjing let out a derisive laugh, clearly irked by her response. He straightened up, crossing his legs again, adopting a posture of arrogant pride. That should not be the case. But if it were an invitation from Mrs. Lu Yanjing's tone was languid. Accompanying my wife on a reality show to showcase our affection would also serve to bolster my positive image, thereby fostering trust within the Lu family regarding my ascension as the new head. Ing Sun remained silent, pondering. Have you ever concerned yourself with your public image before? Moreover, even if the Lu family held doubts, could they really find another heir? Yet, Ing Sun dared not voice his thoughts, silently listening as his boss spun a web of deception. That would be ideal. Li Ji sighed in relief. The victorious little swan straightened her back and lifted her chin. However, Lu Yanjing, although I may not have a family now, and you wield immense power, do not think that marrying you gives me the upper hand. She was not lacking in admirers. Even if the Zhang family turned their backs on her, she was formidable in her own right. She excelled in ballet and was poised to become the youngest principal dancer at the Central Ballet. That will not be the case. Lu Yanjing leaned down to scrutinize her. Li Ji, I have said before, what Fu Yanze has missed is worth a fortune. Li Ji met his deep, intense gaze, feeling her heart race. What was ostensibly a discussion between comrades about deepening their bond had inadvertently stirred her emotions. In a fluster, she turned her face away. So, when shall we register our marriage? Today, Lu Yanjing feigned glancing at his phone's calendar. Today is quite auspicious. He had intended to fabricate an excuse, but to his surprise, he found the almanac corroborating his claim. He decided to seize the moment. Today is a propitious day for marriage. He lazily tapped on his phone screen, deliberately showing it to Li Ji. It may seem rushed, but do understand, my family believes in this. Ing Sun remained silent. Li Ji nodded gently, understood. The Zhang family also held such beliefs. It was precisely because they believed so fervently in lineage and family ties that they had expelled her from the family, deeming her somewhat ominous. Indeed, Lu Yanjing smiled slightly. Let us first head to a hotel for a warm shower and a change of clothes, and then we shall proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Ji nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 9. Getting the license, the gloomy big shot turns into a smirk. However, the public opinion on Weibo continues to ferment. Lig met with Fu Yanze in front of the Central Ballet Building, and the incident of being doused with a bucket of cold water by Jiang Jiao's fans quickly made its way to the trending topics. Netizens were outraged, their voices echoing in condemnation. Damn, this third-party BTCH is truly disgusting. How dare she be so shameless just because she is an ordinary person? Even after being publicly shamed, she still clings to Fu Yanze. For heaven's sake, she has been raised in a prestigious family for 24 years. Does she genuinely not understand the meaning of propriety and shame? I can only say that the sister really did a splendid job. Tit for tat, she got that bucket of ice water right back. I'm utterly fed up. Can she just stay out of this? My dear Gio has given her enough attention. Is she planning to sneak into the entertainment industry because she can't make it at the Central Ballet? With a face like that, how could she possibly enter the entertainment world? Why is such a person still employed? Can the organization get its act together? Central Ballet, Central Ballet, Central Ballet. There were few photos on Weibo, most were mere snippets of hearsay. Lig and Fu Yanze faced each other, her head tilted upwards in a plea, with only her profile captured, devoid of any expression, appearing as though she was begging for retention. Following that, images of Li Ji in a disheveled state post-water splashing emerged, poorly angled and maliciously edited, indeed not flattering. Zhang Jiao's fans were incensed, they flooded her Weibo with comments of poor sister, get lost, crazy woman, and expel the evil. Even Zhang Jio herself went live. Her makeup was exquisite, her porcelain-like face pale, with red-rimmed eyes that evoke sympathy. Everyone, please don't worry about me, I have great faith in brother Yanzi. He promised me that he has never harbored any feelings for Li Ji, viewing her merely as a sister, and he has long since made his rejection clear. Our love for each other came quite suddenly. It was only after I was welcomed back by the Jiang family that we met and instantly fell for each other. Perhaps Li Ji was unable to accept these changes, leading her to act out of character. Although she didn't succeed, she has indeed known brother Yanzi for a longer time. Honestly, if it weren't for all this turmoil, I would have loved to be good sisters with her. At this point, Zhang Jio suddenly choked up, biting her lip as tears began to well in her eyes. Fans, already feeling pity for her plight, now were further enraged that a malicious faux heiress was attempting to steal her man, prompting them to send countless reports to the Central Ballet, advocating for their sister's justice. They insisted on making a huge fuss until Li Ji was expelled. Meanwhile, the individual being lambasted, just as she stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau after work, rushed to finalize her marriage with another male guest who had yet to achieve fame on the trending list, directly submitting their marital status to the Central Ballet. Qin Shuang, troubled by the influx of report letters, was caught off guard when she suddenly received a notice from the Lu family drafted by the Lu family's legal department. It announced the marriage between Lu Yanjing and Li Ji, subtly reminding all leaders to refrain from hastily dismissing an excellent dancer based on hearsay. Qin Shuang was astonished, she couldn't fathom how Li Ji had managed to connect with such a prominent figure, and to marry in record time. However, the Lu family's notice certainly quelled any intentions leaders might have had to expel Li Ji from the ballet. As for Li Ji, the next challenge was to address the online public opinion. Sut acted swiftly, as the general manager of Xinghua Media, the distributor of Sweet Traveler, and Lu Yanjing's aunt, she promptly instructed the legal department to draft 2 agreements. In the boss's office, Sut, clad in a sharp white suit, leisurely swirled her coffee, her lips curving into an amused smile as she glanced at Lu Yanjing. Have you thought it through? Lu Yanjing, dressed in a fitted suit with a loosened collar, lounged on the sofa, carelessly draping his muscular hand as he flipped through the agreement. He then picked up a pen from the coffee table to sign. Sut sipped her coffee, her gaze dropping, a playful smile on her lips. Are you really going to sign? Why not? Lu Yanjing lazily raised an eyebrow. Sut, unabashedly amused, replied, You've always been a rebel, too proud to even show up for interviews with CCTV Finance, and now you're preparing to join your wife in a dating show. She set her coffee cup down and called out his little-known nickname, rebellious child. Getting married changes everything, doesn't it, Lu Xiaoqiao? This nickname was given by Lu Yanjing's mother. As a child, his rebellious nature was evident from the moment he urinated on his father's expensive suit. His father claimed he was simply going against the heavens. He was sent to a monastery where a Taoist priest examined his fate and declared that his energy was singular, overly fortunate, and thus destined for arrogance. Such a fate could only be tempered by a name, yet, Lu Yanjing's grand name only amplified his destiny, so a nickname was devised. Coincidentally, a magpie flew by, and his mother, Su Sang, pointed at the bird. How charming is that? It's both frugal and auspicious. The best part is, Jingjing is terrified of birds. Ha ha, it should do the trick. It certainly didn't temper him. Nevertheless, the name Lu Xiaoqiao stuck for someone as proud as Lu Yanjing, who even dismissed interviews with CCTV Finance. It was absurd to think he would appreciate such a name. His sharp, elongated eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed as he cast a penetrating gaze at Sut. Without hesitation, he signed the agreement and, with a defiant tone, tossed the pen aside. Don't call me that ridiculous name. How adorable, Sut retorted, undeterred. One day, I'll tell Gigi about your nickname. This quirk is considered cute by girls nowadays. Lu Yanjing arrogantly crossed his legs, curling his lips in a cold smile. Fine, but if you don't want your next project investment, go ahead. Sut, she was left speechless, caught between a rock and a hard place. Your father was right. You truly are going against the heavens. After 8 years of waiting, I finally helped you, Lu Xiaoqiao, and I'm your dear aunt. Oh. Lu Yanjing's brow twitched slightly as he stood up in his polished shoes, glancing at his watch. Your dear aunt must also step aside when I'm with my wife. I understand your irritability since you're still single, but I'm married now. Sut was utterly exasperated. After 8 years of finally bringing a partner home, he was flaunting it. I'm leaving. Lu Yanjing picked up the agreement, waving it nonchalantly. Next time, I'll take her to treat you to a meal. After all, we should celebrate my marriage. Sut crossed her arms. Lu Xiaoqiao, how many times do you need to say you're married? Are you done yet? Aunt. Lu Yanjing's dark eyes locked onto hers. The corners of his eyes lifted slightly, the small mole shimmering with brilliance. I got married today. Sut, for the umpteenth time, she could no longer contain herself, stood up in her high heels, and forcibly escorted Lu Yanjing out of her office, slamming the door behind her. I got it. Get out, get out, get out. After a prolonged absence from intimate relations, Sut felt her hormones spiraling out of control. The door almost slammed into Lu Yanjing's face, yet he remained unfazed, instead smirking as he looked at the dating show agreement and marriage certificate, chuckling softly. He then snapped a photo of the marriage certificate and posted it on social media. I'm married. Parents, friends, and various relatives. What? Chapter 10 Li Ji's official announcement. Stay away, I am married. Li Ji swiftly obtained the agreement to participate in the dating reality show. She duly reported her decision to the Central Ballet Troupe and requested leave in advance. Subsequently, she immersed herself in her practice, buoyed by a cheerful disposition. On the other hand, Fu Yanxia was seething with indignation. Since returning home, she had been glued to Weibo, fuming with rage. As she read the venomous insults, she experienced a profound sense of helplessness, akin to being unable to strike back at the keyboard warriors from behind the screen, leading her to vent hysterically at home. I'm so furious. My face has turned as pale as a ghost, I'm livid, I'm green with envy, I'm turning pink with rage. This group of fandom fans is like a bandage that leaves me exposed. Just look at how mindlessly they elevate Jiang Jiao, as if they possess all the wisdom of the world. How could anyone dare to call my little lychee ugly when she is so beautiful? Do they plan to save their eyesight for their inheritance? Before the floor-to-ceiling window, the curtain fluttered, the night view of Kyoto sparkled like stars, cascading over her graceful shoulders, neck, and back with the evening breeze. Li Shi paid no heed to the vitriol on Weibo. Dressed in a stunning ballet costume, she arched her feet, relaxed her shoulders, and extended her long legs into a poised split. As her fingertips brushed the ceiling, her shoulder blades were gently drawn back, moving with the grace of butterfly wings. Maintaining her stretch, she took a deep breath, her eyes gently closing, her exquisite features slightly raised, illuminated by the starlight composed of countless flickering lights. Fu Yanxia turned to her. Little lychee, your life is nearly as bitter as my usual unsweetened Americano. How can you not feel the slightest worry? What good does worrying do? Li Shi lazily opened her eyes, tilting her head to glance over, her elegant swan-like neck long and straight, each moment breathtakingly beautiful. She smiled softly, rather than worry. Let them revel a little longer. After all, the more joy they find in their insults now, the greater their pain will be when they are proven wrong later. She had specifically instructed Lu Yanjing not to intervene in the public opinion. They first needed to raise the heat for the eventual slapback effect. Fu Yanxia's eyes sparkled with realization. You have an idea? Of course. Li Shi gracefully withdrew her legs, standing upright, her spine curving alluringly. Fu Yanxia jumped. Tell me, quickly. Li Shi turned with a charming smile towards the sofa, picked up a leather document folder, and extracted the dating show agreement along with a marriage certificate that felt foreign in her hands. Fu Yanxia? A marriage certificate? She gaped in disbelief, snatching the certificate to inspect the name. Lu Yanjing, our high school classmate, the one who frequently escaped class with you, claiming to be brothers, only to discover later that he hails from the top-tier elite of the capital? Fu Yanxia felt her mind reeling. After a long pause, she finally looked up at Li Ji in shock. You two, married? The public opinion on Weibo had yet to subside. The Central Ballet Troupe maintained a stoic silence, while Jiang Jiao's fans incessantly refreshed the site, failing to see Li Ji's name removed from the list of principal dancers. Thus, the uproar continued unabated. They bombarded the Central Ballet Troupe's official account with messages, tagging various artistic organizations, hoping to leverage public sentiment to effect change. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanxia officially announced their long-awaited dating reality show, Sweet Travelers. Jiang Jiao V, you are my sweet encounter, a long-awaited reunion, a romance of love at first sight, and I shall be your only favorite? Fu Yanxia V, on the banks of the river, the fragrance of orchids wafts, my heart is serene, you are my eternal one and only. Jiang Jiao V. Their sweet declarations sent the online community into a frenzy. The world bore witness to their love, steadfast and exclusive, with no room for a third party. The comments section was flooded with ecstatic fans. In no time, hashtags such as Li Ji get lost, Jifu wedding announcement, and when will Zhongba resume work surged to the trending topics. Fu Yanxia's mind was still struggling to process the situation. She stared blankly at the dating show agreement and the unexpected marriage certificate. Is this your brilliant plan? You're stepping into the grave of marriage with some random man just to stay with Zhongba. Why call him a random man? Li Ji retorted with a hint of pride. He is Lu Yanjing. You knew him too. She placed the dating show agreement and the marriage certificate side by side, snapping a photo. Besides, what is more daunting than being expelled from Zhongba? A marriage with Lu Yanjing hardly qualifies as a grave. Li Ji logged into her long-neglected Weibo account and promptly posted the photo along with her announcement. She then waved her phone at Fu Yanxia. Trust me, there is no tactic more effective than this. Fu Yanxia quickly grabbed her phone to take a look. Li's account, dormant for ages, suddenly boasted the title of principal dancer at the Central Ballet Troupe. The dating show agreement and marriage certificate were revealed. Ligv, I do not wish to stand out among the flock, I merely desire to distance myself from them. Stay away, for I am married. Netizens. Li Ji speaks out. Zhongba principal dancer certification. Li Ji joins dating show. Li Ji is married. Explosion. Netizen, what an ultimate plot twist. For days, I fervently criticized Li Ji, labeling her as a homewrecker, only for her to declare she is married? Just as Li Ji had anticipated, the Weibo trending topics exploded that night. Fu Corporation, General Manager's office, the atmosphere in the room was as still as a stagnant pool, heavy with tension. Fu Yanxia's expression was as stony as if cast in concrete, his voice dripping with menace. Have you found out who the man she married is? The assistant held his breath, too afraid to make a sound. He cautiously observed Fu Yanxia, swallowing hard as he shook his head in no. The production team has strict confidentiality measures and refuses to disclose Miss Li Ji's invitation partner. No? Fu Yanxia suddenly raised his gaze. If there is no information, then the marriage certificate must be a forgery? Or perhaps she just grabbed someone off the street to provoke me. The assistant felt a chill run down his spine, yet he mustered the courage to remind him. What if Miss Li Ji genuinely intends to move on from you? Impossible. Fu Yanxia quickly dismissed the notion. He had never considered the possibility of Li Ji leaving, he merely believed she was throwing a childish tantrum, inflicting collateral damage, all to incite jealousy. Nevertheless, Fu Yanzi was still furious. He picked up his phone to glance at WeChat, noticing that their last conversation had stalled at a few messages he sent to Li Ji, which she hadn't even acknowledged, further aggravating his irritation. Fu Yanzi rose and paced, loosening his tightly knotted collar. Have they signed the contract for the dating show? Yes, the assistant confirmed. Fu Yanzi pressed his hand to his forehead. Fine, let it be. If this is how she chooses to vent her frustrations, so be it. I won't mind her being married. After all, this marriage was for my sake. The assistant fell into silence. He had intended to advise against it, but he sensed that Fu Yanzi wouldn't be receptive to contradictory words at that moment, opting to remain silent. Fu Yanzi, one hand on his waist, insisted, find a way to investigate further. I must know who that audacious man is. He did not wish for Li Ji to join the dating show. It would not only disrupt his romantic display with Zhang Jiao on camera, but he also could not bear to see her with another man, feigning affection in the show. Thus, Fu Yanzi pursed his lips. If we can find out, ensure he withdraws from the dating show. Tell him, no matter how much Li Ji offers him to cooperate, I will double it. Chapter 11. The sin of marrying him. The production team swiftly released the official announcement, Sweet Traveler V, rediscovering intimacy on the journey, flourishing alongside the enchanting landscapes of the northern regions, the first dedicated travel romance reality show for the youth, featuring multi-camera high-intensity live broadcasts, unlocking the sweet daily lives of high-profile internet celebrity couples. This Saturday at 2 p.m, Avocado TV, don't miss it. Attached were 6 official posters, featuring the popular young actress Zhang Jiao, the esteemed Fu Xiao and Fu Yanzi from Yicheng, the top-tier singing and dancing sensation Lin Rong, the renowned singing maestro Shang Su, the premier ballet dancer Li Ji, and everyone. Upon opening the 6th official poster, one would find the character's image erased, leaving only an outlined silhouette marked with a question mark. Mysterious guest, stay tuned. The comments section erupted with an abundance of question marks. Damn it. The production team pulled this stunt. I desperately want to know who Li Ji's husband is, who on earth managed to win over this little vixen. Humph, they don't even dare to show the poster or the marriage certificate's inner page. I bet that marriage certificate is nothing but a forgery. I agree, even if they are truly married, they might as well be a plastic couple, just pulling a random misfit to act, merely to snatch someone else's fiancé for the show. What a disgrace, taking away Jiao and Fu's marriage without an appointment. Ah, it's so annoying. All I want is to watch Jiao's sweet romance. Can this outsider just leave? The uproar on Weibo was endless, with criticisms unceasing. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals suspected of being a plastic couple were peacefully seated in an upscale French restaurant. The evening breeze played a gentle tune, with candlelight illuminating their table. Exquisite dishes were served, and Lu Yanqing lazily loosened his collar, the defined lines of his cool, pale fingers glimmering seductively in the light of the silver cutlery. The rebellious allure in the deep-set brow of this mature man radiated a sensuality that surpassed his youthful days. Lig languidly rested her chin on her fingers, absorbed in her observations. Just as a beautifully plated Wellington was placed before her, Lu Yanqing gently tapped the table with his fingertips, his deep, magnetic voice reaching her ears. Caught you stealing glances at me? Li Ji's expression momentarily faltered. She then proudly lifted her gaze, unapologetically placing the stake in front of herself. Who was stealing glances? I was merely being forthright. Lu Yanqing responded with a deep, lingering laugh. He smirked, tilting his chin slightly, his tone casual. What is Mrs. Lu pondering so intently? This dinner marked their wedding celebration. Lig fluttered her eyelashes, playfully tilting her head. Oh, nothing much, just feeling that marrying you is quite a marvel, imparting a strangely delightful sense of sinfulness. Sinfulness? Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow. Li Ji blinked her eyelashes lightly, twirling her silver fork around the steak on her plate. Indeed, I once believed my life script was already penned, destined to marry Fu Yanzi, yet here I am, married to you instead. Lu Yanqing chuckled softly. Does he even deserve it? He truly does not. Li Ji smiled coyly, teasingly adding, lucky you. Seeing Li Ji's vibrant and proud demeanor as ever, Lu Yanqing's heart stirred slightly, his gaze becoming steady, the darkness of his eyes shimmering like a wildfire in the night. Whom? His voice was low. I struck gold. Whom? Li Ji assumed he would retort, but to her surprise, he simply agreed, leaving her momentarily puzzled as she returned his gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with his profound orbs. Lu Yanqing's features were inherently deep-set, making it easy for one to mistake his steady gaze for affection. Lig suddenly felt uneasy, her eyes darting away. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Yet, Lu Yanqing did not avert his gaze nor respond. Instead, he unexpectedly produced a box and slid it toward her, a wedding gift. Ah. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. We have this kind of treatment to deepen our friendly rivalry? Lu Yanqing's lips curled slightly. Isn't this to ensure I don't let you take too much advantage? Open it and see if you like it. No girl could resist the allure of receiving a gift. Lig set down her utensils, her heart brimming with joy as she cradled the royal blue jewelry box, expecting a necklace. To her astonishment, as she lifted the lid, the dazzling brilliance of diamonds suddenly captured her gaze. Almost instantly, Li Ji recognized it as the crown that had fetched the highest price at the luxury auction house in recent years. With over 200 carats of total embedded weight, featuring a pear-shaped diamond as the centerpiece, adorned with rare blue sapphires of exceptionally high clarity, and a swan-shaped framework of smaller diamonds, its contours intricately cut to reflect the most resplendent light. Li Ji was momentarily stunned. Aren't you about to battle with scoundrels on the reality show soon? Lu Yanqing smirked. With this diamond crown, I celebrate Mrs. Lu's liberation from confinement and the joy of our marriage. A ballet princess's crown will never fall, and our beloved Gigi shall never bow her head. The day of the reality show's premiere arrived as scheduled. This season's Sweet Traveler was set in the romantic and mysterious northern regions. Snow-capped mountains, forests, deserts, vast grasslands, and hidden lakes, each step unveiling breathtaking vistas, with every mile presenting a different sky. It was the perfect destination for couples to drive and explore. The guests had already begun to arrive in succession. At 2 p.m. on Saturday, the live broadcast channel of Avocado opened promptly, and the audience who had made reservations flocked in. Here we go. Looking forward to Zhiyou and Fu's marriage. I can't wait to see what kind of mischief Li Ji will get into. Rather than her antics, I'm more curious about what misfit she'll choose to play her husband laughing to death. How does she dare? Isn't a plastic marriage bound to be exposed in front of the cameras? Bringing a fake husband onto a dating show to snatch someone else's partner, she must understand NTR. With such a scandalous plot of infidelity and mistress, I can't believe the production team dares to air it. Regardless, Zhiyou and Fu are in love, and they will surely slap Li Ji's face, making her green with envy. The netizens munched on their snacks, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, the live camera focused on the serene shores of Lake Selamu, hailed as the last tear of the Atlantic. The lake's bright, clear waters reflected the azure sky like a mirror, with swans frolicking nearby and distant snow-capped mountains looming. The lush greenery and blooming flowers surrounded them. Wow, Lin Rong is here. A gentle breeze swept through the garden of flowers reminiscent of Monet's paintings, as a familiar sweet tune echoed with Lin Rong's arrival. As a top-tier singing and dancing star in Huagua, Lin Rong donned a playful pink crop top paired with a white short cake skirt, showcasing her signature sweet jazz dance, her fluffy pigtails swaying as she appeared on camera. All three female guests were skilled dancers, so the production team had handed out task cards early on, requesting all female guests to make their entrance through a dance performance. Lin Rong took the lead, her stage presence magnetic, her sweet appearance complemented by a lively song and spicy jazz dance, winking at the camera, instantly elevating the atmosphere in the livestream. Ah, she's so spicy. Those sultry glances pierce right through my heart. Come back, dear, mom forbids you from dating. Ah, what dating nonsense, she's just a playful adversary with Shang Su. Alright, don't be fooled by her sweet looks, she could toss him into the lake when she gets violent. Laughing to death. Honestly, they should be the designated friends who are more than friends but less than lovers pair arranged by the production team, and I'm already looking forward to their playful banter. As Lin Rong danced closer to the camera, lifting her skirt, she sweetly smiled. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Rong. The live chat was flooded with supporters, yet she was not the most anticipated guest of this season's Sweet Traveler. The camera shifted once more. Help. So beautiful, Zhiyou is here. Chapter 12 of The Swan of the Mortal Realm, Li Ji, radiates beauty across the entire entertainment industry at the other end of the sea of flowers. A gentle yet haunting ancient melody begins to play. Zhang Zhiyou, clad in an ethereal white ankle-length gown, gracefully dances her most proficient classical dance. She rises on her toes, her arms extending elegantly. The swirling hem of her dress flutters through the sea of flowers, and petals concealed within her sleeves scatter like a rain of blossoms. Oh my goodness, absolutely stunning, my heavens, Zhiyou knows precisely how to surprise her fans. It's like a fairy scattering flowers. Who dares to say she isn't a celestial being? Her dance is mesmerizing, her ability to command the camera is remarkable. Truly, she is a noble daughter born with grace. With such talent, she could easily join a central dance troupe. Is there anyone official watching our Zhiyou? Isn't she a far superior version of a fake heiress? Perhaps we could get her a position, hee. The fans erupt into frenzied cheers. As Zhang Zhiyou concludes her performance, she elegantly lifts the hem of her gown as if to take a bow, saying, "It has been so long since I last danced. I fear I might be rusty. Hello, my darlings, it is wonderful to see you again. Zhiyou looks absolutely breathtaking today, so sweet, she must be in love with Fu Xiao, making Li Ji envious." Zhang Zhiyou was quite pleased with her performance. Today, she had specifically invited her favorite makeup artist to create a refined look for her, but just as she was about to greet Lin Rong while tossing her hair, she noticed Lin Rong gazing in awe into the distance. Oh my, look, there is a swan. The camera swiftly pans to follow. The shimmering, flowing dance gown catches the sunlight, adorned with flawless diamonds in the tiara, unexpectedly capturing everyone's attention. A familiar waltz begins to play. The audience in the livestream cannot help but focus, eagerly awaiting to see Li Ji falter in the face of Zhang Zhiyou's stunning dance and exquisite beauty. However, as the camera swings, what meets the eye is a slender arm, as white as mutton fat jade. With delicate wrists that spin gracefully, a diamond bracelet cascades down her arm, glinting in the sunlight at her fingertips. Goodness, a fairy's enchantment. The viewers in the livestream suddenly find themselves at a loss for words. As the camera zooms out, Li Ji rises on her toes, her shoulders gracefully unfurling, her long limbs and arms extending into a breathtaking ballet pose that fills the entire frame. Oh my, Lin Rong is utterly mesmerized. She truly lives up to her title as a professional dancer. The difference is evident, her comparison is to herself, yet Zhang Zhiyou's pride is wounded, and she involuntarily clenches her fists, raising her gaze. She sees the lake shimmering with light and the flowers swing. Even the white swan, which had not previously appeared, glides into view, willingly playing a supporting role for Li Ji. Dressed in a haute couture ballet-style short skirt, with a soft, cascading bow of sheer fabric at her back and a dazzling diamond tiara upon her head, she arrives as if a swan dancing through the air. The melody is lively, and she dances lightly on her toes. The gentle breeze caresses her face as her neck elongates gracefully when her leg extends in a whip-like motion. Her slender waist seems as delicate as the doll in a music box. When she leaps amidst the flowers, her white legs appear to strike the hearts of the audience like a bullet. At that moment, the photographer suddenly zooms in for a close-up. Coincidentally, Li Ji resembles a butterfly, showcasing her beautiful shoulder blades and the perfect silhouette of her slender back, extending her arms as she leaps toward the camera. In that instant, her bright, expressive eyes collide with the lens. Goodness, such divine beauty. Who the hell told me Li Ji was unattractive? My heavens, I was genuinely enchanted by her. When she dances, it's as if she has little wings behind her. Did anyone see that? She can fly. This is what a professional ballerina looks like. What on earth did Zhang Jiao just perform? Is that even worthy of your praise? Is this really Li Ji? Is this truly Li Ji, the Li Ji I've been criticizing for days? I regret it now. If I had known she looked like this, I would never have spoken ill of her face. Let us assume for a moment that she is a mistress. Can we just ignore Fu Yanzi? I would divorce my husband right now for her to marry me. The Avocado TV livestream erupts. Even Zhang Jiao's fans are astonished. They had ridiculed the so-called plain girl for days, only to discover she possesses a celestial beauty, with her professional dance eclipsing their beloved star. As this earthly swan gracefully draws in her arms, Li Ji's skin resembles porcelain, her lychee-like eyes bright and clear, fluttering her long eyelashes as she gazes into the camera, the charming beauty mark on her nose shimmering with vitality. Hello everyone, we finally meet. With her lips slightly parted, and the blush at the corner of her eyes reminiscent of snow falling on red plum blossoms, she introduces herself. I am Li Ji. Oh my goodness, sister, she is giving me the eye, help, my heart can't take it. Wow, this sister is too beautiful. Why settle for any man when she can have anyone she desires? It is not an exaggeration to say she overshadows every female star in the industry. With that beauty, that figure, that dance, those who don't understand are in for a rude awakening. The livestream is instantly filled with shouts of admiration, and fans rush to share on social media. Li Ji ballet, Li Ji divine beauty, Li Ji earthly swan, a unifying beauty has appeared. Li Ji overshadows the entire entertainment industry. Explosion. Numerous related topics quickly trend. The crowd is bewildered. What is going on? Who is overshadowing whom? How did Li Ji become the center of attention after being criticized as an unattractive girl for so many days? Can she really overshadow the entire entertainment industry? Confused onlookers click to see more, expecting to find that Li Ji had bought her way into trending topics. They are instead immediately captivated by her elegant, noble dance, reminiscent of a swan taking flight. Wow, is this really Li Ji? Are ordinary people's looks reaching this level now? Is this for real? She looks like an AI-generated beauty. Has she really been criticized for so long despite looking like this? I mean, do netizens even have functioning eyes? Goodness, her ballet-style dress seems to be DS latest haute couture for this spring and summer. The tiara, I can't be mistaken, right? It is a royal antique from a luxury auction, valued at nearly 100 million. How could Li Ji have that? Isn't she a fake heiress? Fake heiress versus true heiress. In terms of looks, temperament, dance, clothing, and accessories, she completely outshines. Zhang Jiao is no match. Incredible. Li Ji once again ignites fervent discussions on Weibo. The topic the swan tiara has appeared draws the curiosity of many who have never encountered the mistress drama. Li Ji is indeed a fake heiress, and she was expelled from the Zhang family upon Zhang Jiao's return. To put it bluntly, that nearly 100 million diamond tiara is certainly beyond the means of the Zhang family in Yicheng. Analyzing this, all clues point toward Li Ji's mysterious husband, who has yet to make an appearance. Finally, the cameras of the dating reality show switch to the male guest, as viewers flock to see who this peculiar, unremarkable husband of Li Ji might be. Chapter 13. My wife encompasses my entire youth within the recording studio. The light and shadow intertwine in an enigmatic and dim ambience of the camera, preserving an air of suspense, focuses on the space between the waist and neck. The first thing that captures the audience's attention is the impeccably tailored black suit, complemented by hands that exhibit a striking clarity of sinew. On the left hand's ring finger rests a ring of understated luxury, while a sleek watch clings to the contours of a slender wrist. His shirt is buttoned all the way to the top in a rare display of restraint, revealing a sensuous and pronounced Adam's apple, with the tie cascading down into the depths of his suit jacket. Wow! Who is this? The aura of a suit-clad tyrant, so dashing. The sexual tension and hormones are palpable. Surely, it can't be Shang Su. Nor could it possibly be that awkward fellow Li Ji, huh? This commanding presence must belong to Fu Yanzi, right? After all, he is from a wealthy family. Our dear Jiyu is so fortunate. The comments from netizens flowed in various directions. Meanwhile, the interview with the male guest commenced. The host inquired, "Sir, are you satisfied with your partner's performance during today's dance entrance?" The camera slightly tilted upwards, revealing a jawline with subtle angles and lips that exude an irresistible allure. The shot is charged with a sultry intensity, and even though the audience is aware of his entanglement, their hearts race in anticipation of his voice. Unexpectedly, his sensuous lips curled into a smirk as he provocatively retorted, "What nonsense questions does your production team come up with?" The crowd. What? The esteemed tycoon speaks with such bravado. The host was momentarily taken aback. Although the viewers could not see Lu Yanjing's face, she was directly confronting the powerhouse, drenched in cold sweat under the scrutiny of his piercing black eyes. She wiped her forehead, stammering, "This is just a standard inquiry. We wanted to hear the male guests praise their partners." Lu Yanjing scoffed lazily, twirling his ring nonchalantly. Praising a partner and critiquing them are two entirely different matters. As long as she is willing, I am satisfied. Her mere existence makes her the best in my eyes. Oh wow, how audacious. I adore this respectful stance towards his other half, unconditionally supporting her. So enticing, so charming. Who understands this kind of dominant affection? The host swallowed hard and continued, "During this delightful journey, is there anything you look forward to happening?" She felt a wave of anxiety, fearing Lu Yinjing might respond with an outrageous statement that would leave her at a loss for words. Yet, surprisingly, he suddenly smiled, his voice dripping with seduction as he said, I hope to wake up every morning to see her, rather than opening my eyes to realize it was merely a dream. Ah, I'm overwhelmed. How sweet. Fu Xiao loves our Jiyu so much, even in dreams, it's all about her, he wants to see her when he wakes up. I'm suddenly so envious of Jiang Jiyu, I think I somewhat understand Li Ji now. If I encountered such an exquisite man, I certainly wouldn't want to let go. If this guy could just whisper in my ear, baby, are you comfortable? I would happily die. The host exhaled in relief. Next, please provide 4 personal photographs and specify the order in which they should be arranged. We will hand the photos to your partner, and once she successfully arranges them according to the game's rules, the staff will bring her to meet you. Lu Yinjing slid the pre-prepared photographs across the table. The camera zoomed in for a close-up, the audience leaned closer to their screens, eager to uncover the sweet memories shared between Jiang Jiyu and Fu Yanzi. However, they were taken aback when they saw the first photograph. Ballet shoelaces? Something seemed off. They scrutinized further. As the camera panned down, the audience beheld the hormone-charged suit-clad tyrant presenting 4 photographs brimming with youthful exuberance, hands wrapped around ballet shoelaces, a desk adorned with a room-temperature orange soda, physics notes fluttering in the wind, and a candid shot of him dozing off, half-covered by his school uniform, after dyeing his hair silver. This collection of photographs radiates youthful vitality. I can already envision a passionate and liberating campus romance. But what does this have to do with Ji and Fu's wedding? Isn't the suit-clad tyrant Fu Yanzi? He only recently met Jiang Jiyu. How could he possess such youthful memories? The audience began to sense something amiss, realizing they had been misled. Especially the ballet shoelaces pointed too explicitly in a direction that had nothing to do with Jiang Jiyu, instead evoking memories of the recently stunning Li Ji. Just then, the host posed the question, could you share the special significance of these 4 photographs? The live audience held their breath, apprehensive about what outrageous remark the suit-clad tyrant might make, while also being intensely curious about his answer. Fortunately, this time, Lu Yinjing did not retort, certainly. Even the host sighed in relief. The camera captured the upward curl of his lips as he brushed his left hand over the ring he wore, his voice low and magnetic, because my wife occupies my entire youth. The live audience. Goodness, it truly isn't Fu Yanzi, nor is it Shang Su. Among all the pairs in this show, only Li Ji's group is in a married relationship. And this suit-clad tyrant, whose sexual tension and personality had captivated the audience, had just referred to his wife. The viewers collectively experienced a moment of existential crisis, their minds swirling with the chaotic impressions of the awkward fellow on one hand and the suit-clad tyrant on the other, before they returned to the female guests' livestream. Soon, the female guests received their respective sets of 4 personal photographs. Lin Rong read from the task card. Dear female guests, welcome to the mysterious northern domain. Your partners have been kidnapped by the production team. Please complete the rescue mission promptly. Well. Lin Rong ceased reading. What a kidnapping, why should I rescue them, can't I just enjoy my own vacation? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. I knew Lin Rong wasn't here for romance. She probably wishes Shang Su would stay far away from her. However, Jiang Jiyu was quite concerned about Fu Yanzi. She took the task card and continued reading. For the first phase of the rescue mission, each female guest is to arrange the 4 personal photographs provided by their partners in the correct order. If arranged correctly, you may proceed with the rescue. If incorrect, you will face a penalty and must complete it before attempting to rearrange again until successful. Lin Rong was speechless as she held the 4 photographs given to her by Shang Su, which depicted the 4 music awards he had received, clearly to be arranged in chronological order based on the year of receipt. Yet, she was perplexed. How am I supposed to know who remembers what awards he won and when? The live audience found this immensely entertaining, declaring it a plastic romance, but they also understood, as Lin Rong and Shang Su were not in a romantic relationship, at best, they were friends with potential. However, Jiang Jiyu was in a different position. This segment should be a piece of cake for our Jiyu, she is bound to take first place. The one in a sham marriage might not fare as well. I am curious how she'll handle it. The audience eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. However, those who had just returned from the male guests' livestream felt inexplicably hesitant to voice their thoughts. As anticipated, Jiang Jiyu held the 4 photographs, hesitating to make a move, while Li Ji's light voice suddenly chimed in, I've arranged them. Chapter 14 Li Ji, bye, I'm off to find my husband. Bewildered viewers? The camera immediately swung towards the source of the voice. There stood Li Ji, holding 4 photographs, meticulously arranged from left to right, yet, no one in the live stream believed her. What is this sister doing? Is it all set? Jiang Jiyu and Lin Rong haven't even moved, and she dares to boast that it's ready? It must be fake. What a show-off. Won't she feel embarrassed when the production team tells her she got it wrong? Lin Rong was utterly flabbergasted by her speed. Her expression was blank. Huh, you finished before I've even started? What kind of photos are so easy? Curiosity got the better of Lin Rong, and she leaned in to take a look, while even Jiang Jiyu couldn't help but peek, expecting some special clue in the photographs, only to discover. What on earth is this? A strap, orange soda, physics notes, and white hair? Lin Rong was puzzled. Such random elements, even more absurd than my award-winning time. How did she piece this together? Yet, Li Ji merely smiled with a gentle curve of her lips. Her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered with her mirth, and the small mole on the tip of her nose sparkled enticingly. To speak of it, she and Lu Yanjing shared an exceptional rapport. These 4 photographs transported her memory back to high school, and she almost instantly matched them with events in freshman year. To prevent her from injuring her Achilles tendon while practicing dance, it took considerable effort, culminating in her stealing a strap that, in truth, wouldn't have mattered had she not wrapped it. In sophomore year, when she was on her period and desperately craved that particular drink, unfortunately, the supermarket only had the chilled version, but unexpectedly, upon returning from lunch break, she found a can of room-temperature orange soda on her desk. In junior year, her physics was severely lacking, yet Lu Yanjing excelled in all subjects, consistently ranking first in the grade, thus he personally wrote her notes to help her catch up. And that silver hair, but back then, during the intense exam preparations, when everyone was nervously studying, he suddenly climbed over the wall and dyed his hair white, attracting the admiration of every girl in school. Li Ji was confident she had arranged them chronologically according to the events, with no room for error. In any case, the order is as follows. Director's team, are you certain? Li Ji stood firm, I am certain. Zhang Jiao gently reminded, Gigi, we shouldn't just pursue speed. After all, if we make a mistake and face the consequences, it will only waste more time. Oh. Li Ji's tone was haughty. She tilted her face, turning her gaze towards Zhang Jiao. So, Miss Zhang, do you know how to arrange your set of photos? I.e. Zhang Jiao suddenly faltered. To be honest, she genuinely didn't know. She had only known Fu Yanzi for less than a month and was not well acquainted with his life trajectory. Ligs lips curled upward. Do you need my assistance? Zhang Jiao's expression shifted slightly. She clenched her fist, her fingertips digging into her palm, remaining silent. Let me give you a hint. Li Ji tilted her head, lightly tapping the topmost photo with her fingertip. This should be placed first. It's the first award he received in kindergarten. Zhang Jiao felt a bit embarrassed. She had not anticipated this segment of mutual understanding, fearing that fans might discover her unfamiliarity with Fu Yanzi. Thus, she quickly changed the subject. Gigi, you don't have any feelings for Yanzi, do you? Not interested. Li Ji smiled. She playfully raised her face towards Zhang Jiao. However, if you're truly worried about him, I could help you dig a pit. Men, only learn to be honest when buried in a grave. As her words fell, Li Ji dismissed any further eye contact with Zhang Jiao, gracefully turning away, her tone cheerful. Director, I submit my answers. The director's team did not keep them in suspense. Congratulations, your answers are correct. Live stream audience. What the hell, she actually got it right. Suddenly, I feel like Li Ji and her husband really share something. I was just thinking, how could such a strong aura of youthful memories come from a temporary acquaintance? While everyone was criticizing, I didn't dare to speak, but I just crawled back from the male guest's livestream, and Li Ji's husband is ridiculously handsome. Truly. He is handsome even without considering looks. Thanks for the reminder. I specifically climbed onto Weibo to review Li Ji's husband's interview. After watching, all I can say is, wow, with a husband like this, what more could one desire? To put it plainly, having a husband of this caliber, why would one even care about Fu Yanzi? The rumors of a mistress are surely fabricated. Who would be so cruel as to spread such rumors that nearly cost her career at the Central Ballet? In any case, I don't care. I'm now shipping this youthful campus couple. Ah, they're so sweet. Public opinion suddenly began to reverse. Meanwhile, the little swan hidden in Li Ji's heart began to leap with joy. She changed from her ballet shoes back to high heels, stepping lightly towards the camera. Her striking beauty filled the screen in a close-up shot. She proudly winked her right eye, deftly waving her hand twice. Bye, I'm off to find my husband. Her tone was reminiscent of a boastful display. It was as if she was provocatively challenging those who labeled her a mistress. In any case, she casually dropped that line and, like a proud little swan, turned to leave. With her shoulders back and her spine straight, her shoulder blades resembled little wings, and the diamond crown atop her head sparkled brilliantly under the sun. The audience in the livestream was left dumbfounded. Was she just flirting with me? Damn, the moment Li Ji got close, I felt as if my heart skipped a beat. I must say, this woman is truly beautiful. Ah, her tone is so adorable. So proud, she was just flaunting to the audience that she is going to find her husband. What does this imply? She is provoking her haters, openly telling everyone she has no interest in other men. Help! I am about to switch from hating her to loving her. Lin Rong felt her brain had shrunk. She stared blankly at Li Ji, feeling as if her soul had been lured away. Lin Rong stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, even if I were to take 1,000 steps back, couldn't I switch my partner from Shangsu to the beautiful Gigi? Laughter erupted in the live stream comments. Yet the director coldly reminded the other two guests, please hurry and complete the sequence of your rescue tasks, as it will determine your level of consumption in terms of food, clothing, and shelter today. Lin Rong. She swiftly grabbed the 4 photographs, her mind racing to recall which awards corresponded to which year. Zhang Jiao, watching Li Ji's retreating figure, bit her lip, hastily averting her gaze, and relying on instinct in her few encounters with Fu Yanzi, immediately submitted an order. Director, sorry, only the first one is correct. Please have Zhang Jiao proceed to the spinning wheel for a random punishment. Audience, goodness, the first one was reminded by Li Ji, right? This dating show has become even more bizarre. The genuine couple lacks rapport, while the pair being questioned as a plastic relationship, having never met formally, is being shipped by the entire internet. Chapter 15, are you suggesting that I tear it off with my mouth? Li Ji swiftly arrived at the next task location. A staff member approached her and blindfolded her with an opaque silk cloth, instructing, please randomly select 3 cards. The camera zoomed in deliberately on the card contents, which listed various body parts. Mouth, nose, ears, neck, collarbone, waist, and so forth. Goodness, what are we supposed to do with this? They all seem to be sensitive areas. I can't shake the feeling that something amusing is about to unfold. Hee hee, I can't wait to see the suit-clad gentleman's waist. Ah, his Adam's apple is incredibly alluring. Perhaps we could tear off his tie and peek at his collarbone. Many viewers eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation, yet, fans of Zhang Jiao remained bitter. I don't understand what you're all so excited about. That man is hiding his face just like in the official announcement. He must be hideously ugly. How much water army did Li Ji and Zhongba purchase? The naysayers were ignored. The serious viewers were solely interested in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Li Ji's vision was completely obscured. Her long eyelashes brushed lightly against the silk cloth, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Wasn't I supposed to be rescuing the male guest? Then why are my eyes covered? What am I drawing lots for? Tools for the rescue? The staff offered no reply. This incited a sense of the unusual among the audience. Ignored, Li Ji tilted her head in confusion, her diamond crown sparkling with delicate, fragmented light. Nonetheless, the drawing still had to proceed. Li Ji reached out, navigating her way through the darkness by feel, fortunate that the staff assisted her by handing the cards over. The camera immediately focused on the card draw. Her translucent fingertips settled in the center, grasping the card that the audience had most eagerly anticipated. Frowny face neck. Ah, it's truly the neck. Damn the production team, why couldn't they specify Adam's apple? I want to see it bitten, I want to see it bitten. Hee hee, hee hee. Li Ji quickly drew 2 more cards, which were for the mouth and ears. She handed the 3 cards to the staff. Her voice clear and slightly delicate, she asked, what do we do next? Can I take off the silk cloth? Where am I supposed to go to rescue him? Yet, the staff remained silent. In the next moment, Li Ji felt a sudden grip on her wrist. She gasped in surprise, parting her lips slightly to glance back, just as the screen of the live stream abruptly went black. The audience was left bewildered. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed, hee hee, Miss Li Ji, you've been tricked. Regrettably, you've been kidnapped by us. Please patiently await your male guest's rescue. Hi. The mocking tone of the voice sent shivers down spines. Vocal. I knew something was off. The production team knows how to stir the pot. Ah, what a dramatic twist. It suddenly turned into the male guest rescuing the female guest. So what was the draw for Li Ji earlier? The audience was intensely curious. However, the live stream remained black, and when the signal finally resumed, the atmosphere was hazy, the lighting dim, yet the diamond crown above sparkled brilliantly. Inside the small wooden cabin, Li Ji was bound to a chair, her eyes still covered with the earlier silk cloth, and her ankles ensnared by kidnapping ropes. Nevertheless, what drew the most attention were the 3 small stickers affixed to her mouth, neck, and ears. They were precisely the 3 cards she had just drawn. The production team had yet to reveal the rules. However, keen viewers familiar with dating show tropes boldly speculated, hee hee, could it be that she has meant to tear off the stickers with her mouth? Anti-smile. JPG. The camera finally returned to the male guest. Outside the wooden cabin, the blazing summer sun beat down on the well-fitted black suit as Lu Yanjing approached the taskboard in his glossy leather shoes. The mysterious veil was gradually lifted. Stepping into the frame was Lu Yanjing, radiating an abundance of hormones, with broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and long, superior legs. He casually loosened his tie, the top button undone. The initial aura of restraint had vanished, replaced by a raw, innate defiance, and an unrestrained swagger in every movement, exuding a palpable tension. As soon as Lu Yanjing made his entrance, the live stream chat erupted with excitement. Heavens! His legs are longer than my life. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist. I'm utterly captivated. The likelihood of him being a greasy, middle-aged tycoon is eliminated. This suited gentleman has me utterly entranced every time he appears. I hope he doesn't turn out to be too ugly when he reveals his face. The production team still concealed Lu Yanjing's full appearance. He paused in front of the task card, his clearly defined hand reaching forward. Lu Yanjing nonchalantly picked up the task card, lowering his eyelashes. Rescue mission? The photographer anticipated that this gentleman would surely be too lazy to read the words, so he conscientiously zoomed in, allowing the audience to see the specific rules of this rescue mission. Rescue mission. Congratulations, your female guest has completed the arrangement of life photos first, but regrettably, on her way to find you, she encountered a kidnapper. According to reliable information from the investigation team, Miss Li Ji has been hidden by the kidnappers in the small wooden cabin before you. You are now required to rescue her. The specific rescue rules are as follows. Please surrender all electronic devices, cooperate with the staff to blindfold your eyes, and bind your hands behind your back, then proceed to the wooden cabin to locate your partner. Your partner has 3 sealing stickers on her body, located on mouth, ears, neck. Please remove the sealing stickers from your partner's body without using your hands, and finally assist each other in removing the blindfolds and untying the ropes to complete the rescue. The audience in the live stream instantly erupted with excitement. Ah, I guessed correctly. We can't use our hands but must tear off the stickers, which means we can only use our mouths. Help, help, I can already imagine how tantalizing the visuals will be. These 3 parts are all quite ha. Li Ji. I've been honest, please let me go. She probably didn't even expect that the card she just drew would be used on herself. Doghead. The production team is quite clever. Tearing off the stickers with your mouth is practically the same as kissing. Isn't this a perfect test of whether they are a true couple? If they are genuine, a kiss is nothing. If not, it might be quite different. I particularly noted the camera on Li Ji. Those ceiling stickers on those 3 spots are super tiny. I'm already looking forward to it. The viewers in the live stream were thrilled, rolling about in excitement. Indeed, after reviewing the rules, Lu Yanjing also caught on to the key point raised by the audience. He lazily raised an eyebrow, his voice deep and languid. Not allowed to use hands to tear off the stickers? He still hadn't revealed his face in the live stream. However, the camera captured his sensuously sliding Adam's apple, recording a long, low chuckle. You mean, with my mouth? The live stream erupted once more into cheers. Some were shipping, some were anticipating, while others bitterly remarked, just wait. He might reject it later. After all, he is just a plastic husband temporarily pulled in by Li Ji. Even if he is getting paid to act, he surely wouldn't agree to sell himself. Unfortunately, Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a slight smile. His voice was low and alluring, his Adam's apple vibrating, and the curve of his smirk was utterly irresistible. All right. Haters, ultimately, this proud and audacious gentleman in a suit voluntarily extended his hand. Wearing you going to tie me up? Come on. Everyone, wait, just a moment. Wasn't it you who boasted defiantly during the interview, acting all rebellious towards the production team, and now, when they say they want to tie you up, you're inviting them to do so? Chapter 16, Lu Yanjing, it's me, your husband. The staff of the program were utterly astonished. They had been apprehensive that such a powerful figure, with an overwhelming presence, would be unwilling to be bound, and had thus been anxious for quite some time. To their surprise, he had made the request himself for fearing that he might change his mind. The crew hurriedly rushed to complete the binding and covered his eyes with a silken cloth. At that moment, the camera finally panned up from his bound hands, and amidst the clamorous anticipation, it focused on the face that the audience had been eagerly awaiting, his superior bone structure, the clear and flowing lines of his jaw. Beneath the strikingly red silk blindfold were the previously glimpsed, sensuous, kissable lips. Lu Yanjing's lips were a vivid hue, his complexion pale and cool. The proud and flamboyant arch of his brows was obscured by the red silk, yet astonishingly, this audacious titan appeared to exude a hint of desire in this guise. Wow! So handsome! Help, how can there be a man who embodies both restraint and desire so perfectly? Though his features aren't fully revealed yet, I can already sense his handsomeness. His jawline is clearer than my life plan. Whoever is still bitterly claiming he is too ugly to show his face is clearly mistaken. It is not fear of ugliness, he is simply concerned about a female robe breaking through the screen to steal his husband from Li Ji. The audience was utterly captivated by Lu Yanjing's visage. Initially, the few revealed details suggested he was not unattractive, but now, with nearly all but his eyes visible, he had thoroughly struck a chord with the audience's aesthetic sensibilities. He was even more striking than they had imagined. If fans of Zhang Jiao gritted their teeth, I advise you not to celebrate too early. Be careful, he might have a pair of green bean eyes, rendering all other features irrelevant. After all, young Master Fu has already graciously revealed himself. Brother-in-law is indeed very handsome. Rational viewers were disinclined to engage, whether it was Lu Yanjing's commanding presence, his evident affection and protection for Li Ji, or the camaraderie displayed during the photo sorting segment. Everything about the trending topic felt suspicious. They appeared to be a blissfully happy couple, and her husband was certainly not lacking. Why should she covet someone else's fiancé? Some even retorted, oh, that certainly gives Zhang Jiao the opportunity to answer the question. Even Lin Rong has successfully set off, yet your sister is still enduring her 5th punishment, right? Zhang Jiao's fans fell silent, having been accurately struck at their weak point. They dared not continue their outcry, retreating back to Zhang Jiao's side, hoping she would hasten to complete this wretched photo sorting. The staff guided Lu Yanjing, sir, the small cabin is directly ahead of you, please complete the rescue task promptly, or the kidnappers may return at any moment. Lu Yanjing nodded with a cold and unruly demeanor. Even though his eyes were covered, obstructing his vision, he did not seem to feel restrained, indifferent to groping for a path. He simply strode purposefully towards the small cabin. At that moment, the small cabin was dimly lit and enchanting. The kidnapped Li Ji sat languidly in a chair, tapping her heels against the floor in boredom as she awaited Lu Yanjing's arrival to rescue her. The wretched production team had clearly stated that she was to come and save her partner, only to deceive her into a grand reversal, resulting in her being bound to a chair, unaware of when Lu Yanjing would arrive. Li Ji stretched her graceful neck and tilted her head back. She sensed something had been affixed to her lower lip by the staff, the foreign sensation causing her discomfort, but she was not permitted to touch it, so she could only shift her neck to distract herself. Yet, the crown upon her head was simply dazzling. With every slight movement, the countless diamonds weighing over 200 carats sparkled brilliantly, causing the audience to gasp in awe. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open echoed. Click. Li Ji perked up, and with the sound of dress shoes striking the floor, a long-awaited light pierced through the silken blindfold. Lu Yanjing entered the small cabin, relying solely on instinct. He was unfamiliar with the interior layout and did not know Li Ji's exact location. Guided by his familiarity with her, he detected the sweet scent of lychee and rose. Li Ji also sensed someone entering the small cabin. Unlike the staff, the fragrance wafting toward her was a cold, alluring, and profoundly mysterious perfume. Li Ji's lips parted slightly. Lu. Habitually, she intended to call out his full name, but suddenly recalled they were participating in a reality show as a married couple, and the audience harbored doubts about their relationship. Li Ji pressed her lips together, her tone shifting to one of delicate sweetness. Husband? Lu Yanjing's footsteps came to a sudden halt. His throat bobbed, momentarily stunned, as he turned towards the sound. The veins and muscles in his neck tensed instinctively. Li Ji softly called again, is it you, husband? Her voice was sweet and melodious, like soft feathers caressing Lu Yanjing's heart, causing it to race. Despite realizing that Li Ji was merely acting, Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a slight smirk. It's me. His voice was laced with an irresistible allure, deeply magnetic and immensely pleasurable. Your husband. In her heart, Li Ji secretly chastised Lu Yanjing for his shoes. Although his response was swift, she was not oblivious to his schadenfreude, mocking her in silence. It was indeed embarrassing to call him husband for the sake of performance during the live broadcast. However, she was relieved not to have mistaken his identity, otherwise, she could only imagine how the audience would ridicule her. She urged, hurry and come over to untie me, I can't see, and my hands and feet are bound. Lu Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly. Beneath the vibrant red silk, the corners of his mouth turned up, exuding a bewitching charm. Understood, my lady. Ah, help, so flirtatious. It's me, your husband. Understood, my lady. This interaction doesn't resemble that of a fake couple at all. Yet at that moment, Li Ji felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After all, during their school days, they had openly referred to each other in a brotherly manner, promising that there would never be any other thoughts involved, and now they were addressing each other as husband and wife in a live broadcast. How could she face her high school classmates, but to clarify rumors on a dating show and expose the true colors of a scumbag? She had no choice but to force herself to play along. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing approached her slowly, his wild, intoxicating scent enveloping her, seeping into her once calm breath. Li Ji slightly moved her hands bound behind her back, thinking Lu Yanjing was about to help her free herself. To her surprise, the man before her suddenly bent down, his lips brushing against her hair. Lu Yanjing was uncertain of how far she was from him and could only estimate based on the scent and sound. As he leaned closer, he realized he might have leaned too far, as his lips touched something soft. So he straightened slightly, tilting his head, his voice sultry. However, my lady, it seems that I cannot untie you just yet. Li Ji turned her gaze in confusion. Lu Yanjing chuckled softly. The rescue rules just announced by the production team state that I must first remove the ceiling stickers affixed to you before I can untie you. Upon hearing this, Li Ji paused momentarily. She suddenly recalled that after being bound in the small dark room, the staff had indeed placed 3 items on her body. Besides the noticeable foreign object on her lower lip, there were also stickers on her right ear and left neck. Those were the ceiling stickers? The 3 cards she drew must serve this purpose. However, Li Ji had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation and cheerfully replied, then hurry up and tear them off. All right. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly, but there is something I need to inform my lady about first. Li Ji tilted her head in confusion. What is it? Chapter 17. The superior willing to serve as a wife unexpectedly. Lu Yanjing chuckled leisurely, his breath cascading softly. My hands are also tied. Li Ji was momentarily taken aback, an ominous premonition surging within her. Indeed, she soon heard Lu Yanjing's deep, sultry voice, a tantalizing whisper that caressed her ear. So, if it's to assist my lady with my mouth, I trust she wouldn't mind, would she? Ah. I don't mind. I absolutely don't mind. Such a perfect couple, but my life is still at stake. Can you please be aware that this is a live broadcast? What do you mean by assist with my mouth? What are you doing with your mouth? Where are you helping? This sounds like a cacophony of suggestive nonsense. Who understands the kind of sexual tension where a suited brute bows for love, and a superior willingly serves his wife? Sisters, this is neither a deserted zone nor a posting area. What on earth are you talking about? The viewers in the live stream erupted into frenzied screams, yet, upon grasping the rules, Li Ji suddenly fell silent, a blush creeping from her neck to the tips of her ears. She lightly bit her lip, her teeth grazing the ceiling sticker on her lower lip. The thought of Lu Yanjing using his mouth made her uncomfortably tighten her grip on her skirt, her sense of taboo reaching its zenith. You wouldn't mind, would you? After all, she had already taken the plunge. The last time, she had drunkenly taken advantage of Lu Yanjing, having already kissed him. One more time wouldn't hurt. However, Lu Yanjing was merely there to accompany her in this act. He might be reluctant, thus, Li Ji tentatively asked, is it all right? To her surprise, Lu Yanjing showed no signs of refusal. Instead, he took a deep breath and leaned closer. Where are the ear, the neck, and the lips? Left or right? Lu Yanjing's lips curled slightly. My eyes are also covered. I need my lady to provide some hints. Li Ji's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, her breath growing shallow. Right ear, on the earlobe. His breath drew nearer, until his lips brushed against her earlobe, sending shivers down her spine. I can't see, so I might miss, but I assure you, it is not my intention to tease my lady. Li Ji's breath trembled. At that moment, the audience in the livestream had gone wild. I in the frame, the impeccably suited Lu Yanjing, with his sharply defined jawline, leaned in, his hands bound behind him, accentuating the sensual contours of his wrists. The dim light cast an enchanting glow. Li Ji was tied to a chair, tilting her head to the left, her neck muscles forming a beautiful line, exposing her right ear to Lu Yanjing. He tentatively approached her with his nose, his hot and ambiguous breath grazing her ear, trailing downwards, and then, suddenly, his sensual lips enveloped her earlobe. Ah! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, he has got it, he is holding it, the sexual tension is off the charts. Ah, the ballerina's ear is so red. My goodness, save me, I never expected these two to have such incredible chemistry. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. The viewers in the live stream transformed into frenzied groundhogs, yet, Li Ji was indeed extremely nervous, her skirt wrinkled from her tight grip, acutely aware of Lu Yanjing enveloping her earlobe in his warm mouth. His tongue danced playfully over her earlobe, and upon locating the ceiling sticker, he attempted to suck it off, but it was affixed too securely. Thus, he began to gently tease it with his tongue, again and again, each stroke accompanied by his deepening breath sweeping over her sensitive areas, leaving her legs tingling. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed rhythmically. Suddenly, he whispered in her ear, "It's come off." Li Ji felt her defenses tighten, her heart raced erratically, and then her ear felt a sudden chill. Lu Yanjing released her, having peeled off the sticker. The breeze flowing in from outside the small wooden cabin brushed against her previously warm earlobe, sending delightful shivers along her spine. Next, he removed the sticker from his mouth. Li Ji's heart melted into a puddle. She never imagined that one day she would engage in such intimate acts with a close friend. The last time had at least been under the influence of alcohol, and she had no clear recollection. But this time, she was painfully aware, hearing his breaths and feeling his warmth. Moreover, his tongue was quite dexterous, but it felt as if he was quite skilled at kissing. But wait, what did this have to do with her? They were merely acting in a dating variety show. Li Ji bit her lip again, her fingers brushing against the sticker, steeling herself to say, "There is also the left side of my neck." Lu Yanjing acknowledged, rising slightly. He changed direction and bent down once more. The ceiling stickers designed by the production team were indeed small and somewhat difficult to locate. His lips traced along her sensitive neck, moving from top to bottom, until he finally found its position. This time, he couldn't suck it off. Instead, Lu Yanjing gently brushed the edge of the sticker with his lips, as if he were kissing her again and again. The angle captured by the camera was even more exquisite. If one didn't know better, they might think Lu Yanjing had buried his head in her neck, planting strawberries. Li Ji felt she was about to lose her mind. She couldn't help but shift her posture, her knees touching, her legs tightly pressed together beneath her skirt. Last one. Lu Yanjing smirked. He straightened up slightly, moving from Li Ji's neck to her face. The camera, ever so perceptive, zoomed in, capturing the moment his nose brushed against hers, their breaths intertwined. This one, where is it? Ah! The lower lip, it's on the lower lip. They're about to kiss. Help! I can't believe it. This is real desire. Is this what a true couple is like? I'm afraid they won't be able to air what comes next. Li Ji was frightened too. She even wished they would just end the live stream, so that no one could see, thus sparing her from further embarrassment, especially since her eyes were still covered. With her vision obscured, her other senses became amplified. She could even clearly hear Lu Yanjing's heartbeat, and the next ceiling sticker on her lips. With her eyes tightly shut beneath the silk fabric, she slightly tilted her head, leaning close to Lu Yanjing's ear, whispering in a volume too soft for the microphone to capture, "Lu Yanjing, are you really sure?" This was practically the same as kissing. Lu Yanjing's brows twitched slightly, his tone languid yet assured. "I've already given you my first kiss. What's one more peck? In our kind of relationship, one must be willing to go to great lengths for a good brother." First kiss? Li Ji's eyes flew open, her long, thick lashes brushing against the silk, sending a shiver down her spine, but her mind also went blank. That night, under the influence of alcohol, she had forcefully kissed Lu Yanjing. Had she taken his first kiss, though she supposed it was her first kiss as well, but someone like Lu Yanjing, who had graduated high school without ever having dated? Based on what Li Ji knew of him, if he had ever been in a relationship, his first kiss would undoubtedly not still be intact. Oh no. It seemed her transgressions had only deepened. Upper lip or lower lip, he suddenly pressed. Lu Yanjing's voice was once again captured by the microphone. "Hurry up, my lady, the bandit will be back soon. That if you don't answer soon, I might just kiss you directly." Oh my, he's urging her. I see right through him. He just wants to kiss his wife. It's also ambiguous. I dare any skeptics to claim they're a fake couple. Kiss, Li Ji, hurry up and kiss him. Li Ji closed her eyes once more, taking a deep breath, as if bracing for her fate. Lower lip. Chapter 18. Madam, I am about to commence. The camera zooms in once more on the two individuals. There stood Lu Yanjing, his broad shoulders and narrow waist gradually enveloping the delicate figure of Li Ji in the dim light. He pressed against her nose, leaning in slowly. The air, thick with a tantalizing tension, quivered, as the shadowy illumination intertwined with the cool hue of their skin. The potent scent of his cologne was overwhelmingly invasive, causing Li Ji to instinctively hold her breath, yet, she could still distinctly sense Lu Yanjing's breath cascading towards her, drawing closer to her lips. No one could perceive the rapid beats of Lu Yanjing's heart. No one knew that with every inch he edged closer to Li Ji, his heart thudded louder, threatening to burst from his chest. Until the distance between their lips dwindled to a mere inch. Lu Yanjing noticed that Li Ji's breath suddenly loosened, albeit briefly, before she quickly tensed up again. He parted his lips slightly, uttering, "Madam." Her breath trembled in response. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a husky, deep voice, "I wish to bite." Internally, Li Ji screamed for mercy, thinking to herself, why announce it if you intend to bite? But just as she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a soft warmth descend upon her lips. The camera deliberately focused closely. The four lips finally met without a gap amidst the audience's ecstatic screams. Aha! The barrage of comments erupted. In that instant, Li Ji felt her spine tingle, as if a current surged through her limbs at lightning speed. Lu Yanjing took a deep breath, loosening his grip on her lips, only to find the precise spot of the ceiling sticker and gently bite down again. Aha! They kissed. They kissed again. Rounding up equals 2 kisses. How tantalizing, this is more exhilarating than any romantic film I've ever seen. I'm nearly undone just watching. Goodness, the suited gentleman looks like he knows how to kiss. Li Ji really hired an incredible actor. Handsome and dedicated, he even takes on kissing scenes. How much did she pay? Can he come kiss me after filming this reality show? The audience in the live stream went wild. Li Ji couple kissing. True couples are indeed fiery. Related topics quickly trended. Who doesn't love watching such juicy moments of kissing? Uninformed passersby clicked into the live stream, only to see the dapper gentleman, elegantly dressed, leaning in to gently nibble on the swan princess's lower lip. It appeared to be a kiss. Li Ji felt it was no different than kissing, yet she could distinctly sense how Lu Yanjing was mindful of the boundaries, deliberately minimizing contact with her lips, nearly teasing the edges of the ceiling sticker. But alas, this sensation only rendered her more pliant. As his teeth grazed her lips, a shiver ran down her spine, making it impossible to predict when their lips would finally touch, each moment stirring her heart. Lu Yanjing's breaths were heavy as he bit her. Finally, when the edge of the ceiling sticker was peeled away, he tore it off completely. Li Ji had held her breath for far too long. Feeling the sticker being ripped away, she instinctively released her breath, only to have Lu Yanjing's upper lip inadvertently brush against hers as he rose. Li Ji, she couldn't help but let out a delicate sound. The audience erupted in excitement. What was that sound just now? Do they even remember their life? This is far more riveting than any adult film. Wait, weren't we told that Li Ji was in a sham marriage, just pulling some random guy to act with her? Tell me, can acting create such an atmosphere? Even a random guy can't look like that. Conclusion drawn, they are undoubtedly a real couple. At least I can see that the suited gentleman is head over heels. Speechless. Just returned from the live stream of Jifu's wedding. Jiang Ji, you finally answered a question correctly, all thanks to the process of elimination, but I don't know why things feel so awkward between her and Fu Yanzi. Even Lin Rong and Shang Su, bickering while telling each other to back off and stop being lewd, are more entertaining to watch than those two. The fans of Li Ji and Lu Yanjing began to emerge, but they still didn't know the male lead's name. They couldn't even come up with a couple name. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing had completed the task of tearing off the ceiling sticker, and upon hearing Li Ji's melodious, delicate sigh, his spine stiffened, and his throat moved. He bit his lip and chuckled softly, "It's over." Yet he seemed far from satisfied. Lu Yanjing turned back, stepping in his exquisite patent leather derby shoes, and knelt down behind Li Ji, leaning to bite the silk cloth tied over her eyes, loosening it. Suddenly, long-awaited light flooded her vision. Li Ji was startled and turned her head, the blindfold falling away. Finally restoring her sight, she turned to find Lu Yanjing, wanting to help him loosen his blindfold first. She was taken aback to see him, adorned in red silk, kneeling behind her in a suit. His hands were still bound, his already broad shoulders appeared even more pronounced due to the bindings. In this moment, he resembled a dashing rogue, submissive beneath Li Ji's skirt, with his hands behind his back, kneeling, leaning forward, and biting the rope that tied her hands and the chair together. With a swift motion, he flicked his head and pulled the rope free. Wow, that move was so cool. Ah, the rogue vibe is so strong. He actually knelt. Oh my goodness, this formal kneeling has me weak. If it weren't for his commanding presence, I wouldn't be losing my mind. To rescue his princess, he willingly entered the fray, accepting the bindings, and he kneels to untie her. I don't care, hee. If anyone tells me that Li Ji is trying to snatch Fu Yanzi from Jiang Jiyu, I'll rush over and give them a piece of my mind. Li Ji and her husband are the real deal. Li Ji was now completely unbound. After her hands were freed, she intended to help Lu Yanjing next, but he stood up with an air of arrogance, his tone defiant. Untie yourself first. Li Ji had no choice but to bend down and free her ankles before immediately helping Lu Yanjing loosen his bindings. Unexpectedly, she reached out and pulled off the red silk that had covered his eyes. The audience gasped in surprise. The camera quickly adjusted to focus. The vibrant red silk swiftly brushed across Lu Yanjing's pronounced brow, and as his eyes, long awaited by the audience, adjusted to the light, they suddenly opened wide. A stunningly handsome visage instantly captivated all viewers, not the expected squinty eyes, nor the aloof, cold demeanor like Fu Yanzi next door. Instead, a pair of strikingly sharp and rebellious eyes, perfectly matching his audacious tone and proud demeanor. With elongated eyelids and deep, wide double eyelids, at this moment, up close to the camera, his dark, profound irises glinted with a fierce intensity, but in the blink of an eye, as he turned to look at Li Ji, the corners of his eyes lifted, revealing a small red mole, which added an alluring charm to his striking features. Is it my turn to introduce myself? Lu Yanjing raised his chin defiantly, his hand casually in his pocket, the collar of his shirt still slightly loose, gazing down at the camera with a nonchalant yet flamboyant demeanor. I am Li Ji's lawful husband. Surname Lu. My name is Lu Yanjing. Chapter 19. Her Highness the Princess's task is to be happy every day. The entire livestream room erupted in a frenzy almost instantaneously. What the hell? Who did he say he is? Luo Yanjing, is he from the Luo family? I think he is, the super prestigious Luo family from Kyoto? That name, Luo Yanjing, sounds so familiar. I believe I've seen it in financial news. Wasn't that the name of the heir to the Luo family? Vocal. I just searched, and it really is. So it's not my imagination. Did he just say his name is Luo Yanjing? It said that he previously refused to appear even on interviews with CCTV's financial segment, and now, his first public appearance is on a dating show with his wife? The audience was going wild. Even Jiang Jiu's fans were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Who is Luo Yanjing? Wasn't it said that Li Jihua hired a ridiculously handsome male model to play her husband? Why does everyone fall silent at the mention of Luo Yanjing? One kind fan chimed in with an explanation. The Luo family, the top aristocracy in Kyoto, holds immense power, with influence in military, political, and business circles. Their rise to wealth can likely be traced back to the era of large landowners in the last century. The current generation has only one son, Luo Yanjing, the only child of the reigning patriarch, Luo Xiao, and his wife, Su Sang. Top aristocracy? And the only son, does that mean all the untold riches belong to him? So, Li Ji has suddenly become the only daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, the future matriarch. No wonder Li Ji, despite being a false heiress, can wear a crown worth nearly 100 million. It must have been a gift from Luo Yanjing. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing suddenly smirked. In the future, all my wife's fans can exchange their tickets from her dance performances for a complimentary meal at any restaurant under the Luo conglomerate. The crowd. Any restaurant under the Luo conglomerate doesn't that mean an average meal costs over 1,000. Even Zhang Zhio's fans felt tempted. They considered that although they were not fond of Li Ji, they still valued their loyalty, and exchanging a ticket for a free meal didn't seem like a loss. But Luo Yanjing quickly extinguished their hopes. Of course, I will arrange for the restaurant manager to meticulously investigate each of your fan credentials and online statements before granting any complimentary meals. Haters. Except for Zhang Zhio's fans. Zhang's fans? Except for Fu Yanzi's fans. Fu's fans? And the CP fans of Zhang Zhio and Fu Yanzi. CP fans? Anyone who has ever spoken ill of my wife will be excluded. The crowd of haters. Now, Luo Yanjing languidly glanced at the camera, his tone audacious. I trust that everyone has no objections to my wife not being interested in playing the role of a mistress for someone else? The crowd. Ah, no objections, no objections. I swear if I had known Li Ji's husband was Luo Yanjing, I would never have believed the nonsense trending online. Ah, the untold wealth slipped through my fingers. QAQ, I painfully missed the opportunity for a complimentary meal at the Luo family restaurant. I could just slap myself. It proves that believing in rumors is futile. Are all the netizens not realizing that they've been used as pawns by Zhang Zhio? Fighting her battles for so long, and just recently, she went live to complain about Li Ji being a mistress. Unbelievable. Expletive, I declare, I am now a fan of Luo Yanjing and Li Ji. The CP talk is officially established. Li Ji, overhearing this, frowned slightly. She tugged at Luo Yanjing's sleeve. Hey, Luo Yanjing, you're being too extravagant, won't this be too costly? Although it was for a good friend, he had indeed gone a bit overboard recently. That pair of swan high heels and the swan crown together cost over 100 million, and now he was starting to give away more wealth, yet Luo Yanjing merely smiled at her. If Mrs. Luo's fans are happy, then Mrs. Luo is happy. What's the harm in spending a little to please Mrs. Luo? Moreover, he leaned slightly forward, his dark eyes deepening with intensity. My wife has already saved enough. Even if I squander a bit, it won't inconvenience our Princess Ji. Li Ji looked up at him, her heart fluttering. Luo Yanjing's gaze was fervent as he reached out, tucking a stray hair that had slipped from her diamond crown behind her ear, his voice sultry and soft. As for Princess Ji, she has but one task. He chuckled lightly, that is, to be happy every day. The viewers in the live stream room erupted into another wave of ecstatic screams. Ah! Help, help! He really treats her like a princess. Oh my gosh, Li Ji is so fortunate, with a husband like this, who cares about Fu Yanzi. He is so good at this. Goodness, the powerful figures in the capital circle suddenly have a real-life model. Are all those domineering CEOs this charming? Suddenly the neighboring childhood friend seems a bit lackluster. He certainly knows Li Ji isn't a mistress. Yet he hasn't stepped forward to clarify for his childhood sweetheart, almost got her expelled from the Central Ballet. Onlookers gradually regained their senses. Upon realizing the issues between Zhang Zhio and Fu Yanzi, they began to withdraw their support and willingly dove into the sea of love between. Li Ji's husband Luo Yanjing, heir of the Luo family, complimentary meal with dance performance ticket and multitude of related topics quickly trended, and even the Central Ballet swiftly took action. Central Ballet via Li Ji is our troupe's youngest backbone, an impeccable dancer, and the youngest principal in our history. We will resolutely uphold the reputation of every dancer, staunchly opposing media trials, and will not dismiss an excellent dancer due to baseless rumors. We hope everyone can see the truth. Welcome to the Central Ballet for our performances. The public opinion was nearly entirely reversed, which was entirely unexpected for Qin Shuang, but ultimately, it resolved the matter. Li Ji's promotion to principal dancer would remain unaffected. The CP had successfully completed their rescue mission, and the staff swiftly congratulated them. Congratulations for winning first place. You will receive the finest travel resources regarding accommodations and dining today. Now, you two can freely explore the Sai Limu Lake. This vehicle is available for your self-drive. We will reconvene here in 3 hours for dinner and lodging arrangements. Nearby stood an SUV. The staff handed the keys to Luo Yanjing. Li Ji beamed with joy, her heart bursting with excitement. Our synergy is truly remarkable. She had just sneakily checked Weibo. Public opinion had completely reversed, and even the previously skeptical Qin troupe had issued an announcement through the Central Ballet's official account. Her ballet career would no longer be affected. Their dating show journey was truly valuable. Luo Yanjing smiled lazily, of course. Li Ji glanced back at the photographer, who was still some distance away, and quietly leaned closer to Luo Yanjing. Luo Yanjing. He lazily tilted his head, his gaze lingering on her with a subtle hint of indulgence. Li Ji chimed cheerfully, you performed splendidly just now. Luo Yanjing remained silent, merely raising his chin slightly, his expression inscrutable as he gazed into her sparkling eyes. What you said about pleasing Mrs. Luo sounded so genuine, Li Ji teased. If I weren't aware of our camaraderie, I'd surely think you were hopelessly in love with me. Chapter 20, I only care about making my wife happy. The audience, captivated by the live broadcast, was in a frenzy. They were utterly intrigued to know what delightful conversation had transpired between Li Ji and Lu Yanjing, as the two seemed so engrossed in laughter, their smiles sweet and charming. Yet, the photographer had yet to arrive. A blurred silhouette could be discerned beside the impeccably tailored figure, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, that of a ballet princess adorned with a diamond crown, her delicate waist and fair skin radiating elegance, her bright eyes and pearly teeth captivating. Even from a distance, her beauty was striking. By the time the photographer caught up, the topic had shifted. Lu Yanjing tilted his head, subtly moving his Adam's apple, and did not directly answer Li Ji's inquiry. Instead, he merely smirked with a hint of amusement. Then, as if he had forgotten the keys to the off-road vehicle that the production team had just handed him, he arrogantly raised his chin in a languid gesture, casting a sidelong glance at Li Ji. Motorcycle, shall we ride? The audience gasped. Who would dare to take a princess on a motorcycle ride? Yet, Li Ji was evidently enthralled. Following the direction of Lu Yanjing's chin, she indeed spotted an impressively cool riding team nearby. Let us ride. The staff was dumbfounded. But we had no such arrangement. Lu Yanjing tossed the keys back to the crew and turned to lead Li Ji away. The director hurried after him. Mr. Lu. Lu Yanjing paused, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he casually tucked his hands into his pockets, casting a dismissive glance at the director. The air around him was thick with authority, and his calm, dark eyes appeared even more intimidating. However, the production team had no plans for this, and considering the speed of motorcycles, it would be nearly impossible for the photographer to keep up and capture their moments. Thus, the director mustered his courage and stated, our director didn't arrange for a motorcycle ride, so? Lu Yanjing replied, a smirk playing on his lips. The director felt a chill in his heart. How could someone's smile be more unsettling than their frown? He hesitated, caught between words, yet, Lu Yanjing spoke first, my wife enjoys it. The director was taken aback. So, Lu Yanjing's gaze narrowed as he perceived the sparkle in Li Ji's eyes, his tone haughty, my wife wants to ride. The director. So, Lu Yanjing nonchalantly raised his chin, the rules are your concern, not mine, I only care about making my wife happy. The director was left speechless, so I am the only one to suffer in this world? Ha ha. The director instantly turns into a little bitter melon. I adore Lu Yanjing's audacious remarks, the wife factor is off the charts, 3 sentences, 3 mentions of wife. Is he really a suit-wearing thug? He is clearly a devoted husband. I initially thought it was absurd for him to take Li Ji on a motorcycle, but it turns out he understands her and knows she likes it. He truly loves her. Li Ji indeed had a passion for motorcycles. Despite her delicate appearance resembling that of a princess, she had diverse and adventurous interests since childhood. Her love for motorcycles had sprung up unexpectedly in high school. At that time, she had implored Fu Yanzi to join her. He had frowned slightly and asked, what girl rides motorcycles? He was not fond of such perilous activities, believing them to be hobbies suited only for the reckless. He thought that she should be playing the piano, practicing calligraphy, dancing ballet, while he focused on running a business. Lig had felt disheartened for quite some time because of this. However, one day after school, the atmosphere at the school gate was electric. Lig moved closer to see what was happening and spotted a brand new, eye-catching black and pink Kawasaki motorcycle parked by the roadside. A tall youth sat astride the bike, tossing a pink helmet towards her. Startled, she raised her hands to catch it. The young man removed his helmet, revealing a pair of narrow, rebellious eyes. Lu Yanjing grinned mischievously, tossing his head in a gesture, want to play, hop on. In truth, Li Ji had never learned to ride. She was more of an enthusiastic passenger. Although she lacked the skills, she excelled at being an accessory. This was a secret known only to Lu Yanjing, who indulged her, never believing that a girl should only embody grace. Unfortunately, after graduating high school, they lost contact, and no one else took Li Ji out for motorcycle rides. At this moment, she was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy and eagerness. The director attempted to intervene, but Miss Li Ji isn't dressed for it, and she is wearing high heels. Li Ji's lips parted slightly. The light in her eyes dimmed as she realized that her dress and heels were not suitable for riding, and a frown of disappointment crossed her face. Nevertheless, a languid voice interrupted, no need for your concern. I brought her gear. Eh? Li Ji turned, her surprise evident. She perked up again, really, you brought me riding gear, and shoes to change into? Ah, she was so fortunate to have such a good friend. Lu Yanjing chuckled, his eyes glinting with a touch of affection. He glanced at her, could I have possibly anticipated that you wanted to ride? Before arriving, he had specifically researched driving routes in the northern region. While researching, he discovered that many people opted for motorcycle rides, and he thought of how much Li Ji would love to cruise on a motorcycle. Meanwhile, the little swan in her heart fluttered with excitement. Ah, he understands me. Let us go, let us go. Li Ji tugged on Lu Yanjing's arm, I need to change my clothes and shoes, I want to ride. The director was rendered utterly speechless as he watched Li Ji push Lu Yanjing towards the riding team. One was eager and the other languid, wearing a smile that spoke of willingness to be led. He even raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, as if signaling the production team to keep their distance and not interfere with his plans to ride and pamper his wife. The director, exasperated, called the production team over the intercom, Director, Mr. Lu is taking Li Ji on a motorcycle ride. The director, already observing from the monitor, was surprisingly unfazed, let them ride. Find a rider to take the photographer along, keep up with them, and don't miss any shots. The photographer was bewildered, is there a parole for jail time, but I have to risk my life at work? Yet, knowing Lu Yanjing's character, he was unconcerned about the photographer's safety, even dismissive of his OWN.Lig quickly changed into her riding gear, the elegant and regal swan princess transformed into a leather-clad vixen, her cropped leather top revealing a hint of her waist paired with shorts, complemented by high-shine leather boots. Ah, the beauty is so hot. Li Ji's legs are longer than my life. Wait, girl, are you so stunning that you want us men to wear bodycon dresses? I don't know if she can slay men, but I know she can slay me. Ah, I'm about to become a fan of Li Ji. The live chat was filled with screams of admiration. The director could hardly believe that this dating show could yield such a response, leaving only the photographer in despair. Lu Yanjing also donned his riding attire, the black gear accentuating his physique to perfection. He stepped out in short boots, biting the velcro of his gloves with his teeth, swiftly putting them on, then gracefully mounted the motorcycle, tapping the back seat lightly with his pale knuckles. Hop on. Li Ji's movements were remarkably adept as she donned her helmet. With the flexibility honed from ballet, her long legs kicked up in a high kick, allowing her to effortlessly settle onto the bike. The photographer was still struggling to climb onto the back seat, and before he could manage, the engine roared to life with a vroom. As he looked up, he saw Lu Yanjing and Li Ji racing away like a flash of lightning, cutting through the winds of Salem Lake. Chapter 21, Stealing Love by Force. The news of Lu Yanjing riding a motorcycle with Li Ji has become a trending topic. The perfect match of their riding attire, the striking contrast, his audacious display of affection for his wife, coupled with their stunning looks, have drawn a multitude of admirers eager to indulge in their sweet romance. In the opulent Lu mansion in Kyoto, Su Sang has activated all the viewing equipment in the villa, immersing herself in her son's reality dating show live broadcast. Upon learning that Lu Yanjing had obtained his marriage certificate, she even summoned the housekeeper to hang a plaque reading Lu Mansion's great joy outside the villa, adorning the place with festive decorations that remain untouched to this day. The entire elite society of Kyoto is now aware of Lu Yanjing's marriage. Although there had been no prior whispers, the grandeur of the Lu mansion leaves no room for doubt. Today, as the dating show premieres, the veil of mystery surrounding the only heir of the Lu family has finally been lifted. The threshold of the Lu mansion is nearly trampled under the feet of guests bringing congratulatory gifts. Only the Jiang family from Yicheng stands in stunned silence. At this moment, Su Sang is reveling in the live broadcast, watching her son skillfully woo his wife amidst a backdrop of palpable romantic tension. Unable to contain her excitement, she flops into Lu Zhao's embrace, kicking her legs in delight. Ah, it's so sweet, watching others fall in love is just delightful. Lu Zhao clicks his tongue, his gaze fixed on Su Sang sprawled across his lap, his expression a mix of displeasure and cool detachment as he asks, laced with jealousy, what is this? Am I not sweet enough? Su Sang rolls her eyes at him, rising from his lap as she teasingly hums, look at your sour face, it's nowhere near as sweet as my Gigi. Lu Xiao scoffs defiantly, lifting his leg with arrogance, are you talking about that girl Lu Xiao has been secretly in love with for 8 years? If she is this sweet, why hasn't he had the courage to steal her away? All he does is wallow in darkness and despair. What a disgrace to our family. Su Sang remains silent. At least he finally learned the trick of seizing the opportunity. He managed to bring her home. Lu Xiao flips through his book, adding, otherwise, he shouldn't even dare to call himself my son. Su Sang retorts, your worldview is askew. Lu Xiao replies, my worldview aligns with yours. If that boy had my worldview directed towards Gigi, he should have learned from his father. Seize, deceive, and charm, love comes after capturing her heart. Su Sang is left speechless. Thank goodness she hadn't allowed him to educate their son. Such convoluted ideas made her cheeks flush. Honestly. Su Sang dismisses him, Gigi is different from me. The circumstances are not the same. If Xiao Weiqiao were to act like that, they wouldn't even remain friends. Lu Xiao typically refrains from contradicting his wife, though he may not entirely concur. The cameraman has lost track of Lu Yanjing and Li Ji, the footage shaking as if at a rave, the motorcycle speeding away, yet their figures remain elusive. Given this, the dating show loses its allure. Su Sang pulls her legs up onto the sofa. What do you think we should prepare for Gigi as a betrothal gift? Money alone won't suffice, it would seem insincere. What about the wedding? Traditional or Western? Why not have both? And what about the wedding photos? Should we go to Europe? Gigi, as a ballet dancer, would surely appreciate the scenery there, right? We could take a set of wedding photos in every country. And where should the wedding house be? The Swan Castle spans only 6,000 square meters, and the swans have escaped. We need to think of a way to bring them back. Finally, Lu Xiao can't take it anymore. He inhales deeply. Are you sure the swans escaped and it's not your son who is afraid the birds will be taken away? I don't care, Su Sang smiles. Gigi dances ballet. She is perfectly matched with the swans of Swan Castle. Lu Xiao raises an eyebrow. Don't be too pleased too soon. I think bringing Gigi into the family won't be straightforward. They've already registered their marriage. Su Sang exclaims, anxious for Lu Yanjing, is divorce even an option? The Lu family has no tradition of divorce. Lu Xiao taps the book on his lap with his fingertip. It's not about whether they can divorce, we may first need to figure out how to deal with the Qi family. The Qi family, an ancient and mysterious lineage in Kyoto, is said to possess noble bloodlines tracing back to ancient dynasties, with close ties to royalty, granting them a high status among Kyoto's elite. Even the Lu family must show them respect. Su Sang inquires, perplexed, what does the Qi family have to do with this? Isn't Gigi cast out by the Jiang family? She reflects on the Jiang family's coldness, having cast out their daughter after 24 years, determined to give Gigi the best and make the Jiang family regret their decision. But why is there now a connection to the Chi family? Lu Xiao responds meaningfully, have you not noticed that Gigi bears a resemblance to your good friend Yu Lancy? Yu Lancy, a prominent figure in the Hong Kong entertainment circle, is known for her haughty and domineering nature, once a socialite among the wealthy. Su Sang, with her overly vivacious personality, found a kindred spirit in Yu Lancy after she married into Kyoto. The two would often indulge in drinking escapades, one lamenting a loveless union with a rigid and humorless husband, the other bemoaning her predatory marriage that nearly drove her to insanity each night. Yet, in a twist of fate, they both found themselves deeply in love. From mutual insults, they transformed into a couple flaunting their affection in public. Regrettably, Yu Lancy lost her daughter in an accident 24 years ago, which led her to temper her demeanor and dedicate herself to fervent prayers for forgiveness, vowing to live a better life, contingent upon the return of her daughter. Su Sang ponders, it's true, the beauty mark on Gigi's nose is in the same spot as a Yu's. A Yu is a nickname for the Chi family's daughter, who was lost shortly after birth, with no time even to give her a proper name. No wonder I felt such an affinity for her at first glance, Su Sang exclaims, slapping her thigh, why didn't I think of this before? Lu Xiao closes his book. Previously, she was a daughter of the Jiang family. No one would suspect that the Jiang family's daughter had been switched with a child from human traffickers, even if she looked similar. Su Sang nods, that makes sense. Who could have imagined the Jiang family's nanny had conspired to switch their genuine daughter with a beautiful infant to avoid punishment from the family head? The couple returned from a business trip, naturally assuming the child had simply changed over time, never suspecting a thing it wasn't until a routine check revealed discrepancies in Li Ji's blood type that they pursued a paternity test. Lu Xiao firmly grasped Su Sang's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. In any case, I've already had someone investigate the timeline for the Jiang family's babies, which coincides perfectly with a US abduction. Next time you go shopping with Yu Lancy, drop a hint. If it's true, it could benefit that rascal when he formally proposes to the Chi family. Su Sang winks playfully, for the happiness of Xiao Xiao's marriage, leave this small matter to me. As she speaks, she forms an OK gesture with her hand. Chapter 22. I can do it better than him. At this moment, the setting of the dating reality show is bustling with activity. The camera crew is yet to catch up with the speeding motorcycles of Li Ji and Lu Yanjing, while the two protagonists have already joyfully circumnavigated a significant portion of Salem Lake. The east gate, the shimmering waves and vibrant blossoms create a scene of breathtaking beauty to eye and the wind. The colorful poppy flowers sway like Monet's garden embracing the Atlantic Ocean. The motorcycles come to a halt beside this exquisite floral expanse. Li Ji, with a playful tilt of her face, lightly closes her eyes as she welcomes the gentle breeze, extending her arms to immerse herself in the sea of flowers. Woohoo, she exclaims, gleefully flipping over, her legs playfully kicking in the air, so happy. Lu Yanjing smirks slightly, his gaze fixed on Li Ji as he sits down, holding two cans with one hand, and offers her a can of orange soda. Have you let it all out? Li Ji suddenly opens her eyes. She rests her chin on one hand, tilting her head as she studies Lu Yanjing for a moment, then sits up to accept the soda. What's with you, Lu, are you trying to read my mind again? Lu Yanjing remains non-committal, the corners of his brows twitching. He pinches his can of cola, deftly pops it open, and takes a hearty sip, his Adam's apple bobbing enticingly. As let's go. He lightly nudges his shoulder with the can. If you haven't vented enough, my shoulder is available for you to lean on. Absolutely not, Li Ji pouts playfully. She opens the chilled orange soda, the bubbles surging upwards, refreshing her in the scorching summer heat. Savoring the sweetness of the orange, she straightens her posture with pride. I'm feeling much better now. The unspoken understanding between friends seems to require no decoding. She has never complained, yet he senses that due to a series of recent events, her emotions have been pent up. He chooses not to address it, but she instantly understands that he is trying to comfort her. Lu Yanjing, Li Ji suddenly turns her gaze towards him. He lazily shakes the can in his hand, tilting his head back to meet her eyes. Li Ji's lashes flutter as she gazes at him, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. How come I never noticed before that you seem to understand me even better than Fu Yanzi does? Lu Yanjing's hand pauses mid-motion. After a moment, he lets out a scoff of disdain. Then Fu Yanzi must not be very good at being a childhood friend. Have you heard the saying, a childhood friend cannot compete with a sudden arrival? I'm not discussing love with you, Li Ji retorts, casting her eyes aside. She bends her legs, lazily propping her chin on one hand. But seriously, if it were another girl, someone like you would surely leave a stunning impression. Lu Yanjing huffs softly, clearly displeased. He taps the can with his fingertip. What's this? Miss Gigi has high standards, and I can't impress you, can I? I already have Fu Yanzi. After all, I've always assumed I would marry him, so having you here is a waste of talent. Li Ji looks up at the sky. She has never paid attention to other boys aside from Fu Yanzi. It seems her only other significant contact has been Lu Yanjing, but they have always made it clear that they are just friends, so she has never considered anything beyond that. Lu Yanjing, in a relaxed posture, rests his arm on his knee. He casually turns his head, though his gaze remains intensely focused. Then, in the future, how about considering me? Li Ji quickly averts her gaze. She turns to Lu Yanjing in surprise, only to see him tilt his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing. He takes a sip of cola. After all, we're already married, and if it comes to it, we can just make do with each other for the rest of our lives. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple moves again. His distinctly defined fingers tighten around the can, and after a moment, he looks back at Li Ji, his gaze deep and earnest. I would do it better than him. Li Ji's heart races. Her lips part slightly, staring at Lu Yanjing in a daze, as if the wind from Salem Lake has stirred ripples within her, moistening a heart that had long since settled into silence. The two lock eyes, an inexplicable magnetic field of ambiguity forming between them, but just then, an abrupt voice interrupts Gigi. Li Ji almost instantly withdraws from the magnetic field, her gaze darting away as she seizes the opportunity to look in the direction of the voice. There, she sees Jiang Jiao, who was embracing Fu Yan's waist, riding by on a bicycle, fortuitously passing through the poppy flower sea. Upon unexpectedly encountering Li Ji, Jiang Jiao quickly taps Fu Yan's shoulder, urging him to stop. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Fu Yan's heart races, hearing Jiang Jiao call out Li Ji's name. He can't help but turn his gaze in her direction. However, the most excited one is the cameraman. Finally catching up with the elusive Li Ji and Lu Yanjing, the cameraman rushes over like an exuberant child. Well, you too. The camera shakes as the first recorded sound is the cameraman's voice. Finally caught you. The live broadcast begins to buzz with excitement. Ha ha ha. I can feel the cameraman's excitement even through the screen. Oh my goodness, finally seeing Jing and Ji back on camera. What are they doing? A floral battlefield. What, a battlefield? No wonder they didn't want to be filmed. Lu, what are you doing? Our Gigi is delicate, don't hurt her. Ah, how infuriating, Jiang and Fu's appearance has clearly interrupted them. Am I the only one who cares? The four of them meeting is simply a scene worthy of a battleground. The atmosphere is undeniably awkward. Especially as Jiang Jiao proactively walks towards Li Ji, leaning in to peek at the man standing behind her, smiling gently. Gigi, aren't you going to introduce us? Fu Yanzi immediately narrows his eyes, feeling a surge of unexplainable anger rising within him as he recalls Li Ji's earlier post about their marriage certificate. They share a long-standing childhood bond. He had specifically explained to her that his relationship with Jiang Jiao was merely a facade, and that his heart still belonged to her. Why must she be so willful? Marrying some random man by the roadside and deliberately bringing him to the dating show to provoke him, suppressing his anger, Fu Yanzi takes a deep breath, eager to see what kind of person this man is, to see if he is worthy of stirring his emotions. Jiang Jiao is equally curious. After all, she is well aware of the past of this faux heiress, knowing all too well how devoted she has been to Fu Yanzi, with no other man in sight. The man who has become the center of attention seems unconcerned. He merely shifts slightly, his face obscured by Li Ji, his well-defined fingers still holding the unfinished cola, casually swaying it. Are you that curious? Fu Yanzi's pupils constrict slightly. He feels as though this voice is somewhat familiar. Lu Yanjing is quite willing to cooperate with the performance of these two. He rises effortlessly, tilting his head back to finish the last sip of cola, swiftly flicking his wrist to accurately toss the empty can into a nearby trash bin. Thud, the metallic sound of collision resonates. Lu Yanjing turns, loosening his collar as he approaches Fu Yanzi, speaking with audacity. Just the other day, didn't we meet at the entrance of the Central Ballet Building, Fu Xiao? Chapter 23. The arrival of the unexpected versus the childhood sweetheart, a confrontation with a rival. Fu Yanzi narrowed his eyes, observing a tall, languid figure striding arrogantly towards him. Jiang Jiao glanced over out of curiosity, only to be instantly captivated by his striking handsomeness. Clad in rebellious black, he possessed an impeccable physique with broad shoulders and a slender waist. Lu Yanjing held his chin high, his sharp gaze casting a condescending glance, with a devil-may-care hairstyle that showcased his full forehead. Beneath his prominent brow, his lips exuded a sensual allure, not to mention those deep, unguarded eyes, accented by heavy eyelids and a small beauty mark, radiating an intense aura and aggression as they locked onto Fu Yanzi. In the presence of Fu Yanzi and Jiang Jiao, Lu Yanjing exhibited no inclination for politeness. He casually toyed with the ring on his left ring finger, remarking, I suppose this is our first meeting, Miss Jiang. Jiang Jiao's heart raced. Despite Lu Yanjing's surly demeanor, the moment she laid eyes on him, she felt an undeniable flutter. One couldn't deny that Li Ji had a good eye. Although he was a hired husband, his looks were commendable, and he emanated a formidable presence. Meanwhile, Fu Yanzi's heart plummeted as he fixated on Lu Yanjing, uttering, Lu Yanjing? Jiang Jiao gasped, her gaze darting to Fu Yanzi, her pupils dilating in shock. Lu Yanjing, having climbed the social ladder of the entertainment industry in Kyoto for several years, Jiang Jiao was certainly familiar with the name. Fu Yanzi claimed this man was Lu Yanjing. Jiang Jiao instinctively shifted her gaze back, noticing that the man did not deny it, rather, he lazily smirked. Fu Yanzi's voice was heavy with disbelief. How could it be you? The audience in the livestream sensed an unusual tension. Is there a story here? Please elaborate. It seems Lu Yanjing and Fu Yanzi are acquainted, and their aura suggests a conflict. Well, it's rather odd if they don't know each other. Regardless, Fu Yanzi has been Li Ji's childhood friend for years. How could he not know her husband? Yet, their demeanor indicates a surprise at seeing each other. Oh, this is getting interesting. The online sleuths peered through their metaphorical magnifying glasses. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing raised an arrogant eyebrow, his dark eyes icy as he let his gaze linger on Fu Yanzi's face, then casually remarked, it seems Fu Xiao's injuries healed rather quickly. Fu Yanzi's expression stiffened slightly. The audience in the livestream was baffled. What injuries? Lu Yanjing nonchalantly straightened his posture, tilting his head to smirk at Li Ji. It appears we were too lenient that day. Indeed, we shouldn't have held back, Li Ji chimed in with a light scoff. Scoundrels like him should be hung on the wall. The audience remained perplexed. Fu Yanzi was beaten, Li Ji called him a scoundrel, while the viewers were confused, they sensed a spectacle unfolding. Jiang Jiao was aware of Fu Yanzi's injuries, a punch and a slap. After all, they had met that day, discussing their upcoming participation in a dating show over lunch. She had been puzzled and had asked about it, but Fu Yanzi had merely brushed it off. However, it now seemed that Lu Yanjing and Li Ji were the culprits. Fu Yanzi wore a cold expression. Remaining silent, Zhang Jiao looked at him and softly inquired, "Brother Yanzi, do you know President Lu?" Fu Yanzi replied, "I know him." Lu Yanjing interjected, not particularly keen on knowing him. Fu Yanzi's expression darkened further. Yet, he suppressed his anger, lowering his gaze to explain to Zhang Jiao in a gentle tone, "We were high school classmates." "Woohoo, high school classmates? Li Ji and Fu Yanzi are also high school classmates, right? So she and Lu Yanjing must be high school classmates too. No wonder the life photos are so steeped in youthful vibes. So their love story began back then. Suddenly, I understand where Lu Yanjing's animosity towards Fu Yanzi stems from. This is indeed the unexpected arrival versus the childhood sweetheart. I'm more curious about how Fu Yanzi got beaten up. It feels like a monumental scandal." Yet, Zhang Jiao remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. She smiled gently, "So that's how it is. No wonder the 4 life photos Li Ji received exude such a strong sense of youth. It's a love story that spans from school uniforms to wedding dresses." "Love?" Fu Yanzi glared at Lu Yanjing with hostility, furious enough to nearly grind his teeth. How could it be him? It was actually him, Lu Yanjing. What business did he have accompanying Li Ji on a dating show? Was that marriage certificate real or fake? Where did this love between them come from? Fu Yanzi's voice turned frigid. "When did President Lu marry my neighbor's younger sister? I had no idea." "Our marriage is none of your concern," Lu Yanjing retorted, echoing his previous words back at him. He then languidly redirected his attention to Zhang Jiao. "However, I must keep an eye on matters concerning your relationship. Miss Jiang." His low, magnetic voice called her name. Zhang Jiao's heart raced as she looked up. Lu Yanjing smirked lightly. "I should warn you, your fiancé seems rather untrustworthy." At his words, Zhang Jiao was momentarily taken aback. She turned to Fu Yanzi in confusion, only to see his pupils constrict in sudden alarm. Lu Yanjing raised his chin slightly, leisurely observing Fu Yanzi's anxious demeanor. "This Mr. Fu, just after proposing to you, spent the following morning harassing my wife at the Zhengba. He claimed that his relationship with you was merely a farce, wishing for my wife to become his clandestine lover." The audience in the live stream gasped. Lu Yanjing smiled lazily, but each word struck like a dagger. "Unfortunately for him, I happened to witness this. I cannot abide by such a scoundrel's betrayal and audacity in entangling my wife, so I taught him a lesson with a punch." Whoa! A farce, a clandestine lover? So that's how Fu Yanzi got beaten up? I remember that day. It seemed to have made headlines, didn't it? It was about Li Ji's relentless pursuit of Fu Yanzi, only to be splashed with water by Zhang Jiao's fans. But according to Lu Yanjing, it was clearly Fu Yanzi chasing after Li Ji. Wow, what is going on? Who's telling the truth? If Lu Yanjing's account is accurate, doesn't that mean the rumors of Li Ji being a homewrecker are suddenly up in the air? Fu Yanzi's sordid intentions, which he had desperately tried to conceal, were laid bare. His face was filled with rage. "Lu Yanjing, don't assume your influence allows you to fabricate rumors and slander me." "Fabricate, rumors, slander?" Li Ji chuckled. She tilted her head, intrigued, and looked at Fu Yanzi. "Why don't you share your version with everyone? I'm quite curious to hear from you, Mr. Fu, about what transpired that day in front of the Zhengba building. Was it me pursuing you, or you pursuing me? If I was the one who took the initiative to pursue you, then why did you appear at the Zhengba building that day, Mr. Fu?" Li Ji smiled coyly. "Surely you weren't there to learn ballet?" Chapter 24. It is not too late to abandon him now. Fu Yanzi's countenance was far from amiable, his brows furrowed slightly as he cast a displeased glance at Li Ji, seemingly perplexed as to why she had chosen to conspire with Lu Yanjing against him. However, the camera was still rolling. He had to provide an answer here and now. Thus, Fu Yanzi pressed his lips together tightly. "So what if I sought out Li Ji first? I merely regard her as a sister," expressing normal concern. "Who could have anticipated that I would be unceremoniously met with your punch?" Normal concern? Lu Yanjing's eyes narrowed dangerously, recalling the day Li Ji was doused with cold water. The veins on his temple throbbed. "If you were genuinely concerned for her, why was your first instinct to dodge when that bucket of ice water was thrown at her?" Fu Yanzi's expression abruptly froze. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. "Wow, is that really how it went down? So, there was never any entanglement from Li Ji towards Fu Yanzi, the rumors were all fabricated by marketing accounts? Ah, the truth is out. I always thought, with Li Ji married to Lu Yanjing, why would she still cling to Fu Yanzi? Truly baffling. Why is there so much hostility towards young women in this world? They didn't even ascertain the truth before subjecting her to such online harassment. Oh my, Zhang Jiao's fans even went so far as to splash a bucket of ice water on someone. That's downright malicious. Fu Yanzi actually dodged while standing next to her? After all, they were childhood sweethearts. His behavior is simply too disappointing. Public opinion swiftly turned on its head. With Lu Yanjing's direct confrontation, anyone with a semblance of clarity could discern the truth. Li Ji is not the third party. The truth about the water splash. Lu Yanjing confronts textbook protective husband. Numerous related topics quickly trended, and an increasing number of people began to see the truth, abruptly realizing they had been mere pawns in a public relations battle. Zhang Jiao was exceedingly displeased. She had not anticipated such a swift shift in the tide, nor could she fathom that Fu Yanzi had sought out Li Ji that day. Logically, since Li Ji held no interest in Fu Yanzi, she should have lowered her guard around her. Yet upon witnessing her union with Lu Yanjing, jealousy flared within her like an uncontrollable blaze. She, the true heiress, why did Fu Yanzi remain fixated on that impostor? Even Lu Yanjing bestowed her with ample affection. What on earth did Li Ji possess that warranted this? The free activity period soon concluded. The production team returned Lu Yenjing's motorcycle, allowing him and Li Ji to switch back into their previous casual attire. Lin Rong and Xiangsu also returned to the meeting point promptly. As the second team to arrive, they were assigned to the tourist shuttle. The two playful adversaries bantered all the way, bickering as they boarded, teasing as they disembarked, and snapping photos upon arrival at the scenic spot. Upon seeing Li Ji again, Lin Rong excitedly dashed over. It's the beautiful ones who truly brighten one's mood. Xiangsu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Rong's short legs, scoffing lightly, before turning to greet each guest politely. Lin Rong was naturally gregarious. The live stream comments dubbed her E for effervescent. Li Ji was not one to lag behind either. The two hit it off remarkably well. Curiously, Lin Rong leaned in to catch a glimpse of Lu Yenjing, her impression of him having been that of a trendy white-haired youth, only to be met with a sharply dressed gentleman. Broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, his long legs exuded an air of confidence. The proud aura emanating from him was palpable, and when his dark eyes met hers, devoid of hostility yet radiating a subtle arrogance, it was unmistakably captivating. Lin Rong whispered, "Gigi, your husband is incredibly handsome. He could easily outshine 18 male models." Certainly, he was far superior to Fu Yanzi. The rumors were utterly ludicrous. Why would one need to entangle oneself with a married man when one had such a husband? Li Ji fluttered her eyelashes lightly. Is that so? She had previously regarded Lu Yenjing merely as a sworn brother, never contemplating his attractiveness. Even the admiration of other girls had never piqued her interest. Yet today, hearing Lin Rong voice such thoughts ignited a spark of curiosity within her, prompting her to gaze intently at Lu Yenjing. Coincidentally, Xiangsu was currently engaged in conversation with him, and their interaction appeared quite amiable. Lu Yenjing's lips curved into a slight smile, his Adam's apple bobbing as he chuckled softly, exuding a certain allure. Li Ji recalled he had always been tall during their school days, and now he towered at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. His lean waist was concealed beneath a tailored suit, and his long, elegant fingers casually played with a silver ring adorning them. Suddenly, Xiangsu tilted his chin toward Lu Yenjing. Lu Yenjing casually turned his head, following the direction indicated, his eyes lifting to meet hers, a barely there smile gracing his lips as he straightened to look at her. In that instant, Li Ji found herself unexpectedly locking gazes with Lu Yenjing. She was unprepared for the electric jolt that coursed through her as she fell into the depths of his dark eyes. As her heart raced uncontrollably, she finally acknowledged Lin Rong's words rang true. Although she could not ascertain if Lu Yenjing could rival 18 male models, he was undeniably striking to the point of being almost unfair. In that case, marrying him seemed to afford her an advantage. Had she struck gold? The production team assigned the guests self-drive vehicles. As champions, Jing Jiyu received a top-of-the-line luxury SUV, while the pairing of Ji and Fu was fortunate enough to be spared from cycling and were allocated a sedan. The next destination was a music dining bar located in the city center, over 100 kilometers from Salem Lake Scenic Area. The staff provided GPS coordinates, instructing them to arrive safely within 3 hours, at which point dinner would be arranged. The journey was lengthy, and the live broadcast paused. Cameras and sound equipment were gradually stowed away. Li Ji's mood was palpably buoyant. As she made her way to the vehicle, her high heels clicked rhythmically against the ground. Lu Yenjing raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Feeling elated? He raised his wrist slightly, unlocking the car with the key fob, and assisted Li Ji in opening the passenger door of the SUV. Of course. Li Ji proudly lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with joy. It feels absolutely exhilarating. She carefully climbed into the vehicle, the SUV's high chassis requiring Lu Yenjing to place a supportive hand at her waist until she was securely seated before he closed the door. Li Ji fastened her seatbelt. I never anticipated that the rumors could be dispelled so effortlessly. Turning her head, she observed Lu Yenjing gracefully stepping into the driver's seat. Playfully, she winked at him and patted his shoulder. It was all you, directly confronting that scoundrel Fu Yanzi. Doesn't it pain you? Lu Yenjing shot a sidelong glance. Li Ji, feeling somewhat indignant, replied, why should I feel sorry for a man destined for a lifetime of misfortune? I've only known him for 20 years. I'm not a fool to have cared for him for that long. Why should I pity him after all that he has done? Lu Yenjing chuckled softly yet he appeared genuinely pleased, his lips curving upward in a way that was hard to contain. Well, it seems our Miss Gigi understands the importance of turning over a new leaf. It is indeed not too late to abandon him now. Li Ji playfully narrowed her eyes at him. Lu Yenjing. Yes? Lu Yenjing casually rotated the steering wheel, the SUV gradually rolling onto the road. Li Ji straightened her posture. You wouldn't actually consider spending the rest of your life merely making do with me, would you? Lu Yenjing's grip on the steering wheel tightened as he regarded her in the rearview mirror. Li Ji tilted her head thoughtfully, seemingly unaware of the underlying implications in Lu Yenjing's words, her gaze lightening. Are you so certain that you won't encounter someone you'd want to marry in the future? Lu Yenjing slowed the vehicle. This time, he turned to look directly at her, his gaze intense, his dark eyes burning with conviction. I won't. Li Ji felt a jolt of surprise at the firmness in his expression. She was momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissed it, continuing on, in any case, I definitely won't be interested in any other men again. Point 1 Fu Yanzi is already more than enough. Lu Yenjing's throat felt slightly constricted. He swallowed hard. Fu Yanzi never deserved you, he does not represent other men. Indeed, Li Ji responded cheerfully, you're different, you're far more reliable than Fu Yanzi. Lu Yenjing's heart raced, his pulse quickening. So, Li Ji turned to look at him, if you truly never meet anyone you like again in the future, your earlier suggestion doesn't seem entirely out of the question. Chapter 25. A review of the overwhelmingly sweet and desirous sticker peeling cut in the vibrant ambience of a musical dining bar. The atmosphere was palpable. Beneath the night sky, an exotic open-air garden adorned with splendid lanterns and a mysterious, vintage red brick backdrop crafted a sumptuous feast reminiscent of the Silk Road, encapsulated by flowing white drapes. The rhythm of the music was fervent. As Li Ji and Lu Yanjing entered the dining bar, the melodious and elegant strains of the dutter greeted them. Beauty, over here, Lin Rong waved enthusiastically at Li Ji. Upon raising her gaze, Li Ji discovered that the other two groups of guests had already arrived, leaving her curious about the events that transpired before her arrival. Lin Rong, her face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "We were just watching the cut of you peeling stickers with President Liu. Ah, it's incredibly sweet and desirable, and the formal kneeling, you two are just too adorable as a couple." The mere thought of it made Li Ji's cheeks burn with embarrassment. With great enthusiasm, Lin Rong recalled the edited clips, especially the moment Lu Yanjing gently bit Li Ji's earlobe, his throat visibly moving as he licked the sticker from her skin. It was undeniably tantalizing. Lin Rong whispered excitedly, "Do you think there will be a reaction?" Li Ji's eyes widened in shock, her ears turned crimson as she quickly covered Lin Rong's mouth, nervously glancing around, only to find cameras capturing their every move. "We re-live, Lin Rong. What are you saying?" The chat room was already flooded with cheeky emojis. Hee feel free to ask more. Wicked grin. Whoa, Lin Rong is so bold. I want to ask too. I am truly concerned that this couple might end up just doing the deed when the game is over. Ladies, be cautious, or the livestream might get shut down. This isn't no man's land. Viewers, Li Ji, not Lig adamantly refused to entertain such risky inquiries. Her eyelashes fluttered, deliberately avoiding Lu Yanjing's gaze, her skin visibly flushed. In truth, she had refrained from contemplating the matter deeply. After all, kissing a good friend felt exceedingly embarrassing, although it wasn't a kiss in the truest sense. The moments when Lu Yanjing peeled off her lip stickers had inevitably brought their lips into close contact, frequently so. His lips, with their delicate contours, had repeatedly brushed against hers. Reflecting on that sensation, Li Ji felt her heart race as if electrified, her spine tingling. Suddenly, she comprehended the reason behind Fu Yanza's intense stare. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing, with a relaxed demeanor, settled beside Li Ji. "We should have more games like this. I must thank the production team for this delightful benefit." It's him. Admit it, you just want to kiss your wife. When he peeled the stickers, he clearly avoided touching Beauty Li Ji's lips. I thought he was being abstinent, but it seems like he was just pretending. They must be quite spicy behind the scenes. Li Ji's cheeks flared with heat. She glared at Lu Yanjing in mock outrage, resembling a pufferfish about to explode with indignation. However, before she could speak, she noticed Lu Yanjing raising an eyebrow at Fu Yanzi. "You seem to enjoy these games too, don't you, Mr. Fu?" Li Ji was momentarily taken aback. Fu Yanzi narrowed his eyes, staring back at Lu Yanjing. Lu Yanjing, with an air of arrogance, casually adjusted the silver ring on his finger. "After all, you were the one who chose to marry a true heiress on live television." The breath Li Ji had been holding suddenly released, bursting forth like a bubble. Her good friend was helping her take revenge on the scoundrel. He understood her, he truly understood her. Fu Yanzi's expression darkened considerably, his fists clenched in frustration. It was only upon witnessing the edited clips of Lu Yanjing and Li Ji nearly kissing that he felt that pang of discontent. For the first time, he experienced the emotion known as jealousy. Anger surged within him, anger that Li Ji could allow another man to kiss her. Panic set in as he began to realize that Li Ji was indeed playing for keeps. Yet, before the camera, with Zhang Jiao by his side, he could only muster a strained smile. Of course, Zhang Jiao observed Fu Yanzi with keen interest. He seemed unable to conceal his emotions, rendering it easy for her to detect his discontent and jealousy. He was still hung up on Li Ji. "Let us order," Zhang Jiao gently suggested, her smile disarming as she shifted the topic. "After a long day, everyone must be famished, right?" "Absolutely," Lin Rong chimed in, raising her hands in agreement. "How do we order?" The production team hasn't announced the resource allocation yet. At that moment, the lively voice of the director rang out. "Of course, we must fulfill President Liu's wishes." The guests turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Ji Tang, the chief director of Sweet Traveler, holding a megaphone before them. "Hello, esteemed guests, I am the director, Ji Tang. From this point onward, I shall accompany you on this journey." Ji Tang beamed, revealing a dimple. "But you can also think of me as your tour guide, for this is my hometown." Freshly graduated with a master's degree, Ji Tang was a rarity in the entertainment industry as a female variety show director. Her vivacious personality and boundless energy shone through, with no particular preferences other than her fondness for sweet moments and a keen enthusiasm for romance shows. Wow, a female director is quite rare. Indeed, and she is from the northern region. This trip is bound to be entertaining. Looking forward to the fun. Speaking of romance shows, we must mention Jiang Lao Lu and the Dung Beetle. Ah, the sister above is being biased. We are one big family. I've watched both 10 miles of red makeup and only striving for the morning. Ji Tang excelled at enlivening the atmosphere. Although she played a behind-the-scenes role, her presence ignited a wave of joy in the live chat. Next, we will allocate dinner resources. The menu had been in front of the guests for quite some time, and as the moment to order finally arrived, everyone eagerly looked up. Ji Tang produced 3 vouchers. Based on today's rescue task rankings, this is the funding for your dinner. Each group of guests sent one representative to collect the vouchers. Lin Rong bounced up first, her heart filled with anticipation. However, upon seeing the amount on the voucher, her expression fell in disbelief. 50 yuan. Fu Yanzi glanced at the 20 yuan voucher in his hand. Lin Rong curiously leaned toward Li Ji. "Ji, how much did the first place win?" Li Ji shrugged as she handed over the voucher. 100. Lin Rong hesitated, glancing at the menu, aware that a single order of hand-grabbed lamb cost 128 yuan. Even for the top-ranking Jing Ji Yu Yi, it would be insufficient, leaving them to purchase only 10 skewers of roasted lamb. Chapter 26 The ultra-ambiguous Pocky Kiss Challenge. Ji Tang's intentions to stir things up were glaringly evident. Shang Su, with an indifferent expression, leaned against the sofa, arms crossed, and arched an eyebrow, inquiring, "So, what are the rules?" Ji Tang immediately produced 3 boxes of Pocky. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she proclaimed, "Of course, it's the sensational variety show game, the Pocky Kiss Challenge." Pocky is the English name for the biscuit sticks. This game originally hails from abroad, where 2 participants each bite one end of a biscuit stick, drawing closer together as they munch, and the shorter the remaining stick when they finally bite through, the more impressive their performance. Ji Tang blinked playfully. "For this challenge, our maximum distance is 1 centimeter, you have 1 minute, and for every successful stick, you earn 100 yuan for dinner." Aha, 1 centimeter. Oh my goodness. How is this any different from kissing? I can't wait to see Lin Rong and Shang Su. Won't Jing Jiyu and Yu Yi provide another ambiguous scene? A real couple could just kiss directly. If they finish all the biscuits, that still counts as 1 centimeter, right? Ji Tang elaborated on the rules. "Once you confirm the end, we measure the distance. You cannot pick the stick up again if it's found to be too long after measuring. You must use a new stick and start over, and you must leave some behind. You cannot eat it all." This meant restraint was necessary if they could kiss, but not excessively so. The live chat erupted with sharp commentary. Is Director Ji worried that Jing Jiyu and Yu Yi will get the live stream banned? Doge. After hearing the rules, Lin Rong felt as if she were facing a formidable adversary. She clutched her twin ponytails. "Can I forfeit? I suddenly feel like 50 yuan is more than enough for a meal. That's 5 skewers of Hon Lu grilled meat. I've heard the lamb skewers here are bigger than a palm." She could manage 3 for Shang Su and 2 for herself, enough to fill her stomach. Ji Tang smiled. "No, darling." She saw right through Lin Rong's thoughts. "Our starting point for Hon Lu grilled meat is 6 skewers." Lin Rong, she forced a smile, then turned to glare at Shang Su. "Don't think you can take advantage of me." Shang Su chuckled ambiguously. "Don't worry, I'm more concerned about your ulterior motives toward me." The audience reveled in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiyu smiled gently. "Yanzai, this game shouldn't be too difficult for us." Although they had never kissed, they were, after all, an engaged couple. However, Fu Yanzai appeared distracted. Upon learning the rules, his first instinct was to glance at Li Ji. He anticipated her refusal and waited for her to back out. He knew Li Ji was merely trying to provoke him. Even though she had playfully kissed Lu Yanjing in the past, she would never dare to do so in front of him. Yet, Li Ji remained silent. Her ears burned crimson as her delicate fingers nervously toyed with the hem of her skirt, instinctively glancing at Lu Yanjing. Inside, she screamed, "How could they be kissing again?" Lu Yanjing, with a subtle smile, leaned closer to Li Ji and whispered, "Mrs. Lu wouldn't want me to go hungry, would she?" Li Ji's resolve wavered. She recalled how Lu Yanjing had been helping her today, from getting too close to Fu Yanzai to outright provoking him, not to mention gifting her a diamond tiara and taking her for a ride on his motorcycle. Now it was merely a biscuit stick, and they might not even end up kissing. Not if she refused. Wouldn't that'd make her seem heartless. Just then, Lu Yanjing tilted his chin slightly, lazily tapping on the extravagant 399 yuan dish of Kanto ginseng and yellow braised shark fin. "I'm so hungry. I want to eat this." "Li Ji, what are you even eating this for in Xinjiang?" Lu Yanjing, leaning against her neck, looked up at her with feigned innocence. "Stomachache, I had too much spicy food at lunch." Li Ji, fine. Since they had kissed twice already, what was one more? Just a friendly battle. It was merely a combat friendship between them. Thus, Li Ji relented. "All right then." Lu Yanjing's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile as he shot a sidelong glance at Fu Yanzai, only to quickly return his focus, whispering in Li Ji's ear, "Thank you, my wife." "Aha, Lu Cha-Cha. He is so bad. He is definitely doing this on purpose, pretending to have a stomachache just to kiss his wife. Li Ji, don't let him have his way." Why do I feel like Lu Yanjing just deliberately glanced at Fu Yanzai, as if to show off? Ha ha ha. No wonder these two never got along since high school. It's just a little provocation from a childhood friend. Fu Yanzai could no longer contain himself. He was on the verge of standing up and confronting Li Ji, demanding to know what she intended to do. But Jiang Jiyu suddenly looped her arm through his, gently calling his name. "Yanzai, dear." Fu Yanzai furrowed his brow and turned to look at Jiang Jiyu. She merely smiled lightly. "Looks like Li Ji and President Lu are quite in love during their honeymoon phase, wouldn't you say?" Honeymoon phase. The veins on Fu Yanzai's temple twitched. He felt even more agitated, but he also realized that Jiang Jiyu was reminding him, right now, he and Jiang Jiyu were merely engaged, while Li Ji was Lu Yanjing's wife. Fu Yanzai suppressed his anger and sat back down, yet, as he raised his eyes, he caught Lu Yanjing's sidelong glance, which was clearly one of triumph. Recalling high school, Lu Yanjing often hung out with Li Ji, and there were always rumors about the two, especially that time he dyed her hair silver, causing everyone to exclaim that the newcomer surpassed the childhood friend. Fu Yanzai had been wary of him then, concocting various excuses to keep Li Ji away from him. Was his initial instinct correct? Lu Yanjing liked Li Ji. As this thought surged in his mind, a deeper sense of panic and crisis engulfed Fu Yanzai. Meanwhile, Ji Tang had begun distributing the Pocky to the 3 groups of guests. Lu Yanjing lowered his gaze, speaking arrogantly, "Let us switch boxes. My wife doesn't like chocolate flavor." Ji Tang exclaimed, "Then what would you like?" Li Ji replied, "Matcha." Lu Yanjing echoed, "Matcha." Their unintentional harmony sent the chat into a frenzy. Li Ji proudly lifted her face to look at Lu Yanjing, tapping his shoulder with the box of matcha-flavored Pocky. "That's right, you remember I like matcha." "How could I forget?" Lu Yanjing's brow twitched slightly. She had adored matcha since high school, and her taste had remained unchanged. He remembered it all. Lig's mood lifted, her lips curving into a smile. Ji-Tang continued distributing Pocky to the other guests, this time even asking for their preferred flavors. Even Shang-Su knew that Lin Rong disliked strawberry and peach, favoring blueberry and raspberry instead. Just as he was about to grab a box, Lin Rong snatched the mint-flavored one, declaring, "I'll take this." "I am afraid Shang-Su has bad breath." Shang-Su took a deep breath, hands on his hips. He thought to himself that it would have been better to grab her the strawberry flavor, having wasted his efforts thinking she liked blueberry and raspberry. But Fu Yanzhe and Jiang Jiyu had no such interactions. He was entirely indifferent to what others favored. Even when he heard Lu Yanjing say that Li Ji didn't like chocolate but liked matcha, he frowned slightly. "Is that so? But on Li Ji's birthday, he often gifted her chocolates, and Han Ti she always joyfully accepted them." Just then, Ji Tang's voice rang out, "Everyone, please get ready, we will soon begin the countdown." Chapter 27 Inch Gigi, be good, open your mouth, here it comes. The audience in the live stream awaited with bated breath. The camera zoomed in rapidly, multiple angles prepared to capture the impending intimate scene from every conceivable perspective. Li's heart fluttered slightly, she lowered her lashes, catching sight of Lu Yanjing's elegantly proportioned fingers carelessly peeling open a box of biscuits, retrieving a stick of cookie and deftly twirling it between his fingers. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Lu Yanjing tilted his head towards her, his voice a low, husky whisper, "Nervous?" Li Ji's breath quickened noticeably, yet she feigned bravado, replying, "What is there to be nervous about between an old married couple?" But heaven knew her heart was screaming in turmoil. The little swan hidden within her bent its long neck in distress, flapping its wings as if desperate to dive to the depths of the lake. Help, what old married couple? Repeatedly kissing someone who was akin to a sworn brother was utterly mortifying. Would the scene of him biting the biscuit stick be edited into some ambiguous cut for endless replay? Would she face social death at future reunions? Yet, participating in this romantic variety show was her choice. Inviting Lu Yanjing had also been her decision. No matter how much shame, anxiety, or embarrassment she felt, she could only steel herself for what lay ahead. Lu Yanjing, however, had already seen through her. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and his voice, dripping with playful seduction, resonated as he said, "Don't be nervous." Fu Yanzi glanced over, visibly unsettled. He watched as Lu Yanjing raised his hand, fingertips grazing Li Ji's cheek, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, then lifting her chin to reveal her delicate countenance. "Miss Gigi, just hold on tight." He leaned in closer, his fingertip gently caressing her lips, a light chuckle escaping, "I'll take care of the rest." "Rest assured." Lu Yanjing bent further, gripping the microphone, whispering near her ear, "I'll try not to kiss you." Li Ji did not shy away. Yet, the warmth of his breath rendered her ears numb, sending shivers down her spine. Tears brimmed in her heart. Deep down, she thought, her good buddy was indeed reliable. He knew his boundaries. But Fu Yanzi's eyes turned red with jealousy. He clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Li Ji, and it took several urgent tugs from Jiang Jiu to pull him back to reality. Ji Tang was already prepared with a countdown timer. She emphasized, "You have only 1 minute, everyone, the richness of tonight's dinner depends entirely on this stick." "Hee, what else with the stick? It's alright if the top is stiff, but please, for the love of all that is holy, not the bottom." President Liu seems quite capable in that regard. I genuinely fear he might suddenly go too far. Lin Rong and Shang-Su 1T kiss, right? We might just witness their first on-screen kiss. The audience rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Just then, one camera angle zoomed in suddenly. The striking image that greeted their eyes was a long, slender, and elegantly pale hand. Just as Li Ji became somewhat dazed with nerves, Lu Yanjing unexpectedly leaned in, his hand gripping the nape of her neck, his long, fair swan-like neck firmly held by his broad palm, the size difference stark. A rush of tantalizing pressure compelled Li Ji to raise her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering. She met Lu Yanjing's deep, penetrating gaze, which seemed to focus solely on her heavy, steady, and inexplicably affectionate, "Get ready." Ji Tang's voice quickly followed to begin. In that moment, Li Ji felt her heartstrings taut. She hadn't even fully processed what was happening when the hand that had been cradling her neck slid upward, cupping her face, his fingertip parting her lower lip. "Open your mouth," Lu Yanjing murmured, his voice husky. As if enchanted, Li Ji inexplicably wanted to trust Lu Yanjing's promise. He had said he would take care of everything, claiming he would try not to kiss her. Her rosy, glistening lips parted slightly. The matcha-flavored biscuit stick ventured towards her teeth, causing her to instinctively bite down on it. Immediately after, a sharp, commanding masculine presence enveloped her. Lu Yanjing hesitated not a moment, lifting her by the nape and bending down to bite the other end of the biscuit stick. "Ah!" The live stream erupted in a cacophony of screams. Li Ji's breath trembled. She felt Lu Yanjing's proximity stirring the tumultuous waves of her heart, like a swan frolicking in the lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The most sensitive part of her neck was held in his grasp. His palm was warm against her skin, as if a delightful force was playfully squeezing her nape, reminding her to lift her face. "Don't be nervous." Lu Yanjing, still biting the biscuit, his low, sexy voice emerged from the vibrations of his chest and vocal cords, soothing yet reassuring, "Trust me." Li Ji trembled, lifting her face to meet his gaze. In that very moment, as she tilted her neck to adjust the angle, Lu Yanjing suddenly bit off a large piece of the biscuit, unexpectedly leaning in towards her lips. Their breaths intertwined. He had fully entered her world. The audience in the livestream had gone wild, unable to contain themselves as they kicked their blankets and stamped their feet. Just then, the camera focused on his Adam's apple. Lu Yanjing's eyes were deep, his double eyelids accentuating the sparkle within, as if they held a galaxy. When he gazed at Li Ji from such close proximity, the emotions hidden within his depths became impossible to conceal. Even his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, yet Li Ji, overwhelmed with nerves, had shut her eyes, her swan-like neck arched, her delicate face tilted slightly, her damp eyelashes quivering like plum branches weighed down by snow. Kiss. Kiss, Lu Yinjing, kiss me. Oh my, is this the ultimate tug-of-war between adults? Their height difference is fantastic, at 1.9 meters and 1.7 meters, Lu Yinjing's hand encircling Li Ji's slender neck makes it feel as if he could snap it at any moment. This is outrageous. Someone's committing a crime here, their behavior is the true definition of online bullying. The audience in the live stream had lost their minds. Li Ji was equally tense, her heart pounding as if everything around her had faded into oblivion. In her world, only the sounds of her and Lu Yinjing's intertwined breaths remained, and the rhythmic beating of their hearts colliding, yet, contrary to the audience's wishes, Lu Yinjing did not press his lips to hers. He gently tilted Li Ji's chin, turning his head, presenting the sharp line of his Adam's apple and the defined contours of his jaw to the camera, then, leaning in closer by an inch. Li Ji was unaware of where Lu Yinjing had reached, nor how much time had passed. Just as their lips were about to touch, the slightest relaxation or tremble from either would bring their four lips a fraction closer. Lu Yinjing suddenly bit through the biscuit stick. Hearing the crunch of the biscuit sent a shiver down Li Ji's spine, her heart melting in an instant. She abruptly opened her eyes to see a piece of biscuit, roughly 1 centimeter in length, resting in Lu Yinjing's palm. Li Ji's eyes brightened. Did we succeed? We did it. Lu Yinjing seemed to have genuinely not kissed her. Li Ji bounced with joy, but before she could revel in her excitement, her chin was abruptly lifted again. The corners of Lu Yinjing's lips curled upward, his Adam's apple rolling with a pleased, sultry laugh. He then presented her with a new biscuit stick, parting her lips. So, Gigi, be good, open your mouth. It dawned on Li Ji that the game was far from over. Her eyes widened, and as she instinctively parted her rosy lips, she heard Lu Yinjing's voice drawing near once more. Let us do this again. Chapter 28, Miss Gigi, your ears are quite flushed. The audience in the livestream had transformed into a chorus of excited shrieks. Once again, Lu Yinjing bit down on the biscuit stick, drawing closer to Li Ji's lips with an audacious determination, as if laying siege. The previous tentative flirtation and ambiguous tug, breaths quivering. However, after deftly gauging the length of the biscuit stick and the distance to her lips, Lu Yinjing's movements became increasingly agile. He bit down, severing a substantial portion while maintaining a safe distance. Then, like a magnetic pull, he suddenly leaned in towards Li Ji's lips, yet it felt as though they were opposing forces, unable to unite, hovering at the precipice of a kiss. Though they were clearly unable to connect, every approach from Lu Yinjing ignited an uproar of excitement among the viewers. They were left in suspense, uncertain of which moment might lead to a kiss. Only Li Ji was aware of Lu Yinjing's promise to her, as he had vowed to take charge and to avoid kissing her as much as possible. How are they managing to be both desirous and restrained at the same time? Lu Yinjing exhibits such remarkable self-control. Oh my god, Li Ji seemed a bit nervous just now. Perhaps she felt that kissing in front of the livestream cameras would be too awkward. Thus, Mr. Lu is genuinely trying to avoid it. Though he claims to be providing benefits for the show, he truly respects his wife immensely. Yet this tantalizing dance of wanting but not wanting to kiss is even more delightful. Lu Yinjing is undeniably head over heels. Originally, Ji Tang had worried that their interactions might escalate. That's why she had imposed a rule stating that they must not finish the biscuit stick, leaving a portion intact. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere they created turned out to be quite favorable. However, Li Ji felt dizzy from the game, her shoulders and neck tightened, her heart fluttered, and a wicked electric current coursed through her taut body, causing her pulse to quicken in an unfamiliar thrill. With each approach from Lu Yinjing, their breaths intertwined and scattered, lightly grazing her delicate facial fuzz, before he swiftly retreated after biting through the biscuit. He truly honored his promise. Li Ji did not perceive the touch of his lips, yet the uncertainty of whether they might accidentally connect only heightened her intoxication. Each near encounter tightened her heartstrings, only to be swiftly pulled away as the waves of anticipation surged. Li Ji swore she had never experienced a minute that felt longer than this one. It stretched to the point where her legs felt weak, and even with her eyes closed, she felt as though she were radiating golden light. Yet, Ji Tang did not call for a halt, for time had not yet elapsed. It was merely her subjective experience that made this moment feel interminable. Even Lu Yinjing noticed her unsteady legs. He chuckled softly while biting the biscuit, then let his hand, which had been resting on the nape of her neck, slide down to her lower back, steadying her with a firm grip, lifting her up with an undeniable strength. Aha! Wow, I am utterly enamored by Lu Yinjing's palpable desire tempered with restraint. I merely stumbled upon this trending topic on Weibo, curious to see what a romance between Beijing's elite looks like, only to be captivated by this minute-long pocky kiss. Did that little vixen perform enough? Let me experience half a minute. Li Ji's ears are so red and flustered, it seems her legs have gone weak. The camera magnified every reaction, yet no one realized that this was not a genuine couple, but rather good friends engaging in forced flirtation. Fu Yanzi was entirely distracted. Zhang Jiao took the initiative, leaning in after biting the biscuit stick, unfazed by the prospect of a kiss. However, Fu Yanzi kept glancing over at Li Ji. From his angle, the scene appeared as though Lu Yinjing was enveloping Li Ji in an embrace, kissing her repeatedly. The biscuit stick was accidentally bitten through several times, each piece shorter than an inch. On multiple occasions, he held the advantage but forgot to bite, wasting precious time. Nonetheless, even as Zhang Jiao took the initiative, Fu Yanzi seemed reluctant to cooperate, particularly when her lips were close enough to kiss. He would suddenly panic and withdraw. Zhang Jiao's fans? What's up with Fu Yanzi? He seems particularly averse to kissing our Jiao. It appears he has been daydreaming. Is he casting glances at Li Ji? I can't shake the feeling he is jealous of her and Lu Yinjing. Ha, is Li Ji's fan club here, but Fu Yanzi made a steadfast choice for Argio. How can you claim he is jealous of Li Ji? As a mere bystander, I can clearly see that Fu Yanzi's affections do not lie with Zhang Jiao. If any fans are overly deluded or blind, kindly refrain from arguing with me. The livestream featuring a potential marriage between Ji and Fu was rife with chaos. Zhang Jiao's patience had reached its limit. In the final seconds, she decided against taking a new biscuit, turning away in silent frustration. Only then did Fu Yanzi realize his lapse in composure. He pressed his lips together and said, "Zio." Zhang Jiao, stifling her irritation and unwilling to express it on camera, simply turned away from Fu Yanzi. At that moment, Ji Tang finally spoke up, "Time's up." Just as the final second ticked away, Lu Yinjing skillfully bit through the biscuit stick, the short piece falling into his palm. In that instant, Li Ji felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Lu Yinjing licked his lips, a glimmering smile lighting up his face, then raised his hand to press his fingertip against Li Ji's lips, brushing against the slight remnants of matcha lingering on her glistening, red lips. His voice was low and husky. "It's over." His fingertip grazed her soft lips, and Li Ji exhaled, lifting her gaze with quivering eyelashes. Lu Yinjing watched her with a leisurely smile, tilting his head as his gaze settled on her cherry-like ears. "Miss Ji." Li Ji took a long while to regain her composure. Her breathing remained slightly hurried. Even after the game concluded, she was still enveloped in a haze, her voice carrying a sweet, dazed nasal tone. Lu Yinjing leaned in again, his deep, dark eyes fixated on her glistening, vividly beautiful eyes, his tone sultry and languorous. "Your ears are quite flushed." Chapter 29, What Should I Do? She is so adorable. In that fleeting moment, a wave of embarrassment surged almost instantly. Li Ji widened her tear-filled, reddened eyes, her lips slightly parted in confusion as she gazed at Lu Yinjing. She nearly bit her tongue. It's so hot, the heat made my ears turn red." Indeed, Li Ji hurriedly turned her back, avoiding Lu Yinjing's gaze, and nervously fanned her cheeks with her hand. "The summer here is indeed warmer than in Kyoto." "Help!" Li Ji inwardly screamed with embarrassment. However, Lu Yinjing effortlessly saw through her delicate thoughts. He observed how her earlobes resembled cherries, and the small, rosy mole on her nose cast a flush upon her fair skin. Unable to resist, he let out a light chuckle. What to do? She is simply enchanting. He somewhat regretted not kissing her earlier, but Li Ji, caught in a phase of bashful pride, felt a lingering discomfort and embarrassment, her gaze evasive and unwilling to meet his eyes, prompting Lu Yinjing to refrain from teasing her further. Fortunately, Ji Tang swiftly verified the results of the three groups. She announced, Lu Yinjing and Li Ji consumed 12 sticks, with 9 qualifying. Lin Rong and Shang Su consumed 5, with 3 qualifying. Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi consumed 15, with 2 qualifying. Wow, is President Lu really that formidable? An average of 1 stick every 5 seconds, and an exceptionally high success rate. Ah, this is hilarious. Not long ago, the highly marketed couple, Ji and Fu, averaged 4 seconds per stick, yet only succeeded with 2. Non-romantic pairs are more reliable than them. Fu Yanzi must have been off his game. Every failed stick was his fault. New meal vouchers were distributed among the guests. Ji Tang joined in the excitement. Now, everyone, please enjoy this vibrant summer night. The lively music of Deuter soon filled the air. A band and dancers, brimming with the essence of Xinjiang, quickly ignited the atmosphere of the outdoor dining venue. Woohoo! Lin Rong was the first to become animated. Without a second thought, disregarding the budget constraints, she ordered 6 pitchers of beer for everyone and began enthusiastically rallying the crowd. Cheers! The guests raised their glasses, fulfilling a collective social obligation. The chilled beer flowed refreshing down their throats. Li Ji cradled her glass, finally feeling the earlier warmth dissipate considerably when Ji Tang announced the results. She still found it hard to believe. After all, during that thrilling minute, her mind had been in a daze. The entire game had been led by Lu Yinjing, while she merely focused on biting down on the biscuit stick. She never imagined they had consumed so many, and with such a high success rate. Most importantly, Lu Yinjing truly upheld his promise made before the game, displaying a commendable sense of propriety and respect towards her. Li Ji's heart fluttered. The little swan she intended to hide beneath the lake gradually emerged, lifting her neck and extending her wings to cast a glance at Lu Yinjing. She had not anticipated that this glance would be caught. Yet, as she turned her head, her eyes slightly lifted, she unexpectedly met Lu Yinjing's deep gaze. Little did Li Ji know that Lu Yinjing had been observing her as well. She hurriedly averted her eyes, taking a large gulp of beer to suppress her racing heart. In contrast, Lu Yinjing's gaze remained unflinching. He lazily curled his lips. What is this? Is Miss Ji so shy that she wishes to hide from me? I am not. Li Ji murmured softly. It was Lu Yinjing's words that suddenly awakened her to the peculiarity of her evasion. She realized that it was indeed strange. It was merely a game. After all, they hadn't even kissed. What was she actually shy about? With this thought, Li Ji straightened her shoulders, proudly raising her chin. I wasn't trying to hide, I simply didn't want to stare at you. Lu Yinjing chuckled lightly. He casually held his beer glass, tilting it back for a sip, the cold beer calming the somewhat overactive heartbeat he had experienced that evening, yet, it ultimately helped her secure ample funds for their meal. Lu Yinjing pushed the menu towards her. What would you like to eat? Li Ji blinked, looking at Lu Yinjing with a hint of confusion. Aren't you feeling unwell? Don't you want to eat the braised fish with ginseng and fish maw? Ordering such a dish at a barbecue venue was indeed peculiar. However, the menu did feature this dish, which was quite unconventional, almost as if it had been deliberately arranged by the production team. Lu Yanjing's brow twitched slightly. He set down his glass, appearing indifferent about what they would eat that night. Order what you want first. If there's enough left, I'll order that. Li Ji glanced at him from the corner of her eye, as if assessing him. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He lowered his eyelashes, feigning interest in swirling his glass, avoiding meeting Li Ji's gaze. Yet, Li Ji seemed oblivious to anything amiss, confidently placing her fingertip on the menu. Then I'll have the braised fish with ginseng and fish maw as well. He was already feeling unwell. What reason did she have to frivolously spend their meal funds? Such a facade of modesty. She was a master at seeing through it all. Upon hearing Li Ji order the same dish, Lu Yanjing momentarily froze, as if lost in thought for a few seconds. Then, with a sigh, he tilted his head to gaze at the moon, seemingly pondering something, before retracting his gaze and bending his neck, a low chuckle escaping him. Fool. The live stream erupted in cheers. Ah, I knew it. What stomach pain, clearly just an excuse to play a game with his wife. Haha, President Lu never intended to order that dish. He deliberately relinquished the choice to the beauty, who was completely unaware. But Li Ji thought she was helping Lu Yanjing with his stomach troubles by ordering that dish. It's a mutual endeavor. The chemistry between Jing and Ji is simply delightful. Besides the braised fish with ginseng and fish maw, Li Ji also ordered several specialty dishes: Xinjiang cold noodles, hand-pulled lamb, roasted red willow meat, and big plate chicken. She leaned closer to Lin Rong, her eyelashes fluttering. Don't repeat orders, let us enjoy together. Lin Rong nearly jumped up to embrace Li Ji, showering her with kisses. In contrast, Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi were quite restrained with their 220 yuan budget. No one invited them to join, leaving them to awkwardly order a few items. Zhang Jiao was still miffed at Fu Yanzi. Fu Yanzi felt frustrated, yet mindful of the cameras, he suppressed his irritation and gently coaxed her. Fortunately, Zhang Jiao was quite perceptive. Their previous CP had garnered significant popularity, and a public spat during the livestream would surely have adverse effects, leading to a loss of fans. Thus, she quickly offered Fu Yanzi an olive branch. She cast a deliberate glance at Li Ji, lightly tapping her cheek. Kiss me, and I'll forgive you. Li Ji turned her attention curiously towards them. Fu Yanzi instinctively raised his gaze, only to find himself locking eyes with Li Zi. An odd sense of guilt washed over him, yet his competitive spirit flared. Ironically, Li Ji appeared entirely uninterested in their affection. You two kiss. Why are you looking at me? She seemed utterly disinterested in their display of affection. Fu Yanzi's frustration surged, remembering how she and Lu Yanjing had shared such passionate moments during the game. He couldn't allow himself to fall behind. If she could kiss another man, why shouldn't he? Thus, Fu Yanzi turned his attention back to Zhang Jiao, lifting her chin instead of kissing her cheek as she suggested. He pressed his lips against the corner of her mouth. Unfortunately, Li Ji was completely unfazed. She had already diverted her gaze, eagerly savoring the Xinjiang cold noodles, her inner swan fluttering with excitement. Lu Yanjing, this is delicious. Chapter 30. Cradling warmth against his chiseled abdomen, Fu Yanzi felt as though he had struck a fist against a cloud. In his heart, he was at odds with Li Ji, deliberately seeking revenge in her presence, only to find her indulging in that damned cold jelly. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiyu was utterly absorbed. She shyly propped her face in her hands, her cheeks flushed with joy from being publicly kissed by Fu Yanzi. The fans in the livestream were effusive in their praise. They kissed. Ji and Fu's marriage is so sweet. Li Ji savored her meal with delight. With ample funds at her disposal, after finishing Lin Rong's draft beer, she ordered several sweet, fruity cocktails. The summer breeze gently caressed her cheeks. Li Ji tilted her head back, a stray lock of hair drifting from her ear to rest upon her lush, wine-stained lips, her eyes, slightly glazed from the alcohol, glimmering with allure. Luo Yanjing glanced sideways at Li Ji, his gaze almost never straying from her. Noticing the intoxicated haze in her eyes, he suddenly raised his hand, resting it on her glass. Drink less, don't overindulge and end up behaving like you did that night. Li Ji, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, shot him a sidelong glance of flustered. She retorted, was that debauchery solely my doing? Such matters can only be a mutual endeavor. Even intoxication is still an endeavor. Indeed, Luo Yanjing smirked, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. It's my fault for having ulterior motives towards Miss Ji. Li Ji, standing her ground, replied, as long as you're aware, though it was she who initiated the mischief, it was Luo Yanjing's firmness that had been the crux of that fateful encounter. Yet, Li Ji still felt a twinge of regret. Luo Yanjing appeared quite capable, yet she had not felt anything upon waking that morning. Li Ji sighed. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow, surprised that the evening's tension had abruptly dissipated due to her having vomited all over him, which forced him to attend to her all night. He lazily inquired, what else? With the sigh, with a look of sympathetic disappointment, Li Ji cast her gaze down slightly, merely shaking her head. Luo Yanjing was perplexed. Following her line of sight, he squinted at his suit trousers with a complicated expression for a couple of seconds, failing to discern anything unusual. However, when Li Ji pushed a bowl of broth toward him and urged, eat more, it'll help you recover, he lazily narrowed his eyes. I'm dying of laughter. This is definitely a genuine couple, still suggesting he should recover. Is the beauty hinting at a battle tonight? Battle? What kind of battle? Why do I feel like Li Ji looks quite melancholic, as if she regrets that President Luo isn't up to par? You better watch out, President Luo seems quite capable. The atmosphere at the banquet was just right, such a setting was most conducive for sharing stories. Lin Rong was the first to lean in with curiosity. Miss Ji, why don't you share the tale of your campus romance with President Luo? Those life photos of yours are so in sync. I still can't fathom how they were arranged so quickly. There's nothing particularly special about it. Li Ji blinked her lashes. Upon seeing the photos, I recalled the events that transpired and arranged them chronologically. Moreover, 3 of those 4 photos were taken by me. In truth, she wasn't entirely certain if it was in chronological order. However, the photos didn't reflect any other elements, and aside from time, she couldn't think of an alternative arrangement. It just so happened that Luo Yanjing thought the same way. Noticing Lin Rong's keen interest, Li Ji generously shared the stories behind the first 3 photos: stealing ballet shoelaces, warm orange soda, and helping her with physics tutoring. Fu Yanzi, listening nearby, furrowed his brow, realizing there were many things he was unaware of. When did Li Ji practice ballet and get injured? He distinctly recalled that she had expressed a desire for orange soda, but since she was on her period and couldn't consume cold drinks, he hadn't allowed her to have it when it was all stocked in the supermarket's freezer. As for the physics tutoring, it was true that Li Ji struggled with the subject, and their teacher suggested he help her due to their close childhood friendship. However, tutoring someone was a waste of time. Li Ji was quite scatterbrained. She often lost focus while he explained problems or suddenly began sharing amusing anecdotes from her days. Fu Yanzi lost patience after tutoring her just twice. Was Luo Yanjing taking advantage of such moments? No wonder no matter what he said to Li Ji, she refused to sever ties with Luo Yanjing. Had their relationship deepened in this manner, Luo Yanjing couldn't help but smile, glancing at Li Ji. "TSK, you remember all of this so clearly." "Of course." Li Ji lifted her chin with pride, "but to this day, I still don't know where that can of orange soda came from, since you never left the school grounds." Luo Yanjing nonchalantly raised an eyebrow, casually swirling his drink. "If one desires it, one shall have an increase in physics." Perhaps, cradled against his chiseled abdomen, he had caught a chill that night, leading to a fever upon returning home. Yet he would never openly confess such embarrassing youthful exploits in front of the live streaming camera. Lin Rong, intrigued, pressed on, "What about the white hair? What is the story behind President Luo dyeing his hair white?" "Ah, do ask more. I'm curious too. Seeing the suit-clad gentleman's excellent grades is shocking enough, but that white hair is such a contrast. Haha, it's hard to imagine what prompted him to dye his hair white. Could it be that Li Ji persuaded him, and he obediently complied?" Yet Li Ji appeared utterly bewildered. She had no idea why Luo Yanjing had chosen to dye his silver hair, so she nudged him with her elbow. "Oh, do tell. Why did you suddenly decide to dye that eye-catching mane? Didn't you always think that dyeing one's hair was so tacky?" Luo Yanjing was amused. He turned to Li Ji, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. "Wasn't it you who expressed curiosity about what a handsome white-haired man would look like in the real world? That's why I went to dye it. I used the highest grade dye available, which made me self-conscious." Luo Yanjing shot her a sidelong glance. "And now you're calling it tacky? For love, he dyed his hair white. I knew it. With President Luo's personality, that white hair couldn't possibly have been his own idea. Indeed, it must be related to Li Ji. Help, just for a casual remark she can't even recall. He went and dyed his hair white. I told you, Luo Yanjing truly loves her." Chapter 31. His Adam's apple rolled. Little liar. Li Ji's eyelashes fluttered. The casual mention made by Lu Yanjing, which led him to dye his hair, undoubtedly sent tremors through her heart, akin to surging waves. She cradled her wineglass, her head bowed in contemplation, faintly recalling an incident from the past. In the early spring when the orioles sang, the tender buds outside her window and the butterflies she lured to her windowsill stirred a restlessness within her. The din of recitations from the early self-study session was particularly loud, with classmates racing against time, yet Li Ji, who had already received her acceptance to the Central Dance Academy, remained at ease. She loathed rote memorization with a passion, and the early study sessions were something she particularly detested. Thus, taking advantage of the teacher's absence, she pulled out a comic book she had purchased the previous night from a bookstore nearby. The male protagonist, with silver hair and red eyes, seductively licked his fangs, captivating the female lead, making Li Ji blush like a peach blossom. Her deskmate, Fu Yanxia, leaned in with curiosity. "Little Lichi, what delightful treasure are you sneaking a peek at?" Just then, the bell rang to signal the end of class. The classroom erupted from silence into a cacophony of chatter. A boy by the door stood up, waving and calling out, "Jingo, let us go take a piss." Lu Yanjing was sprawled on the back desk, asleep. Upon hearing the call, he lazily lifted his eyelids, his expression devoid of enthusiasm, a hint of irritation still lingering from his slumber. He seemed on the verge of annoyance, but when his drowsy gaze swept over Li Ji, he suppressed his irritation and languidly stood up becoming. Li Ji was engrossed in sharing the comic with Fu Yanxia when Lu Yanjing passed by and overheard the two girls gushing. Li Ji cupped her face with her hands. "He is really so handsome. Boys with dyed white hair are just too attractive. If I were the female lead, I'd fall for him at first sight. I can't help but wonder what it would be like if a handsome guy had silver hair in real life." It seemed like that day, after Lu Yanjing stepped out for a moment, he never returned. During the evening self-study, he suddenly pushed open the classroom door, showcasing that shocking white hair that left the entire class in a WESO. That was it. Yet at that moment, Li Ji had not connected the dots, merely thinking it a delightful coincidence, a fantasy realized in reality, and surprisingly, it had come true that very day. Now, as Li Ji lazily cradled her chin, glancing at the more mature and radiant Lu Yanjing, it was hard to imagine what he would look like with white hair now. Put. She couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yanjing cast a sidelong glance, a touch of melancholy evident in his deep black eyes. "What are you laughing at?" Li Ji lightly tapped her cheek with her fingertip. "I didn't expect little Lu to be so innocent in high school. I was just joking. You know how girls get excited over sweet moments, right?" Lu Yanjing chuckled dismissively, leaning back with an air of arrogance, tilting his head back to gaze at the moon, his Adam's apple prominent. "I don't understand." Yet he distinctly remembered the words that compelled him to dye his hair silver. "If I were the female lead, I'd fall for him at first sight." Lu Yanjing tilted his head back, taking a sip of his drink, savoring it in his throat for a while before swallowing, lightly licking his lips and murmuring, "Little liar." Clearly, she had looked at him countless times. She hadn't fallen in love. Lig, of course, did not grasp the reason behind Lu Yanjing's determination to dye his hair, and now, reflecting on it, she found it amusing. However, Lin Rong was already smitten. She excitedly raised her wineglass to the exquisite campus romance of Jing and Ji. Cheers. Exquisite campus romance. Li Ji felt a shiver run down her spine. Yet Lu Yanjing, languidly raising his glass, turned to Li Ji, his eyes slightly raised, gently clinking his glass against hers. Li Ji remembered her mission for joining the dating show. Besides clearing her name, she had to cooperate in playing the role of Mrs. Lu, facilitating Lu Yanjing and taking over the family responsibilities. Thus, she raised her glass as well, clinking it first with Lin Rong and Shang Su, and then with Lu Yanjing. Clink, the crisp sound of glasses colliding mingled with the warm summer night breeze. Lu Yanjing, with a slight lift at the corners of his eyes, smiled, the mirth dancing at the edges of his gaze. "Drink less, I'll finish it for you." Li Ji took a small sip of the lychee-flavored wine. Lifting her lashes, she saw Lu Yanjing tilt his head back, finishing his drink, the sharp movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed causing a drop of wine to trickle down into his collar. He slightly raised his chin, the glass empty. Seeing this, she reached for her lychee wine to finish it, but unexpectedly, her glass was suddenly snatched away. She looked up in surprise, only to see Lu Yanjing turning her glass around, bringing the untouched side of the cup to her lips, helping her finish the remaining half. Lin Rong squealed excitedly from the side. Lu Yanjing leaned closer, a lock of hair falling onto his brow. "If you drink more, you'll get drunk." His voice, deepened by the wine, was irresistibly alluring. Li Ji, still somewhat proudly raising her brows, her damp lashes fluttering like melting snowflakes in the wind. "I want to get drunk." She could handle her liquor. Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, rolling his Adam's apple, too lazy to expose her. The evening breeze was gentle. The four of them shared a harmonious camaraderie. Meanwhile, Fu Yanzi, who could barely fill his stomach, wore a sour expression. He was unaware of the many stories between Li Ji and Lu Yanjing, which sounded exceedingly ambiguous. Hadn't Li Ji also never been loyal to him? After all, she had been flirting with Lu Yanjing back in high school. So why was she now criticizing him for choosing Zhang Jiao for his own benefit? He had merely temporarily set Li Ji aside, having explained that he would return to marry her once everything was settled, yet she remained so willful. With such thoughts, Fu Yanzi felt considerably less guilt. As the drinks flowed, Lin Rong handed over her and Shang Su's dinner expenses to Li Ji, while Lu Yanjing stood up to settle the bill. Fu Yanzi had consumed a fair amount of alcohol that night. His meal expenses fell short, having drunk the 2 jugs Lin Rong initially ordered for him and Zhang Jiao. However, the alcohol did little to quell the agitation brewing within him. Seeing Lu Yanjing rise to leave, he suddenly stood up, casually telling Zhang Jiao he was going to settle the bill, and followed closely behind Lu Yanjing. The cameras had not kept up. The production team assumed there was nothing noteworthy about settling the bill. Using the funds provided by the production team, Lu Yanjing paid the tab for all 4 of them, directly settling the dining expenses for the staff that night with the restaurant manager. He turned to head back to the table. Just as he turned, he spotted Fu Yanzi standing there, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on him. Lu Yanjing lazily raised his chin to glance at him, his brow twitching slightly, brushing past Fu Yanzi's shoulder as he intended to leave. Fu Yanzi suddenly called out, "Lu Yanjing." Lu Yanjing ignored him. Fu Yanzi's voice rose sharply, "Do you like Li Ji?" Lu Yanjing halted in his tracks, slightly turning to squint at him. Fu Yanzi also turned to face him. "Does Ji know that she believes their relationship is purely platonic, while all along you have been scheming to take advantage of that very identity?" Chapter 32. The arrogant suit-wearing thug becomes infatuated. Luo Yanjing's gaze was deep and penetrating. He fixed his eyes on Fu Yanzi, raising his chin haughtily, his eyelids half-lowered as he surveyed him. "Fu Yanzi, are you dissatisfied with the last punch you received?" "I am right," Fu Yanzi replied with unwavering certainty. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no cameras were recording, before continuing, "I should have anticipated this long ago. Back in high school, I ought to have been more resolute, to keep Li Ji away from you." Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow languidly. "So?" The pent-up anger that Fu Yanzi had harbored all day finally found an outlet. "Luo Yanjing, do you have any sense of morality left? You are well aware that Li Ji has had a verbal engagement with me since childhood, yet you still shamelessly covet her all this time. Leveraging the Luo family name, do you think you can forego all semblance of dignity?" A cold sneer escaped Luo Yanjing's throat, the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you remember your so-called verbal engagement when you abandoned her at her most desperate, when you chose Zhang Jiao in front of the live cameras, when you stood idly by while she was splashed with water and looked down upon? Did you remember then?" The manager of the restaurant had long since taken his leave, and the surrounding area was deserted. The dim lights in the corridor cast shadows on Luo Yanjing's sharply defined features, obscuring his pale skin and vibrant lips while highlighting his wild, mature allure. "Fu Yanzi, I regret not being more sordid." Luo Yanjing's voice was heavy and cold. "Otherwise, I would have snatched her away from you back in high school." Fu Yanzi's throat tightened. He gritted his teeth. "Do you think this will make Li Ji fall in love with you? The one she has always wanted to marry is me." "Is that so?" Luo Yanjing scoffed lazily. He cast a disinterested glance at Fu Yanzi, then, in a languid manner, unfastened his suit jacket, retrieving a marriage certificate from his inner pocket. Lifting an eyebrow slightly, Luo Yanjing remarked, "Let me remind you, the person she is marrying now is me." Fu Yanzi's pupils constricted abruptly. Until that moment, he had been deluding himself, believing that Li Ji's involvement with Luo Yanjing was merely a charade, and that the marriage certificate posted on Weibo was just a fade. But now, in the dim light, that glaring marriage certificate pierced his vision, turning his eyes a shade of crimson. He instinctively reached out to snatch it away. Luo Yanjing, arrogantly raising his hand, allowed his cuff to grip his wrist. No need to snatch it. We are classmates after all. I don't mind showing you our marriage certificate. Fu Yanzi clenched his fists tightly. He watched as Luo Yanjing's distinctly defined fingers curved slightly, flipping the marriage certificate to reveal the main page. The vibrant red background, featuring their smiling wedding photo, struck Fu Yanzi like a blow. His gaze dropped, fixating on the date inscribed there. June 24, 2024. It was the very next day after he had publicly announced his engagement to Jiang Jiao, the day he had encountered Luo Yanjing while searching for Li Ji at the theater. It was indeed that day. The one you fail to cherish is sought after by another, Luo Yanjing declared with an air of arrogance, folding the marriage certificate away, his tone brazen. Since you cannot provide her with what she desires, you might as well step aside and let me take over. Luo Yanjing. Fu Yanzi's eyes widened in fury. For the first time, he vividly tasted the bitterness of regret. He had never imagined that by merely letting go once, Li Ji would truly turn around and marry someone else. Fu Yanzi roared in suppressed anger. Luo Yanjing, just wait. Li Ji's decision to marry you on that reality show was merely an attempt to make me jealous. In the end, she will certainly choose me. But the anger and jealousy he felt were solely his own. He would never comprehend that a single act of letting go only resulted in a lifetime of impotent rage, and never in Li Ji's return. Luo Yanjing paid him no heed, his flamboyance undiminished, as he lazily turned away, fastening his suit jacket and striding away with long strides. The production team could never have envisioned the spectacle that unfolded in their absence. Li Ji blinked her eyelashes. Why did you take so long? Did we exceed the spending limit? No, Luo Yanjing replied nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at the returning Fu Yanzi, lazily leaning back and crossing his legs, just catching up with an old classmate. Li Ji turned her gaze back to Fu Yanzi. Noticing his pallor, she guessed that Luo Yanjing must have given that scoundrel another lesson. Thanks, she elbowed him playfully. Luo Yanjing regarded her with a complex expression, raising an eyebrow in a cryptic manner. Thanks for what? How could she not realize that Luo Yanjing's conversation with Fu Yanzi was a display of dominance, flaunting the marriage certificate? Instead, she simply cradled her face, smiling brightly, just, thanks. A chuckle escaped from Luo Yanjing's throat. He could hardly bear the sight of Li Ji's teasing, enchanting smile. Turning his face away, the sharp lines of his throat moved as a flush crept from his ears down to his neck. His voice dropped to a husky whisper, fool. Ah. The live stream erupted into another round of screams. Vocal, Luo Yanjing's ears are red. The arrogant suit-wearing thug surprisingly has such a pure side? He instantly turned into a blushing sweetheart. What did Li Ji do to him for his ears to turn red? I still don't understand what they are thanking each other for. But Li Ji's gaze is truly captivating. Luo Yanjing calling her a fool is so sweet. Help, I am utterly obsessed with Jing Ji. The audience online was enraptured. No one anticipated that the greatest surprise of the variety show, Sweet Traveler, would come from Li Ji, who had been unjustly smeared as a homewrecker, and the man she brought along, Luo Yanjing. In contrast, Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanzi's performance was lackluster, drawing doubts from the public regarding the authenticity of their relationship. The entertainment circle was in an uproar. In the luxurious Donghai private room of the Sihai Bawang bar located by Shikahai, a sharp explosion of sound erupted. What the hell? One of Luo Yanjing's childhood friends, Pei Ji, was scrolling through Weibo's trending topics out of boredom when he stumbled upon an entry about Luo Yanjing showing off with a girl, nearly tumbling off the sofa in shock. Shang Jinan kicked him playfully. What are you doing? We haven't even started drinking and you're already acting crazy. Not that, Pei Ji replied, dazed. I can't be seeing things, right? Jingu actually made it to the trending list. He sat back down on the sofa, wide-eyed, hastily pulling out his phone. Where's Shu Ge? Is he coming tonight? I have to share this explosive news with him. Are you talking about Qi Jiashu? Shang Jinan scoffed lightly. He probably won't make it. He spends his days on 4 things. Racing, breaking up with Sang Ying, getting back together with Sang Ying, and finding his sister. Who knows what he's busy with tonight? Then I'll send him a message. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event that the whole world needs to witness. Pei Ji frantically typed on his phone. Wait, Shang Jinan said, slightly exasperated, what's so surprising about Jingge trending? Given his status, it's not unusual. What? He leaned in with a grin. Is Jingge down to earth now? Let me see which newspaper or TV station he accepted an interview from. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, Shang Jinan's playful demeanor vanished. Seeing the footage from the reality show, he was utterly taken aback. His pupils shook in disbelief. I don't know if you're blind or not, but I feel like I'm experiencing a hallucination. Shang Jinan took a deep breath, struggling to contain his astonishment. You're telling me that the man on this trending topic, who looks like a fool, obsessively watching a girl, kissing and coaxing her with red ears, is the Luo Yanjing we know? He felt as though his entire world had crumbled. He suddenly understood Pei Ji's earlier reaction. He went on a dating reality show? Chapter 33, Congratulations to Princess Ji on her first victory. Luo Yanjing's phone vibrated incessantly, as if it were concealing some peculiar vibrating toy, buzzing wildly within the pocket of his suit jacket. Who is it? Li Ji inquired, somewhat puzzled. She blinked her long eyelashes at Luo Yanjing and suggested, if it's something important, you ought to respond. No need, Luo Yanjing replied, his eyelids fluttering slightly. He cast a cursory glance at his phone, executed a few swift maneuvers, and nonchalantly slipped it back into his pocket, stating, just a few inconsequential acquaintances. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan were riveted to the live broadcast, watching in disbelief as Luo Yanjing blocked them on WeChat during the show, then casually remarked to a young woman, "Just a few inconsequential acquaintances." Pei Ji and Shang Jinan exclaimed in unison, "What the hell?" Pei Ji felt an urge to flip the table, exclaiming, "How can he disregard female companionship?" Shang Jinan gulped down a mouthful of whiskey, lamenting, "We agreed that whoever fell in love first would be the dog. And he doesn't even give us a heads up before barking like a dog from the livestream." Pei Ji turned to him sharply, "Would you dare say that in front of Jingo?" Shang Jinan zipped his lips. Pei Ji pointed at the screen, "Look at this person, he has worn that ring symbolizing his aversion to marriage on his left pinky for 5 whole years, and now he just decides to take it off." Shang Jinan was perplexed, "Who is this girl? When he posted about his marriage certificate, I thought he had lost a bet, I've never heard him mention her before." Pei Ji scoured Weibo for clues, "I think she might be a classmate from when he studied in Yicheng? How did they suddenly get together after 5 years? What a surprise, could it be that Jingu had a secret crush back in high school?" The two of them bellowed in the East Sea private room. Clearly, their world lacked sufficient excitement, so they turned to bother Qi Jiashu. However, Qi Jiashu quickly responded, "Get lost, I just broke up with Sang Ying and am busy looking for my sister." Shang Jinan shrugged, the meaning clear. "See, what did he just say? This person is only concerned with 4 things, and today he is busy with 2 of them, and now he doesn't even know where to find his sister, who he misplaced 24 years ago." The dinner segment concluded. The guests proceeded to a new destination, checking into an exotic homestay that the production team had reserved for them in advance, with draped curtains and floral carpets, tiled windows, and courtyards. The bright corridors and romantic gardens beckoned. The splendid azure carpet of Yining unfurled through the floral corridor, leading into a courtyard filled with blooming flowers and shaded fruit trees, swaying gracefully in the breeze. According to the rankings from the initial game, the top duo, Jing Jiuyi, was assigned the luxurious suite, while Lin Rong and Shang Su were given separate small rooms, and Shifu, due to her marital status, was relegated to a small wooden cabin in the courtyard. Ji Tang announced, "Everyone, get plenty of rest tonight. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a city tour. However, the specific itinerary will be determined by you in the morning. We will conduct a little game to decide which group of guests will have the guiding rights. See you at 10 tomorrow morning, sweet dreams." Today's journey finally came to an end. The photographers gradually packed up their equipment and clocked out. Lig, being a dance drama performer, maintained a closer relationship with the behind-the-scenes crew compared to film actors in the entertainment industry. Thus, even after being accustomed to a life of princess-like privilege, she would greet the staff with a radiant smile, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, rest well." The staff seemed quite taken aback. After all, while Jiang Jiyu was indeed a genuine heiress, everyone knew that Li Ji was the one who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, spoiled since childhood. Her proud demeanor was quite understandable. Yet, her character proved to be rather pleasant. Though she resembled a haughty little swan, her pride was endearing. In contrast, Jiang Jiyu exhibited no such warmth. Gazing at the exceedingly simple wooden cabin, her expression soured, and even when a staff member wished her good night, she coldly ignored them. Jiang Jiyu felt utterly wronged. She had never resided in such a setting during her time as a star, and now that she had become a true heiress, she found herself downgraded, a situation she blamed on her well-meaning fiancé. Fu Yanzi coaxed gently, "Don't be upset, we'll strive for first place next time. Tomorrow, no matter the game, I will help you win, alright?" Yet, this was not merely a matter of a single instance. Jiang Jiyu was still preoccupied with Luo Yanjing's words and had observed Fu Yanzi's demeanor throughout the evening. Fully aware that his heart was clearly with Li Ji. Enraged, she snapped, "Will we really secure first place next time? Fu Yanzi, if it had been Li Ji playing games with you today, with your childhood camaraderie, you would have breezed through the levels, wouldn't you?" Fu Yanzi was reluctant to mention Li Ji, even less inclined to recall the games they played today. Otherwise, he would be plagued by visions of Luo Yanjing kissing Li Ji and flaunting their marriage certificate. He had never been one to lower his stature easily. A few soothing words for Jiang Jiyu were sufficient. He would not allow her to take advantage of him. "So what, do you want me to team up with her, let the Jiang family take her back to arrange our engagement? Would that satisfy you?" Jiang Jiyu froze. She nearly wanted to throw a little tantrum and hear Fu Yanzi sweet-talk her. She never anticipated his sudden outburst of anger. Feeling flustered, she stammered, "No, Yanzi, that is not what I meant." The sound of a suitcase rolling over stones abruptly intruded upon their quarrel. Jiang Jiyu bit her lip. "I'm not doubting you, I just care too much about you. You and another girl have such a close bond, I can't help but feel jealous." The rolling sound grew louder and closer. Jiang Jiyu clutched Fu Yanzi's arm. "Yanzi, I know I was wrong. Please don't." The sound became increasingly intrusive. "Who is it, so annoying?" Jiang Jiyu's temper was flaring. She turned to follow the sound. Fu Yanzi was equally irritable at that moment. He turned to see Luo Yanjing dragging Li Ji's suitcase, passing right by them. Upon seeing Li Ji, Fu Yanzi instinctively wanted to withdraw his hand. However, just as he intended to pull away, he noticed a delicate hand entwined around Luo Yanjing's arm. Lig leaned in, peering curiously. "Oh, are you two arguing?" Fu Yanzi's gaze sharpened. Recalling Luo Yanjing's boast about the marriage certificate and Li Ji's deliberately provocative demeanor, he refused to be outdone. He grasped Jiang Jiyu's hand, asserting, "Not at all." Jiang Jiyu sensed his attempt to pull away. Initially ready to be angry, she was taken aback when his warm palm enveloped her hand. She realized that Fu Yanzi had no intention of leaving, rather, he wanted to hold her hand, in front of Li Ji, no less. Jiang Jiyu's mood lifted again. "You're overthinking it, we were just playfully bickering." "Oh," Li Ji replied nonchalantly, "then do continue." Jiang Jiyu's desire to flaunt her emotions went unfulfilled, leaving her feeling as if she had punched cotton. To make matters worse, Li Ji added, however, while you may argue, please don't drag me into it. I have no interest in teaming up with someone else's fiancé, nor do I wish to commit bigamy. After all, I am now a married woman, one whose marriage has been stamped at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for some people's reluctance to marry me, all I can say is, thank heaven and earth. Li Ji regarded Fu Yanzi with a composed expression. Fu Yanzi's eyes narrowed, he gazed back at Li Ji, perceiving no hint of malice or regret in her eyes. It appeared she had truly moved on, severing ties cleanly. What audacity she possessed, how could she dare, how could she be so bold? Fu Yanzi's gaze blazed crimson as he watched Li Ji, who playfully blinked at him, wishing you both eternal bondage. As her words lingered in the air, Li Ji turned away like a heartless little swan, shoulders back, striding away without a backward glance. Jiang Jiyu seethed with rage. She could not comprehend why this false heiress felt the need to be so arrogant in her presence. Fu Yanzi felt equally aggrieved, yet, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack on the enemy, the combative little swan hummed a cheerful tune. The suitcase wheels clattered, click-clack. The sound of high heels echoed, tap-tap. Li Ji danced lightly on her toes, gracefully bouncing forward. Luo Yanjing chuckled lazily, glancing at Li Ji with a raised brow. Congratulations to Princess Jiji on her first victory. Chapter 34 Luo Yanjing, as you command, my queen. Li Ji gracefully turned around, her movements light as a feather. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her bright eyes glistened with a hint of rosy allure at the corners, a blush accentuated by the effects of the wine. As her slender waist twisted, the hem of her ballet-style skirt danced in unison. Xiao Luo's contribution is substantial, she said playfully, leaning towards Luo Yanjing. However, just as the sweet fragrance of lychee and rose wafted into his breath, she suddenly sprang back. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow. I told you earlier, our rapport is truly a match made in heaven. Li Ji was genuinely elated today. It was the happiest day she had experienced since discovering she was not the true heiress of the Jiang family. The crisis of being expelled from the Central Ballet had been entirely averted, and negative public sentiment had turned in her favor. Fu Yanzi and Jiang Jio were evidently furious, yet their ire only amplified Li Ji's joy. Thus, she tilted her head and remarked, I even feel as though my mission is accomplished. I could withdraw from the dating show without a second thought. She had long since tucked away her diamond crown with her hair adorned with no embellishments. The soft bun atop her head accentuated her charm with each movement. What is this? Luo Yanjing said lazily, glancing at her. Miss Jiji is planning to abandon the donkey after it has served its purpose? Li Ji's eyes sparkled mischievously. Are you a donkey? Luo Yanjing, he chuckled enigmatically, who knows? Perhaps in Miss Jiji's eyes, I am merely a white donkey. A white donkey, used and then discarded. Li Ji couldn't help but laugh, her melodious and carefree laughter mingling with the evening breeze, reminiscent of pure wind chimes. Luo Yanjing appeared nonchalant and proud, yet witnessing Li Ji finally release the pent-up emotions that had burdened her heart brought him a sense of relief. He saw her dance joyfully against the evening wind, her laughter echoing the exuberance of that summer after high school graduation. Luo Yanjing felt a weight lift from his heart as he smiled lazily, the corners of his lips curling. I would never, Li Ji said with a proud tilt of her chin. Luo Yanjing discreetly suppressed a smile, lowering his gaze to admire her luminous eyes. Li Ji continued, after all, we agreed not to withdraw from the dating show midway when we signed up. That stipulation was initially meant to restrain you. This young master was accustomed to acting on whims. Although Su Ti was the project leader, she could not allow him to come and go as he pleased. Since she had recommended someone, she could not let Luo Yanjing create trouble with his withdrawal. And, Li Ji fluttered her eyelashes, I remember that I must also cooperate with you in fulfilling the role of Mrs. Luo Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed. He chuckled lazily, very well, your highness, I shall repay your kindness, even if it means offering myself in service. Li Ji dismissed his words as mere jest. Just then, the lights ahead illuminated, and she pointed at the cascading floral window, exclaiming, this must be the place. Luo Yanjing lifted his gaze, spotting a glass flower window on the second floor of the exotic blue house in Ely, which could be opened. From the balcony extending outward, a waterfall of flowers tumbled down, exuding romance and fragrance. Luo Yanjing released the handle of Li Ji's suitcase, ascended the stairs of the villa, and casually lifted a sign hanging on the door, Jing Ji Yi, but. He nonchalantly shook it twice and turned to show it to Li Ji. This should be it. Li Ji approached in her high heels to take a closer look. Luo Yanjing turned back to grab her suitcase, hearing her mutter softly, the production team is quite clever. A red heart shape, it sounded like their love nest. Li Ji's voice turned anxious. What if we go in and find the production team has only prepared one bed for us? After all, they had signed up as a married couple. If there was truly only one bed. But Luo Yanjing replied confidently, that won't happen. He carried Li Ji's suitcase up the small steps, retrieved the villa key from the nearby box, and opened the door. As he stepped inside, he lightly tapped the wall at the entrance, and the lights blazed to life. Li Ji was curious about his unwavering certainty. He languidly leaned back, raising an eyebrow. Would I casually take advantage of my good buddy? Though he certainly wished to. After all, he had waited 8 years for this day, yet, precisely because he cherished Li Ji, he understood that he could not force what he desired. He had always placed Li Ji on a pedestal. Otherwise, he would have long since taken her from Fu Yanzi back in high school, just as he had mentioned to Fu Yanzi tonight, yet he had not done so. He practiced self-restraint and maintained propriety, remaining in the role of a friend beside Li Ji for 3 years during high school. After graduation, he had even worn Li as a constant reminder not to overstep boundaries for 5 years. Everyone said he was foolish, yet, in front of Li Ji, he could never afford to be so. Rest assured, Luo Yinjing said with a slight smile, I spoke with my aunt, and the production team has prepared 2 beds. Li Ji blinked, her lychee-like eyes shimmering with concern, but won't that raise doubts about our marital harmony? It won't, Luo Yinjing replied arrogantly. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Li Ji, his dark eyes deep and intense, seemingly ablaze with fervor. As he spoke, the small mole at the corner of his eye glimmered when he smiled. Because Luo Yinjing's breath brushed against her, the crisp scent of his cologne gradually enveloping her senses. His voice was deep and magnetic. I told the production team that my wife and I need separate arrangements. Li Ji blinked in confusion. Initially, she did not comprehend what separate arrangements meant, but upon realization, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Separate arrangements, the kind that involved changing beds after doing that sort of thing, to avoid wetting the sheets? Luo Yinjing! Li Ji exclaimed, her shyness overwhelming her. Her heart raced, feeling as though the already steamy journey of the day was thoroughly disrupted by Luo Yinjing's comment about separate arrangements. Li Ji's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, her heart sinking. To mask her erratic heartbeat, she snatched her suitcase back, kicked off her high heels, and hurried upstairs, exclaiming, I won't talk to you anymore. Luo Yinjing, with a languid demeanor, casually slipped his hand into his pocket. He chuckled softly, his low, magnetic laughter resonating as it rolled from his throat, creating a three-dimensional echo. Foolish girl, he said, bending down to pick up her slippers, don't walk barefoot, you might catch a chill. Princess, put on some shoes. Li Ji's cheeks flared with heat, the remnants of the evening breeze's intoxication rekindled by Luo Yinjing's words about separate arrangements. She had no desire to see him again. Thus, she swiftly darted into the room on the second floor, her voice carrying from within, just leave my slippers at the door. And the suitcase, she added. Indeed, in her flustered escape, she had abandoned her suitcase halfway up the stairs, for it was far too heavy. After all, a girl's suitcase for travel could feel as if it contained the universe. All right, Luo Yinjing replied with a lazy smile. As he carried her slippers upstairs, he noticed the suitcase left at the foot of the stairs. Luo Yinjing took both the suitcase and slippers in hand, his demeanor relaxed, his posture confident, yet his tone was filled with endless indulgence and affection, even elevating Li Ji's status, as you command, my queen. Chapter 35. Lu Yinjing is absolutely secretly in love with you. Li Ji's heart raced uncontrollably, as if an unfamiliar tide surged within her chest, the rhythmic pounding of her heart resonating with her already buzzing eardrums. How perplexing, how could Lu Yinjing be so bewildering? Li Ji threw herself onto her cloud-like soft bed, pulling the pillow over her flushed and restless face. The events of the day flickered through her mind like a slideshow. Tearing stickers, riding the motorcycle, munching on cookie sticks, and that particularly awkward remark from earlier, she couldn't help but recall that night, wondering if something similar had transpired, prompting Lu Yinjing to say such things. Although logically, it shouldn't have. After all, if he were lacking in that department, it would hardly lead to her, oh my heavens. Li Ji lamented, kicking her legs in frustration. She lifted her tousled head and gazed at the ceiling. Li Ji, what on earth are you thinking? Just then, her phone rang. She thought a savior had arrived to divert her attention and hurriedly picked it up, only to find it was a WeChat video call from Fu Yanxia. The moment the video connected, Fu Yanxia, with a black mud mask on her face, suddenly popped her head into the frame like a bandit, exclaiming, what a scoop, little lychee, you actually went live with Lu Yinjing and kissed him. Li Ji, just when she wished to avoid the topic, Fu Yanxia continued, Li Ji. What on earth are you talking about? Fu Yanxia's eyes widened behind the mud mask. I saw it all. The trending topics on Weibo were filled with your ambiguous moments. The CP fandom has swelled to hundreds of thousands. What? Li Ji sat up abruptly. Hundreds of thousands. Had her social embarrassment spread so far? Fu Yanxia wore a mischievous smile. Hee, honestly, I think you two are quite sweet together. That was all an act. Li Ji exclaimed in a whisper. Fu Yanxia tilted her head in confusion. Is it? But I can't help but feel that Lu Yinjing's gaze towards you is anything but innocent. You must be mistaken. Li Ji blushed, her heart racing, or perhaps Lu Yinjing is just acting exceptionally well. She could hardly bear to hear such things at the moment. After all, after Lu Yinjing's teasing earlier, her mind was now filled with awkward thoughts, and Fu Yanxia dared to question her purity. Fu Yanxia smirked, if you really think you're mistaken, then why are you blushing? Li Ji muttered softly, it's just the alcohol going to my head. Didn't you notice how much I drank during the live stream? Of course, Fu Yanxia had noticed. She happened to be free that night, sitting in front of the television with a watermelon, enjoying the dating show. While the alcohol going to her head sounded plausible, after knowing Li Ji for years, Fu Yanxia could easily discern the difference between drunkenness and shyness. She lazily reclined back on the sofa, one hand smoothing the mud, and he just happened to need a wife to secure his inheritance from the Lu family. Fu Yanxia, at first glance, it seemed innocuous, but upon deeper reflection, the questions multiplied. Lu Yinjing, needs to marry to gain the Lu family's inheritance? Fu Yanxia tried to remain calm, taking a deep breath. Li Ji, you can't possibly be fooled by Lu Yinjing, can you? Li Ji felt inexplicably insulted. She narrowed her eyes at Fu Yanxia on the screen. What do I have that would make him want to deceive me? Fu Yanxia sat up, staring intently at the screen. She observed Li Ji's almost face-to-face perspective, her skin still radiant and flawless, those lychee-like eyes glistening, her fluttering lashes captivating. Fu Yanxia chuckled, you're quite the catch. Li Ji. Fu Yanxia lazily eyed her, you say Lu Yinjing married you for power, but even Fu Yanxia understands the concept of self-preservation and refuses to step up to clarify the rumors, choosing instead to side with the so-called true daughter. How could Lu Yinjing marry someone who still bore the label of a mistress? How could that benefit him as a power player? Besides, have you ever seen a power player on a dating show? Although Li Ji was too close to the situation to see clearly, Fu Yanxia had already perceived the truth. She had originally been puzzled by Lu Yinjing's sudden marriage proposal to Li Ji, but while watching the dating show today, it all clicked. This was Lu Yinjing we were talking about. He had been rebellious and unruly back in high school, refusing to be disciplined. He would lash out at anyone he disliked, yet, on the dating show, he was surprisingly compliant. Not only did he willingly extend his hand for the production team to tie, but he also did not shy away from playfully tearing stickers with Li Ji or sharing a cookie stick in such an intimate game. Fu Yanxia declared with certainty, he is definitely secretly in love with you, and it probably started back in high school. Li Ji's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her tone rose sharply, no way? But she quickly realized her excitement was too intense, and her voice was loud enough that even Lu Yinjing next door might hear. She lowered her volume again. Back in high school, all the gifts I gave to Fu Yanxia were chosen by him. Oh my swan. Fu Yanxia exclaimed in astonishment. He actually endured such humiliation and disguised himself as a good buddy just to stay by your side, fearing that you might discover his feelings and keep your distance, even going so far as to assist your rival. This is the pinnacle of secret admiration. Li Ji's heart inexplicably raced. She averted her gaze. Impossible, he was merely helping a friend in need, and he had his own needs too. Li Ji gently bit her lip. Then she began to defend Lu Yinjing. Moreover, he specifically requested 2 beds from the production team, wanting to sleep separately from me. If he wanted to deceive me, tonight would have been the perfect opportunity. Fu Yanxia shook her head, clicking her tongue. She thought to herself that Lu Yinjing was playing a clever game of retreating to advance, ensuring Li Ji remained unsuspecting, allowing him to find a better opportunity to strike. Forget it, I'll just drop hints. Fu Yanxia had already begun to concoct a scenario of a secret admirer scheming to rise to power. Just wait, little Li Ji, with your naive and sweet nature, you will inevitably fall under Lu Yinjing's control. A man of his caliber is like a lion lurking on the savannah. Never let him seize the opportunity, otherwise, once he makes his move, you will be unable to escape your fate. Fu Yanxia. Li Ji felt as if she had been pulled into the wings of a swan, flailing as she protested, you're the naive one. The two sisters playfully bantered across the screen. It wasn't until the black mud mask on Fu Yanxia's face cracked from laughter that she finally raised her hand to call for a stop and hung up the call. Originally intended to distract her, Fu Yanxia's call only intensified the heat in Li Ji's heart. Like a bonfire ignited on a summer night, she hurriedly got up and walked into the bathroom, attempting to quell the unusual ripples and fluttering sensations of the evening. Yet, in the state of her mind going blank under the shower, she found herself unable to stop the whirlwind of thoughts. Lu Yinjing had been secretly in love with her since high school? How could that be? The shower water soaked her lashes, and the memory of her lips, touched by Lu Yinjing, dampened her heart. So much so that when she went to sleep that night, she dreamed once more of that rainy night when she reunited with Lu Yinjing. The torrential rain, the cool night like water, his strong fingers gliding along Li Ji's delicate waist, torn and tattered clothing lay scattered across the floor. Lu Yinjing knelt, breathless, gripping her waist, his forehead gently brushing against hers, sweat dripping from his temples. Ji, relax. Li Ji tensed, her body rigid. She tilted her head back, lips parted, gaze dazed, her arms wrapping around Lu Yinjing's neck, nails instinctively scratching his broad back, leaving behind traces of intimate marks. Lu Yinjing gently kissed her lips, his voice both seductive and fervent, whispering in her ear, don't be afraid, it might hurt a little, but I will be gentle. Li Ji did not refuse. She silently permitted Lu Yinjing to take the lead, while the emotion swirling in his dark eyes surged, his voice hoarse yet insistent, pleading, from now on, don't just love him. I beg you, look back at me sometimes. Chapter 36, The Open-Collared Black Shirt. Desires on the verge of explosion. Li Ji was abruptly awakened from her slumber. A dream, brimming with warmth and intimate entanglements, had been drenched by the torrential rain of that night. She breathed softly as she opened her eyes. The beauty before her, vibrant as a painting, bore a delicate blush upon her cheeks. With her eyes cast downward, her damp eyelashes glistened with droplets, reminiscent of a red plum weighed down by snow, even the corners of her eyes tinged with a vivid hue, appearing exceedingly alluring. Help, how could I have dreamt such things? Li Ji, oh Li Ji, how could you indulge in such fantasies about your dear friend while still dreaming? How scandalous. The uncomfortable sensation of being damp all over compelled her to rise once more and take a refreshing shower. However, after dispelling the humidity, sleep eluded her. Thus, she resolved to practice in the living room instead. As the gauzy curtains fluttered, sunlight poured in before the exotic stained glass window. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, an elegant and proud swan unfurled its wings, stretching its shoulders and kicking its long legs, gracefully displaying the contours of its scapula. Although there had been no performances recently, the fundamentals of ballet could not be neglected, even for a single day of back kicks, grand jettes, pirouettes. As the sunlight grew increasingly bright, Li Ji's feather-light arms and gracefully arched legs left fleeting traces of beauty in the shifting light. After practicing for a while, fatigue began to set in, compounded by her insufficient sleep. During a brief respite, Li Ji unfurled her yoga mat and lay down in a horizontal split to rest, intending to recover before practicing a few more grand jettes and then heading upstairs for a shower and makeup. The production crew was scheduled to arrive at 8:30. Initially, they planned to stealthily capture the morning of the couple, but as they stealthily entered the living room, they were greeted by the sight of a lavender figure, performing a split on the yoga mat. Production crew, live stream audience, attention, this does not appear to be a still image of the production crew. Seems to be rather sneaky, but what about this doll on the floor with an even stronger sense of stealth? Dante tell me that Li Ji seems like Lu has not put in enough effort last night. If he could still get Li Ji up early to practice, goodness, her back is so straight, her scapula is stunning, and her split technique is simply exceptional. How can she sleep in such a position? The production crew was equally bewildered. They had intended to capture something sensational, yet their stealth mission had faltered midway. Lig had indeed fallen asleep. Although she had been counting seconds in her mind, she had unknowingly lulled herself into slumber. The crew, now more clandestine than ever, crouched down with their equipment, zooming in on her tranquil form. Li lay peacefully with her hand cradling her cheek. Her eyelashes rested gently, resembling delicate brushes against her eyelids, and her freshly tinted lips were slightly pursed. From such a close angle, her skin appeared flawless. The livestream's older viewers immediately sprang into action. Wow, just wow, I'm mesmerized. This must be the view Lou wakes up to every morning, though I can't quite grasp the situation. I'll set aside a roll of tissue here just in case. Li is breathtaking. She isn't even wearing makeup, is she? I can hardly contain my envy. I'm gasping because of her beauty. I can hardly imagine how delighted Lou must be to wake up to such a beautiful sight every morning. Li remained blissfully unaware of the ongoing filming. Fu Yanxia watched the livestream with her head in her hands, attempting to call her, but Li had not brought her phone. Yet, the stillness of Li Ji's image, devoid of any apparent excitement, drew more spectators eager to experience the joy from Lu Yanqing's perspective. It wasn't until Li woke up that the viewers were treated to a spectacle. The beauty in the frame fluttered her eyelashes, her demeanor shifting from the vibrant pride of wakefulness to a softer, drowsy state as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and languidly propped herself up on her arms. She lifted her eyelids only to be startled by the sight of a camera lens pointed directly at her. Groggy and bewildered, Li instinctively curled her legs and sat up on the yoga mat, raising her gaze. When did you all come in? The livestream's comments flooded in. Li blinked her hazy eyes, mist still clinging to her lashes, appearing somewhat innocent. Did I fall asleep? How long has it been? What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. Teacher Li. A staff member chuckled. You still have time to get ready. Li hurriedly scrambled off the yoga mat, unsure if the live camera had caught her in an awkward moment. She fluffed her arms like a little swan and dashed upstairs. Just then, Lu Yanqing was descending the stairs. He was leisurely fastening the buttons of his black shirt, only managing to secure the one at his chest, revealing a tantalizing V-neck, when he caught sight of the lavender figure darting past him. Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow, leaning nonchalantly against the staircase, glancing at the swift silhouette that had just passed. The sweet scent of lychee rose shower gel wafted past him, tantalizingly lingering in the air. With a deep, amused chuckle, he remarked, running so fast. He languidly tilted his chin, gazing after her retreating form. At least say good morning, Lady Gigi. Yo loopy, shrugging. Gigi big miss, look at that nonchalant expression on Lu wifey's slipping away. Jing pouting. Lu looks so handsome in that black shirt. Vocal. He has purposely being casual in front of his wife, not even bothering to button up. The audience in the livestream was thoroughly entertained. However, Li paid him no mind. All that could be heard was the sound of a door closing, presumably as she slipped into the bathroom, considering her ballet attire suggested she had risen early to practice. Lu Yanqing casually turned back, intending to leave his collar open when his gaze fell upon the darkened assembly of the production crew below. Lu Yanqing raised an arrogant eyebrow. His gaze flicked over the cameras they held, and he casually buttoned up a couple more, his tone languid. So it's you lot who scared my wife away. Ha 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 ha, a big pot has fallen from the sky. Production crew, prepare to face Lu's wrath for scaring off his wife. Production crew. Shan Yuzhen points to himself. JPG, I'm dying, but Li was so adorable just now. It felt like she was caught slacking off during practice, but she is truly beautiful without makeup. Her skin is better than that of many stars. You know who I'm talking about. Yet, Li was utterly vexed. She had not anticipated that she could doze off while performing a split, nor did she foresee the production crew's surprise visit that morning. Although she was not a celebrity, as a fervent admirer of beauty and a perfectionist, she would never allow any unflattering photos of herself to circulate. Thus, Li swiftly opened Weibo, eager to see what had transpired while she slept and whether Jiang Jiyu's fans had seized the opportunity to criticize her. Instead, she found an abundance of positive trending topics. Li without makeup is absolutely stunning. Lu Yanqing's morning perspective. Li's back muscles are flawless, among others. The livestream footage of Li performing a split had been captured and shared by marketing accounts, showcasing her elegant posture, butterfly-like scapula, and perfectly sculpted back. The comment section was filled with praise, with many openly envying Lu Yanqing, failing to perceive Li as having climbed into a wealthy family. The proud little swan rested her chin on her hand, gently tapping her cheek with her fingertip. I knew it, I am indeed a natural beauty. Thus, the swan princess, who had been flustered just a moment ago, hummed a tune as she entered the bathroom for another shower, followed by an exquisite makeup session. The guests had begun to gather in the courtyard after being overshadowed by Li the previous day. Even netizens had compared their outfits, claiming that Jiang Jiyu, the true heiress, appeared far more genuine than Li. Consequently, today, Jiang Jiyu had donned her battle attire. She emerged in a seasonal new release from a luxury brand, a white ostrich feather dress with off-the-shoulder design, complemented by 10cm diamond chain stilettos that dazzled everyone's eyes. Ah, sister looks so beautiful today, full of socialite charm. This must be the true heiress, right? Outclassing Li in every aspect. She should be dressed like this yesterday. Jiyu's diamond chains on her heels look stunning. Will her feet hurt after walking for too long? No worries, our Jiyu is the queen of the red carpet. Those little heels are a piece of cake. The live stream's comments were flooded with compliments. Having been in the entertainment industry for several years, Jiang Jiyu was confident in her outfit today, eagerly anticipating reclaiming her position as the true heiress. She even playfully looped her arm through Fu Yanza's. Brother Yanza, do I look good today? Very good. Fu Yanza replied with a subtle smile. Lin Rong and Shang Su were bickering nearby, completely oblivious to their affectionate display. Lu Yanqing, however, sat nearby with an air of casual arrogance, even as Jiang Jiyu stole glances at him. He remained indifferent, refusing to grant her even a passing glance, instead lazily directing his attention toward the small Western-style building. It was at this moment that the comments finally shifted. Li Ji has arrived. Chapter 37 of the escalation of ambiguity in the tissue ripping game. The camera swiftly zoomed in. The guests lifted their gazes towards the quaint little house. There, a striking figure adorned in a vibrant red dress appeared, the shimmering silver chain design glistening against her back, complemented by black high-heeled leather boots and sunglasses that shielded her face, as she confidently embraced the sunlight. Li Ji, with her slender waist and fair skin, possessed a delicate neck and fine bones. The exquisite red dress accentuated her already porcelain-like complexion, and on her back, the sparkling chain seemed to highlight her beautiful butterfly bones, as if they were poised to take flight. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Li Ji removed her sunglasses, revealing an extraordinarily stunning visage that immediately captivated the camera. The viewers in the livestream were left speechless. Wow, my wife. Help, Li Ji's stunning beauty is almost pressing against my face. Who could withstand this? This sister's face is truly magnificent. My nosebleed is your trophy. Can we invent a remote conception function in the livestream? I would love to snatch the beauty from President Liu while stepping on his face, but I fear his wrath will cause a chill to settle. Who was it earlier that foolishly praised Zhang Jiyu? Although Li Ji is a fake heiress, her true socialite aura is undeniable. The older viewers were frantically glued to their screens. Even Fu Yanzi seemed momentarily entranced. Just moments ago, he had complimented Zhang Jiyu's looks, yet now he found his attention completely captivated by Li Ji, unable to divert his gaze. Her long, wavy hair brushed against her delicate shoulders, with bright eyes and moist lips, her gently curled lashes framed an alluring expression as she casually turned towards the camera, playfully adjusting her sunglasses. Good morning, good morning, beauty Zhizhumi vocal. Is she casting a spell on me? Even Lin Rong, initially engaged in banter, set aside her conversation with Shang Su upon seeing Li Ji. Oh my, beauty Zhizhi, you've reached new heights of beauty. Zhang Jiyu clenched her fists. Her long rectangular nails were nearly embedded into her palms, her eyes reddened by the sunlight. She had just managed to dominate the screen for a few minutes, only to have Li Ji steal the spotlight in an instant. What was she wearing? It was impossible to discern any logo or brand. Was it street vendor merchandise? How could it possibly rival her luxurious attire? Zhang Jiyu was utterly displeased, unwilling to concede to a mere commoner. Lu Yanjing lazily lifted his chin, uncrossing his legs as his trousers fell to conceal his alluring black formal socks. He smirked and strolled over to Li Ji. Good morning, my lady. Li Ji cast a subtle sidelong glance, her mind drifting back to the slightly embarrassing dream from the previous night. When their eyes met, she momentarily averted her gaze, but ultimately surrendered to Lu Yanjing's yearning expression and uttered the words he longed to hear. Good morning, you look beautiful. Lu Yanjing's voice was a seductive low timbre, his lazy tone accompanied by a light chuckle, more exquisite than a celestial fairy. Li Ji felt her ears burn slightly. She maintained her gaze upwards, though a hint of discomfort flickered in her eyes. Wasn't it your choice? Indeed. Lu Yanjing's lips curled slightly. Monologue's master tailored this exclusively for Mrs. Lu Jiangji's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The live stream erupted in astonishment. Wait, the master of monologue, the luxurious brand that specializes solely in bespoke fashion. I heard one dress could purchase a decent apartment in Kyoto. Are you saying Li Ji is wearing a house? I knew I couldn't identify the brand of this dress. It must be because I'm unworthy. From diamond tiaras yesterday to bespoke dresses today, what will tomorrow bring? Truly, Lu Yanjing is remarkable. Viewers were left in awe, simultaneously feeling enlightened and quietly realizing that the fake heiress had once again outshone the true heiress. Moreover, Zhang Jiu's ostrich feather dress was rather ordinary. Aside from its association with a high-end brand, there was nothing particularly special about it. She bit her lip in frustration, yet Fu Yanzi remained oblivious to Zhang Jiu's turmoil, his gaze fixated on Li Ji. It was not until Lu Yanjing lifted his chin and cast a sidelong glance at him that he acknowledged the tension. Li Ji was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lin Rong when she suddenly felt a warmth envelop her shoulder. Turning her head, she found Lu Yanjing's hand resting on her shoulder, drawing her closer to him. What's wrong? Li Ji inquired. Lu Yanjing casually adjusted his position, blocking Fu Yanzi's view of her back, smiling in a relaxed manner. Nothing, you all continue your conversation. Li Ji blinked in confusion, while Lin Rong, with a knowing smile, saw through the entire situation. Oh dear, how amusing. It was he who had commissioned the beautiful dress for his wife, yet here he was, feeling a twinge of jealousy over their childhood friend. At 10 o'clock, Ji Tang appeared punctually. Her tone was lively and cheerful. Wow, everyone arrived quite early. How did you all sleep last night? Lu Yanjing, with a languid demeanor, tilted his chin slightly, his lips curled into a smile as he glanced at Li Ji beside him. Quite well, because he woke up to see her, not just in dreams. Yet Li Ji replied casually, not too bad after all. The dream from last night had been exhausting, and she had woken too early, even managing to sleep through a split. Lin Rong leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Did you two engage in an epic battle last night? Li Ji's eyelashes fluttered in surprise. Whether it was the red dress or the scorching summer sun of Xinjiang, she suddenly felt warmth creeping from her neck to her ears. Lin Rong, what nonsense are you spouting in front of the camera? Lin Rong asks the most outrageous questions. Lu Yanjing seems quite capable, while Li Ji appears to be the one who has been thoroughly exhausted. I knew it. President Liu seems quite skilled. Li Ji must be pliable enough to fold in half. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were sizzling all night. The audience reveled in the spectacle, believing Li Ji to be merely shy. They had no inkling that nothing had transpired last night. Simply waking up next to Li Ji had been enough to leave Lu Yanjing in high spirits. Fu Yanzi clenched his fists tightly. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yanjing, the bitterness and regret of not having taken Li Ji with him still simmering within him. His mind involuntarily wandered back to the moment he saw only one bed in the small cabin last night, when the staff jokingly remarked, of course, couples should share a bed if even couples were arranged to share a bed. What about Lu Yanjing and Li Ji? They were husband and wife. Did they sleep on the same bed last night? Fu Yanzi was furious that he suddenly recalled the ambiguous red marks he had seen on Lu Yanjing's neck during their encounter in front of the Central Ballet Building. Such reckless personal conduct, fooling around the previous night, only to marry someone else the next day. How could Li Ji possibly agree to a sham marriage with him? How could she endure sleeping beside him? Jiang Jiyu quietly observed Fu Yanzi's expression. Noticing his struggle to maintain composure, she feared that fans might detect something amiss and magnify Fu Yanzi's attitude towards Li Ji. She quickly linked her arm through his brother Yanzi. Are you feeling a bit low on blood sugar from skipping breakfast? Fu Yanzi's eyes flickered. Reminded by Jiang Jiyu, he realized he had lost his composure again and quickly regained his composure, pursing his lips. Yeah, perhaps. I didn't sleep well last night this time. Jiang Jiyu's expression soured. The lodging environment in the small cabin had indeed been poor, and with only one bed available, Fu Yanzi had mentioned his conservative nature, preferring to wait until after marriage for any intimate matters. Thus, he had made do with a narrow space on the floor. Jiang Jiyu had understood this from the start. Fu Yanzi didn't want to sleep with her because of Li Ji, and today, Fu Yanzi was upset because Li Ji had slept with Lu Yanjing last night. However, Jiang Jiyu was adept at managing her expressions. She tilted her head playfully, winking. Sorry, I'll try not to steal your blanket tomorrow night, skillfully sidestepping the awkward moment. Jitang finally announced the rules. As I mentioned last night, we will be embarking on a city tour today. This treasure of a small town offers numerous romantic spots perfect for a city walk, such as the exotic Luxing Street, Kazanki, and the bustling Han People's Street, filled with delicious food. You can also opt for a Russian restaurant for dining or visit a photography studio to experience Uyghur culture. However, the specific travel arrangements will be determined by your guide for today. As for who the guide is, it will be decided through a game. Naturally, the romance variety show S-game would not be anything ordinary. Lin Rong had already seen through the ruse. She feigned a smile. So, what kind of antics are we up to today? Don't tell me we'll be eating spicy strips again. Yesterday it was biscuits, today it's spicy strips. They were clearly revisiting the same theme, although she would never kiss Shang Xu. No, Ji Tang shook her finger. Today, we will be playing the tissue ripping game to escalate the ambiguity. Chapter 38, What is inappropriate about us? A kiss. Ji Tang picked up 3 pieces of tissue paper and introduced the rules. Mouth-to-mouth tearing of the tissue. One person bites the tissue while the other uses their mouth to tear it, alternating turns. Each participant has a maximum of 3 attempts, and the pair with the smallest remaining tissue wins, becoming today's tour guide. The live stream room erupted in excitement. How amusing, such a spicy challenge. It sounds even more suggestive than biting a biscuit. A pocky kiss is just about controlling a centimeter, but tearing tissue is practically an invitation for close proximity. I want the thrill, I want the thrill. Hee, I want to see Gigi take the initiative to lean in and tear. The previous 2 rounds were led by President Liu. The audience rubbed their hands together in anticipation. However, Lin Rong appeared to be facing a formidable adversary. Help, why is it this again? Can't we skip the game and just let me comfortably secure the last place? Ji Tang laughed cheerfully. Don't struggle, Rong Bao, just go for it. If worst comes to worst, you can concede early. Lin Rong, with a hint of despair, gazed skyward. Then, retracting her gaze, she shot a disdainful glance at Shang Su. Heaven knows how torturous it is to be with him. This variety show is truly a source of misery. Shang Su scoffed lightly, raising an eyebrow. He cast a sideways glance, scrutinizing Lin Rong with an enigmatic expression. So you possess that trait? 3 centimeters long is already quite a lot for you. I am left exasperated daily by your antics, and I can't even have a proper menstrual cycle. Lin Rong rolled her eyes in frustration at Shang Su, wishing she could leap up and strike him. The playful banter between the two was genuinely entertaining, causing the audience and the livestream to burst into laughter. Ji Tang allowed a moment for everyone to strategize, permitting them to temporarily mute their microphones and evade the cameras. Beneath the flower rack in the corridor, Lu Yanjing stood in a high-quality black outfit, leaning rebelliously against the interplay of light and shadow. His collar was loose, with 2 buttons of his black shirt undone, and the shifting sunlight occasionally illuminated his straight collarbone, cold and pale as jade, evoking a certain allure. Just as Ji Tang announced free time, Li Ji fluttered her wings and dashed into the corridor, claiming the flower rack in the courtyard. Swaying leisurely, Lu Yanjing nonchalantly narrowed his eyes at her. What is your strategy for today's game? Just a perfunctory response? Li Ji tilted her head back. Grasping the swing's ropes with both hands, she arched her neck like a swan to gaze at him. Anyway, today's stakes aren't high. There are only a few sites to explore in the city center, so it doesn't really matter if we win or lose. Ji Tang had mentioned discussing strategies, unaware that Li Ji and Lu Yanjing shared a unique alliance, thus they engaged in conversation. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Why is our Miss Ji so devoid of competitive spirit today? Competitive spirit has its moments. Li Ji blinked her long lashes. After all, we are not suited to each other. Unsuitable in what way? Lu Yanjing's tone was languid. Li Ji straightened up, releasing the swing's ropes, and gently touched her thumbs together. Oh, Lu Yanjing feigned realization. Just as Li Ji thought they were reaching a light-hearted consensus, Lu Yanjing leaned forward with a deep, lingering laugh, his warm lips brushing against her ear. Kiss? Li Ji's ears tingled instantly. The low, magnetic timbre of his voice pressed against her sensitive ear, sending a jolt to her heart. Li Ji's eyes widened. Lu Yanjing, don't state such things so bluntly. Otherwise, she would end up dreaming of spring again tonight. Lu Yanjing smirked lazily, his voice dripping with amusement. Isn't my first kiss taken by our esteemed Miss Ji, the intensity of that night, and now you find my candor off-putting? Li Ji, that's not important. She paused for 2 seconds. Today's tissue-tearing game isn't particularly significant either. Agreed. Lu Yanjing nodded nonchalantly. Li Ji was taken aback, her eyelids fluttering. Really? Then let us perform well and avoid giving the impression that our marriage is on the rocks, which could affect your eligibility in the Lu family. Lu Yanjing leaned back against the swing frame, loosening the buttons of his shirt cuffs. Li Ji was just about to high-five him to seal their agreement when she heard Lu Yanjing casually remark, as long as you don't mind Jiang Jiyu taking the guiding role, controlling the day and leading you around, that is fine. Li Ji's hand froze mid-air. She looked up at Lu Yanjing, seeing his lashes slightly downturned, his gaze returning. As for my side, at worst, it would just mean being mocked by relatives, saying my wife doesn't care for me, doesn't want to show affection, and finds me repulsive. However, Miss Ji's thoughts are what truly matter. I'm indifferent. Really? Lu Yanjing's lashes partially veiled his eyes, the light filtering through the gaps in the flower rack cascading down to his eyelids, rendering his usually dark pupils somewhat lighter, looking almost innocent. Li Ji wasn't concerned with his innocence but rather with his earlier statement, being led around by Jiang Jiyu? She must be quite smug about it. Lu Yanjing replied. Li's heart began to waver. At that moment, Jiang Jiyu unexpectedly approached her, gently calling her name Ji. Li Ji felt a shiver run down her spine. She shot a sidelong glance, hastily extending her hand. Stop. Jiang Jiyu feigned confusion, halting her steps and preparing to adopt a pitiful expression. Li Ji coldly stated, please, young lady, keep your distance. I've suffered from trypophobia since childhood and cannot be near those with ulterior motives. Ji, I know you still hold a grudge against me. Jiang Jiyu bit her lip lightly. Actually, I came specifically on behalf of brother Yanzhe. Li Ji covered her ears, unwilling to listen. But Jiang Jiyu continued to speak. Brother Yanzhe promised me that regardless of the game today, he would help me secure first place. Yesterday, he felt quite guilty for disappointing you, so during the biscuit biting, he was lost in thought, worried you would feel upset seeing us being close. Li Ji, covering her ears, was futile. Li Ji still heard the outrageous statement, unable to endure any longer. She snapped, can you two get your brains in sync before talking to me? In any case, Jiang Jiyu pressed her lips together lightly. I just wanted to ask if, during the tissue tearing, if we appear too intimate, you wouldn't mind, would you? I'd mind quite a bit. Jiang Jiyu's expression soured. She hadn't anticipated that Li Ji would show no interest in maintaining appearances, taking advantage of the absence of recording and cameras to speak such harsh words. How could Lu Yanjing possibly like her? That's good. Jiang Jiyu pretended not to understand. She simply smiled. If Ji doesn't mind, then brother Yanzhe can approach me without reservations. We must secure first place today. Li Ji nodded perfunctorily, hastily waving her hand to say goodbye as if she were allergic to her. Jiang Jiyu then swayed her ostrich-feathered shoulder and turned to find Fu Yanze. Li Ji was speechless. She turned to Lu Yanjing. Even tofu has brains. Why doesn't Jiang Jiyu? What does she want from me? Why does she think I would care if Fu Yanze is close to her? I'd rather they lock themselves away and stop causing trouble. Perhaps Lu Yanjing's tone was lazily audacious. She considers you a veterinarian. Li Ji, that actually made some sense. Little Lu, Li Ji realized, I find that you indeed possess quite the foresight. What do you mean? He asked, casting a lazy glance. Li Ji raised her chin proudly. This competition is irrelevant to the guiding role. The emphasis lies in preventing rabies patients and their dim-witted fiancé South from taking first place. Lu Yanjing smiled, his lips curving. Queen, your wisdom is unparalleled. Thus, that plan is cancelled. The combative little swan suddenly perked up. Li Ji reignited her fighting spirit. During the competition, don't hold back. Let us tear towards the smallest. Today, I shall secure first place. Lu Yanjing's eyes sparkled with mirth. The corners of his eyes lifted, his voice deep and seductive. All right, I'll heed my wife's wishes. Chapter 39. A mere 3 millimeters apart. Do you dare to wager? Li Ji's heart raced with excitement even after the discussions had concluded. The lingering echo of Lu Yanjing's sultry call of wife reverberated in her ears. What on earth was Lu Yanjing up to? There were no cameras rolling just moments ago. Such terms as husband and wife should not be exchanged between pure-hearted comrades. It felt as though tonight's dreams would be inspired by this. Li Ji fanned her face with her hand, struggling for some time to dissipate the heat radiating from within her, yet Lin Rong remained oblivious to the commotion. Noticing Li Ji's unusual demeanor, she leaned closer with concern, inquiring, Ji. Li Ji blinked and turned her gaze towards Lin Rong. Lin Rong gently touched her cheek. Your face is so warm and red, surely you haven't suffered from sunstroke? Li Ji replied. She paused for a couple of seconds, her lips parting slightly. It shouldn't be that serious? Though it is quite hot in Xinjiang. Lin Rong nodded in relief. However, the audience in the livestream saw through the facade and commented, oh, is it really just the heat? Could it be that the two of them just shared some risky topics while the mic was off? After all, it's time to tear the tissues. The little couple must have discussed what kind of poses to kiss, and Li Ji, caught in her web of lies, felt a pang of guilt. Her gaze wandered, her fingers brushing over the small, sun-kissed mole on her nose, feigning busyness as she admired the beauty of the courtyard. Ji Tang distributed 3 pieces of tissue. Everyone should have strategized by now, right? Is there really a need for strategizing? Shan Su glanced at Lin Rong. Did she not say it herself? We'll just surrender. Lin Rong nodded seriously beside her. Jiang Jiyu smiled gently. Brother Yanze told me last night that we must strive for first place this time. Fu Yanze's gaze drifted towards Li Ji. Upon hearing this, she nonchalantly nodded, even applauding. Love is as strong as gold. We must secure it tightly. Fu Yanze's expression darkened instantly. He retorted, of course, I will do my utmost to help you secure the tour guide rights today. He couldn't believe that Li Ji would remain composed. Just then, a languid voice broke through, "That might not be your fortune to have." Fu Yanzi immediately turned his head. There stood Lu Yanjing, with his brow slightly raised, arrogantly lifting his chin and casting a sidelong glance, "Because my wife has declared that she must take first place today." Aha! Familiar Lu Yanjing-style protective husband declaration. Indeed. This guy is practically a textbook on spoiling one's wife, not a single word he utters is wasted. Wife's words are like imperial edicts. I'm dying from the sweetness, dying from the sweetness. And it's mutual affection. Just now, when Li Ji faced Fu Yanzi, she nearly wrote "stay away" across her forehead. Ji Tang was also prepared to indulge in the sweetness. She chirped excitedly, "So, if everyone is ready, we can begin at any time." The camera immediately zoomed in on the three groups of guests. The group most eager to surrender suddenly became the most proactive. Once Ji Tang announced the start, Lin Rong immediately pinched the tissue and tiptoed, "Tear it quickly." Shang Su glanced at her struggling little legs, letting out a light chuckle. He then placed a hand on Lin Rong's shoulder. "Take a break, my waist isn't broken, I can bend." As his words fell, Lin Rong's feet returned to the ground, and Shang Su bent down to grasp the tissue she was holding, swiftly tearing off a piece. He then exchanged it, holding onto his own piece. Lin Rong looked up and symbolically tore a section, then raised her hands in defeat. "We did it." Ah, they are so hasty. As expected of the friends above, lovers below control group. They grasped the balance perfectly. Could they possibly be allergic to romance? Lin Rong switched to spectator mode, disinterested in Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi. She leaned her head to observe Li Ji's side. At that moment, Li Ji and Lu Yanjing were not in a hurry to start. Beneath the verdant shade, dappled sunlight danced. Concerned that Li Ji's delicate skin might suffer from sunburn, Lu Yanjing had intentionally sought out a patch of shade for their game. There was no need for her to tiptoe. His tall, languid figure bent down toward her. "Ladies first, Ji? No problem." Li Ji enthusiastically responded. She was currently in an energetic battle mode, and since it was best to tear first, she felt no burden as she effortlessly bit down and tore off a segment. Next, the torn piece remained with Li Ji, while Lu Yanjing took his turn, resulting in an even smaller section. True couples are so delightful to watch. Lin Rong's eyes sparkled as she cupped her face and gazed at the scene beneath the leafy boughs. Shang Su crossed his arms. "What, are you envious?" "Who wouldn't envy such sweet romance?" Lin Rong replied matter-of-factly, "You can be envious too." Just as Shang Su was about to respond, Lin Rong made a face, "But you don't deserve it." Shang Su's forehead twitched in annoyance. Lin Rong dismissed him, redirecting her attention back to Li Ji and Lu Yanjing. In that brief moment of distraction, Li Ji had successfully torn off another segment. She appeared relaxed, her eyes sparkling with joy, and even proudly lifted her chin. "This game doesn't seem too difficult after all." "Really?" Lu Yanjing's eyes glinted mischievously. Li Ji swayed the small piece of paper in her hand, measuring about 4 centimeters. "It's significantly less challenging than a pocky kiss." Yet Lu Yanjing merely chuckled lightly. He casually tilted his chin, signaling her to look towards Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi, his gaze unwavering, while his lips brushed against her ear. "What then?" His voice was sultry and low. "A smaller scale won't help Mrs. Lu secure first place." Li Ji, bewildered, lifted her gaze. There, under the blazing sun, Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi's game had reached a fever pitch. It was uncertain how many opportunities remained, but the last piece of tissue, now a mere centimeter, was about to be torn by Zhang Jiao, who was tiptoeing eagerly. The audience in the livestream was in an uproar. Zhang and Fu are about to finish the game. Only Fu Yanzi has the final turn left. It seems they might actually win this time. As long as young Master Fu leans in for a kiss and tugs, they are practically guaranteed victory. Not necessarily. Jing and Ji still have 3 turns left. What if they kiss during those 3 turns? The viewers were on the edge of their seats, wishing they could leap through the screen to urge them on, pressing their heads together to play the game. Li Ji, too, realized the gravity of the situation. This game, she had underestimated. She understood now that tearing the tissue was not simply about speed or ease, it was a contest of intimacy. The smaller the remaining tissue, the better. "What should we do?" Li Ji raised her gaze. She had intended to discuss a new strategy with Lu Yanjing, but upon lifting her head, she found herself ensnared in his deep, unwavering gaze, those dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Li Ji momentarily froze. She saw Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bob as he spoke. "Ji. 3 millimeters." His voice, sultry and slightly husky, suddenly sent shivers down her spine. "Dare you to wager?" Chapter 40. The ambiguous scene of tension explodes. Li Ji's heart suddenly skipped a beat, her eyes widened slightly, and her fluttering eyelashes trembled as she looked up at Lu Yanjing, who appeared evidently tense. 3 millimeters? Does that mean we have to kiss? Possibly, Lu Yanjing pondered. It seemed he was seriously contemplating the game strategy. Holding the tissue occupies a certain area. The less you cover, the more space I have to maneuver, but there's also the risk of the tissue falling if not held properly. If the tissue fell, it would signify defeat, regardless of how many chances remained. Li Ji hesitated. After all, a mere 3 millimeters between their lips was decidedly too suggestive, tarnishing the pure camaraderie of allies in battle. "Lu Yanjing," she said, gripping the microphone. Her lips parted slightly as she continued, "But if that's the case, aren't you sacrificing too much?" After all, she had taken his first kiss from him while he was intoxicated. Earlier, during their strategic discussion, Lu Yanjing had been mindful of this, and he had mentioned that he considered himself a rather traditional man. Lu Yanjing contemplated gravely for a moment. Then, with a sense of righteousness, he declared, for the sake of my bro, I would take a knife in the ribs. Li Ji looked at him with a complex expression, then, with her fingertips, she poked at his chest playfully. But I feel like you currently have knives all over your 12 ribs. She paused for 2 seconds before adding, all self-inflicted. What can I do? Lu Yinjing raised an eyebrow lazily. But our Miss Ji has stated she wants to come in first. Li Ji was momentarily taken aback. She looked up at Lu Yinjing in surprise, as if her heartstrings had been plucked suddenly. Having made such bold declarations, Lu Yinjing raised a hand to caress the flushed earlobe of Li Ji. If we lose, it would leave our Miss Ji at the mercy of others for an entire day, and I couldn't bear that. The audience in the live stream took on a frenzied demeanor. What are they talking about? Let me in on it. They must be discussing a new strategy. Don't hold the microphone, it's only natural for a young couple to share a kiss. Ah, the audacity of Jing and Ji. Why do they have to cover the mic whenever they whisper sweet nothings? Lu Yinjing's hand on Li Ji's ear looks so intimate. What on earth are they discussing that has her ears turning so red? Lin Rong, too, felt perplexed. As a bystander in the audience, she could not hear their secret whispers and felt an urge to rush over, but Shang Su held her down firmly. At this moment, Li Ji was still in doubt. Lu Yinjing looked at her, neither urging nor advising. A ray of sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating the small red mole on the tip of Li Ji's nose. She lowered her lashes and mused, if you want me to win, why not just come over and tear it earlier? It was an unnecessary question. However, Lu Yinjing's deep, magnetic voice soon resonated, because there is a chance I might kiss you. He lifted his eyelids to glance at the beam of light, then reached out to cradle the back of Li Ji's neck, gently pulling her towards him, away from the sunlight that could scorch her delicate skin, and back into the cool shade of the trees. So, Lu Yinjing smiled nonchalantly, shouldn't such matters be reported first, and then wait for Miss Ji to give the command? Li Ji's heart raced uncontrollably. Her lips parted slightly as she gazed at Lu Yinjing in astonishment, an inexplicable feeling of being respected blossoming within her. Oh my, the fact that he was seeking her opinion was actually to avoid offending her? He wasn't worried about losing his innocence, he was concerned that an accidental kiss might offend her. Oh heavens, what kind of celestial ally is this? Alright. A sudden impulse surged within her. The fact that Lu Yinjing, who had sacrificed himself, still remembered to respect her boundaries made Li Ji feel that even if a kiss occurred inadvertently in their quest to win, it wouldn't matter. After all, it wouldn't be the first time. She was determined to win. Thus, after 5 minutes of the audience frantically scratching at their screens in vain, they finally witnessed Li Ji releasing the microphone, followed by her exclamation, come on. Come what? Where? Did Li Ji just invite Lu Yinjing to kiss her? Ah, no way, but why does she look so valiant, as if she's about to make a sacrifice? Ah, I'm about to burst. I want to know the plot development. What secrets do this couple have? Can you please stop covering the mic next time? The audience expressed their frustration by pounding the table, yet, the long-awaited moment of ambiguity arrived as the camera zoomed in for a close-up. Li Ji clutched her small tissue, measuring the 3 millimeters Lu Yinjing had mentioned, attempting to cover the smallest area possible, nestled between her lips. The audience had yet to react to what was happening when Lu Yinjing lowered his head. Suddenly, reminiscent of a lion hunting on the grasslands, he grasped Li Ji's delicate neck with a powerful grip, lifting her slightly, then bent down to bite the tissue she held. Aha! Oh my gosh! After 5 minutes of silence, suddenly we have this explosive, ambiguous scene. Goodness, the tension of that grip around her neck. Look at the veins on Lu Yinjing's hand, Li Ji's neck muscles. Is this something I can even watch? The live stream erupted into chaos. Even Lin Rong, witnessing the scene beside Shang Su, instinctively covered her mouth to suppress a shriek. Li Ji hadn't expected everything to unfold so suddenly. She felt as though her heart had skipped a beat. The scent of his cologne invaded her senses intensely, leaving a tingling sensation. The 4 centimeters of distance was not excessively close, yet, Li Ji found herself uncontrollably closing her eyes at that moment, her breath becoming shallow and tense. Lu Yinjing watched her. He tilted his head, biting the tissue, noticing Li Ji's lashes quivering from anxiety, and couldn't help but let out a lazy chuckle. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. Lu Yinjing's jawline was sharp and defined, his chest vibrating with laughter, the cold allure of his throat visible beneath the black shirt, suddenly rolling sensually. As he bit down on the tissue, he slowly drew closer, as if pulled by a magnetic force, unknowingly pressing against the corner of Li Ji's lips. The entire live stream transformed into a frenzy. Lin Rong bounced excitedly beside Shang Su, suppressing her excitement to avoid startling the two, pinching his arm. So sweet, wow, this is so sweet. However, Lu Yinjing still refrained from kissing her. He left a final millimeter of distance, gently nibbling along the edge of the tissue that Li Ji held like a lion claiming its prey. Once he had it within his territory, he began to devour it inch by inch. Li Ji's heart raced as if it would burst, her lips ached from holding the tissue so tightly, her spine tingled, and even normal breathing felt perilous. She could clearly sense how close Lu Yinjing was. This closeness was not like a pocky kiss, or one could maneuver their lips while biting a biscuit stick, nor was it like tearing a label, where contact was already anticipated. At this moment, Li Ji found herself with no retreat. She was uncertain when Lu Yinjing might accidentally kiss her, and feared that if she loosened her grip on the tissue, any momentary lapse could lead to their lips colliding. On the other side, Fu Yanzi finally steeled himself to use his last chance to tear the tissue. He instinctively glanced over at Li Ji, only to see Lu Yinjing possessively enveloping the slender figure of Li Ji within his own domain. From a distance, it was impossible to gauge the proximity. It merely appeared as if he had captured Li Ji's lips. Fu Yan's eyes widened in fury. This wasn't the first time he had witnessed Li Ji and Lu Yanjing engaging in such ambiguous games. As the saying goes, one can forgive once or twice, but not thrice. Even if Li Ji were deliberately trying to provoke him into jealousy, Fu Yanzi could no longer tolerate this challenge. Thus, in retaliation against Li Ji, he shoved the tissue into Jiang Jiao's mouth, seizing her chin and bending down to kiss her fervently. The fans of the Jiangfu couple erupted in wild cheers. Jiang Jiao was taken aback and elated, completely unprepared for Fu Yan's sudden assertiveness. In that moment, she forgot that she was still holding the tissue, and instinctively opened her mouth to respond. At that moment, Ji Tang's voice rang out, "The tissue from the Jiangfu couple has fallen to the ground, your game has ended early." Fu Yanzi quickly pushed Jiang Jiao away. Upon seeing the tissue that had dropped to the floor, Jiang Jiao found herself at a loss, unsure whether to feel annoyed or excited. Yet, Ji Tang's announcement about the fallen tissue did not merely affect Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanzi's embrace. Li Ji, who had only been holding a minuscule piece of tissue the entire time, remained tense, fearing it would accidentally drop, rendering her efforts with Lu Yanjing futile. Hearing that such an event had occurred with another group heightened her alertness and anxiety. She instinctively tried to grip the tissue more firmly. Her lips trembled slightly. Chapter 41 of the Ambiguous Magnetic Field, Instinctive Attraction. Little did he know Luo Yanjing was already teetering on the edge of danger. His heart pounded, breath quivered, and he restrained himself to the point where his fingertips curled, clearly delineating his veins. Every inch of his deepening breath concealed the desire he desperately suppressed, and then, when Li Ji trembled, it was as though the magnetic field had stirred the positive and negative poles, defying the constraints of human self-control, suddenly breaking free from the red line that Luo Yanjing had diligently maintained for so long. In that instant, he felt his lips brush against something soft and warm. His already taut spine abruptly stiffened, a tingling sensation surged through his limbs in an instant. At that moment, the camera zoomed in. Li Ji's lips moved gently, suddenly pressing perfectly against Luo Yanjing's lips. The live stream was instantly filled with screams. "Aha, they kissed! Vocal, save me, this tension of almost kissing but unexpectedly ending up kissing is too tantalizing. Sister works so hard, and when she finally has some time to relax, she deserves to see such delightful things." I took a magnifying glass to look. It was Li Ji who moved first. She initiated the kiss with Luo Yanjing. Oh my goodness, I can't contain my smile, it's about to reach outer space. Aren't you too worried about getting a belly? Sisters, the belly is growing. The CP of Jing Jiyuyi celebrated as if it were New Year's. Jing Jiyuyi tissue kiss ultimate tension. Sweet travelers ambiguous scene. Numerous related topics surged to the top of entertainment searches. Even Lin Rong couldn't contain her excitement. Jumping into Ji Tang's arms, they kissed. Ah, so sweet, Jing Jiyuyi finally kissed, wow. Li Ji suddenly froze, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and she opened her eyes to look at Luo Yanjing, her gaze filled with confusion and astonishment. Yet, Luo Yanjing remained bent over, unmoving, his lips still pressed against Li Ji's, neither retreating nor advancing, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the boundaries he had striven to uphold would ultimately be crossed by Li Ji's initiative. In that fleeting moment, electricity coursed through him. Luo Yanjing's eyelashes quivered, his gaze lowered, the deep folds of his double eyelids casting a passionate shadow over his dark pupils. Just then, it seemed that even the heavens were in favor. A beam of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light at the corners of Luo Yanjing's eyes, burning like stars igniting, radiating a raw intensity. In the next heartbeat, Luo Yanjing swallowed, closed his eyes slightly, and with a subtle strength, turned his head, his neck muscles tensing, finally tearing away that piece of tissue. The audience in the livestream was nearly beside themselves with excitement. The viewership for Sweet Traveler in the Avocado livestream skyrocketed to new heights. Li Ji's heart raced almost to the point of bursting. The moment Luo Yanjing removed the tissue, she felt as if her chest were about to explode. The tingling sensation that had occupied her lips shifted to her spine, nearly causing her to falter in her stiletto heels, her legs weak, on the verge of collapsing. However, Luo Yanjing's arm suddenly supported her lower back, the remaining small piece of tissue falling into the palm of his other hand. Be careful. His low, resonant voice sent shivers through her ear. Lin Rong buried her head in Ji Tang's chest. Oh my goodness, I'm about to faint. President Luo made Ji's legs weak, who understands? Li Ji hurriedly stood up from Luo Yanjing's embrace. Her eyelashes were damp, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, although their lips had merely brushed lightly and had not engaged fiercely. Inexplicably, they glistened with a dewy sheen. Thank you. Li Ji's gaze flickered towards Luo Yanjing, only to realize her mistake. Oh no. A couple should not express thanks to each other. Moreover, she should not apologize for a kiss. She nearly bungled her performance. Thus, she hurriedly changed the subject, waving her hand. Let's submit our answers. Our tissue should be small enough. Ha 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 ha. Gigi seems very busy, but no one knows exactly what she's busy with. Ah, her blushing face is so adorable. Honestly. Couples don't need to be so shy about a peck. More kisses, we love it. Why do I inexplicably feel that Jing Jiyuyi is so innocent? Last time President Luo's ears were red. This time, it's Gigi's turn. But it feels even better to ship now. An inexplicable tension pulsed within the magnetic field. Li Ji dared not glance back. She felt both embarrassed and shamefully privileged. Clearly wanting to say something, she found herself at a loss for words. The limitations of the camera also prevented her from openly discussing her feelings with her close friends. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing, playfully teasing, licked his lips with the tip of his tongue, unable to suppress a smile as he turned to look at Li Ji. In truth, he probably shouldn't be smiling. At least not in front of Li Ji. He should feign astonishment or blush from being taken advantage of, yet he could not help but let the corners of his mouth curve upward. The pounding in his heart extinguished all rational thought in that moment. Feeling shy? Luo Yanjing leaned closer. Li Ji felt warmth flooding her ears, and the heated breath cascading down her neck sent another wave of tingling down her spine. Could it be that once again, you feel you've taken advantage of me and feel sorry about it? Luo Yanjing lowered his lashes to appraise her. Noticing Li Ji's ears turning crimson, it seemed that her embarrassment and confusion were solely due to the kiss, devoid of any rejection or disgust. He spoke in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, I hold no grudge against you." Li Ji, she shot a glance at Luo Yanjing, then suddenly exclaimed, "I kissed, so what? Who are you to complain?" The live stream erupted with laughter, calling out the couple's unconventional dynamic, wondering how there could be a dog here who took advantage and yet acted coy. Just then, Ji Tang arrived, breaking the subtle tension that had been building between Li Ji and Luo Yanjing. "You two are quite the pair." Ji Tang, equally enjoying the sweetness, held up the remaining small piece of tissue from Jing Jiuyi. "No need to measure this. The championship belongs to you." "Yay!" Lin Rong was even more ecstatic than Li Ji. She clung to Li Ji's arm, pouting playfully, "I want to go to Kazanki, Ji. I heard Kazanki has delicious roast chicken soup and borsak." If Jiang Jiyu had one, she would not have been able to act this way. Jiang Jiyu seemed a bit standoffish, not very approachable, but Li Ji was different. Lin Rong resorted to her spoiled antics. Li Ji indulgently nodded, all right, we'll go to Kazanki for borsak later." The guide rights fell into the hands of Jing Jiuyi. To be precise, since Luo Yanjing treated his wife's words as commands, it was essentially in Li Ji's hands. Jiang Jiyu was extremely displeased. She had initially thought she would easily secure the guiding rights, but unexpectedly, a small twist had come up. However, she felt joy at Fu Yanzi kissing her. It was just unfortunate that she couldn't have it all. Fu Yanzi's eyes were as red as cherries, and after their game concluded, he stared at Li Ji and Luo Yanjing, realizing that they had not kissed before. It was merely an illusion caused by the distance. His impulsiveness led to the premature end of the game, leaving him to watch Li Ji actively press her lips against Luo Yanjing's. It drove him completely mad. Ji Tang announced, "You may depart at any time. The 3 self-driving cars will be assigned based on your tissue-tearing results. For the entire day's itinerary, just follow President Luo and Duty Jiji's arrangements. I shall take my leave." She pretended to adjust her dress and then cheerfully turned and exited. Li Ji took the baton from Ji Tang, just as she desperately needed something to divert her attention from her flushed cheeks and racing heart. "Let us head to Kazanki for breakfast first." Everyone readily agreed. Mainly because Jiang Jiyu, who would have preferred to disagree, had no right to refuse, and could only smile. The male contestants went to find staff to retrieve the cars. Luo Yanjing was discreetly handed a note by the director, "President Luo, this contains a mysterious task exclusively for male contestants. Please ensure confidentiality with your partner and complete it by noon." Luo Yanjing's brow twitched slightly. He lazily lifted his chin, speaking with arrogance, "What happens if I don't complete it? Your partner will face a penalty." The director winked mysteriously, "But you can take a look at the task details first. Trust me, you'll want to complete it." Luo Yanjing scoffed dismissively. His expression turned disdainful as he unfolded the note, and as his gaze fell, his brows indeed twitched. The camera zoomed in, revealing the task content. "In the scorching summer of Xinjiang, to protect your partner from getting sunburned, kindly apply sunscreen for her, ensuring her delicate skin remains unblemished." Chapter 42. Do you need my assistance, my dear wife? The audience eagerly rubbed their hands together. Applying sunscreen is quite awkward. Classic post. His rough fingertips grazed her delicate skin, sending shivers down her spine. Caress her neck. Touch her back, stroke her legs. This is intriguing. I feel the sexual tension just imagining the scene. This dating show segment is simply too urban. The fans wore mischievous smiles, eagerly anticipating Lu Yanjing to embark on his task. Yet, Li Ji remained blissfully unaware. She was still enveloped in the afterglow of kissing Lu Yanjing, her heart racing uncontrollably, a strange and unfamiliar sensation coursing through her, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. It's perfectly normal for adults to share a kiss, but the fact that her heart raced at the thought of kissing Lu Yanjing made her feel utterly scandalous. Li Ji felt her heart had succumbed to Lu Yanjing. Thus, even when they got into the car, she avoided his gaze, and after fastening her seatbelt, she lowered the sun visor, pretending to be busy as she touched up her makeup in the mirror. Lu Yanjing took the wheel, with a casual glance, his cool wrist resting on the steering wheel. He found her busily preening herself like a little swan splashing in water, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Still shy?" "Not at all," Li Ji replied, slightly raising her delicate face. She parted her lips and leaned closer to the mirror, gently massaging her lip peaks with her ring finger, blending the freshly applied lipstick. "What's so embarrassing about accidentally kissing my husband?" Before the camera, Li Ji was quite defiant. Her eyelashes fluttered as she proudly turned her face left and right, seemingly in high spirits as she admired the pearlescent eyeshadow, contemplating where else she might need a touch-up. Unfortunately, her makeup skills were exceptional. Although she had been out for a while and had her sunglasses pressed down, her makeup remained flawless, leaving her unsure of what else she could possibly do to conceal any traces of her shyness. "Is that so?" Lu Yanjing smirked. He clearly relished the way she addressed him as her husband, his languid voice laced with amusement. "But it seems, my dear, your adorably flushed ears beg to differ." Li Ji froze. She hastily raised her face to the mirror, glancing sideways at her reflection, the sparkling diamond earrings catching the light on her swan-like neck. Only when she saw that her ears were indeed not flushed did she realize she had been played. Lu Yanjing. She instantly erupted in indignation, flapping her arms like a little swan on the lake, sending water splashing in her wake. Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, his deep voice resonating as it vibrated through his throat, sending a tantalizingly sultry laugh into Li Ji's ears. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Li Ji turned her face away haughtily. She found another excuse to divert her gaze, determined not to let Lu Yanjing perceive her unusual feelings. The audience in the livestream was all smiles, finding the interactions between Li Ji and Lu Yanjing amusing. Despite being a married couple, they still exhibited such innocence, and it was clear that Lu Yanjing indulged her unconditionally. Shall we head directly to the parking lot of Kazanki? Lu Yanjing glanced up at her through the rearview mirror. Li Ji slightly turned to grant him a sliver of her attention. Don't go to the parking lot. I've already informed them that we'll park on the other side and enter from there. She thought for a moment and realized she couldn't quite describe the location. So, she lowered her head, took out her phone, opened the navigation app, and snatched Lu Yanjing's phone to set it up. The guest house wasn't far from Kazanki. Just as they hit a red light, Lu Yanjing tapped the screen with his long fingers, his well-defined digits sliding outward, lazily raising an eyebrow after glancing at the map. Not going through the main entrance? Li Ji hesitated, glancing at the camera, then casting a complex look at Lu Yanjing. After a moment of silence, ultimately, she chose to spare Lu Yanjing some dignity. After all, it would be rather embarrassing for a grown man to be afraid of birds. So, she simply said, don't worry about it. Li Ji lightly pressed the sun visor back into place with her fingertip, then donned her sunglasses with an air of superiority, crossing her arms and leaning back. Just follow my instructions. The young lady's tone was commanding, leaving no room for her knight, Mr. Lu, to entertain any thoughts of his own. Lu Yanjing complied, suppressing his laughter, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel as he adjusted her navigation. Understood, I shall obey your royal decree, my queen. Li Ji raised her chin in satisfaction. However, Li Ji's arrangement indeed defied logic. Even Lin Rong, upon seeing the navigation route, tilted her head in confusion. Hey, did you take the wrong route? Aren't we going through the main entrance of Kazanki? The location provided by Ji is this one. Shang Su lifted his eyelids, scrutinizing the phone navigation for confirmation. She specifically emphasized not to use the main entrance. Why not? Lin Rong asked, somewhat perplexed. She blinked in bewilderment. I looked up the guide. It said the main entrance of Kazanki has an overwhelming number of pigeons. You can even feed them. If we don't take a picture with that spectacular scene of flying pigeons, wouldn't that be a real pity? The audience in the live stream echoed her confusion. Zhang Jio's fans seized the rare opportunity to vent their frustrations. Has Li Ji not done her homework? Doesn't she know the main entrance of Kazanki is a super popular photo spot? She might as well hand the tour guide duties back to Yu. It's ridiculous. How can she even be a tour guide? Just now, baby Jio said she wanted to take a picture with the pigeons at the main entrance. It turns out the other two groups of guests have seen the guide and know the main entrance is a breathtaking sight, while she's this careless tour guide, doing everything on a whim? The haters took the chance to unleash their criticisms. Yet, many rational individuals held their opinions, not believing Li Ji to be that kind of person. Her expressions during interactions with Lu Yanjing seemed to suggest she had unspoken concerns. In the end, they did not go to the main entrance. Lu Yanjing parked the car near the location Li Ji had indicated, engaged the handbrake, and removed the car key. Click, a crisp sound echoed. Li Ji unfastened her seatbelt, eager to escape the enclosed space between her and Lu Yanjing. However, as she pushed the door open, the outdoor heat rushed in, and even with her sunglasses on, her outstretched leg felt scorched. Li Ji hesitated for 2 seconds. She suddenly remembered she had not brought her sun umbrella and had yet to reapply sunscreen, so she slowly retracted her leg. At that moment, Lu Yanjing, lounging in his seat, casually opened the glove compartment with his well-defined fingers. He nonchalantly retrieved the sunscreen the production team had placed inside, twirling it between his fingers before tilting his head to glance at Li Ji. Looking for this? The viewers, eagerly anticipating a romantic moment, perked up. They sensed the main event was about to unfold, but Li Ji was completely oblivious. She looked at Lu Yanjing in surprise. How did you have this? Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. He squeezed some into his palm, leisurely applying it to his forearm. What, can't I use sunscreen? Li Ji, she regarded Lu Yanjing with a complex expression. You can. The audience was on the edge of their seats. They expected Lu Yanjing to propose applying sunscreen for his beloved wife. Instead, he handed the entire tube of sunscreen to Li Ji, his brow slightly raised. You can do it yourself? Li Ji had been waiting for him to say that. She didn't hesitate to take it, her tone light. You're so reliable, thanks. Lu Yanjing smiled widely, his lips curling. He made no move, resembling a husband waiting for his wife to finish her makeup and sunscreen application, casually leaning against the driver's seat while playing on his phone, awaiting her command to set off. The audience grew anxious. Wasn't he supposed to help with the sunscreen? Suit guy, you usually seem so confident, why are you suddenly slacking off now? Stay calm, I feel like he has something up his sleeve, just waiting for the right moment to surprise Ji. He definitely has a backup plan. I won't wash my hair upside down if he doesn't. But the viewers were impatient, utterly unaware of Lu Yanjing's true intentions, fearing he might act defiantly and refuse to complete the sunscreen task as directed by the production team. Li Ji remained in the dark. She diligently applied the sunscreen, starting with her legs, then lifting her long hair to expose her neck, carefully reopening the sun visor to scrutinize each area in the mirror. The dress was a spaghetti strap design, necessitating attention to her collarbone and chest area, as well as her shoulders, which were prone to sunburn. Li cast a couple of glances at Lu Yanjing before turning her back to him, tucking her hair behind her shoulder to block his view, quietly lowering her shoulder strap to evenly apply sunscreen near it, then raising it back up to apply on the other side. Everything appeared to be going smoothly. However, when Li Ji reached back to apply sunscreen to her back, she suddenly encountered a challenge. She stretched her arms as far as they would go, reaching over her shoulder and around her waist, trying her best to apply a flurry of activity that almost resembled a thousand-armed Avalokitesphera, but there were still spots she couldn't quite reach. Just then, she caught a glimpse of Lu Yanjing's gaze reflected in the mirror. He lazily lifted his chin to observe her, casting a sidelong glance at her back. As the audience held their breath in anticipation, Lu Yanjing finally set aside his cursed phone, straightened up leisurely, and leaned closer to Li Ji, his deep, magnetic voice whispering in her ear, "Do you need my help, my dear wife?" Chapter 43. A surge of adrenaline, applying sunscreen for her. Li Ji blinked her shimmering eyes, hesitatingly glancing at Lu Yanjing. She noticed the corners of his lips curl slightly, his demeanor languid, and a hint of lazy amusement glimmering in his dark eyes, suggesting no ill intent. Indeed, Li Ji found it quite impossible to reach her back. She adjusted her sunglasses down to the small red mole at the tip of her nose, lifting her eyelids to gaze at the sun. The blazing sun was mercilessly scorching, and she felt it wouldn't be long before she would be dried up, utterly unable to endure even a hint of sun exposure. Her vanity ultimately swayed her resolve. "All right." Li Ji handed the sunscreen to Lu Yanjing. "It seems I must trouble you after all." A smirk played on Lu Yanjing's lips as he chuckled softly, "At your service, Mrs. Lu." The live stream erupted with comments. He succeeded. Look at him, all smug and unworthy. Oh my gosh, Gigi, you've fallen for it. Li Ji remained blissfully unaware. After all, Lu Yanjing was expertly measured in his actions, only stepping in to assist when she required help, leaving no trace of his intentions. Lu Yanjing lifted his eyelids, meeting her gaze as her sunglasses slipped down, and with a nonchalant eyebrow raise, he instructed, "Turn around." "Oh." Li Ji removed her sunglasses. As she turned, her hair cascaded behind her, the sweet scent of her shampoo wafting into his breath. Lu Yanjing's voice dropped to a husky whisper, "Your hair." Li Ji stretched her swan-like arms backward, gathering her long hair to the front, clearing her line of sight. What now graced the camera was her flawless back, glimmering with diamond-like light, the delicate skin covering her shoulder blades resembling small wings. The live stream audience went wild. "Wow, so beautiful. No wonder she's a dancer from the Central Ballet. Her backlines are exquisitely honed. Lu Yanjing is indeed fortunate." Lu Yanjing felt a tightening in his throat. His gaze dropped, the double eyelid creases deepening, his once bright black eyes darkened in their depths, no longer needing to suppress any yearning. While Li Ji remained oblivious, the camera zoomed in. Lu Yanjing's long, defined fingers delicately lifted the diamond chain from Li Ji's back. Perhaps his fingertips grazed her skin inadvertently, causing a shiver to run through her body. She felt her heartbeat inexplicably quicken. Perhaps having Lu Yanjing apply sunscreen was too intimate. Her breaths came in short gasps. Remember to apply it carefully," but the moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted it. She closed her eyes in frustration, her beautiful swan neck drooping as she lightly tapped her forehead with her fingertips. Help! What did she mean by carefully? She had no such intention. She merely feared that Lu Yanjing might be careless, leaving her sunburned with uneven patches. Yet the air within the car felt inexplicably thick with tension. What should have been a perfectly normal statement seemed to carry a different connotation in this atmosphere. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed. With a low, lazy chuckle, he replied, "All right." Li Ji's spine involuntarily stiffened, her breath held instinctively, but no matter how tense her nerves became, they could not suppress the rapid beating of her heart. Just then, Lu Yanjing picked up the bottle of sunscreen. He twisted off the cap, avoiding the diamond chain on her back, and squeezed a bit onto her shoulder blade. The cool sensation made her shudder. Before she could adjust, his scorching palm began to rub the sunscreen into her back. In that instant, Li Ji felt her entire spine melt, as if an electric current surged through her limbs, causing her pores to open and even her scalp to tingle. This sensation was akin to a clash of ice and fire. Li Ji bit her lip in annoyance. She suddenly regretted asking Lu Yanjing for help. If only she had thought to summon Lin Rong to assist her instead. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps the scorching sun of Xinjiang had melted her brain at that moment. In any case, she did not think too much about it then. Out of instinctive trust, she had simply handed over the sunscreen. Lu Yanjing seemed particularly patient. He meticulously lifted the diamond chain, applying the cream in small amounts, dotting and then smoothing it over her back with his palm. With their proximity, his breath cascaded over Li Ji's spine, sending her adrenaline soaring, as if all her blood rushed toward her spine, igniting her entire being. Yet Lu Yanjing's gaze burned even hotter. This fleetingly intimate act was like drinking poison to quench thirst for him, yet he willingly succumbed to it. Even in his descent, he maintained his service posture, occasionally inquiring in a low, husky voice, "Is this all right? Am I applying too much pressure?" Li Ji's breath quivered. Once again, she felt time stretch unbearably long, wishing fervently for it to end, allowing her to flee. Yet some things, once begun, cannot be undone. Thus, she steeled herself and replied, That's fine, the pressure is okay." The atmosphere was thick with intimacy, and Li Ji found herself instinctively crossing her legs as Lu Yanjing continued his methodical application. His broad palm glided slowly over her delicate back. The audience in the live stream was going wild. "Help! What on earth is this situation? What are these tiger and wolf words? Pressure, what kind of pressure? Oh my gosh, is President Lu really just applying sunscreen? Is he merely trying to take the opportunity to touch his wife's back? So steamy, I've never felt so flushed watching a dating show before." Sunscreen, so I'm just a part of your little couple's play, huh? The live stream was a chaotic frenzy. The seasoned viewers were creatively engaging, with some even beginning to clip the footage for more tantalizing cuts. Lig was nearly melting in the passenger seat. Finally, Lu Yanjing finished applying sunscreen on her back, not neglecting any corner. What about the nape of your neck? No need. This time, Li Ji decisively declined. She hurriedly tossed her hair over her shoulder, her fingertips trembling slightly as she grabbed her sunglasses and hastily put them on, using them to conceal her current embarrassment and fluster. Lu Yanjing lazily replied, His tone sounded equally strained, the desires in his dark pupils quickly subdued as he turned his face away, returning to a semblance of normalcy. At least from Li Ji's perspective, it appeared to be just a good friend lending a helping hand. It only made her feel that her earlier racing heart and surging adrenaline were indicative of impure thoughts. Let us go. Lu Yanjing raised his chin slightly. He casually retrieved an umbrella from the car's storage compartment and stepped out with long strides. Li Ji seized the opportunity to exhale a long breath. She hurriedly fanned her cheeks a few times, adjusting her demeanor back to normal within Lu Yanjing's line of sight. Just then, the passenger door swung open. As Li Ji turned to step out and brace for the sun's scorching embrace, she felt a sudden shade above her head. She looked up in surprise to see Lu Yanjing holding the umbrella for her, his other hand lazily reaching out to assist her down. With a nonchalant tilt of his chin, he smiled, "After you, my queen." The audience in the live stream erupted once more. He's so charming. Vocal, Lu Yanjing is such an extraordinary man, even holding the umbrella for his wife. Wait, what did he just call Li Ji? My queen, does anyone understand the weight of that title? I just want to drown in their sea of love. Li Ji felt a delightful tingling in her heart. As she witnessed Lu Yanjing extend his hand to help her out of the car while holding the umbrella, something within her chest began to swell. This feeling was utterly unfamiliar. Even when faced with Fu Yanzi, she had never experienced this fluttering sensation, as if a feather was teasing her heart, electrifying and intoxicating. Watch your step. Lu Yanjing reminded softly. Given the high clearance of the SUV and the uneven terrain, coupled with her high heels, Li Ji placed her hand in his palm, steadying herself before safely stepping out of the vehicle. The other two pairs of guests were engaged in similar tasks. The Jifu couple's mission progressed smoothly, as Fu Yanzi had taken the initiative to apply sunscreen, leaving Jiang Jiyu with no reason to decline, even if it was only on one hand. However, Lin Rong and Shang Su's mission had failed. They were bickering as they gathered. Shang Su exclaimed, "Lin Rong, are you even a woman? Every girl knows to apply sunscreen before heading out in summer." Lin Rong retorted, "Shang Su, are you out of your mind? Even if I need sunscreen, I can apply it myself. What does it have to do with you? Back off, back off." The audience in the live stream was in stitches. Li Ji, arriving late, had not heard this exchange, and thus remained unaware that applying sunscreen was merely a task. She suggested, "It's getting late, let's go have breakfast and discuss where to play next." Lin Rong finally found a new topic. She clenched her fist, "Let us charge ahead." Chapter 44. Are you impatient with life for provoking my wife? The restaurant's courtyard exudes an enchanting charm, surrounded by the rich hues of Ili blue. Kazanki resembles a mysterious and romantic fairy tale realm. Traditional Kazakh dishes are served, and the crispy yet tender, glutinous borsak paired with an array of dipping sauces quickly satisfies everyone's palates. Lin Rong is in high spirits, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter as she looks up at Li Ji, asking, "Ji, where shall we go next?" All the guests turn their gazes towards her. Li Ji lightly brushes the jam from her lips with her fingertip and replies, "Shall we explore freely? The photo studio next door has received good reviews, the girls might enjoy a visit." Lin Rong has no objections. Although she had previously expressed a desire to feed the pigeons at the main entrance, she recognizes that the guiding authority rests with Ji, whose plans are informed by her own preferences and thoughts. She trusts Li Ji unconditionally. Even if she were to be dissatisfied, it would be of no fault to Ji, but rather a consequence of her own failure in the game. However, Jiang Jiu clearly does not share this sentiment. After a long pause, she finally speaks up, "Ji, you haven't prepared an itinerary, have you?" Li Ji raises an eyebrow at her. Jiang Jiu smiles slightly. "Actually, Kazanki has many delightful shops and delectable foods worth savoring, along with beautiful spots for social media photos. Are you not going to take us to experience them? Why are we simply left to wander freely?" The live chat erupts with comments. "Exactly, if you're not going to prepare an itinerary, don't rush to be the guide, give the position to you. So annoying, when will she just leave?" Even I, who have never been to Ili, know that the pigeon flock at the entrance of Kazanki is stunning from scrolling through social media. How could that fake heiress be so oblivious? Yet, there are rational viewers. Li Ji's fans and those shipping her with Jingji roll their eyes at the barrage of comments, quickly stepping in to defend her. Are the fans of Jiang Jiu unwell? Isn't it your sister who lost the game? The rule is that whoever wins takes the guiding authority. Right, it's just about taking pictures with the pigeons. Since Ji has said it's free time, why not just go if you have such a great itinerary? Who on earth is so keen on Jiang Jiu, blindly adoring this white lotus? Even Lin Rong furrows her brow at this. She turns to Jiang Jiu, saying, "Didn't Ji say it's free time? If you want to visit those shops, taste those delicacies, and take those photos, why not go yourself?" Jiang Jiu's expression stiffens slightly. However, she retorts, "I'm only concerned that Ji hasn't prepared adequately, and that we might miss out on the beautiful scenery here, so I'm sharing my insights." The live chat is filled with praise, commending Jiu's beauty and kindness while criticizing Li Ji, urging her to recognize her place and relinquish the guiding authority. Li Ji chuckles at this, lightly pressing her fingertip against her temple, appearing somewhat vexed as she shakes her head. Look at my memory, I mistakenly treated you as a person. Wow, the little swan is speaking harshly. Luo Yanjing, carefree and nonchalant, crosses his legs and smiles leisurely at Li Ji's independent stance. Li Ji glances at the menu, lazily scanning it before pushing it back with a hint of disappointment. If it weren't for the fact that they truly don't serve tofu pudding here, I would have insisted on ordering a portion for you to enjoy this opportunity. Ji, Yu Jiang Jio frowns. Li Ji's eyes lift slightly, her tone cool. Is it my failure to clearly state the concept of free exploration, or is Miss Jiang simply unable to comprehend? I'm not imposing a unified itinerary. I merely wish for everyone to enjoy themselves freely, rather than conforming solely to my preferences. I don't care if you want roast chicken soup, or wish to indulge in Isahale ice cream, sample baked buns, or lamb roasted in a tandoor, or even if you desire to take photos with the pigeon flock at the main entrance. It is entirely up to you. Or has Miss Jiang grown so accustomed to being leashed that she prefers being guided? Luo Yanjing, who was previously indulging in the unfolding drama, suddenly perks up at the mention of the pigeon flock at the main entrance, lifting his head slowly. The pigeon flock, is that the reason Shi Wun Ti let them go to the main entrance? The atmosphere becomes tense, even Lin Rong dares not speak, focusing instead on savoring the remaining pieces of horse meat alongside Shang Su. At that moment, a sultry, teasing voice pierces the silence. Lin Rong feels a shiver run down her spine, and the piece of horse meat she was about to eat falls back onto her plate. She cautiously raises her gaze. Luo Yanjing's lips curl into a smirk. The man who had been lounging so confidently now leans closer to Li Ji, bending down to whisper in her ear. Li Ji, engaged in her verbal sparring, feels the soft flesh of her ear tingle under his breath, his sensual voice enveloping her. Oh, Luo Yanjing's tone is laced with laughter. So, my dear wife intentionally avoided the main entrance for my sake? Li Ji feels a shiver run through her neck. Luo Yanjing pulls her waist closer, raising an eyebrow at her leisurely. What were you just saying about not wanting to admit it? Li Ji feels her heart race, the adrenaline surging through her makes her ears flush with warmth. Fu Yanzi glares at their flirtatious exchange, his patience wearing thin as he snaps, Li Ji. Yet, before the camera, Fu Yanzi cannot openly express his displeasure at their flirtation in front of him, forcing the topic back to his earlier argument with Zhang Jiao. He regards Li Ji with a cold demeanor, his tone carrying a warning. Your words were excessive. Luo Yanjing suddenly shifts his gaze towards Fu Yanzi, his playful demeanor vanishing as he narrows his eyes, his expression arrogant, his tone brazen. So, you dare to scold my wife? Are you tired of living? Wow, a showdown between childhood friends. Though, wasn't Li Ji a bit harsh? Why did she have to insult our Jiao as a dog? Isn't she the one who invited the insult? I also think Zhang Jiao is simply trying to show off how well she prepared her itinerary, leading everyone to criticize Li Ji for being a careless guide. But with Li Ji handling everything so smoothly and mentioning the pigeon flock at the main entrance, it's clear she must have done her homework. Luo just mentioned that Li Ji specifically avoided the main entrance for him. What could that mean? Oh my, there must be a story behind that. The two sides glare at each other, their gazes clashing in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. That's all I have to say. Li Ji raises her chin slightly, glancing at Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi, excluding those two. We're not buying dog food. Luo Yanjing slowly relaxes, his expression softening as he returns his gaze to Li Ji, a gentler light in his eyes. I'll listen to my wife. The live chat floods with comments. Oh my. Look at that unassuming demeanor. Indeed, what my wife says is law. With a wife to pamper him, his smile is practically reaching the heavens. Lin Rong feels somewhat embarrassed to let them treat them. She hurriedly nudges Shang Su, urging him to step up and pay, at the very least, to cover their shares. Fu Yanzi, frustrated, feels his chest swell with anger. Zhang Jiao bites her lip in grievance. Then, how about, I go settle the bill for the two of us? No need. Fu Yanzi still possesses some gentlemanly manners. He cannot allow a girl to pay in front of the camera. I'll take care of it. The three male guests exit the scene. At this moment, the task cards designated for the three female guests are handed over by the staff. Chapter 45. A theatrical performance, the task of confession. Lin Rong had long realized that applying sunscreen was merely a task. After all, even if Shang Su was eccentric, he could not possibly be that eccentric. This task card merely confirmed her suspicions. She read aloud, who understands, a spoiled woman has the best fate. Which unfortunate female guest is so exhausted and yet remains unattached? Surely it cannot be any of you three, right? Lin Rong was speechless. She pursed her lips in silence for a moment, the corners of her mouth drooping. Whose good person task card is written like this? And which female guest is still single? Why not just read my ID card instead? Ha 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 ha. What a sarcastic task card. So the task entails being carried by the male guest. I must say, the production team truly understands what we want to see. I am eagerly anticipating that feeling of submission from someone in power bending for love. Ji Tang announced the task rules in plain language. Each of you must, without your partner discovering the task, have your partner carry you for a duration of over 5 minutes. Lin Rong instantly wore a look of despair. She waved her hand dismissively. This task sounds utterly impossible. Why not just tell me what the punishment is? Ji Tang, with a mischievous smile, replied, if you two fail the task, the punishment will be a theatrical performance. The theme is confession. You must exchange sweet nothings for 5 minutes. Lin Rong, she immediately turned away, declaring, I quit. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. There was an inexplicable anticipation for Lin Rong's failure in this task, as the punishment appeared far more entertaining than the task itself. However, Lin Rong's declaration of quitting was, of course, in jest. Zhang Jiao chuckled softly. This task shouldn't be too difficult. As long as I act a little spoiled, it will surely be fine. The comments were flooded with support for her. Zhang Jiao then turned to Li Ji, but I am more concerned about Ji. After all, President Liu seems quite temperamental and does not appear to be someone who would lower himself. I also feel that Li Ji is about to be proven wrong. Ha ha. You all said that Jing Jiyu was sweeter than our Jifu Wei Hun. It's about to backfire. Are the fans of Zhang Jiao acting up again? I truly can't with you all. If you adore Jifu Wei Hun, then keep to your own circle and stop seeking attention here. A cosmic joke. How can anyone think Jing Jiyu will backfire? President Liu would never lower himself for Ji. Has the internet memory faded so quickly? Has everyone forgotten how he knelt in a suit to untie Li Ji yesterday? The comments followed with a series of affirmations. Exactly, well said. Most of those supporting Jing Jiyu were newcomers, frustrated with the current state of fandom that often elevated some while belittling others, unable to tolerate Zhang Jiao's fans in their midst. Li Ji, with her eyelashes fluttering, lightly huffed, then I advise you to worry about yourself. Zhang Jiao looked at her in confusion. Just then, Li Ji donned her sunglasses. You should find a place to hide quickly. I fear the garbage collectors will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao's expression changed instantly. At that moment, a voice blared through the streets from a loudspeaker. Recycling, color TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, a garbage collection, old furniture disposal. Lin Rong turned her head mechanically to look. She saw an elderly man pedaling a tricycle, passing by the crowd. The comments in the livestream were filled with ha 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 ha. That grandpa is amazing, the drama is at an all-time high. Zhang Jiao's expression darkened further. She trembled in anger but could not lose her temper in front of the camera. The three male guests finally returned after settling the bill, with Lu Yanjing covering the expenses for all four of them. Lin Rong pinched Shang Su's arm and asked what had happened. Shang Su lowered his head, resting his fingers on his forehead. If I continue to argue with him, I fear he will buy the entire street. Lin Rong, it certainly sounded like something he would do. Turning to Lu Yanjing, she saw him smugly reporting the results of their transaction to Li Ji, resembling a large dog wagging its tail for praise. Lin Rong asked, Ji, my dear, where do you plan to go next? Perhaps we could conveniently travel together. Li Ji pushed her sunglasses down slightly, revealing half of her eyes. She gazed at Lu Yanjing, as if seeking his opinion, yet hesitated to speak. Lu Yanjing, with a smile in his eyes, lowered his gaze to scrutinize her, immediately seeing through her thoughts. To the next door? The photo studio specializing in Uyghur portraits that Li Ji had mentioned earlier. Li Ji cast a sidelong glance. Are you capable? Lu Yanjing casually raised his chin slightly, his eyelids half-lowered, arching an eyebrow at her. What is it that I cannot do? It wasn't that Li Ji doubted him out of thin air, nor was she concerned that Lu Yanjing would be unable to accept the Uyghur aesthetic. It was simply that the adjacent studio catered exclusively to female clients, with the exception of cross-dressing males. Li Ji understood Lu Yanjing's temperament. He simply lacked patience. For him to sit and wait while she got ready would likely be akin to torture. This harkened back to the time before the first mock exam in their senior year, when Lu Yanjing climbed over the wall to dye his hair silver. The silver-haired youth, with striking features, was undeniably captivating during those tumultuous adolescent years. His tousled hair framed a pair of fiercely proud and icy eyes. The boy boldly wore his shirt unbuttoned, nonchalantly draping his school uniform jacket over his shoulders, striding confidently, with a throng of excited girls trailing behind him wherever he went. He was already the heartthrob of the entire school. This sudden silver-haired transformation acted like a deep water bomb, shattering the long-standing tranquility of the campus. During that time, Li Ji paid special attention to Lu Yanjing. Not because she thought he was handsome like the other girls, but rather because every time she saw his displeased expression about his dyed hair, she found it amusing. One day, a friend eagerly asked him, Brother Jing, how does it feel after dyeing your hair white? Li Ji had just returned from the teacher's office and walked into the classroom, her ears perking up at the conversation. Lu Yanjing clearly did not realize she was there. What does it feel like? He scoffed, lifting his gaze, his expression still sour, like 1,000 needles poking my backside. Ah. The friend clearly did not understand. Lu Yanjing lazily shot him a glance. Who knows, it took 8 hours of torment to dye it. Sitting made my butt ache. Put. Li Ji burst into laughter on the spot. Lu Yanjing turned around to find her standing behind him with a book in hand, tears of laughter in her eyes. Li Ji still vividly remembered his words about the aching backside. It was the same now. Fearing that she would take 2 hours to get ready, Lu Yanjing would undoubtedly voice the same complaint. My butt aches. Yet Lu Yanjing was well aware of what she was about to say. However, he was no longer that boy with a sore backside. He simply languidly tilted his chin. Isn't it only natural to wait for my wife to get ready? Not sore? Li Ji leaned closer, whispering. Lu Yanjing let out an ambiguous hum. You little ungrateful one, who do you think I endured that for? At the time, he had only been fixated on Li Ji's words, that she would fall in love at first sight, which made him willing to endure the 8 hours of discomfort. He hadn't felt any pain at the time. It was only later, upon realizing that the little trickster had never truly fallen for his silver hair, that he began to reflect on those 8 hours of unbearable discomfort. Chapter 46:8 Years of secret affection behind this face. The trip to the photography studio was finalized. Lin Rong coincidentally also had an interest in Uyghur photography, so the four of them set off together once more. Jiang Jiao, who initially clamored for a strategy, after perusing through Xia Hongshu, confirmed that this particular studio boasted the best reputation for capturing youthful beauty, thus she shamelessly tagged along. Girls, go pick out your outfits. The three gentlemen settled onto the sofa in the lounge area, momentarily transforming into the background of this variety show. Lu Yanjing, with an air of aloofness, casually crossed his legs dressed in luxurious black. He sank into the crimson leather sofa, exuding an intense allure. The striking contrast between his pale skin and the red and black hues accentuated his sensuality. The live stream was flooded with comments hiss, ha, hiss, ha. Yet, Lu Yanjing appeared indifferent to the audience. He languidly tilted his neck, loosening his collar, and took out his phone to engage in solitary amusement. Pei Ji, who had been watching the livestream, finally seized the opportunity. Realizing that Lu Yanjing was currently unoccupied, he promptly sent a text, Brother Jing, Brother Jing. Lu Yanjing glanced at his phone, his eyes narrowing slightly. He recalled that he had blacklisted Pei Ji and Sheng Jinan on WeChat the previous night and had yet to lift the ban. However, whether to unblock them seemed inconsequential. Pei Ji observed Lu Yanjing on the livestream, noting that he showed no intention of responding to his message. Consequently, he resorted to a more direct approach and called him. With an air of cold arrogance, Lu Yanjing stood up, wearing a hint of impatience, and stepped outside the photography studio to evade the cameras. You better have a good reason for calling. Of course I do, Pei Ji replied nonchalantly. I specifically came to congratulate you on your marriage. Lu Yanjing's expression softened. The nonchalant demeanor he had just displayed transformed into a smug grin, and even his tone elongated in a boastful manner. How did you find out I got married? Pei Ji replied, well, the little wife slave was being toyed with. He continued with a teasing grin, you posted your marriage certificate all over your social media, your sweetness with our sister-in-law is known to the entire internet, so how could I not know? The corners of Lu Yanjing's lips curled slightly. He raised an eyebrow with an air of pride. When we hold the wedding ceremony, I shall invite you to be my best man. Pei Ji was overjoyed, a mix of surprise and delight. He jested, but shouldn't you first tell the best man when you started secretly pining for our sister-in-law? Lu Yanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. He tilted his head, glancing towards the photography studio, but seeing no activity, he presumed Li Ji was still changing. He redirected his gaze, slightly furrowing his brow. Is it that obvious? Of course. Pei Ji exclaimed, slapping his hand on the table. The way you look at her is no different from a husband gazing at his wife. If it's not secret admiration, why wear a ring and take it off? If you didn't like her, why marry her? This matter is so evident that even the King of Heaven couldn't force it out of you. He refrained from mentioning Lu Yanjing's lackluster performance in the dating show, where he often appeared coy and unable to hide his affection, clinging to every opportunity to flaunt his love for his wife. No one would have dared to imagine such an audacious transformation before. The once aloof figure now frequently smiled in the presence of beauty. The domineering CEO often bent his back for his wife. He even held an umbrella for her, a thing that previously served merely as a weapon for him, now transformed into a tender gesture. He was Lu Yanjing, not a genuine Jing god gone astray. Oh, Lu Yanjing replied lazily, offering no rebuttal to Pei Ji's remarks. Pei Ji pressed on, so when did it begin? High school. Nothing else to discuss, I'm hanging up, Lu Yanjing replied, raising an eyebrow, attempting to end the call. Wait, bro. Why are you turning your back on me? You just said you'd invite me to be your best man. One of them, Lu Yanjing emphasized sternly. Pei Ji nodded eagerly. Alright, one of them it is. Can I trade gossip for some news? About our sister-in-law. I'll tell you this, you probably didn't see the live stream, but our sister was mercilessly criticized in the comments just for you. Lu Yanjing's eyes narrowed slightly, but Pei Ji tantalizingly withheld further details, eager to spill the beans. So it really started back in high school, didn't it? Lu Yanjing remained silent. Pei Ji took his silence as confirmation and erupted in excitement. I knew it, you've been secretly in love for 8 years while sporting that face, ha, I'm telling Sheng Jinan and Qi Jiashu about this tonight. Ha, Shugo is finally willing to come out, he said he'd join us at the bar to watch the livestream, I bet him you were secretly in love, and he didn't believe me. Ha, I'm cashing in big time. Lu Yanjing clicked his tongue in annoyance, suppressing his irritation at Pei Ji's antics. His eyes betrayed a flicker of frustration as he lightly tapped his phone case with his fingertips. Your news. Just your embarrassing little issue, Pei Ji replied. Though Lu Yanjing would rather not have this embarrassing trait exposed to the world, spending extended time together inevitably led to moments where they would encounter unforeseen situations. Pei Ji reported, you're too close to the situation to see it clearly. I can see everything from the live stream. At that moment, our sister specifically avoided gathering at the front entrance for you and didn't explain the reason to spare your feelings. The audience was oblivious, and many thought she was shirking her responsibilities as a guide, hurling insults her way. It was quite harsh. Spare my feelings? Lu Yanjing's expression froze momentarily. Pei Ji nodded. Exactly, you were driving, and she let you follow her navigation. Lu Yanjing recalled the moment. Indeed, he remembered her asking Li Ji why they weren't using the front entrance. She seemed hesitant to elaborate and ultimately dismissed it, instructing him to simply follow her lead. At that time, she was concerned that mentioning his fear of birds on camera would embarrass him, and she endured the backlash for that? TSK, Pei Ji lamented, our sister truly loves you. If it were me, I would have spilled the beans about your fear of birds long ago, ha. Pei Ji, emboldened by his understanding of Lu Yanjing's fondness for his wife, laughed unabashedly. Lu Yanjing remained silent, even going so far as to coldly utter, "Thanks." Pei Ji was taken aback, his smile freezing in place. What the hell, he was brash, but Brother Jing's sudden gratitude was unnerving. A cold sweat broke out on Pei Ji's back. Just as he prepared to say something more, Lu Yanjing abruptly ended the call. Pei Ji was left in shock, his body still tense as he processed the sudden end. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing pocketed his phone, carrying with him the information Pei Ji had shared, and turned back towards the photography studio. Lost in thought concerning Li Ji's reprimand, he was suddenly enveloped by the sweet aroma of lychee and rose that filled the air. Chapter 47. The gaze as their passionless kiss. Luo Yanjing's gaze suddenly halted, captivated by the sight of a charming and elegant cake-sleeved white gown adorned in rich, gentle shades of blue. Li Ji had transformed from her earlier proud and vibrant self. She now wore a traditional Uyghur dress, embellished with a sapphire headdress, a blue veil, and her long, cascading curls styled into fluffy fishtail pigtails, twirling gracefully towards him. The live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, a fairy has appeared. The Uyghur princess has descended, everyone. Vocal, Li Ji is truly versatile, she looks stunning in everything she wears. Ah, I envy Luo Yanjing. Damn, it seems one must be both wealthy and handsome to marry a woman who exists only in dreams. At that moment, the woman who seemed to exist solely in dreams smiled charmingly, fluttering her eyelashes as she leaned towards Luo Yanjing, asking, "Do I look good?" Luo Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The hue of his eyes deepened, and as he fixed his gaze on Li Ji, it burned with an intensity akin to igniting a flame, his voice dropping to a husky whisper, "You look beautiful." The audience could not help but comment on the sultry look in his eyes, as though he had taken the phrase "a gaze is a passionless kiss" to its utmost expression. Li Ji felt a flush creeping to her cheeks under his intense scrutiny and turned her face away in curiosity. "What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Luo Yanjing remained silent. Meanwhile, Fu Yanzi felt a complex mix of emotions as he watched Li Ji interacting with Luo Yanjing, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that he should have been the protagonist in this scene. In the past, whenever Li Ji acquired a new, beautiful dress, she would eagerly rush to show it to him first. At that moment, Lin Rong emerged from the changing room, exclaiming, "Wow! Ji, you have such great taste, that blue is stunning." The camera swung over to capture her, revealing Lin Rong clad in an alluring lavender Uyghur gown, drawing praise from the live stream audience. Although Lin Rong harbored a mischievous spirit, her sweet appearance harmonized beautifully with the color scheme, a soft feather adorning her hat. "You look so sweet too," Li Ji exclaimed, cupping Lin Rong's face and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. President Luo is feeling sour. President Luo seems jealous. It looks like President Luo wishes to transform into Lin Rong. Lin Rong's face instantly flushed crimson from Li Ji's teasing, and she stammered, nearly stumbling over her words, I could change my orientation for you." Shang Su he stood with his arms crossed, bemusedly clicking his tongue. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing took hold of Li Ji's wrist, pulling her back behind him, raising an eyebrow with an air of arrogance. "Did I agree to that?" Laughter erupted in the live stream. Lin Rong shrank back in fright, wishing to vanish like a quail after having boldly confessed her affection to Li Ji moments ago. The photo studio buzzed with laughter and merriment, so much so that when Jiang Jiao finally changed her outfit, no one noticed her emergence from the changing room. Even Fu Yanzi seemed to be in a daze. It was only when the photographer captured her on camera that her fans could see her attire, a strikingly seductive red, adorned with intricate veils and elaborate crown accessories, creating a stark contrast to the demure white dress she had worn that morning. This outfit was indeed stunning. One could not help but marvel at how the Uyghur pomegranate red dress was breathtaking, with its exquisite and intricate embroidery and the lavish ethnic crown cascading with jewels. However, aside from the fans' praises, other viewers frowned in disapproval. To be honest, this is a disaster. Jiang Jiao simply does not suit this ensemble. Why does it feel like she's trying too hard? This outfit would be absolutely dazzling on Li Ji, but Jiang Jiao's pure and delicate beauty cannot carry it. The topics of a true daughter versus false daughter trended hotly online, revealing a stark contrast in their appearances and temperaments. Yet, Jiang Jiao remained blissfully unaware. She approached Fu Yanzi with a playful giggle, twirling her skirt. "Brother Yanzi, I look good like this, right?" The word "like" made her imitation of Li Ji all too evident. She had deliberately chosen this outfit to assert that she could also look beautiful in such attire, feeling dissatisfied with how Li Ji had overshadowed her both yesterday and today. Fu Yanzi responded with a quiet, The young ladies took their seats before the vanity mirrors to apply makeup. Although they had all left home with makeup on, the Uyghur photoshoot required subtle adjustments, particularly with the eye makeup needing a touch of sparkle and a meticulous styling of their hair. Meanwhile, the gentleman lounged on the sofa, waiting. Fortunately, it was not a full makeup session, and within half an hour, Li Ji thought, this time it surely wouldn't lead to Luo Yanjing feeling discomfort. When she finally stood up, the corners of her eyes were adorned with shimmering blue sequins, resembling a somewhat enchanting mermaid. She blinked her lashes, exuding vibrancy. "Shall we go?" Luo Yanjing sat languidly on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, raising his chin slightly, his fingers resting lightly against his cheek as his gaze swept over her leisurely. Then, with an enigmatic click of his tongue, he raised an eyebrow. "What should I do? Oh, my wife is too beautiful, I seem reluctant to take her out." The live stream erupted with shrieks. Li Ji's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her irritation palpable as she lightly stomped her white Uyghur boots. "Luo Yanjing." Luo Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly, rising from the sofa in his polished shoes, his suit pants sliding down slightly, his previous remark merely a jest. "Where do you want to shoot?" Anywhere is fine, Li Ji replied cheerfully. In truth, the most picturesque spot for Uyghur photography was near the pigeon flock at the main entrance. She tossed a handful of breadcrumbs into the air, causing the birds to flutter away in a flurry, while the princess twirled in her dress. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Unfortunately, Luo Yanjing had a fear of birds, prompting Li Ji to dismiss that idea entirely and refrain from mentioning it in his presence. Lin Rong hesitated, wanting to suggest photographing the pigeons at the main entrance, but she sensed that Li Ji was deliberately avoiding that area. She chose to remain silent. Just then, Luo Yanjing spoke up unexpectedly, "Teacher Lin." Lin Rong. Her eyes widened in surprise at the way he addressed her. Huh? Would you mind stepping aside for a moment to speak? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lin Rong felt a wave of unease wash over her as she glanced at Li Ji, an inexplicable chill running down her spine, yet Li Ji seemed unfazed by their whispering, generously shrugging and turning away. Lin Rong swallowed hard, the sound of her gulp echoing clearly through the microphone clipped to her collar, prompting laughter from the live stream audience. What's the matter, President Luo? Lin Rong stammered, her bravado waning. I was only joking about changing my orientation for Gigi. My Lin family is already quite impoverished. I cannot afford to be left in the cold. You wouldn't actually want to blacklist me, would you? The audience roared with laughter once again. However, Luo Yanjing had no intention of discussing that. He leaned casually against the wall with one hand in his pocket, glancing at Li Ji before lowering his eyelids and returning his attention to Lin Rong. Are you interested in going to the main entrance to photograph the pigeons? Lin Rong was bewildered. She looked at Luo Yanjing in growing confusion, unable to comprehend why he was inquiring about her preferences for their photoshoot location. Chapter 48, Lu Yanjing suddenly declared, I am afraid of birds. Even the audience was left bewildered. It felt utterly bizarre that Lu Yanjing would engage in such a seemingly concerned conversation with Lin Rong. Consequently, the audience perked up, eager to listen. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing pressed his lips together, the taut muscles in his neck betraying his discomfort, yet his demeanor remained nonchalant as he continued to converse with Lin Rong in a casual tone. If it is convenient for you, he paused for a moment, would you accompany her to the main entrance later for a photoshoot with the doves? The her in his words was unmistakably referring to Li Ji. At long last, the topic returned to Li Ji, and Lin Rong felt a weight lift from her heart. Oh, you scared me to death. She had initially expected Lu Yanjing to say something else. But then Lin Rong found it somewhat peculiar. But why must it be me accompanying her? Lu, do you have something else to attend to? No, Lu Yanjing replied tersely. His gaze flickered downwards, observing Lin Rong's wide, questioning eyes, and he recalled Pei Ji mentioning that Li Ji had deliberately avoided the main entrance to escape reprimand. Ultimately, wearing a sullen expression, as if facing a noble sacrifice, he averted his gaze from the camera and suddenly uttered an astonishing line that left everyone in shock. I am afraid of birds. Lin Rong's eyes widened in astonishment, and in a state of panic, she covered her ears, wishing she could unhear what she had just heard. The live stream erupted in chaos. What did I just hear? Did Lu just say he is afraid of birds? If a little sparrow were to perch in Lu's palm, wouldn't he just crush it? He claims to be afraid of birds? Such a stark contrast in character. So, Li Ji intentionally avoided the main entrance and never mentioned the dove photoshoot because she was concerned Lu Yanjing is afraid of birds? I seem to be shipping this. Could it be that he is willingly exposing himself to clarify for her because he can't bear to see her scolded? Does that imply everyone misunderstood Li Ji? The critics who had previously derided Li Ji for not adequately preparing were now left speechless. They had never anticipated such a moment could turn into sweet candy for Jingji. The crowd gasped in surprise, but Lin Rong still held her ears. Lu, you really didn't need to mention that to me. I fear knowing too much might lead to dire consequences. We could have just communicated directly. Lu Yanjing's voice was low and languid, his gaze deepened as he looked at Li Ji, who was nearby, admiring her reflection in the mirror, but I do not wish for her to be misunderstood. If a man relies on his wife to bear the brunt of scorn to uphold his dignity and reputation, Lu Yanjing's eyes narrowed, his brows arching arrogantly, then what kind of man is he? Oh my gosh, I love this. So it's true that Lu knows. He doesn't want his beloved to be scolded, hence he exposed himself. Honestly, Lu appears so wild, yet he is afraid of birds, that is quite surprising and amusing. Keep it down. Is this truly dignified? Yet, I can't help but feel that he has even made this starkly contrasting weakness seem handsome. What does it matter that he is afraid of birds? Lu's looks, intelligence, and upbringing are all exceptional, so what if he fears a mere bird? The important thing is he is truly enamored with Li Ji. The audience was all aflutter. Meanwhile, Li Ji remained oblivious, unaware that the secret she painstakingly helped Lu Yanjing to conceal had been divulged by him. Lin Rong assured her, patting her chest, don't worry, I'll handle this task. Lu Yanjing lazily acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum. As Li Ji adjusted her fake eyelashes, she turned her head. Are you done chatting? Yes, Lin Rong nodded vigorously. She shot a glance at Lu Yanjing before enthusiastically embracing Li Ji's arm. Oh Gigi, let us go take pictures with the doves. I've heard that the doves at the main entrance of Kazanki are absolutely magnificent. The photos there would be stunning. I really want to go. I'm not going, Li Ji replied decisively. Lin Rong feigned ignorance, blinking. Why not, don't you like doves? Li Ji was not adept at lying. She simply put on her sunglasses with a cool demeanor. I'm just not going. Doves are quite smelly, and they tend to poop on your head. I refuse to let them do that to me. Ha 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 ha. Gigi, it seems you're struggling to come up with an excuse. A fairy shouldn't speak of such things. Quickly retract that. Are you suggesting she should take back the poop? To be fair, Li Ji looks adorable when she lies. She seems self-aware enough to anticipate her own slip-up and put on her sunglasses. Oh, just protect your husband, will you? Little do you know he has already exposed himself. Lin Rong raised her hands in exasperation. It was a hasty conclusion. She could not accomplish anything. One was exposing his fear of birds for the sake of his wife, while the other stubbornly refused to go to maintain her husband's dignity. It turned out she was merely a part of their playful dynamics. Lin Rong relinquished the task. Lu Yanjing regarded her lazily, raising an eyebrow. Do you really not want to go, Haven Tea? You heard it's beautiful? Li Ji lowered her sunglasses to look at him. The same question posed by Lu Yanjing and Lin Rong yielded different responses, each carrying a different weight. When Lu Yanjing asked directly, she seemed to waver, a hint of color blooming on her nose. Do you want to go? I have a conference call, Lu Yanjing replied casually. I'll find a nearby CAF and wait for you. Li Ji's eyes indeed lit up. She immediately removed her sunglasses, revealing her sparkling, sequin eyes. All right then. The Li Ji who had just refused Lin Rong now suddenly seemed cheerful. Then I'll reluctantly go and endure the smell. The live stream was flooded with laughter. Everyone could see through all the little schemes between Li Ji and Lu Yanjing. While she remained completely unaware, Lin Rong couldn't help but give Lu Yanjing a thumbs up. Truly, as a couple, he knew how to handle Li Ji, using nothing more than a kind-hearted fib. No, this could hardly be termed a lieit, could at most be considered a private conversation between spouses. Li Ji wouldn't even realize that Lu had no conference call to attend. He merely used this method to encourage her to go take photos without worry. Lin Rong thought she was envious. Ultimately, she had become a plaything in the couple's game, seeing through everything yet unable to voice a single word. Thus, the four of them boarded a carriage towards the main entrance, where Lu Yanjing alighted midway to find a CAF to handle his work. At the main entrance of Kazanki, nearly 2,000 doves soared into the sky, swirling gracefully due to the feed scattered by Li Ji. The very same Li Ji who had earlier complained about the smell was now joyfully immersed among the doves. She raised her face with pride, opened her arms, and twirled towards the flock, her eyes and brows radiating with delight, the sunlight glinting off her blue and gold hair ornament, casting a dazzling glow. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing, who claimed to be busy with work, was seated in the CAF, watching Li Ji's live stream from his phone. Lazy fingers propped his chin as he captured screenshots of Li Ji gleefully spinning among the doves. There were photographers capturing the moments as well. The camera zoomed in, revealing Lu Yanjing sending these screenshots to family groups, brother circles, and social media, even taking the time to message a few individuals privately. Chapter 49. Li Ji bears an uncanny resemblance to her daughter. The entire social circle of Kyoto has been bombarded with this news. The numerous aunts, uncles, friends, and business associates of Lu Yanjing, without exception, take to their phones to witness a flurry of exquisite photographs featuring the radiant Li Ji. In these images, she stands poised with a graceful swan neck, her attire shimmering with delicate sparkles as she dances among a flock of doves. Her slender waist and fair complexion, accentuated by her elongated limbs, captivate the eye. When she glances back, her lashes flutter lightly, and her bright smile, accompanied by a flicker of her eyes, seems to cast a spell on Lu Yanjing. Yet, the bewitched man proclaims to anyone who will listen, "This is my wife." How did you know I was married? The crowd responds with incredulity. Who is she, and since when did you get married? Nevertheless, given that he had shared the news on social media a few days prior and that the trending topics have been ablaze, they indeed understand that he is now a married man, and they extend their congratulations. Observing the screen filled with comments such as, "Perfect match, heavenly pair, your wife is truly beautiful," and "Lu, you are fortunate," Lu Yanqing struggles to suppress a grin, even setting one of the photos as his profile background. Coincidentally, Su Sang had arranged to meet Yu Lancy for a shopping spree that day. The two sisters wreaked havoc in the mall, dispatching the butler to send their spoils home before heading to a CAF to chat casually and indulge in watching videos of internet celebrities. Growing weary of handsome men, Yu Lancy propped her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes glancing at Su Sang as she pushed her phone away, exclaiming, "Boring, they're all just tall trees hanging peppers. The quality of these handsome men is abysmally low. Then let us change it up, how about looking at beautiful women?" Su Sang suggested, presenting her phone to Yu Lancy, showcasing a series of 9 photos of Li Ji that Lu Yanqing had shared in their family group chat. "This is my daughter-in-law. What do you think, isn't she stunning?" Yu Lancy, feeling a sense of pride, lightly tapped her cheek with her fingertip, stating, "What beauty could possibly compare to us?" "Just take a look first," Su Sang replied with a mysterious smile. Yu Lancy, indifferent, took the phone. She initially intended to glance casually but found herself momentarily stunned upon seeing the close-up shot. The image captured Li Ji's bright, captivating eyes and her proud demeanor, which mirrored Yu Lancy's own appearance. As Yu Lancy zoomed in on the photo, she noticed a small red mole slightly off-center on Li Ji's nose. Even after 24 years, Yu Lancy vividly recalled the day her daughter was born. Ji Heching had brought the swaddled infant to her, and Yu Lancy eagerly sat up, longing to see what the blind box had revealed. She was met with the sight of a delicate, snow-white baby girl, who sweetly peeked at her, contrasting sharply with her elder brother Qi Yubai, who had arrived with a stoic expression and refused to cry, and with her second brother Qi Jiashu, who had howled loudly upon birth. The long-anticipated Qi family princess waved her soft little hands at Yu Lancy, smiling as if filled with excitement about her arrival in this world, melting Yu Lancy's heart. "So beautiful," Yu Lancy gently tapped the baby's nose, saying, "She has your features, even the mole resembles yours." "Indeed," Ji Heching chuckled softly, kissing her forehead tenderly, "she is truly lovely. Thank you for your hard work, my dear." Suddenly, Yu Lancy felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. She looked at Su Sang in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. Doesn't she look just like you were?" Su Sang grasped her hand. Yulancy nodded fervently through her tears. In my plans, she was supposed to grow up just like this. Su Sang remained silent, suppressing her thoughts about Yulancy's plans, and instead recounted the affairs concerning the Zheng family. Meanwhile, Li Ji remained blissfully unaware of any of this. She was thoroughly enjoying her time with the doves from Kazan, capturing countless beautiful photos and even posing for a few with Lin Rong. Let us go, Li Ji winked playfully. We can't let someone sit in the CAF until their backside aches. As the audience watched, Lu Yanqing abruptly ended his live stream, adopting a demeanor as if he had not engaged in any of those activities. He opened his contacts and dialed a number labeled Ing Sun. Assistant Ing, he replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he connected the call. Being aware of his role as a mere tool in the livestream, he needed to collaborate with his boss to portray a diligent worker. Thus, his first words were, Mr. Lu, perhaps you've seen Rebirth I Am a Nanny in the President's short drama? Lu Yanqing furrowed his brows, taking advantage of the festive mood surrounding his recent marriage. Ing Sun boldly continued, I feel like I'm playing the role of Wang Ma right now. Ing Sun, Lu Yanqing clicked his tongue, a hint of displeasure evident in his narrowed eyes. Do you not value your year-end bonus? Ing Sun remained unfazed. You see, I'm just saying I resemble that Wang Ma character. Thankfully, this domineering CEO is not sending my entire family to their doom. At worst, it's just a threat to my year-end bonus. Despite his banter, he indeed had several matters to report to Lu Yanqing. Thus, when Li Ji and the others entered the CAF, they found Lu Yanqing lounging in a high stool, one shoe carelessly resting on the crossbar while the other leg dangled lazily. The man exuded a sense of arrogance, yet there was an air of seriousness about him as he listened to the person on the other end of the line, occasionally responding with disinterest. Upon noticing Li Ji's entrance, he lazily tilted his chin in her direction and gestured slightly with his wrist. As she approached, he instructed Ing Sun, let us proceed with the contract with Dingxing as I previously mentioned. Send the other project proposals and financial reports to my email. Ing Sun, puzzled, thought, did they finish discussing that contract already? Guarantee the details still undecided. What is this? Has the CEO redefined the Emperor's new clothes, and only the wise will understand the follow-up? He calmly replied, understood. After Lu Yanqing hung up, he turned his head, his shoe scraping against the crossbar as he raised an eyebrow. Finished with your shoot? Yes, Li Ji nodded. Have you completed your work? Lu Yanqing lazily straightened his posture. Just a bit of work. Nothing of great importance. We'll discuss it tonight. Suddenly, Li Ji's phone chimed with a notification. Transfer received, 52 million. The crowd was in shock. Li Ji's eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly pulled out her phone, seeing Lu Yanqing's transfer. She couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Yanqing, what are you doing? I just took a moment to share our wedding news with friends and relatives, Lu Yanqing replied, his brow slightly raised. He leaned closer to Li Ji, his lips curling into a smirk. This is their gift money, voluntarily contributed. Chapter 50. With her lips slightly parted, she held onto her straw. Li Ji was momentarily taken aback, her expression dazed. Although she had enjoyed a comfortable life in the Zheng family before, no one had ever casually handed her 52 million, Li Ji screamed internally. Yet, considering that Lu Yanqing might require her cooperation for some affectionate persona, she ultimately remained silent. Lu Yanqing's eyes sparkled with unrestrained delight, the corners of his lips curled upward, as if the act of payment brought him joy. He lazily turned his head towards Li Ji and said, the travel funds are sorted, where would you like to go? Come, I shall accompany you. Li Ji no longer displayed any signs of embarrassment. She donned her sunglasses again, as if accustomed to her husband submitting his income, and lifted her chin slightly, declaring, let us wander around and take a few photos. At your command. Lu Yanqing smirked, once again holding an umbrella over Li Ji in the outdoors, addressing her as Your Majesty. Lin Rong and Shang Su fell into an instant silence. The umbrella acted as a boundary, creating a scene reminiscent of two worlds separated by yin and yang. Ultimately, the third wheel was too conspicuous, especially under the glaring sun that seemed to highlight their presence. Consequently, Lin Rong found an excuse and swiftly led Shang Su in another direction, eager to part ways with the young couple. Kazanchi was indeed beautiful, the vibrant Dirtish blue pedestrian street, with swings reminiscent of an Eden and long corridors. Li Ji glanced back while running down the street, as Lu Yanqing temporarily retracted the umbrella, arrogantly slinging the long handle over his shoulder, while using his other hand to take her photo. However, Li Ji was most afraid of getting sunburnt. After each photo, she would retreat back beneath the umbrella Lu Yanqing held open. At some point, he had purchased a cup of watermelon juice, inserting a straw and instinctively offering it to her lips. Li Ji was parched. Without thinking, she leaned in to sip the straw, only to glance down and notice Lu Yanqing's fingers clearly wrapped around the cup, prompting her to suddenly realize how intimate the gesture felt. Her eyelashes fluttered delicately. Lu Yanqing's gaze remained fixed on her. Observing her release the straw, he raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is the watermelon juice not to your liking? He picked up the juice, scrutinizing it for a couple of seconds, then took a sip from the very section of the straw Li Ji had just used, as if testing its flavor. Li Ji's cheeks were already warm, and upon witnessing Lu Yanqing sip from her previously used straw, her ears instantly flushed crimson. Lu Yanqing, I just used that. Oh. Lu Yanqing casually released the straw. I forgot. The phrase indirect kiss floated through Li Ji's mind, making her feel even more flushed in the sweltering summer heat. Yet, Lu Yanqing merely smirked, perhaps due to the watermelon juice, which accentuated the redness of his lips, glistening with moisture. Isn't it rather sweet? The audience in the livestream reacted with playful banter. Oh dear, is the watermelon juice sweet or is it the wife who is sweet? An indirect kiss counts as a kiss, right? He. I reckon he did it on purpose, and forgot. I don't believe it. This man is quite cunning. Fans of the Jingji couple exclaimed their delight. Only Li Ji, using the heat as an excuse, fanned her face vigorously, before once again donning her sunglasses, declaring, I've had enough of taking pictures. Shall we return to the photo studio to change outfits? Lu Yanjing arched an eyebrow. The two quickly reached an agreement. The distance to the studio was somewhat far, and Lu Yanjing would not allow Li Ji to walk, so they opted for a horse-drawn carriage to return. After removing the Uyghur headdress and the sequins at the corners of her eyes, and shedding her long robe, Li Ji slipped into a strikingly sexy red dress paired with her black high-heeled boots. While she changed, the director approached with a friendly reminder of Beauty Ji, do not forget your task. If you fail to complete it, there will be consequences for both you and Mr. Lu. The comments flooded in. I'm looking forward to the punishment. Li Ji blinked and asked the director, so, what will the punishment for me and Lu Yanjing be? The director flashed a mischievous smile and replied, Director Ji said that Mr. Lu must do 10 push-ups on you, followed by you doing 10 sit-ups, and both must touch each other's noses to count. Li Ji, having witnessed Lin Rong's inquiry about the punishment, she knew it would not bode well. The audience in the live stream shared the same sentiment. I knew it. I'm looking forward to the punishment. This game is delightful. Let us not call it a punishment but rather a segment. I want to see it tonight. Hee, I want to jump through the screen and tell Mr. Lu not to let Beauty Ji down. But it seems impossible. This game can only be viewed next door at the red makeup. After all, Mr. Lu would never refuse Beauty Ji. He will definitely carry her. Li Ji felt somewhat dazed. She pressed her fingertips against her throbbing temples, and as she stepped out of the changing room, it was clear she was not in the right state of mind. Lu Yanjing rose from the sofa in his leather shoes. He slightly bowed his neck to observe Li Ji, noticing her unusual expression in flushed cheeks, and his brow furrowed in concern as he gently placed the back of his hand against her forehead. Are you overheated? The warmth of their skin touching sent a jolt through Li Ji's spine. Even her heart felt electrified and slightly numb. No, she shook her head, it's just too hot. She had used this excuse at least 800 times today, and she wondered if Lu Yanjing would believe her if she continued. Tentatively, she lifted her gaze, only to find Lu Yanjing smirking down at her, his voice dropping to a teasing whisper, silly. Take this. He lazily raised his hand, his wrist elegantly bending as he offered something to her. Li Ji blinked. What is it? Curiously accepting the item, she discovered that Lu Yanjing had produced a mini portable fan, which, upon activation, blew a refreshing breeze. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. Where did you get this? I spotted it at a stall while you were changing, so I casually bought one. Lu Yanjing spoke nonchalantly. He relished the opportunity to show off to others about his wife and enjoyed fulfilling her requests, but he never sought praise for such gestures. His concern for her felt as natural as breathing, not something to boast about. Li Ji's lips parted slightly. She had not anticipated that Lu Yanjing would be so thoughtful, remembering her complaints about the heat throughout the day, and buying a fan for her. Shall we go? Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow. He had also reviewed the Kazanchi itinerary. Where else do you wish to go? Ice cream, perhaps? Li Ji adored ice cream. However, she remained silent, simply gazing at Lu Yanjing with her clear, captivating eyes for a long while. Until he lowered his eyelids. Not in the mood for ice cream. How about some roast chicken soup? It seems a bit too hot for soup today. Lu Yanjing, Li Ji suddenly called out. Lu Yanjing lifted his gaze to meet hers, his attention intense and eager to hear her words. She gently tapped the ground with the tip of her shoe and softly confessed, I'm tired, I don't wish to walk a single step. Lu Yanjing's brows lifted lazily, observing Li Ji's playful demeanor. He suddenly chuckled lightly. Alright, I understand. From that moment on, there was no need for Li Ji to utter the latter part of her sentence. Lu Yanjing turned around, his demeanor flamboyant yet languid, as if he were about to submit to her, bending down to present his back to her. He then patted his shoulders twice, confidently declaring, Hop on, Miss Ji. Chapter 51, I truly struggle with self-control. In an instant, the avocado live streaming room erupted with screams. Under the blazing summer sun, the typically arrogant and headstrong Lu Yanjing casually bent at the waist. His tall frame, with broad shoulders forming sharp angles, displayed a languid grace as his clearly defined hands rested on his bent knees, exuding an air of effortless indolence. Li Ji's eyelashes fluttered lightly the moment she witnessed Lu Yanjing bowing. She felt a subtle stir within her heart, akin to a droplet of water falling upon the soft tip of her heart, gradually expanding into delicate ripples. Are you not coming up? Lu Yanjing lazily glanced back, withdrawing one hand to rest solely on his knee, slightly tilting his body to regard her. A hint of a smile curved at the corners of his lips. Or do you prefer to be carried like a princess? Absolutely not. Li Ji hastily retorted. She had not anticipated that Lu Yanjing would so readily agree, even finding it somewhat unusual. Thus, she uncertainly stated, this is what you are to carry. With her lashes gently lowered, she gazed into Lu Yanjing's slightly upturned eyes. I certainly did not coerce or entice you in any way. Lu Yanjing smirked. Indeed, it's what I desire. A profound sense of satisfaction instantly blossomed within Li Ji, akin to a swan being preened. With an air of haughty confidence, she declared, then I shall not hold back. It was just as well, for she was genuinely fatigued. After all, she was wearing high heels, and her exuberance during the photo session had left her feeling nearly faint from the heat. Moreover, this should hardly be considered a hardship for Lu Yanjing, as the penalty was shared between them. She was merely trying to prevent him from doing push-ups. Yes, this was a noble act. Having mentally prepared herself, Li Ji slowly maneuvered to position herself behind Lu Yanjing. He handed her the umbrella, which he had been holding. Hold it yourself for a while, don't let the sun scorch you. Li Ji nodded as she accepted the sunshade. Lu Yanjing then turned his head again, resting both hands on his knees, awaiting her assent. She suddenly sensed the sweet fragrance of lychee and rose enveloping her, and then her back met softness. Li Ji held her breath, clutching the still-closed umbrella. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yanjing's neck, resting against his back. In that moment, Lu Yanjing felt a tension ripple down his spine. Perhaps sensing the tautness of the muscles pressing against his chest, Li Ji's heartstrings tightened in response. Then, Lu Yanjing abruptly rose. Li Ji, startled, inadvertently pressed the hidden button on the umbrella's handle. At that very instant, as Lu Yanjing lifted her onto his back, the black umbrella unfurled above them like a blossoming flower. The live-streaming room erupted. Such a delightful scene. What a coincidence. Li Ji's hand trembled at the perfect moment. Even the umbrella has become a part of their playful interaction. I'm swooning, when can I experience such a romance? The disparity in their physiques. The dominance of the one above. Help, they are simply too sweet. Numerous related topics swiftly surged to the entertainment headlines. As passers-by entered the livestream, they beheld the man in the black shirt, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding an air of rebellious freedom, carrying the slender girl whose figure contrasted with his own. As the camera pulled away, it revealed Li Ji's delicate waist, which barely occupied half the width of Lu Yanjing's broad back. His hands embraced her legs, his clearly defined fingers tightening slightly, with veins subtly visible against his pale skin. The flowing red hem of her dress danced in the breeze, swaying between the black trousers encasing his long legs. The sexual tension was palpable. Onlookers were enchanted, unable to tear themselves away from the livestream, eager to witness this remarkable dating show. However, Li Ji's heart raced the moment Lu Yanjing hoisted her onto his back. She felt her emotional equilibrium shift. What had begun as a bold endeavor to fulfill a task now felt entirely different. The crisp scent of his cologne invaded her senses, while the warmth radiating from his back, even through her clothing, unknowingly scorched her heart. Li Ji bit her lip, struggling to control her accelerating heartbeat, the mingling of their body temperatures leaving her feeling trapped with no escape. All she could do was cling to his neck, silently wishing for these 5 minutes to pass swiftly. At the same time, her breathing grew shallow, her breath slightly brushing against Lu Yanjing's neck. Suddenly, she sensed a tremor along Lu Yanjing's spine, as if it had surged into her heart, sending a shiver coursing through her. Then, she heard him suppressing a chuckle, his voice resonating against his back. Miss Ji. Li Ji's heartstrings tightened abruptly. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her as she blinked, gazing at Lu Yanjing's face, which was slightly turned toward her. He let out a resigned sigh. His voice was low and husky. It tickles a bit. Li Ji paused, momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning behind Lu Yanjing's words, her lashes fluttering in confusion. Suddenly, Lu Yanjing halted, tilting his head slightly, as if restraining himself from something, his Adam's apple bobbing subtly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You in this position. Lu Yanjing's throat tightened. I truly struggle with self-control. The audience in the livestream gasped. As Lu Yanjing's words echoed, chaos ensued once more. Oh my gosh, he just mentioned self-control. Help, it's Li Ji's breath against his neck that's driving him wild. Is this the vocal I can hear? I wish they would bring in a bed right now. Immediately. Oh my gosh, I suggest you all avoid bananas at this moment, as my friend nearby screamed like a monkey after finishing one. What an incredible scene, are dating shows this extravagant now? Li Ji's face flushed crimson. Her fingers curled slightly, her breath momentarily caught her. Realizing that her breathing had almost provoked a physiological response from Lu Yanjing, she dared not inhale again. Yet, a rare breeze swept by, tousling her hair. A loose strand fell forward, brushing against Lu Yanjing's neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. Lu Yanjing swallowed hard, letting out a muted sigh. Meanwhile, Li Ji, flustered, closed her eyes and buried her head against his relatively less sensitive shoulder, her voice muffled. I truly didn't mean to. I know, Lu Yanjing replied, his voice still hoarse. But he managed to restrain himself, ensuring he did not reveal anything inappropriate before the camera. Instead, he reclined his head back, lamenting to himself, I am utterly defenseless before Miss Ji. Chapter 52. It seems she has developed affections for Lu Yanjing. Li Ji felt a sense of despair wash over her. She hastily tucked her hair back behind her, daring not to wrap her arms around Lu Yanjing's neck, instead resting her clenched fists on his shoulder, holding her breath with utmost caution. Lu Yanjing continued to carry her forward on his back. The slight jolts, the contact between their chests and backs, made her heart race even more fiercely, as if something within her had quietly unraveled. It dawned on Li Ji that she seemed to be developing peculiar feelings for her good friend, unlike the innocent camaraderie she shared with Fu Yanzi, or the uncomplicated brotherly bond she had initially felt with Lu Yanjing, which had been pure and platonic. Now, it appeared that her heart raced at the mere thought of him. She felt her cheeks flush during their intimate proximity, and her heart fluttered with a warmth ignited by his presence. Despite her lack of experience in romantic affections, having only ever viewed Fu Yanzi as a potential marriage partner, she now realized she seemed to have fallen for Lu Yanjing. In that moment, Li Ji was taken aback, her heart skipping a beat as a cascade of tiny fireworks exploded in her mind. Her breathing became slightly erratic, and as she lay against Lu Yanjing's back, she felt as though she were inappropriately mixing business with pleasure, engulfed in a sense of guilt. She sought to mask this unease, attempting to atone for the impure thoughts she harbored towards Lu Yanjing. Thus, Li Ji promptly retrieved the small fan he had just bought for her and softly called out, Lu Yanjing. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow. Li Ji lowered her lashes, deliberately avoiding his neck as she spoke. Are you feeling hot? Not really, Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly, lazily tilting his chin and glancing back at her perched on his back. Why? Li Ji bit her lip lightly. As her gaze fell, she unexpectedly noticed a bead of sweat hanging precariously along the sharp line of his jaw in the sweltering summer heat. Despite Lu Yanjing's effortless strength in carrying her, and his well-defined muscles supporting her steadily without a hint of fatigue, he had still succumbed to the heat, perspiring under the sun's relentless rays. Although the sweat had not yet dripped down, Li Ji felt her heart melt softly. She turned her face away, feigning nonchalance as she moved her hand holding the parasol. With her wrist, she gently brushed against the line of his jaw, inadvertently wiping away the sweat with a tender touch that sent a shiver down Lu Yanjing's spine. Almost immediately, a breeze swept over the nape of his neck, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that dispelled the heat. Li Ji raised her face slightly. She needed little support to lean, confidently holding the parasol with one hand while using the other to fan Lu Yanjing. After all, it's your gift, Li Ji declared with a hint of pride. Considering you're sweating, I suppose I can reluctantly help you out. The livestream chat erupted in excitement. Aw, she's so reluctant. Oh wow. What a delightful couple dynamic. How can fanning someone create such a sweet tension? Weren't we told that feelings fade post-marriage, transforming into a mundane routine, yet they seem more intense than ever? Actually, I sense the chemistry between them resembles that of an unresolved flirtation. Exactly. The shift from Lu Yanjing's proactive stance to his hostility towards Fu Yanzi, alongside Li Ji's awkwardness in their closeness, and her fear of kissing, leads me to a bold hypothesis. They might not be a real couple but rather high school friends turned close buddies. And Lu definitely has feelings for Li Ji. He has been in love with her since high school but couldn't act on it due to his connection with Fu Yanzi. Now, serendipity has brought them together, and he seizes the moment to win her over, subtly coaxing her into love without her even realizing it. The chat went wild. Many found the theory somewhat plausible. Moreover, Lu Yanjing had been abroad, gradually taking over the Lu family's overseas market, seemingly planning to stay put without any immediate plans to return. Yet, he had suddenly flown back, coinciding perfectly with the announcement that Jiang Li Ji was not the biological child of the Jiang family, but rather had been switched at birth by the nanny who cared for her. Thus, it seemed he had returned for Li Ji. The chat was buzzing with excitement, yet, there was no concrete evidence, merely conjectures derived from subtle hints magnified by the cameras. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing wore a smirk, showcasing an exaggeratedly indifferent demeanor as Li Ji wiped the sweat from his brow and fanned him. No matter how he tried to suppress it, the smile curving his lips was unmistakable. The comments flooded in. He's secretly enjoying this. This guy is reveling in it. At last, Li Ji felt that the 5 minutes were indeed up. She gently poked Lu Yanjing's shoulder with the tip of the parasol. Alright, I'm not tired anymore. You can put me down. Really? Lu Yanjing seemed skeptical. He lazily raised his chin. Li Ji, you don't think I can't manage, do you? I can still carry you. Li Ji, you can carry me, but I can't keep lying here. If I do, I might develop a heart condition. So, she decided to put away the fan, feigning dissatisfaction as she complained, I just wanted to get down for some ice cream. Oh, Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Only after her remark did he bend down to set her down, then naturally reached out his hand towards her. Li Ji quickly sidestepped with the fan in hand. She shot him a playful glance. What are you doing? The fan is a gift from you, don't even think about taking it. Lu Yanjing scoffed dismissively, glancing at the fan with disdain. Who would want such a frilly thing? Hand over the parasol. Oh, look who's being frilly again. Remember when you ran around asking where to buy a fan? You weren't so frilly then, were you? When the beautiful Li Ji was fanning you, you didn't seem to mind being frilly. Li Ji stared at Lu Yanjing in confusion as he snatched the parasol back, holding it over her head with an air of arrogance. Earlier, I couldn't hold it because I was carrying you. Now that my hands are free, do you expect Miss Ji to hold the parasol herself? The audience went wild once more. Lu Yanjing leaned lazily, tilting his body towards the stunned Li Ji, whispering playfully as he pressed his lips near her ear, keep it down. Li Ji, bewildered, raised her eyes, thinking she hadn't uttered a word. Yet, she saw Lu Yanjing's gaze drop, his lips curling as he looked at her left breast. I can hear your heartbeat. Chapter 53. It felt as though she had seized the very lifeline of Li Ji, whose cheeks instantaneously flushed crimson. In that fleeting moment, she perceived as if a hammer was relentlessly striking upon her already tumultuous heart. The auditory world became a cacophony, all other sounds faded into obscurity, leaving only the amplified rhythm of her heartbeat, surging alongside her adrenaline, overwhelming her senses. Li Ji grasped the small fan tightly in her hand, feeling her nerves taut and straighten within her mind. I am merely hot. At that moment, she could conjure no other excuse. Avoiding his gaze, she hurriedly turned her face away. Moreover, if my heart were to stop, I would perish, wouldn't I? We should hasten to find a shop where we can enjoy air conditioning and ice cream. As her words fell, she disregarded the need to shield herself from the sun beneath the umbrella, pivoting sharply in her high-heeled boots and storming away. The live stream's comments exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yanjing languidly tilted his head. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Ji, who fled in a panic, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, accompanied by a low, amused chuckle. He then strode towards her, his long legs carrying him effortlessly. Miss Ji, if you do not use the sunshade, you shall surely tan. His tone was laid back, unhurried, yet it gripped Li Ji's very core, causing her to halt abruptly and obediently retreat to the shade of the umbrella. The live stream buzzed with sharp remarks. The little wife knows how to handle him. Ha ha, Lu Zong truly understands Li Ji. An exquisite beauty must not allow herself to tan. Men are merely tools to hold umbrellas. It was not until they entered the Izahai ice cream shop that Li Ji finally relinquished the umbrella, discreetly evading Lu Yanjing as she joined the queue to select her ice cream. This establishment was a traditional century-old shop, renowned for its all-natural, additive-free ice cream that attracted numerous visitors even in the depths of winter. The refreshing aroma of matcha satisfied her taste buds, the icy texture gliding from her tongue to her throat, instantaneously calming her previously overheated mind. Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests were still grappling with their tasks, seemingly facing difficulties. Zhang Jiao, brimming with confidence, clung to Fu Yanzi's sleeve, shaking it playfully. Brother Yanzi, my feet are so tired from these high heels. Won't you carry me? Yet Fu Yanzi frowned slightly, appearing reluctant. Shall we not rent a carriage instead? As the sole heir of the Fu family in Yicheng, a paragon of privilege, how could he allow himself to be at the mercy of a woman, especially in front of a national audience? How embarrassing. Fu Yanzi was unwilling to concede. Zhang Jiao, however, persisted. No, a carriage would be bumpy. I simply want you to carry me. She likely believed herself adept at charming others, perhaps accustomed to this approach in the entertainment industry, confident it would yield results. Yet Fu Yanzi felt inexplicably vexed by her antics. He suddenly recalled the admirable qualities of Li Ji. Though she had previously enjoyed following him like an exuberant little tail, she had never once made such unreasonable demands, for she understood him and knew he valued his pride. Thus, Zhang Jiao's incessant coaxing only served to irritate Fu Yanzi further, to the point where he could not help but respond curtly. Jiao, cease your antics. Many onlookers erupted in laughter. Isn't this what Zhang Jiao's fans warned about, that Jingji would encounter a downfall? Who is truly falling here? I'm dying of laughter. All it took was a little charm, yet she's worried that Lu Zong might take offense and refuse to bow down, and thus her green tea remarks backfire on her. But seriously, Zhang Jiao seems utterly inept at being charming, aside from her high-pitched voice. Let me be blunt. Fu Yanzi has no affection for Zhang Jiao. In his eyes, she holds less value than his pride, and he might even be thinking about Li Ji. The crowd laughed at her folly. Ultimately, those who sow discord would inevitably reap the consequences. Even Zhang Jiao's fans found themselves at a loss for words, struggling to muster a retort. It's all Li Ji's fault. Surely, that vixen has devised some scheme to entice Fu Yanzi. Everyone was left speechless. Faced with such absurd claims, they even questioned whether they inhabited the same realm, finding it a waste of breath to engage Dai. In contrast, Lin Rong and Shang Su were thoroughly amused. Perhaps it was due to their recent task failure that when Lin Rong abruptly declared, Shang Su, I'm exhausted. Shang Su's immediate response was, what does that have to do with me? He blurted out instinctively. Lin Rong, Shang Su shot her a sideways glance, noticing her expression was devoid of any hint of playfulness or tantrum. Suddenly, he recalled the sunscreen incident. Thus, with a raised brow, Shang Su decided not to address the task directly but inquired, speak, what position do you desire? Carry me, Lin Rong replied, her little face set in determination. Shang Su clicked his tongue lightly, squatting down like a valiant knight ready to bear her weight, only to have her leap onto his shoulders. Shang Su was left speechless. Lin Rong. Ha 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 ha. Lin Rong burst into laughter, playfully stroking Shang Su's neck like a child soothing a pony, grinning mischievously. Oh, this counts as carrying, doesn't it? If you endure a little longer, I shall be free as the ocean. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. If anyone dares to criticize them for appearing on a romantic variety show, I shall be furious. For them, this is hardly a romantic endeavor. They truly serve as the control group. What should have been a sweet scene has turned into an entirely different spectacle. I'm laughing so hard. Who would have thought Lin Rong could come up with this? I was hoping to see them exchange sweet nothings for 5 minutes. How did Lin Rong manage to derail that? Each group of guests possessed their unique narratives. Jitang surveyed the footage captured, thoroughly satisfied with the tasks he had designed. Meanwhile, the guests concluded their free time and returned to the parking lot to gather, awaiting Li Ji's instructions for the upcoming travel itinerary. With time still on their side, as the sun set late in Xinjiang during the summer, Li Ji proposed a leisurely stroll down Liuxing Street. As dinner approached, Li Ji decided to consult everyone's preferences. The more popular snack street is Hanran Street, which offers a plethora of choices and a high degree of freedom. What do you all think? Lin Rong had no objections. Lu Yanjing had surrendered his share of the expenses, thus willingly complied with his wife's commands. However, Zhang Jiao frowned upon hearing this. She had previously researched Hanran Street and, upon viewing photos, found it to be nothing more than a row of unsightly, noisy street vendors. Having loathed the scent of greasy smoke during her time in a small town, she resolved to distance herself from such poverty after navigating her way into the entertainment industry. Moreover, she now belonged to an esteemed family and would never subject herself to such indignities. I dislike that sort of place. Zhang Jiao stated flatly. Li Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Then we shall dine at a restaurant. I have compiled a list of highly recommended eateries specializing in Xinjiang cuisine, predominantly lamb dishes. I will share it in the group for everyone to choose. Lin Rong had no objections. Yet Zhang Jiao continued to furrow her brow. Why must it be Xinjiang cuisine and lamb again? Did we not just have that last night? The live stream's comments began to stir once more. Some viewers suspected Zhang Jiao was purposely causing trouble, while her fans seized the opportunity to criticize, claiming Li Ji was inadequately organizing the itinerary, presenting these lackluster restaurants as mere afterthoughts. Li Ji refused to indulge her. Then you may starve. Chapter 54. Wu Dalong asks for a refill of medicine. Ignorant of his fate, Zhang Jiao's expression shifted slightly. She bit her lip in a display of grievance, murmuring softly, Ji, that's not what I meant. And what do you mean, then? Li Ji retorted briskly, is it that you're only capable of making sarcastic remarks after indulging in too much menthol? The atmosphere in the live stream grew tense, with viewers hesitant to voice their opinions. Curiosity led some to explore the dining options, discovering that the variety of restaurants in the area was indeed limited, with the most highly rated ones specializing in Xinjiang cuisine, renowned primarily for its lamb dishes. Thus, Li Jia's arrangements were, in fact, quite reasonable, casting Zhang Jiao in a light of deliberately stirring trouble. Li Ji turned her gaze toward Lin Rong. Do you not wish to try Xinjiang cuisine either? If you're tired of it, we can certainly change plans. Lin Rong blinked in confusion, responding candidly, haven't we already had Xinjiang cuisine and lamb just last night? Moreover, due to budget constraints, there were many dishes we didn't get to try. Luo Yanjing, ever the provocateur, nonchalantly toyed with the ring on his finger, raising an eyebrow in arrogance. What else would we eat in Xinjiang if not Xinjiang cuisine? Iron pot stewed goose, Peking duck, and Cantonese dim sum? Or perhaps, he continued with a slight narrowing of his eyes, Miss Jiang believes her palate to be more refined than mine? Tears glimmered in Zhang Jiao's eyes as she felt deep injustice. That's not it, there's no need for such hostility, Mr. Luo, Fu Yanzi interjected, his tone unexpectedly cold. Luo Yanjing raised an intrigued eyebrow at him. Fu Yanzi, unusually protective, positioned himself behind Zhang Jiao, stating, Jiao merely spotted a Russian restaurant nearby and thought it a splendid idea to recommend it to everyone. Is it necessary for you to belittle someone's goodwill, Mr. Luo? Russian cuisine? Li Ji's brows furrowed slightly. In truth, during her time at the Central Dance Academy, she had spent a year in Russia and was quite familiar with its culture, even having studied the language. Thus, upon noticing the Russian elements in Kazan and Liuxing Street, she had considered the option of indulging in Russian cuisine, especially since Xinjiang is in close proximity to Russia. Experiencing authentic Russian dishes would indeed be a unique treat. However, after thorough investigation, she found no restaurant that met her standards. The only high-end Russian establishment she discovered was lavishly decorated but ultimately superficial, falsely claiming authenticity while serving unremarkable dishes at exorbitant prices. With tears welling up, Zhang Jiao nodded. Yes, it's called the Nutcracker Russian Restaurant, located nearby. It was indeed that establishment, a high-end Russian restaurant that was as good as a scam, both overpriced and unappetizing. The authenticity was questionable, leading her to suspect that even the staff might not be genuine Russians. Spending money yielded no worthwhile experience. Lig, her eyes now icy, firmly rejected. If you believe there are other suitable Russian restaurants to recommend, I might consider it. But this one is out of the question. Why not? Zhang Jiao's eyes were glistening with moisture. Is it because this restaurant is too expensive? She had researched the prices, finding them to be around 1,000 yuan per person. Zhang Jiao assumed that since Li Ji was now pretending to be a wealthy heiress, she might be financially constrained and thus unwilling to dine at such an expensive place, completely oblivious to the fact that Luo Yanjing had just provided her with 52 million yuan. It's alright, I'll treat everyone. As long as everyone enjoys the meal, Zhang Jiao declared. Oh my, Jiao is so thoughtful. How kind of her. Even after Li Ji's remarks, Jiao still insists on treating her. Clearly, the pretender has a narrow mindset. Mr. Luo has given her so much money, yet she refuses to take everyone to a better restaurant, insisting instead on greasy lamb. Ugh. Honestly, is it just me, or have all of you fans of Jiao lost your minds? Once she transforms into a genuine heiress, she suddenly adopts the airs of a nouveau riche. Even if Li Ji is a pretender, she just received 52 million from Luo Yanjing. It's obvious she wouldn't refrain from treating everyone due to cost. I specifically searched and discovered that Li Ji has prior experience studying in Russia, so I believe she must have her reasons. Just wait and see, Zhang Jiao will be left embarrassed. Still lost in her own magnanimity, Zhang Jiao believed her benevolent gesture would surely earn her favor among onlookers, yet, the current wave of netizens was far from naive. Li Ji turned her gaze back to Fu Yanzi. So, does young Master Fu also think that Russian restaurant is a commendable choice? Fu Yanzi had not given the matter much thought. Indifferent to the dinner plans, he had supported Zhang Jiao merely as a counter to Luo Yanjing. He had not even realized that Li Ji's inquiry stemmed from their shared memories of attending Russian art exhibitions and dining at Russian restaurants together. Thus, he was familiar with Russian cuisine. Had he been more astute, he would have understood Li Ji's reasons for dismissing that restaurant. Instead, he simply frowned. I see nothing wrong with it. Let us go there. Very well. Li Ji shook her head in disappointment, a cold smile gracing her lips. She placed her hand on her forehead, glancing at the sun. The day was still relatively young. In that case, let us proceed to this Russian restaurant. Lin Rong raised her hand in agreement. I'm in. Shang Su shrugged. I'm fine with anything. Luo Yanjing lazily held an umbrella for Li Ji, his other hand casually tucked in his pocket. As he slowly surveyed Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi, his expression was one of condescension and indifference. Regarding such self-deprecating antics, he disdainfully scoffed, so there truly is a Wu Dalong asking for a refill, oblivious to his impending doom. Fu Yanzi narrowed his eyes, returning Luo Yanjing's gaze. He interpreted the remark as mere arrogance, not contemplating its deeper implications. Thus, the group made their way to the Nutcracker Russian restaurant. On the way, Zhang Jiao smiled brightly. Everyone, please don't hesitate to order whatever you wish. All expenses are on me. The comments in the live stream read, what a generous genuine heiress. Yet Lin Rong and Shang Su remained silent. As celebrities, they had experienced their share of opulent banquets and high-end restaurants, failing to comprehend the source of Zhang Jiao's sense of superiority. The Russian restaurant was indeed not far away. There was no need to retrieve a car from the parking lot. A leisurely 10-minute stroll brought them to the building, which exuded a blend of Russian and European architectural charm. One must admit, the restaurant was certainly Instagram-worthy. The exterior boasted rich colors characteristic of Russian design, adorned with distinctive onion-shaped domes. Upon entering, the intricate reliefs and exquisite crystal chandeliers transformed the space into a lavish embassy reminiscent of Russian aristocracy, truly tantalizing to the senses. As the group stepped into the restaurant, a young man from the Uyghur ethnic group, with thick brows and bright eyes, approached them, speaking in a somewhat unrefined yet endearing Mandarin. "Welcome. How many guests do we have today?" Chapter 55. A face-slapping encounter at the Russian restaurant. The couple engaged in a playful banter as Jiang Zhio gracefully stepped to the forefront, adorned with a serene smile. She exuded an air of politeness, appearing completely at ease in such an upscale establishment. "Good day, there are 6 of us. Please, come inside." The young man of Uyghur descent gestured them in. The sound of Jiang Zhio's high heels echoed as they clicked against the floor, the soft white ostrich feathers adorning her off-shoulder dress swaying delicately in tandem. Lin Rong cast curious glances around, whispering in awe, "Wow, this decor is truly extravagant. No wonder the average cost per person is in the 4-digit range. I suppose all this money is spent on the dining environment." "It's of no consequence," Jiang Zhio replied with a light laugh. "Money is but a trivial matter. The dining experience is what truly matters." Li Ji removed her sunglasses, resting them atop her head. With a hint of arrogance, she remarked, "Then you had best pray for an exceptional dining experience here." Jiang Zhio's countenance betrayed a hint of embarrassment at the implied skepticism. Nevertheless, she resolved to counter Li Ji's bitterness with a gracious smile. At that moment, the Uyghur young man led them to their table. Perhaps noticing the cameras capturing the scene, and recognizing a few familiar faces, he made it a point to seat them in the restaurant's most luxurious private room. A grand crystal chandelier illuminated the space, reminiscent of a banquet hall, with a Western-style rectangular table and flickering candlelight creating an enchanting ambience. The gold-trimmed chairs paired with exquisite tableware epitomized opulence. The 6 individuals took their respective seats. The Uyghur young man presented the menu, saying, "Here is a bilingual menu. Please let me know if anything catches your eye." Li Ji narrowed her eyelashes, scanning the offerings with a languid demeanor. She then propped her chin on her hand, inquiring, "Why is there no Russian version?" Jiang Zhio was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, smiling at the Uyghur young man. "I heard that the owner of this restaurant is Russian." "Indeed," the Uyghur young man nodded. "We are an authentic Russian restaurant, with the owner having immigrated from Russia, and we have even brought in a Michelin-starred chef from there. All our ingredients are air-freighted from Russia." "All ingredients?" Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow. The young man nodded vigorously. "Absolutely, we pride ourselves on authenticity. Even the vegetables are flown in from there." Lu Yanjing chuckled lightly, crossing his legs with a languid demeanor. Leaning back with his chin slightly raised and a cryptic smile playing on his lips, he asked, "Including the meat?" The Uyghur young man appeared puzzled by this inquiry. Given that seafood and meat are typically the most expensive ingredients, and with vegetables being imported, surely that would apply to meat as well? He nodded. "Of course, especially the Russian bread and sausages, we are quite authentic here." Yet, Lu Yanjing suddenly scoffed dismissively with an air of arrogance. He remarked, "Your owner seems quite clever." The Uyghur young man, struggling with the nuances of Mandarin, failed to grasp the double entendre in Lu Yanjing's words. He chuckled innocently. "Indeed, our owner is quite impressive. We are the largest Russian restaurant in Xinjiang." However, a glint of sharpness flickered in Lu Yanjing's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. "The shelf life of authentic Russian bread is only 3 days, and crossing customs takes far longer than that, not to mention that our country prohibits the import of Russian meat products." Lu Yanjing leaned forward with interest, resting his elbows on the table. "How does your owner manage to have them imported authentically?" The live stream's comments erupted with confusion. "Wow! This knowledge is so obscure. I just looked it up, and it's true, our country has prohibited the import of Russian meat for epidemic prevention, so, is this waiter actually deceiving us?" "Ah, doesn't that count as fraud?" The Uyghur young man appeared visibly flustered. He was merely a worker, repeating what his superior had instructed him to say. He had thought it was a golden opportunity for the restaurant's publicity, hence his emphasis on authenticity and import. But judging by the expression on this gentleman's face, it seemed he had misspoken. The young man stammered, I wasn't aware of any of this." Jiang Zhio blinked in confusion. Turning her gaze to Fu Yanzi, she feigned innocence. "Brother Yanzi, is what Lu Zong said true?" Fu Yanzi's expression had noticeably darkened. He seemed to suddenly understand why Li Ji had been reluctant to visit this restaurant, having even asked him beforehand. But at that moment, he had been blinded by emotion, focused solely on opposing Lu Yanjing, failing to recognize that Li Ji had considered offering them an out. He had dined with Li Ji at numerous Russian restaurants, and certainly knew that Lu Yanjing was speaking the truth. Seeing Fu Yanzi's silence and grave demeanor, Jiang Zhio's heart sank. Yet, Li Ji suddenly interjected with a haughty tone, propping her chin. She tilted her head and cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yanjing. "The waiter is merely doing his job. Why make things difficult for him? It would be better to summon the owner for clarification." "Exactly," Li Ji continued, glancing at the menu. "I could really use the owner's assistance in recommending some dishes." "Right." Jiang Zhio quickly seized the opportunity. "Perhaps the server is simply unaware of the situation and made a mistake in his introduction. Let us ask that Russian owner for clarity." The Uyghur young man recognized his error. Unable to defuse the current situation, he hurriedly nodded. Yes, please wait a moment, I will fetch our owner right away." The group sat in silence for a brief moment. Upon hearing that a server had caused a stir in front of the live audience, the Russian owner rushed over. This Russian owner was a man with pale skin, a rugged beard, and deep-set eyes, exuding a distinctly exotic appearance, yet upon closer inspection, he resembled someone from the western regions, decidedly not a pure Caucasian. He seemed unconcerned about any potential crisis of credibility. With a casual wave of his hand, he greeted them in fluent English, Russian, and Mandarin. "Hi, sorry for that, how may I assist you?" Jiang Jiao immediately donned a courteous smile. Initially apprehensive about her English skills hindering communication with the owner, she was pleasantly surprised to find he spoke Mandarin, prompting her to straighten her posture and engage actively in conversation. However, Li Ji preempted her. As Jiang Jiao contemplated how to phrase her question, Li Ji languidly rested her fingertip against her cheek, raising her gaze to the owner. "Are you Russian?" This question seemed easily comprehensible to him. He smiled and shrugged, "Sure." Li Ji raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly upon hearing his affirmation of his Russian identity, then seamlessly switched to Russian, her voice flowing melodiously. Jiang Jiao. The Russian owner, live stream viewers? Wow, what just zipped past my ears? Left ear in, right ear out, I didn't catch a single word. Russian? Why did I not understand any of that? My hearing can't be that poor. Russian, this can't be right. The Russian owner looks confused. It seems he didn't comprehend what Li Ji was saying. Meanwhile, Lu Yinjing chuckled lazily. It was as if he had initiated a private conversation. With a nonchalant demeanor, he raised an eyebrow at the owner. Lin Rong, having heard Li Ji's rapid exchange, was equally bewildered. However, she was clever enough to utilize her smartphone. To avoid appearing ignorant, she activated a voice recognition translation app before Lu Yinjing spoke, recording his words and waiting for the system to identify the language and translate. Thus, while everyone remained perplexed, a robotic voice suddenly emanated from Lin Rong's phone. Russian. This sentence means, my wife inquires whether she can converse with you in Russian. Why, aren't you Russian? Didn't you understand? Chapter 56. The young aristocrats of the capital gathered to watch a wife-chasing reality show, shocking the entire internet. The so-called Russian boss was utterly stunned, not expecting a guest who actually spoke Russian to confront him directly on camera, revealing his true intentions with a translation app. Kyoto, the Haiba Huang Bar. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan instructed the manager to set up a projection screen in the Donghai private room at the last minute. The two of them, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping drinks, were thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle before them as the live broadcast showcased the moment of the Russian confrontation. Pei Ji, using a small silver fork to pick at a watermelon slice, remarked, "Impressive." Shang Jinan spat out a sunflower seed shell. "I was wondering why Jinggu suddenly decided to study Russian back in his third year of college, and why he keeps making trips to Russia. Turns out he has been waiting right here." Pei Ji let out a scoff. To pursue his wife, he truly spares no effort. Even so, he is still engaging in a secret crush. I suspect he hasn't even dared to meet Li Ji in person, just lurking in some corner, peering in a twisted and shadowy manner. Shang Jinan shook his head, somewhat moved. He took a tissue to wipe his hands. Damn, I really can't believe Jinggu is such a person. I almost thought he had an unusual sexual orientation and was interested in me. Pei Ji, he glanced at Shang Jinan with a complex expression. He momentarily choked on his words, contemplating whether to voice his own past suspicions about Jing Ji's feelings for him, nearly considering whether he should bend for him. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He hastily shifted the topic. Whereas Shu Good, didn't he promise not to stand us up tonight? Shang Jinan shook his head, about to say he didn't know. Just then, the door of the private room was suddenly flung open with a forceful crash. Bang! The loud noise drew the attention of both Pei Ji and Shang Jinan, who raised their heads to find Qi Jiashu's unmistakable brash face. In the dim light, he wore a black open-collared shirt and sunglasses. A silver necklace dangled against his pale collarbone as he swaggered into the room in trendy sneakers. Shu Gu. Pei Ji immediately waved. Qi Jiashu lowered his sunglasses, lazily glancing at the two on the sofa. He then removed his sunglasses and tossed them onto the coffee table, nonchalantly throwing himself onto the sofa, legs crossed, and lit a cigarette. His wind-blown hair radiated an air of aloofness. Pei Ji leaned in playfully. What's up, Shu Good? You look like you've just broken up with Sang Ying again. The cigarette between Qi Jiashu's lips was ignited. He irritably tossed the lighter onto the coffee table, his cold brows unable to lift any emotion. Ah, no worries. Shang Jinan replied, accustomed to this routine. In less than 2 hours, you'll be off to reconcile with her. A breakup lasts at most 120 minutes, don't be too sad. The way these two navigated relationships resembled a set of sit-ups, there was never a genuine end. Qi Jiashu took a deep drag from his cigarette. This time it's different. Do elaborate. Pei Ji perked up, his ears twitching with curiosity. Qi Jiashu curled his lips in a cold smirk. If I actively seek reconciliation this time, I'll be a dog. Pei Ji immediately lost interest. Oh. Such harsh words lacked any depth. Shang Jinan leaned in closer, intrigued. So how did this breakup happen this time? Mentioning this only aggravated Qi Jiashu further. He flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray with his elegantly defined fingers. I met a girl, and Sang Ying caught me red-handed. The two chimed in unison, deserved it. No, I don't even know that girl, Qi Jiashu retorted, clearly displeased as he extinguished the cigarette. Shang Jinan opened a bottle of whiskey for him. You met her without knowing her. No wonder Sang, the beauty, isn't fond of you. Qi Jiashu's expression darkened further. He snatched the whiskey from Shang Jinan, pouring himself a generous glass. She found me on Douyin, claiming to feel like my long-lost sister, and even sent a photo. And then? Though Pei Ji had already guessed the outcome, he was still curious. Chi Joshua's face grew grim. Only upon meeting did I realize that the photo was AI generated using my face as a template. The moles were painted in the wrong places. It wasn't my sister at all. The two were left speechless. Not knowing what to say, they raised their glasses. Chi Joshu clinked his whiskey glass against theirs. You tell me, why should I be the one to seek reconciliation with Sang Ying after she breaks up with me over this? Shang Jinan paused for a couple of seconds. He spoke earnestly. Shugo, if you ask me, you're just too obsessed. No girl can accept her boyfriend flying around the world every day just to meet various sisters. Although you're genuinely looking for your missing sister, Sang Ying can't always accompany you, and who knows what you're doing with those girls. It's bound to make her feel insecure. Chi Joshu took a swig of the whiskey, his head hung low, strands of hair falling over his brows, exuding an air of world weariness tinged with melancholy. After a long moment, he spoke hoarsely. Fine, it's my fault. He took another gulp of whiskey, but I cannot give up on finding your, consider it my betrayal to Sang Ying. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan exchanged glances, at a loss for words. They had no idea how to console him. The disappearance of the Chi family's young lady was common knowledge in the elite circles of Kyoto. The Chi family had already mobilized considerable resources to find her. Chi Joshua's unwavering determination stemmed from a past event when Yulanzi held an art exhibition in Icheng but faced complications in her pregnancy. Chi Hicheng, concerned for her well-being, stayed in Icheng with his then 3-year-old son, Chi Joshu, until Yuer was born. Only after Yuer's birth did Chi Hicheng plan to return to Kyoto with her. Once Yulanzi completed her confinement. Chi Joshu had taken a great liking to this little sister, often gazing at her as she lay in her stroller, engaging in a silent stare-off with the delicate, soft-skinned girl. On one particular day, Chi Hicheng accompanied Yulanzi for her postpartum recovery, while his elder brother, Chi Yubai, was in Kyoto, and the nanny was busy. Chi Joshu had been given a task. Being the least occupied second brother, he was to push the stroller with Yuer to the garden for some sunshine. She would bask in the sunlight while he kept watch. Perhaps the newly arrived little one was still bewildered by the world. Upon seeing Chi Joshua's deep, captivating eyes, she suddenly burst into tears. Having never soothed a child before, Chi Joshu was immediately flustered, scrambling to find ways to cheer up his sister until the little one suddenly noticed the sound of other children playing outside the protective iron gate, spotting the colorful bubbles floating in the wind. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, alternating between sobs and laughter, as she waved her soft, white hands towards the bubbles. Chapter 57. Seeking Li Ji, she must be my biological sister. Chi Joshu discovered a breakthrough to amuse his sister. He pushed the stroller and took her outside, chasing after the colorful bubbles blown by the children. The little one finally ceased her crying. She sat comfortably in the stroller, giggling, and even felt unafraid of Chi Joshu. Her laughter was the finest stimulant. The more she delighted in the moment, the more Chi Joshu became engrossed, unknowingly pushing the stroller far in pursuit of the bubbles. This continued until the children had played enough and ceased their blowing. The little one, too, grew weary, her eyelids drooping. Chi Joshu turned to prepare to push her back, intending for the nanny to carry her to her cozy little bed for a sweet slumber. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a man and a woman suddenly rushed towards them, swiftly snatching the girl from the stroller and fleeing. The 3-year-old Chi Joshu was left utterly dumbfounded. At that age, he had yet to witness the harsh realities of society and never imagined the occurrence of such brazen abduction in broad daylight. Seeing his sister being taken by strangers, he hurriedly shouted and scampered after them with his short little legs, yet, he was no match for the two adults. After only a few steps, the kidnappers vanished from sight. By the time the adults returned, the guards at the villa's gate realized something was amiss, but the pair had long since whisked the little heiress away, evading surveillance and disappearing into the unknown. Upon learning of the incident, Chi Hicheng immediately contacted the police to seal off Icheng and initiated a thorough search. Yet to this day, there have been no results. At the tender age of 3, when memories may not fully form, the scene left a profound psychological shadow on Chi Joshu. He felt responsible for the loss of his sister. This incident became an insurmountable obstacle in his heart, one he could not move past nor let go of. He was determined to find her again. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan were aware of this as well. Thus, every time they witnessed Chi Joshu making foolish decisions in his quest to find his sister, they remained silent. Drink up. Everything is in the wine. Pei Ji sighed as he raised his glass. If all else fails, let's watch something entertaining, like Jingo flirting with girls on a dating show. Chi Joshu tilted his head back and downed the drink. His sharp Adam's apple slid down his pale neck, faintly flushed, as he lazily scoffed, not interested. He had just broken up with Sang Ying, who would want to watch his brother sweetly courting girls on a dating show. Chi Joshu, at a loss for words, leaned forward to grab another bottle, firmly holding it as he continued pouring into his empty glass. At that moment, he inadvertently raised his gaze, his eyes casually sweeping over the conspicuous projection screen in the private room where Pei Ji and Shang Jinan were seated. By then, the 6 had already departed from the Russian restaurant. Zhang Jiao felt utterly embarrassed, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress, realizing that her pretentious behavior had backfired. The Russian cuisine was a facade. The main dishes consisted of steak and pizza, hardly authentic to the Russian culinary tradition. Even the Russian owner was a charlatan at best, only half Russian, with a grandmother from Russia who had taught him a few basic phrases, his proficiency inferior even to Li Ji, who had merely studied abroad. Chi Joshu had no interest in this. However, at that moment, the camera suddenly shifted to the proud little swan, Li Ji, who had just celebrated a splendid victory. Twilight had descended. The resplendent sunset and the shadows of dusk danced within her bright, captivating eyes. Perhaps the photographer also found this angle breathtaking. The camera zoomed in, capturing Li Ji's fluttering eyelashes and enchanting gaze. Her exceptionally radiant features seemed to gather all brilliance, even the misty clouds behind her lightly enveloped her, illuminating the small mole on her delicate nose. Chi Jiashu's hand suddenly trembled. The glass he had just lifted spilled wine onto his hand, trickling down his sharp, cold wrist. Who is this girl? Chi Jiashu's voice tightened. He fixated on the close-up of her face on the screen, feeling an uncanny resemblance in her eyes to those of his mother, Yulancy, and the small mole on her nose echoed the image of his sister in his memories. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan glanced at the screen. They did not notice Chi Jiashu's unusual expression and casually remarked, "That's Jing Ji's wife." Chi Jiashu's eyes narrowed. Pei Ji added, "I told you about her, the one Jingo had a crush on back in high school in Yicheng. You didn't believe me and even bet me a blank check." Yicheng. Chi Jiashu suddenly sprang to his feet. His movement shook the entire private room, causing Shang Jinan to spill his drink. He looked up. "Where are you going?" "To find Li Ji." Chi Jiashu hurriedly blurted, pulling out his phone from his pocket to make a call. Shang Jinan raised his hands in exasperation. "See, I told you, in less than 2 hours, he'd be off to find Sang's beauty." "Wait, who did you just say you were looking for?" Pei Ji's mind was in a whirl for half a minute, then he snapped back to reality. "Looking for Li Ji? Damn!" He cursed loudly. "Chi Jiashu, you absolute scoundrel! You can't be serious about having just broken up with Sang Ying and now chasing after Jing Ji's wife, right?" But Chi Jiashu paid him no heed. His mind was consumed by the image of Li Ji's face, constantly merging in his thoughts with the soft, fair visage of the baby girl who had smiled at him from the stroller 24 years ago. Chi Jiashu felt a premonition, a strong, instinctual feeling, perhaps stemming from the bond of blood that naturally guided him. Li Ji was undoubtedly his sister. He was determined to find her. The dating show continued to air. Ultimately, the dinner was decided by Li Ji, who led them to the city's most renowned Xinjiang restaurant, a place rivaling the opulence of the Russian establishment. Exotic brickwork, lowland pillars, chandeliers, murals, and tall, handsome Uyghur waiters in white shirts and bow ties elevated the dining experience to new heights. Lin Rong, with a playful demeanor, engaged in laughter with the handsome waiters, even pulling one to the dance floor to learn a few steps of the Xinjiang dance. Shang Su smirked coldly, shaking his drink in hand, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Rong, whose face was flushed from dancing with the handsome men. He had initially intended to turn to Lu Yanqing to share a joke but found him bent over, sharing drinks and laughter with Li Ji, thus, he begrudgingly turned away in silence. Ding, the exquisite Xinjiang wine vessels gently clinked together. Li Ji, with a bright and charming smile, tilted her head towards Lu Yanqing, raising her drink. "Cheers, one more chapter, deep into the night. Don't wait for me, watch it tomorrow morning. I'm burning the midnight oil, chapter 58. Supporting my wife is only right." Lu Yanqing lazily curled his lips into a smile, his well-defined fingers lifted a silver wine vessel, the ring on his ring finger brushing against it with a delicate chime. Li Ji tipped her head back and drained the small cup of wine. She languidly propped her chin on one hand, her fingers playfully tapping her cheek. "When did you learn Russian?" Lu Yanqing nonchalantly toyed with the wine glass, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "In university, I needed it for managing the Russian branch, so I learned it on the side." "Your pronunciation is quite standard," Li Ji chuckled lightly. Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise, lazily setting down his glass, leaning closer with a playful smile. "Miss Ji, are you being so generous with your praise tonight?" A faint whiff of a crisp fragrance wafted over. Li Ji's breath hitched, feeling as though a feather brushed against her heart, stirring the fluttering sensation within her. She instinctively averted her gaze. With a tone of playful arrogance, she replied, "After all, you did help me tonight. Compliments are in order." Lu Yanqing tilted his chin slightly, a lazy smile gracing his lips. He leaned in closer, his lips grazing her ear as he whispered in a low, sultry tone, "Then I cannot accept the praise." Li Ji's ears suddenly tingled. Her body quivered, and in a fluster, she turned to face Lu Yanqing, trying to evade the dampness of his lips against her ear, only to be unexpectedly ensnared by the depths of his dark, enigmatic gaze. Because his eyes burned with intensity as he looked at her. "Supporting my wife is not a means to seek credit, but simply what is right." Li Ji's heartstrings trembled once more. Their gazes collided in the air. As she fell into his eyes, an inexplicable fire ignited within her, causing her heartbeat to race uncontrollably. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly. She subtly averted her gaze, intending to lift her glass to distract herself. Yet, Lu Yanqing also raised his hand simultaneously. His well-defined fingers grasped her glass, tilting it slightly to indicate it was empty. With genuine curiosity, he asked, "What has my lady been so lost in thought about? Did you not even notice your glass was empty?" Li Ji shot him a sidelong glance, defiantly relinquishing her grip on the glass, lifting her chin in a haughty manner, and lightly tapping the nearby wine jug with her fingertip. "Then why don't you hurry and pour me more?" Lu Yanqing smiled lazily, the corners of his lips curling. He picked up the wine jug, nonchalantly lifting his chin. "Tsk, only you would dare speak to me in such a manner." The livestream comments erupted. Hee. You say that, yet your actions speak differently? Just admit that you enjoy being bossed around by your wife. The cold face washing pants refers to you. The audience reveled in the drama. As Lu Yanqing poured wine for Li Ji, she turned her face away and took a small sip from her glass, her demeanor radiating joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Ding! Suddenly, her phone rang. Li Ji rested her elbow on the table, casually lowering her gaze to answer her phone. However, upon seeing the caller ID, she seemed momentarily taken aback, perhaps sensing her change in demeanor. Lu Yanqing discreetly glanced her way, his gaze inadvertently landing on her phone screen. Noticing the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly, yet Li Ji's mood appeared unaffected. In fact, she seemed somewhat delighted by the call, eagerly standing up with her phone in hand. "I'll take this call." Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow. He watched as Li Ji walked briskly, even running a few steps in her high heels, and before she could reach the outdoors, she eagerly answered the call, as if fearing it would hang up. Li Ji's heart raced with excitement, unable to contain her joy. She shed the earlier haughty demeanor she had displayed before Lu Yinjing, transforming into a soft, endearing girl, both eager and playful. Mom. However, the person on the other end remained silent for a long moment. Li Ji initially thought the restaurant was too noisy for her voice to be heard, so she quickened her pace, but while descending the stairs, she misstepped and twisted her ankle. Ouch! Li Ji inhaled sharply but merely bent down to touch her ankle before hastening her steps to the secluded garden behind the restaurant. The sounds around her faded into silence, leaving only her voice and that of the caller. Tentatively, she spoke. Is it you, Mom? Turning the phone volume up, she confirmed she could hear the sound of breathing on the other end. Filled with excitement and anticipation, she connected the call from a number that hadn't dialed her phone in ages, yet Xiao Moya's indifferent voice broke through. Gigi, didn't I tell you that from now on, you should only call me Auntie? Li Ji froze. The smile in her eyes faded gradually, hearing Xiao Moya's words, her lashes lowered, her lips instinctively brushing together, barely suppressing a murmur, but before she could form the words, her lips pressed together tightly. When she finally spoke again, it seemed as if she had undergone a lengthy mental struggle before awkwardly changing her address. Aunt Xiao. Xiao Moya finally responded, but her tone was laced with displeasure. I watched the variety show live, and I was very disappointed with your performance. What? Li Ji was taken aback. Xiao Moya's voice turned stern. I had thought you should be acutely aware that you have taken Yu's place for the past 24 years, receiving the Jiang family's upbringing and education, which afforded you the opportunity to study Russian. If you were sensible, you would understand that you owe it to her and should make way for her. Yet, I never expected you to use what I provided you to slap my biological daughter in the face. Li Ji was utterly stunned this time. She had been full of hope, wondering if the parents who had raised her for 24 years still held some lingering affection for her and wouldn't just discard her so easily. Thus, when she received Xiao Moya's call, she was elated, willing to twist her ankle in her haste, fearful that if she didn't answer quickly, the call would end, but she never anticipated that Xiao Moya had called only to discuss Jiang Jiyu. Her breath tightened, and she instinctively gripped her phone, the warmth kindled by Lu Yinjing gradually cooling within her. So, you called me just to say this? What else could it be? Xiao Moya retorted, everything else was made clear the day we took you to the police station to change your surname, wasn't it? The Jiang family no longer wanted her, wishing for no further contact, hoping she wouldn't disturb their family of 3 in the future. They had changed her name from Jiang Li Ji to Li Ji, reclaimed the car and house originally gifted to her, and cast her out without a hint of hesitation. Li Ji suddenly felt a pang in her ankle, staggering as she made her way to a nearby bench to sit down. So, you believe I should bow to Jiang Jiyu and apologize? Chapter 59 Fool, I am here to comfort you. There is no need for that. Xiao Moyan furrowed her brows slightly, but you should not bully her at every turn on the variety show. Even if you do not intend to make amends, you ought to learn to be accommodating. It is what you owe her. Li Ji felt a sudden sharp pain in her injured ankle, her eyes brimmed with a faint crimson hue, and her nose tinged with a sting. What have I done wrong? Xiao Moyan abruptly choked on her words. Li Ji, already nursing an old injury from ballet, had only momentarily dulled the pain with a surge of adrenaline fueled by her anticipation and surprise when she twisted her ankle. Yet now, her heart gradually turned icy, and after being splashed with cold water by Xiao Moyan's words, she felt a simultaneous eruption of both physical and emotional pain. It was your hired nurse who lost your biological daughter and snatched me away from my family. Li Ji's voice quivered with suppressed tears as she suddenly raised her tone. The Jiang family was not a choice I made. Xiao Moyan fell into a long silence once more. After a while, she spoke again. Li Ji, the Jiang family has never wronged you. You have enjoyed the lavish wealth and privileges that rightfully belong to you, gaining a level of affluence and top-tier educational resources that most families cannot provide. Should you not feel grateful? Should you not be thankful for this mix-up, rather than blaming me? Li Ji let out a laugh tinged with anger. She lifted her face, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. I am indeed grateful for your nurturing over these 24 years, and I have no right to blame you for casting me out when I am not of your blood. But fairness is fairness. I owe nothing to Jiang Jiyu, and there is no reason for me to tolerate her bluntness in my presence. Li Ji, Xiao Moyan's voice bore a hint of anger. Is this how I have taught you to speak over the years? It was Jiang Jiyu who provoked me first. She initiated the slander and online harassment for publicity, almost getting me expelled from the Central Ballet. I will settle this score with her in due time. Li Ji's voice trembled as she spoke. I will find a way to repay everything the Jiang family has given me. Like beep, beep, beep. Before Xiao Moyan could say anything further, Li Ji abruptly hung up, leaving only the cold tone of the busy signal. The night in Xinjiang returned to silence. Li Ji sat on a bench, the evening breeze brushing against her face, the tears stubbornly held back in her eyes blurred by the wind. Chilling her gaze, she gently fluttered her eyelashes, lowering her eyes. She altered the contact name for Xiao Moyan from Mom back to her full name, removing her from the list of emergency contacts. She meticulously extracted this once dependable familial bond from her heart, leaving an empty void. Li Ji stood up, suppressing the pain, her delicate fingers lightly pressed against the nearby tree for support, and with a gentle blink, the tears she had held for so long suddenly cascaded down in a stream. She had intended to lift her face to contain the tears once more, but as she raised her gaze, she caught sight of a tall figure clad in black, standing with an air of cold intensity. Luo Yanjing had no idea how long he had been standing there leaning against the tree, his well-defined hand clutched a plastic bag, while the other held a cigarette, the glowing ember illuminating his pale hand, the swirling smoke further darkening the depths of his eyes. Seeing that Li Ji had noticed him, Luo Yanjing extinguished the ember with his fingertips and discarded the now doused cigarette but into the trash can. He then strode over to her with long strides. In the dim light, Luo Yanjing bent down, gently brushing his fingertip across her eyelid, his voice low and ambiguous. Have you been crying? Li Ji was no longer in tears. However, the tears that had just fallen dampened her lashes, making them appear even darker and more pronounced. She gently sniffled, her voice thick with the remnants of emotion. Luo Yanjing. Li Ji, still proud and unyielding, held her head high, catching the soft glow of the streetlight, which accentuated the moisture in her tear-filled eyes. Did you come specifically to witness my misfortune? Luo Yanjing scoffed with a hint of annoyance. He curled his fingers and lightly brushed against Li Ji's eyelid, abruptly flicking upward, causing her lashes to flutter, and the tear that lingered on her lower lash to fall onto his hand. He murmured softly, am I truly that dreadful? Li Ji averted her gaze, realizing Luo Yanjing was attempting to wipe her tears. She turned her face away, raising her hand to lightly tap her fingers. Right now, all I have is my own jokes to entertain myself. Luo Yanjing let out a soft, dismissive chuckle. He raised an eyebrow. Who would dare to belittle our esteemed Miss Gigi? Li Ji remained silent, her throat still thick with emotion. Fool! Luo Yanjing bent slightly, rubbing his knuckles against her forehead, his voice low. I am here to comfort you. Li Ji trembled slightly, her damp lashes meeting Luo Yanjing's gaze. She saw him kneeling on one knee, placing the plastic bag he had been holding aside. His well-defined hand gently grasped her ankle through her boot, then he raised his head, arching an eyebrow at her. Are you hurt? Li Ji stood there, looking down at him. For the first time, she felt the 20-centimeter height difference between them, realizing she did not need to tiptoe to meet his gaze. Instead, she had to lower her head to look into his eyes. Li Ji broke her silence, responding with a nasal tone. Yes. Luo Yanjing clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, opening the plastic bag. Sit, let me take a look. Li Ji leaned forward, peering curiously into the plastic bag. She propped herself against the tree and sat back down on the bench, stretching her fair neck. What is in there? Luo Yanjing raised his eyelids slightly. He directly removed Li Ji's small leather boot, gently manipulating the swollen tendon beneath her ankle. Ah! Li Ji gasped sharply, the sudden pressure causing her to inhale sharply. Luo Yanjing, she flapped her arms like a swan on the water, wishing to slap him across the face. That hurts. Now you know pain. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow. What about when you were stomping around in those high heels? Li Ji huffed in defiance. She emphasized her determination to remain unyielding. Clearly, it was the steps that were blind. They should have moved aside when they saw me coming. Luo Yanjing chuckled heartily. He lifted his gaze and watched her animated expression as she complained about the steps. Well, I see you can still make jokes with me. Luo Yanjing then returned his attention to her ankle, his lips curling upward. It seems our Miss Gigi's heart has not yet turned cold. With a little warmth, it can still be revived. Li Ji suddenly froze, her fingers, propped against the bench, curled slightly, feeling as if her heart, wounded by Chao Moyan, had been gently cradled once more by someone who genuinely cared. Just this one. Luo Yanjing remained kneeling before her, gently squeezing her uninjured ankle and lifting it onto his knee. Li Ji lowered her gaze and shot him a sidelong glance. What else would it be? How unlucky must I be to twist both ankles at once? Hunting Eagles, Chapter 60. You will always be my cherished one. Lu Yanjing smirked lightly, observing that Li Ji had merely twisted her ankle, with no other injuries to be concerned about. Nonchalantly, he quipped, it's hard to say. As he retrieved a red bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, the clarity of his fingers, deftly unwrapping the medication, revealed a glimmer from the silver ring on his left hand's ring finger. I still recall that little swan who, despite injuring both legs in high school, insisted on showcasing the most graceful strokes in the water for me to admire. Li Ji recognized that Lu Yanjing was referring to the incident when she had stealthily tied her shoelaces. During that time, she had an incredibly important competition and, despite injuring her Achilles tendons, she was determined to practice dancing without yielding. As she thought of her profession, Li Ji straightened her back, her demeanor becoming resolute. That was, however, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden chill swept over her ankle as the medicinal mist sprayed onto her swollen joint, causing her to instinctively flinch. Yet, her ankle was abruptly grasped by someone. Lu Yanjing's warm breath cascaded over her foot, his sultry voice whispering in her ear, don't move. In that moment, an electrifying sensation surged through her body, making her toes involuntarily curl. With her foot held captive, a tingling numbness traversed her spine, yet, the intimacy of having her foot cradled in someone else's hand rendered her somewhat uneasy. Li Ji tentatively attempted to retract her foot, only to find Lu Yanjing's grip tightening. He lazily lifted his gaze. If you're not afraid that these feet will never dance ballet again, feel free to squirm. Suddenly, Li Ji felt a wave of cowardice wash over her. Lu Yanjing's heated palm enveloped her ankle, his touch gently kneading the area. Li Ji was particularly sensitive to tickling, although her ankle was far less sensitive than the soles of her feet. The uncertainty of when someone else's hand might brush against her sensitive spot stirred a flutter of anxiety within her. Her heart softened and fluttered. She curled her fingers, digging her fingertips into the bench, desperately trying to endure the burning itch with trembling eyelashes. She glanced at Lu Yanjing. When did you buy all this stuff? Li Ji noticed a plastic bag at his feet, filled with various ointments for injuries, including several familiar medications she often used during her previous Achilles tendon injury. It was inconceivable that he had brought these along. When you were on the phone just now, Lu Yanjing replied casually, there happened to be a pharmacy nearby. Li Ji blinked in bewilderment. Lu Yanjing lazily raised his eyes, playfully showcasing the mole at the corner of his eye. Didn't we just happen to see a step that was oblivious? Afraid that our swan princess might injure her foot and be unable to dance, wouldn't that make her cry? I'm not that prone to tears, Li Ji muttered softly. That is indeed quite rare, Lu Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly. It's the first time I've seen the esteemed Miss Ji lose a little pearl. Don't say that. He suddenly leaned closer. Li Ji blinked in surprise, her lashes dampened like sunflowers, her already clear eyes sparkling with even more luminosity. What are you saying? Lu Yinjing's lips curled into a teasing smile, his gaze burned as he seemed to scrutinize her for a moment. You're quite lovely when you cry. Li Ji's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She dug her fingertips into the bench once more, her heart racing wildly. Lu Yinjing. Lu Yinjing chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing with amusement. He took a keen interest in the tips of her flushed ears, and perhaps due to her cheeks being aflame, the mist in his eyes dissipated, allowing him to cast aside any lingering displeasure. Thus, Lu Yinjing shifted his gaze, smirking again. He pulled out a stack of popsicles from the plastic bag, unwrapping them one by one, arranging them in a line like a string of explosives. Just as he was about to place them on her foot, she could bear it no longer, quickly retracting her foot. What on earth is this? Lu Yinjing lazily glanced down, deliberately inspecting the packaging, and boldly displayed it to Li Ji. Wang crushed ice. Li Ji, her expression was a complex mixture of disbelief as she scrutinized Lu Yinjing. Why are you doing this? What kind of peculiar habit is this? They were so colorful, it seemed he wanted to try every flavor, as if a rainbow were missing, yet, Lu Yinjing remained unfazed. For ice therapy. He juggled the string of popsicles in his palm, his tone brimming with arrogance. This is the only thing available at the supermarket. Li Ji, she looked at the row of popsicles with disdain, struggling to believe that such avant-garde aesthetics would adorn her ankle. However, considering her injury, a ballet dancer dared not gamble with her feet. Thus, she obediently extended her foot, allowing Lu Yinjing to bind it with a towel. Her ankle was likely not severely injured. After the medicinal spray and the ice pack, the aching discomfort had indeed nearly vanished. Shall we head back? Lu Yinjing rose, propping himself on his knee. Li Ji, well-versed in dealing with injuries, knew the importance of elevating her foot to encourage circulation. Thus, utilizing her dancer's flexibility, she effortlessly propped her leg up. I don't want to go back to filming the show. Lu Yinjing's gaze fell naturally upon her foot. With ease, he raised his hand to support her, his palm resting against her ankle to assist in lifting it. He then lazily tilted his head to look at her. Shall we elope? Li Ji raised her gaze in surprise. Although Lu Yinjing's words carried a hint of ambiguity, she instantly grasped his meaning. She hurriedly glanced around, noticing there seemed to be no crew members nearby for some reason. She felt fortunate that the production team had not sent anyone over to capture her embarrassing moment of tears. Is that really a good idea? Li Ji blinked. If we sneak away like this, won't it count as breaching our recording contract? Yet, Lu Yinjing merely scoffed under his breath, his tone low and carefree. Our esteemed Miss Ji declares she doesn't wish to record. Do I really need to concern myself with whether it's a breach or not? Lu Yinjing, with a frosty demeanor, crossed his arms. The memory of Qiao Moya's call earlier, witnessing Li Ji in tears for the first time, left him inexplicably displeased. Isn't she the apple of her family's eye, needing to be pampered and coddled, unable to endure even the slightest grievance? Lu Yinjing cast a cold glance towards the restaurant. Who isn't someone's beloved princess? Li Ji felt a sudden warmth in her heart, as if, on a chilly night, Lu Yinjing's words ignited the fiercest bonfire within her. Li Ji, be firm. You have what others possess. Lu Yinjing's gaze returned to her, his dark eyes smoldering with intensity. At least with me, you will always be my precious one, more deserving of tenderness than anyone else. Even if they are blind to your worth, there will always be me, eager to shower you with affection. Chapter 61. Princess Carrie, the internet is in a frenzy. Li Ji gazed at Lu Yinjing, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though something within her chest had leapt heavily, sending ripples of aftershocks that gradually spread through her heart. Her blood surged with a fiery intensity, and her heart raced in tandem, while a brilliant explosion of fireworks ignited in her mind, erupting recklessly in her once quiet mental realm. Their gazes met in the air, inexplicably weaving a thread of tantalizing ambiguity. Even the atmosphere thickened around them. Lu Yinjing's Adam's apple bobbed as he raised an eyebrow. Shall we elope? Li Ji's heart, previously doused by Qiao Moya's indifference, now blazed with the fervor of a rekindled bonfire on a summer night, emboldening her with an unexpected surge of courage. She nodded, yes. Lu Yinjing chuckled nonchalantly, a deep, rich laugh that resonated. His eyes glinted with mischief as he added, this time, there is no production crew involved, so Lady Ji, it's your choice. Would you prefer to be carried on my back or in my arms? Li Ji was momentarily taken aback. As she met Lu Yinjing's gaze, she felt as though the dark summer night had shrouded his already deep black eyes with layers of unfathomable mystery. He understood. He knew that her desire for him to carry her was merely a task. Yet, in truth, Li Ji did not favor the position of being carried on his back. The sensation of lying against him, her chest lightly colliding with his back muscles, made her cheeks flush with warmth. Gently brushing her fingertips along the bench, she replied with a hint of pride, you just called me a princess. Very well, Lu Yinjing smirked, I comprehend. It seemed as if an unspoken understanding lay between them. A mere hint, a subtle suggestion, and Lu Yinjing instantly grasped Li Ji's intent. He momentarily released her ankle and bent down, his arm reaching beneath her knees while his other hand clasped her waist. Without hesitation, he swept her up into his arms in a Princess Carrie, exuding an unrestrained confidence. The crisp scent of her perfume enveloped them, and her body radiated an intoxicating aura, nearly melding with Lu Yinjing's searing warmth. As she was lifted, her heart soared, pounding uncontrollably with a newfound sensation she had only recently discovered. She liked Lu Yinjing, just as she had jested earlier. Without Fu Yanzi, he should have been the one to dazzle her youth. Now, this belated joy felt like a sunset after a rainstorm. Though she had missed the vibrant sunrise, she suddenly found clarity in the evening light, capturing the orange glow of the setting sun and the last remnants of warmth in the sky. Meanwhile, the production crew had been waiting for Jing Jiyu's return. Even Lin Rong, who had just finished dancing with a handsome Uyghur, looked around curiously and asked, "Hey? Where's the beautiful Ji? Ji Tang froze in front of the monitor, recalling that Li Ji had seemingly answered a phone call, after which Lu Yanjing had followed her outside, expressly instructing the crew not to pursue them. After that, they vanished without a trace. However, since the recording had not yet concluded, Ji Tang could not allow these two rating contributors to slip away. She immediately dispatched an assistant to locate them. At that moment, a member of the publicity team rushed in to announce, "Director Ji, you must see the trending topics on Weibo." Confused, Ji Tang picked up her phone. Many viewers had been directed to check Weibo for updates. To her astonishment, she saw Jing Jiyuyi Princess Carrie had already ascended to the top 10 of the trending list. Clicking on it, she found a candid shot of Lu Yanjing carrying Li Ji away from the restaurant. In the dim, blurred lighting, the striking figure of Lu Yanjing, with his broad shoulders and slim waist, stood out, his long legs contrasting sharply with the vibrant red of Li Ji's dress that swayed between his tailored trousers. The photo captured only their silhouettes. Lu Yanjing, clad in a suit, nearly enveloped the beauty in his embrace, revealing only the delicate curve of Li Ji's long, fair legs and her graceful arm draped around his neck. The atmosphere was hazy yet palpably intimate, showcasing the stark contrast in their physiques. Lu Yanjing held Li Ji with one arm, his other hand gripping her petite black ankle boot, the sleeves of his black shirt hugging his muscular forearm. It could even be said that the play of light in the photo was just right. The photographer had captured the moment perfectly as they passed a streetlight, the silver ring on Lu Yanjing's left hand glinting in a fleeting shimmer. The internet exploded with reactions. "What an incredible Princess Carrie. So these two aren't even recording properly, they dashed outside to create the ultimate Princess Carrie moment. The silhouette and their size difference are simply breathtaking. Ah, this is so sweet." The dashing CEO whisking the beauty away, and caught on camera, no less. "Look, Li Ji is only wearing one shoe, and there is something wrapped around her ankle. What is going on? It seems like she might have injured her ankle, so, because of Ji's injury, Lu Yanjing just carried her off in secret? Ah, it's really a scene of an escaping princess." The viewers in the live stream were equally frenzied. Some noted that Li Ji had hurriedly walked away while answering a phone call, seemingly twisting her ankle while descending the stairs, followed shortly thereafter by Lu Yanjing rising to leave. Coupled with the photograph, the narrative unfolded seamlessly, elevating the sweetness of Lu Yanjing's Princess Carrie of Li Ji to a peak of delight. Ji Tang sighed in resignation as she gazed at Weibo. She waved her hand, realizing they could not be found anymore. Well, it doesn't matter who would dare to issue commands to Lu Yanjing. Ultimately, they had added a wave of excitement before departing. Many had become enamored with the image of the Princess Carrie, inquiring about this divine couple, and upon discovering it was a dating show, set their alarms to ensure they would tune in to the live stream the following day. Li Ji's heart raced, pressed against Lu Yanjing's chest. She could distinctly feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat through the thin fabric of their clothing, against the heat of his firm chest. She sensed that their hearts were closer than ever before, as if they were in a fierce duel, yearning to collide and merge into one. Unbeknownst to her, the fingers of Lu Yanjing that grasped her boot tightened slightly, his heart racing uncontrollably, and a hint of mirth danced in his rebellious gaze. Li Ji blinked her lashes, gazing up at Lu Yanjing. Meeting his captivating smile, her heart fluttered wildly. It seemed he noticed her lifting her head, lowering his lashes to meet her gaze. Their eyes exchanged glances, a tantalizing collision. Li Ji's heart raced anew, tightening the strings of her emotions as she hurriedly averted her gaze, her neck and ears subtly flushing red. Listening to Lu Yanjing's heartbeat, reflecting on his previous words, and locking onto his playful smile, Li Ji's heart began to entertain a dizzying thought. Could it be that the Lu Yanjing, whom she had always considered just a good friend, might actually harbor a hint of affection for her? Chapter 62, Then Why Not Like Me a Little More? Li Ji's mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts just then. Lu Yanjing's low, magnetic voice reached her ears, sending a shiver through her eardrums. "Be careful, my dear." Ah. Li Ji quickly snapped back to reality, only to realize that they had unknowingly arrived at the parking lot. Lu Yanjing unlocked the car door, tossing her boots inside before his well-defined hand grasped her slender waist, bending down to assist her into the passenger seat. Li Ji bent forward, fiddling with the crushed ice. She touched her ankle and noted that the pain had indeed subsided. It seemed she would be able to walk normally by morning. The sprain had not been severe. Lu Yanjing swung his long legs into the driver's seat, lazily glancing at Li Ji's feet with the corner of his eye, as if suddenly reminded of something. He raised his hand to unfasten the seatbelt he had just secured, leaning across the center console towards her, but just then, Li Ji straightened up, or perhaps sensing a presence encroaching upon her, she instinctively turned her head to look. Their bodies inadvertently intertwined, and unexpectedly, Lu Yanjing's cheek brushed against Li Ji's lips, resulting in a soft imprint as their faces aligned. In that fleeting moment, Li Ji felt her heart flutter as if electrified. The contact between their cheeks and lips felt like time had momentarily paused, causing both of them to freeze in place. Lu Yanjing's heart suddenly felt as if it might explode. His heartbeat thundered within his chest, and after a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze, burning with intensity, to meet Li Ji's eyes. I am sorry. Li Ji exclaimed, wide-eyed and flustered, hurriedly arching her back to give him space, her ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. I didn't know you. However, Lu Yanjing's eyes remained deep and calm, devoid of any accusation. God knew his heart was racing fiercely, causing his sharp Adam's apple to bob up and down, while the veins on the back of his hand, resting on the center console, visibly throbbed. He summoned the last remnants of his self-control to suppress the wild thumping of his heart and the burning desire lurking in his gaze, feigning calm as he fixed his eyes on her. The soft sensation of her lips lingered on his cheek, the corner of Lu Yanjing's mouth curled into a slight smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Lu. Li Ji's delicate fingers clenched the hem of her dress. Her skin, like mutton fat jade, was tinged with a vivid red, making it appear as if she might bleed from her very fingertips. Yet Lu Yanjing leaned closer, his demeanor relaxed. As a legally wedded couple, what is there to be shy about? Li Ji's lips parted slightly, the tension in her heart tightened, and she felt as though her heart might leap into her throat, exaggeratedly thumping as if it could be heard without even pressing against her chest. Lu Yanjing's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. This morning during the game, with a mere 3 millimeters of distance between our lips, I didn't hear Mrs. Lu's heartbeat racing so dramatically. Li Ji quickly pressed her lips together, as if that sound truly originated from her throat, believing that silence might conceal her fluster. Do you like me? Lu Yanjing's smile turned wicked. By this point, Li Ji had leaned back into the passenger seat, wishing to meld her back into it, utterly mortified by the earlier mishap. Yet Lu Yanjing did not fully straighten up. He remained half bent over her, his gaze fixed upon her, his tone still languid. Then why not like me a little more? Li Ji widened her eyes in shock. Lu Yanjing, with a lazy yet captivating demeanor, chuckled softly, his laughter rolling from his throat. I permit it. Lu Yanjing. Li Ji's cheeks flushed deeply. However, Lu Yanjing seemed disinclined to give her a moment to respond, abruptly halting his playful teasing. He continued his previous motion, bending down in response to her call. Here. He then beckoned with his finger. Give me your foot. Li Ji, momentarily distracted, looked at Lu Yanjing in confusion, yet her body obediently lifted her foot for him. Lu Yanjing removed the crushed ice from her ankle, glancing at his watch. 15 minutes is enough, prolonged icing could lead to frostbite. Elevate your foot while you sleep tonight, and apply another round of ice in 2 hours. Li Ji gently lowered her eyelashes. Seeing that Lu Yanjing had abandoned his earlier teasing demeanor and returned to a serious focus on her injury, his eyes now held only sincerity. Li Ji murmured, I'll be asleep in 2 hours. By then, she would hardly remember to wake up for the icing. Yet after removing the ice, Lu Yanjing straightened up, rebuckling his seatbelt, and turned his head. Can a princess truly sleep through the icing? You sleep as you wish. Lu Yanjing carelessly lifted his chin. His leather shoes pressed on the gas pedal, igniting the off-road vehicle. Just leave the door unlocked for me, I'll come to provide my services. Li Ji's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly surged forward, the slight push against her back sending her heart racing to new heights. Li Ji turned her gaze to the scenery outside, propping her chin on one hand, and as she sensed that Lu Yanjing might genuinely have feelings for her, she couldn't help but smile. The restaurant was not far from the inn, and in no time, this pair of runaway lovers had stealthily returned ahead of the others. Ji Tang sent the recording schedule for tomorrow via text. Still a meeting at 10 in the morning in the courtyard, but this time they needed to pack their belongings as they would be camping on the grassland that night and would not return to the inn thereafter. Lu Yanjing still carried Li Ji as he exited the vehicle. To ensure she could walk normally by morning, it was best that her ankle not bear any weight tonight. As her body sank into the soft bed, Lu Yanjing straightened up lazily, his gaze sweeping over her foot once more. If you're going to sleep, remember to leave the door unlocked for me. I'll return in 1 hour and 43 minutes to ice your ankle. The crushed ice had already been tossed into the freezer, awaiting his timely retrieval to reapply it to her delicate ankle. Got it. Li Ji raised her face slightly. In truth, she could manage the icing herself. After all, ballet was her pursuit, and her foot belonged to her. Had she maintained her previous mindset, she would have certainly refrained from troubling Lu Yanjing again. But now, it seemed, a sense of selfishness stirred within her. She found herself wanting to see him again in 1 hour and 43 minutes. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow. Call me if you need anything. He lifted his phone, tapping the screen with his fingertip. Available 24 hours a day, ready to serve the princess. Li Ji, seizing the moment, replied with a haughty tone. Very well, you may leave now. Lu Yanjing chuckled lightly, nonchalantly leaning against the wall as he prepared to turn and exit the room. Li Ji had intended to hop on one leg to wash up and sleep, but at that moment, she suddenly recalled Lu Yanjing's earlier teasing about her racing heart in the car, and thus, her mischievous spirit was reignited. She observed Lu Yanjing's relaxed silhouette and, with an unexpectedly lively tone, called out, Husband. Lu Yanjing's spine instantly stiffened. He turned abruptly to face Li Ji, his previously languid expression suddenly ignited with intensity. Li Ji beamed at him, her clear, sparkling eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as she tilted her head, studying him with keen interest. She glanced at her phone, checking the time, then looked up. See you in 1 hour and 41 minutes. Li Ji's red lips parted and closed, playfully winking at him, her sweet tone resonating as if to pierce through his heart, igniting a flutter of excitement within him. With a gaze unlike before, she smiled softly. Good night. Chapter 63. A goodnight kiss to the lady. Lu Yanjing's breath rose and fell gently out. He gazed into Li Ji's eyes, which sparkled like the starry river, bright and clear, with long, curled lashes framing a smile that danced at the corners, causing his heart to race wildly. The undercurrents of desire surged, and the air was thick with ambiguity. Despite his utmost restraint, suppressing his breath as he focused on Li Ji's mesmerizing gaze, he could not help but let spill the emotions he had buried deep, hidden from the world. Li Ji, Lu Yanjing's voice was slightly husky. In this moment, free from the prying eyes of cameras, she was not obliged to play the role of his wife before anyone else. What did you just call me? Li Ji, in a light-hearted mood, wiggled her uninjured foot playfully. Her smile was mischievous, but before she could finish her words, Lu Yanjing swiftly returned to her bedside, abruptly placing his palm on her pillow and leaning down toward her. Li Ji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly propped herself up in an attempt to retreat, yet Luo Yanjing raised the hand that pressed against her pillow and, with a strong sense of invasion, blocked her escape by pushing against her lower back. Only then did Li Ji realize she had perhaps gone too far. Her breath quickened. Luo Yanjing, what are you doing? With a slight tremor, she lifted her lashes to meet his gaze, instantly getting lost in the depths of his passion-filled eyes. Legal, legitimate spouses, she echoed back to him, recalling his earlier words in the car. All I asked was for you to call me husband and say goodnight. Why are you acting like a rogue? I'm not acting, Luo Yanjing replied, his voice deep and husky. He raised his other hand to grasp her chin, his strong fingers gently tilting her face upward. His dark, soulful eyes bore into hers, and as his lips parted slightly, their breaths intertwined. Since we are indeed a lawful couple, there is no rogue behavior. This is merely a gesture of respect towards my lady. Li Ji's pupils widened slightly. Her mind had yet to process whether to accept this advance when she suddenly felt Luo Yanjing's breath drawing nearer. He leaned in closer, the air vibrating with palpable tension. The sensuality pierced through her very soul, igniting a more fervent heartbeat within her. Li Ji found herself holding her breath, too afraid to close her eyes, only daring to flutter her lashes as she witnessed Luo Yanjing tilt his head, brushing his nose against hers before slowly closing his eyes, their lips nearly touching. At that moment, a taut string within her heart suddenly snapped. Just as she became acutely aware that this progression felt rather swift for both her and Luo Yanjing, Li Ji felt the warmth of his lips, not as she expected in a kiss, but rather, he pressed the pad of his thumb against her lips. Separated by this single digit, the atmosphere was laced with ambiguity, yet teetered delicately on the edge of restraint, as he gently kissed his own fingertip. Li Ji's heart raced anew. She was taken aback, yet could not help but look up at Luo Yanjing with heightened emotion, as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing lips that appeared even more enticing and flushed. Good night, Luo Yanjing murmured, his fingertip gliding softly over her lips, his breath deepening, his voice becoming huskier. Mrs. Luo. Li Ji's heart raced uncontrollably. In a daze, she watched Luo Yanjing finish his teasing and turn to leave the room, yet even as he departed, the lingering tension in the air refused to dissipate. Li Ji braced herself against the bed, suddenly releasing the breath she had been holding. Her chest heaved violently, heart pounding, as she gasped for air. Help! She fell back onto the bed, sinking into the soft, cloud-like blankets, her mind echoing one frantic thought: he was flirting with me. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing's heart continued to thrum. As he exited Li Ji's room, he raised an eyebrow in a proud, carefree manner, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Even if it was merely through the barrier of his finger, the essence of Li Ji seemed etched into his very soul, the warmth of her lips lingering on his skin. With a soft chuckle, Luo Yanjing lowered his gaze. He glanced at his watch, calculating the time until he would see Li Ji again. 1 hour and 32 minutes remained. He was just about to head downstairs to check on Wang Wang and the ice preparations when his phone rang. He casually pulled it out, only to see the caller ID display a perplexing vertical line. Luo Yanjing's brow furrowed slightly, the corners of his eyes sparkling with mischief. Presumably, it was one of his good friends calling to congratulate him on his marriage, perhaps even sending a little monetary gift. He answered the call, ready to speak, but was met with a cacophony of noise on the other end, akin to the roar of an airplane taking off, and the caller was not there to congratulate him on his nuptials at all. Upon connecting, a loud voice erupted. Luo Yanjing, your father is here. For your wife's sake, I advise you to comply right now. Call me dad. Luo Yanjing, he leaned casually against the wall, one hand in his pocket, slightly irritated as he clicked his tongue. Jijiashu, are you out of your mind? Then came a barrage of arrogance. If you have nothing else, just hang up. Goodbye. Luo Yanjing swiftly removed the phone from his ear, decisively pressing the hang-up button. On the other end, Jijiashu was met with the sound of a busy tone. He swaggered up the boarding steps of the Qi family's private jet, allowing the evening breeze of Kyoto to billow his clothes. His silver necklace glinted dimly, and as the wind tousled his collar and loose strands of hair, it revealed the SY tattoo etched on the right side of his collarbone. Am I out of my mind? He actually said I was. Jijiashu scoffed incredulously, glancing at the woman beside him. Is this kid really going to treat his future brother-in-law with such an attitude? Sang Yingyu strode down the steps with an air of confidence. Wearing sunglasses that obscured her eyes, only her crimson lips were visible, her long, wavy hair flowing with the wind as it brushed against her leather jacket. She carried a handbag on her shoulder, hands tucked into her pockets as she walked, turning her head slightly to smile at Jijiashu. Aren't you the one who is unwell? Jijiashu, Sang Ying tilted her head lazily to glance at him, revealing a hickey on her neck. If I were Luo Yanjing, I would also think you were out of your mind. Having been reprimanded by his wife, Jijiashu suddenly choked on his words. Sang Ying coldly smirked, not to mention he doesn't even know about your relationship with Li Ji. You yourself haven't even managed to get a strand of her hair for a paternity test. Furthermore, she abruptly halted, turning her head and pushing down her sunglasses. You Bai is the real brother-in-law. Finally, Sang Ying freed one hand, waving her elegantly manicured fingers in front of him. You can at most be considered second in line. Jijiashu, he disdainfully scoffed, all of you can still be referred to as brothers-in-law. Sang Ying was clearly too weary to engage in such semantics with him. She merely raised an eyebrow. Jijiashu, I made it clear, just because I'm accompanying you on a dating reality show, doesn't mean we're anything more than exes because the production team is paying enough. Jijiashu's throat bobbed. He squinted at Sang Ying as the evening breeze tousled her long hair behind her shoulder, perfectly revealing the trail of strawberry marks he had left on her neck. Suddenly, Jijiashu grasped her wrist. Sang Ying, are you still trying to seduce me just because we're only exes? Sang Ying laughed lightly, unconcerned. She stepped up onto a higher step, leaning down to lightly pat his cheek. Adults have needs, what's wrong with a casual fling? If you're not happy about it, consider it a breakup fling? Chi Jiashu's throat moved again. His voice turned hoarse, saying, Ing. Calling me one tea help, you have to bark like a dog, Sang Ing replied, a playful smile curving her lips. Chi Jiashu, don't forget, you said it yourself, if you actively seek me out for reconciliation, you are a dog. Chi Jiashu, Sang Ing tilted her head, so, until I hear you bark like a dog, your attempts at reconciliation shall not count in my eyes. Chi Jiashu, would it be too late for him to slap himself now? But Sang Ing clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook, she merely wanted to hear him bark like a dog to teach him a lesson. With a graceful turn, she walked up the steps of the aircraft, glancing back at him one last time. Oh, by the way. Chi Jiashu suddenly looked up at her. Sang Ing removed her sunglasses, resting her elbow on her palm. I forgot to mention, you're quite good at your job. I'll come to you again if I want to hook up. Chi Jiashu, he pressed his heaving chest, taking a deep breath. Sang Ing. Just you wait, if I get seduced by you again next time, I'll be a dog too. Chapter 64. In Mr. Lu's home service, tireless and diligent, Li Ji was not awakened by the alarm clock. After Lu Yanjing left last night, she filled the bathtub with hot water and soaked her injured leg, which she had propped outside the tub. Subsequently, she hopped back to bed on one leg, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Her heart raced too quickly, and even her breathing remained unsettled. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of Lu Yanjing leaning in as if to kiss her lips, yet ultimately separated by her fingers, incessantly swirled in her mind. Li Ji could not recall when she finally succumbed to slumber. Perhaps she had been in such a deep sleep that she didn't even register the alarm ringing, and when she opened her eyes again, it was morning. Her ankle felt remarkably light. The pain had subsided during movement, and when she gingerly stepped down, it seemed entirely manageable. Lu Yanjing must have come by last night. He had helped her with an ice compress, removed the crushed ice, and even sprayed her foot with the red bottle Yunnan Baiyao. He had placed a pillow beneath her foot to elevate it. Li Ji reached for her phone beside her upon opening WeChat. Aside from messages from Fu Yanxia, she immediately noticed a scenic profile picture at the top. It depicted a clear night, with a brilliant mid-autumn full moon rising above the treetops, startling a magpie resting on a branch. Lu Yanjing's WeChat nickname was simply Jing. Jing, good morning, thus began Li Ji's day, her heart fluttering with delight. She smiled and replied to Lu Yanjing's message, good morning. Receiving a message from her crush first thing in the morning filled her heart with a sweet sensation, as if it were drenched in honey, rippling through her. With both hands cradling her phone, she began to browse Lu Yanjing's moments, only to discover that he had already shared their marriage certificate, along with the photographs she had taken amidst the flock of pigeons yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Li Ji startled, lifting her gaze, only to hear Lu Yanjing's languid and relaxed voice from outside the door. Good morning, Your Highness. Almost immediately, Li Ji threw off the covers and leaped out of bed. She rushed to the bathroom, quickly washed her face, tended to her skincare, arranged her hair, brushed her teeth while popping a candy in her mouth, and even applied a light coat of lip gloss before heading to the door. The earlier flurry of activity had been swiftly quelled. Li Ji proudly tossed her long hair behind her, leaning casually against the doorframe, raising her gaze to greet him with a graceful wave of her hand. Morning. Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a deep, amused smile. He glanced at the slippers Li Ji was wearing and, with a casual demeanor, asked, does it hurt anymore? Not at all, Li Ji replied proudly, lifting her chin. The Swan Princess possesses exceptional self-healing abilities when it comes to her feet. She playfully tapped the ground with her toes. Tilting her head slightly, she added, however, the home service provided by little Lu last night was indeed commendable. Li Ji had yet to change her clothes. She was still clad in the silk nightgown from La Perla. The delicate straps rested lightly on her slender shoulders, with lace edging beneath her collarbone accentuating her alluring silhouette. Lu Yanjing's gaze lingered on her, and as he noticed the strap of her nightgown suddenly threatening to slip down, he felt a stirring in his throat. His heated fingertips brushed against her shoulder, his fingers curving slightly to catch the strap just before it fell. With a voice low and husky, he said, change your clothes and come to the courtyard for breakfast. His fingertips grazed her smooth skin, sending an electric thrill down her spine. Yet, he merely grazed her shoulder for the briefest of moments before withdrawing his hand, leaving her yearning for more. Okay, Li Ji responded, unconsciously raising her hand to caress her shoulder, still tingling from the lingering warmth of his touch. She turned and retreated to her room to apply makeup and change her attire. By 9 in the morning, the production team had begun their pre-show preparations, setting up cameras in the courtyard of the guesthouse to randomly capture the guests' breakfast routines. Fu Yanxia had not slept well the previous night. He had seen the trending topic regarding Li Ji and Lu Yanjing, their intimate princess embrace, a high-profile display of affection. The feeling of someone who should have belonged to him now resting in another man's arms left him quite displeased. In contrast, Zhang Jiao was in high spirits. On the day Fu Yanxia announced their engagement, the custom-made engagement ring designed for her had finally been completed. Eager to showcase it to her fans, she had her assistant fly to Xinjiang to deliver it, arriving late last night. This morning, as she prepared for her appearance, she could hardly contain her excitement, slipping the dazzling diamond ring onto her ring finger and waving it in front of Fu Yanxia, exclaiming, Yanxia, look. This ring is absolutely stunning. It was Fu Yanxia's first time seeing the actual ring, although he had seen the design earlier. The original version featured a swan wing motif crafted from smaller diamonds beside the main stone. This was initially intended for Li Ji. He had promised her that if she helped him secure a billion-dollar project with the Jiang family, he would formally give her a title. However, now the ring had removed the swan design and found itself adorning Jiang Zhio's finger. Numerous staff members were also enjoying their breakfast, and upon catching sight of the radiant diamond ring glistening in the sunlight, a few were drawn over, eager to admire it. I've never seen such a large diamond before. What a beautiful ring. President Fu truly has a flair for grand gestures. The lavish love of the wealthy is truly enviable. Even Lin Rong blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, that's quite extravagant. That diamond must be worth millions, right? Such a blatant display of wealth." Jiang Zhio did not shy away from the term showing off. She smiled sweetly. "This was specially designed for me by Yanze." It indeed took considerable effort. Meanwhile, the fans in the livestream were quick to shower her with compliments. "Wow, I'm totally shipping Fu and Jiang. I feel like Fu Yanze is just not one to express his love on camera, but he truly has deep feelings. A diamond ring designed just for her." Speaking of which, that hot couple that everyone is shipping has already legally registered their marriage, yet we haven't seen a wedding ring on that ballet sister, have we? Wow, could it be a plastic marriage, or perhaps the Liu family doesn't even acknowledge it, hence they only got a small red book without a wedding or a diamond ring? Jiang Zhio's fans couldn't help but laugh, seizing the opportunity to mock Li Ji, with some audaciously tagging the official Liu family account. Lu Yanjing remained blissfully unaware of the public sentiment, lounging comfortably nearby, legs crossed, half-lidded eyes listening to Jiang Zhio boast about her mediocre diamond ring, all the while idly tapping on his phone. The camera didn't zoom in, leaving his activities a mystery. At that moment, Li Ji, now dressed, finally appeared in the courtyard. Lin Rong eagerly waved. "Beauty, good morning." "Morning," Li Ji replied, smiling gently. She deliberately turned to glance at Lu Yanjing, noticing him making a beckoning gesture with his hand as he continued to scroll through his phone. Li Ji approached him, asking, "What are you doing?" Looking at stones, Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly. Li Ji blinked in confusion. "What stones are so captivating?" "Not many are worth seeing," Lu Yanjing replied, raising an eyebrow with indifference. "They're mostly just worthless rocks." Just as Li Ji was about to lean in to investigate what he was examining, the sound of clicking high heels echoed nearby. Jiang Zhio, adorned with her dazzling diamond ring, approached Li Ji, greeting her with a bright smile. "Ji, good morning." Chapter 65, A Surprise for Our Princess. Li Ji's attention was abruptly diverted. She languidly lifted her gaze, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the resplendent diamond ring adorning Jiang Zhiyu's ring finger. The owner of the pigeon egg seemed to be deliberately flaunting it. With a graceful demeanor, she intentionally raised her left hand, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and remarked, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Li Ji did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, her gaze shifted to Jiang Zhiyu's left hand, and she smiled with genuine curiosity. "Miss Zhang's ring is quite exquisite." Jiang Zhiyu feigned surprise, covering her lips with the hand adorned with the diamond. "Oh, thank you. This is the engagement ring Yanze gifted me, specially custom-made just for me, and it only arrived last night." "Custom-made, you say?" Li Ji glanced at Fu Yanze, and indeed, she noticed a slight tension in his expression as he averted his gaze. She chuckled softly. "It is indeed quite special." Li Ji had no intention of sparing the scoundrel any dignity. "To hold a ring that you claimed was meant for me, only to have the swan wing design deliberately removed and given to someone else?" Lu Yanjing lazily lifted his chin, suddenly displaying a look of disdain. Jiang Zhiyu's expression shifted, her previously triumphant smile freezing in place. "What?" The fans in the livestream room were instantly agitated. "What nonsense is this little third party spouting? Goodness, how shameless, she doesn't have a ring herself, yet claims the one Fu gave you was originally meant for her? How audacious this little third party is. I'm amazed. Hasn't she locked herself with President Liu? Why is she acting so shamelessly in front of Z and Fu? Can you not bring your bad luck in front of me?" Jiang Zhiyu's fans were at a loss for words, wishing they could leap into the screen and toss the cold water of reality on Li Ji, who had interrupted their blissful fantasy. Li Ji's lips curled into a sly smile. "What is this? Your dear Yanze hasn't mentioned it to you? On the original design draft of this ring, wasn't there a pair of wings next to the pigeon egg?" Li Ji. Fu Yanze's expression turned cold. He was always concerned about his reputation, and even if he felt guilty, he could not allow Li Ji to expose him like this in front of the livestream camera. Furrowing his brows, Fu Yanze declared, "I have made it abundantly clear, I have only ever regarded you as a sister, and I have never harbored any romantic thoughts towards you, let alone commissioned a ring for you. Even if you are hopelessly in love with me, there is no need to use such lies and schemes to sow discord between me and you." Ah, exactly, truly a reversal of right and wrong. I knew it was impossible. If Fu had ever loved Li Ji and painstakingly commissioned a ring for her, he would never be able to marry you now. They say it's better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. This little third party, however, seems adept at sowing discord. Baby Zhiyu, let us cherish our relationship with Fu and not heed her nonsense, otherwise, you'll fall into her trap. Li Ji, she felt as if the world had gone utterly mad. "You said you regarded me as a sister? Just a few days ago, you mentioned returning to marry me once you gained benefits from Jiang Zhiyu, was that not you?" Jiang Zhiyu clung to Fu Yanze's arm, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Yanze, don't worry. I trust you. I won't listen to just one side of the story." Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. He scoffed lazily, lifting his chin to glance at Fu Yanze, his gaze laced with a mix of arrogance and mockery. Deliberately elongating his tone, he teased, "Hopelessly in love? President Liu, Fu Yanzhe replied, his demeanor as frigid as ice. You ought to be cautious, lest you fall into Li Ji's trap. It would be best if he could resolve his marriage with her soon. That way, he might still have a chance. Yet Lu Yanjing merely crossed his legs in a nonchalant manner. Is there such a good fortune? How delightful, I would be happy to be used by her. Ah, Lu Yanjing, don't be too eager. I am more than willing to be used by her. You all should take a lesson from Ji Yu and Fu's wedding. This is what unreserved affection looks like. Only the fans of Jiang Ji Yu seem to be in a fog, believing the whole world must adore their Fu, unable to see that these two are simply a farce. Once, travel was slow, and one would seldom encounter a lunatic. Now, however, lunatics have taken to the internet, and the CP fans of Ji and Fu are almost all lunatics. Fu Yanzhe indeed found himself momentarily speechless. He frowned at Lu Yanjing, perplexed as to how this person could not heed both good and bad advice, yet still be willing to be used. Jiang Jiyu's smile also faltered slightly. She seemed to offer gentle advice. Li Ji, I understand you might be feeling a bit upset because President Liu hasn't given you a wedding ring. Seeing my diamond ring may have caused you to want to vent your frustrations on me, especially since you won't dare confront President Liu. Li Ji B. Jiang Jiyu's eyes began to glisten, as if tears were about to spill forth. It's all right. After all, I am the reason you lost your home. If you wish to vent your anger, I shall bear it. One cannot deny that Jiang Jiyu was indeed adept at manipulating emotions, a true master of the art after spending so long in the entertainment industry, her White Lotus act perfected. Seeing her sister on the verge of shedding tears, fans rallied in an uproar. Ah, despicable Li Ji, you made our baby cry. Does she even realize what she's saying? It was she who snatched away Yu's identity as a wealthy heiress. Now she dares to blame you for her lost home? Turning the tables on her with such clarity. President Liu is indeed a good person, but alas, he's not discerning enough. I hope someone sensible in the Liu family can see through Li Ji's true colors and cast her out. The crowd was in an uproar. Having failed to ruin Li Ji's career through public opinion previously, they now sought to dismantle her marriage. However, Lu Yanjing suddenly let out a faint laugh. His well-defined fingers casually played with his phone, inadvertently pressing the screen, which conveniently displayed an image he had just viewed. The camera zoomed in, eager to see what he had been looking at, only to reveal a photograph of a diamond, a richly colored, pure pigeon blood red diamond, grand and lavishly captivating the viewer's attention. Upon examining the anticipated transaction price, it amounted to approximately 14 million RMB, a mere stone. Then, Lu Yanjing unexpectedly seized Li Ji's wrist, lazily drawing her into his embrace, and subsequently stood, placing his hand over her shoulder, guiding her to sit in his chair. So, Miss Jiang has been pondering this matter. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his peach blossom eyes, worried that my wife might feel wronged here, unable to don the diamond ring I gifted her after our marriage. Jiang Jiyu's smile slightly stiffened. She certainly did not intend to insinuate that Lu Yanjing did not cherish his wife, rather, she sought to flaunt her own possession, something Li Ji lacked. Jiang Jiyu attempted to clarify, but Lu Yanjing, with a hint of impatience, interrupted her before she could finish. He lazily lifted his chin. Originally, I had intended to wait until I had gathered everything before presenting a surprise to our beloved princess. Chapter 66:8 Luxurious diamond rings. To adorn her playfully, Li Ji blinked in confusion, her long lashes fluttering. She then noticed Lu Yanjing leaning casually to glance at her, a playful smile dancing in his eyes, adorned with a hint of Reddit. However, since you have brought the conversation to this juncture, it seems I must reveal this incomplete surprise ahead of schedule. Li Ji was unaware of this surprise. She gently tugged at the hem of Lu Yanjing's garment with her delicate fingers, whispering, "What is it?" Lu Yanjing, with a languid posture, bent closer, his lips curled in a teasing smile, his eyes shimmering with indulgence and affection that he no longer bothered to conceal. First, I must seek the lady's understanding. I had initially intended to prepare more thoroughly before presenting it, but given the current circumstances, I cannot bear to see our Madame Lu subjected to undue distress over such trivial matters. Lu Yanjing's tone remained audacious and arrogant, yet it was a unique affection reserved solely for her. Li Ji's heart raced, instinctively sensing that this so-called incomplete surprise was already something worth anticipating. "May I trouble you?" Lu Yanjing asked, his demeanor unrestrained as he straightened up. "Mr. Shang, would it be convenient for you to assist? Please retrieve a leather safe from my bedside table." He cast a cold glance at Fu Yanzi, lifting his chin slightly. "I am unable to leave. To prevent another incident where someone incites the fans to throw water at my wife, while the so-called childhood friend merely observes coldly." The live stream grew restless once again, for Lu Yanjing was known for his boldness, seemingly devoid of any regard for sentiment. Shang Su nodded. "Oh, of course." Lin Rong blinked with curiosity as she watched Shang Su head towards the guest house allocated to Jing Jiyu to fetch the leather safe Lu Yanjing mentioned. The audience was rife with speculation. What kind of surprise could it be? Surely it must be a diamond ring? What did Lu Zong mean when he said someone incited the fans to throw water at Li Ji? Wasn't that during the trending incident with Jiang Jiyu's fans claiming Li Ji started it first? It appears there is more to this story. I absolutely adore watching Lu Zong's boldness. Is this the confidence of a big shot in the capital? As anticipation mounted, Jiang Jiyu sensed an ominous turn, her smile stiffening. "Lu Zong, that's not what I meant. Does it matter?" Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly. His expression retained an air of arrogance. "As a public figure, your words and actions serve as an example for your fans. Your remarks have incited them to direct their wrath at my wife." Lu Yanjing's voice dropped to a low, disdainful tone. "But I am here to stand up for my wife. The live stream erupted in chaos. Jiang Ziyu felt a wave of panic wash over her, sensing she was about to be publicly humiliated once more. Indeed, Shang Su soon emerged with the safe, carefully cradling it in his hands. Lu Zong. Thank you, Lu Yanjing replied, lifting his chin slightly. Having been raised in a prestigious family and educated with the finest standards, he was not uncouth to the point of being impolite only to those he deemed deserving. Lu Yanjing took the leather safe from Shang Su and beckoned the nearest photographer with a flick of his hand. The photographer, receiving the signal, swiftly approached with his equipment. In the next instant, Lu Yanjing's striking visage, a masterpiece of allure, filled the viewer's screens. He arched an eyebrow, lips curling in a challenge. Rumors that my wife is unvalued by the Lu family, or unworthy of a wedding ring? Lu Yanjing tilted his head lazily, handing the leather safe to Li Ji, encouraging her to unveil this surprise herself. He cast a sidelong glance at the camera, let everyone see clearly. Li Ji initially anticipated a wedding ring, or perhaps a design sketch, as the incomplete surprise he had mentioned. However, she was unprepared for the sight of an enormous safe. As she grasped it, the premium leather felt heavy in her hands, almost sinking under its weight. Thus, Li Ji carried the safe to the dining table. There were many empty tables in the courtyard, and she placed the safe upon one, her lashes fluttering. What's the password? Your birthday, Lu Yanjing replied with a casual smile. The situation was impromptu, the safe was fetched by Shang Su, and the password was indeed her birthday. There was no opportunity for Lu Yanjing to tamper with it, therefore, whatever lay within was destined solely for Li Ji. The photographer immediately zoomed in. As Li Ji dialed in the 4-digit code, 0731, a satisfying click resonated as she slowly opened the safe. The camera momentarily struggled to focus, scattering an array of dazzling light that momentarily blinded the live stream audience. Even the photographer turned his head away. Once their vision adjusted, he quickly refocused on the interior of the leather safe. Inside were 8 exquisite diamond rings of varying colors, dazzling the viewers to the point of near blindness. Lin Rong gasped, wow, unbelievable. Jiang Ziyu's pupils constricted in shock. Having navigated the fashion world for years, she instantly recognized several of the diamonds. Among them was the illustrious deep blue diamond, a true auction superstar. The unrivaled yellow diamond, Miss Niche, meaning wholehearted in Irish, the record-setting rose pigeon blood red diamond, renowned for its highest historical auction price, the first vibrant pink diamond to appear on the public auction market, Kipuka, meaning breath of the island in Hawaiian. None of these gems had a transaction value below 50 million, once fashioned into rings, combined with the design value and surrounding accents, their worth had far surpassed the mere value of the raw stones. The audience, enlightened by online discussions, quickly understood why the red diamond, which had recently appeared in the livestream, was valued at only 10 million, merely a flawed stone. Comparatively, it paled in insignificance. Even Li Ji was momentarily stunned. She gazed in shock and bewilderment at the box of rings, her eyes lifting in a daze. Is this what you referred to as an incomplete surprise, one that wasn't adequately prepared? Lu Yanjing, however, remained remarkably composed. He slightly raised his brow. The plan was originally for 9 rings. As I know our Miss Ji has always had a penchant for such luxurious and dazzling treasures, I thought it best to prepare a variety for you. When wearing different colored outfits, you can don the corresponding colored rings, switching them up for fun. The crowd. Lin Rong shrieked on the spot, 8 diamonds worth at least $500 million, and you call this playing around? Lu Yanjing clicked his tongue in mild regret. Leaning lazily against a tree, he mused, it is a pity the 9th gem has yet to be found. Those flawed stones do not deserve to grace the hands of our Princess Xi. The crowd, he was disparaging again. If a diamond worth over 10 million was merely a flawed stone, then what was the colorless diamond Jiang Ziyu possessed? A piece of glass. It made sense now why Lu Yanjing had shown such disdain when he heard Li Ji mention that Fu Yan's ring, originally intended for Jiang Ziyu, was meant for her. The audience suddenly deciphered it. Lu Yanjing must have thought, does this mere shard of glass even deserve to be on my princess's hand? If you cannot cherish her, then step aside, let me take over. The live stream audience went wild. Damn, I'm utterly envious. 8 luxurious diamonds, and still, he laments not having found the 9th. No wonder Li Ji has never worn a wedding ring before. It turns out her prince was waiting for this moment. Lu Yanjing's love is simply extraordinary. Li Ji wedding ring. Lu Yanjing flawed stone. 8 rare diamonds unveiled. Li Ji's heart swelled. She cast her gaze down at the 8 diamonds within the safe, her fingertips gently brushing against the Miss Niche. This wholehearted diamond, she had seen it in a fashion magazine before. It had been sold 4 years ago to a mysterious bidder who preferred to remain anonymous, secured through an overseas phone call. 4 years ago, if Lu Yanjing had begun preparing these then, with this thought, Li Ji's fingers trembled slightly, and she lifted her gaze to meet Lu Yanjing's eyes. Her expression was pure and captivating. Lu Yanjing lowered his lashes, regarding her, his throat tightening with an unspoken emotion. Why are you looking at me like that? He tilted his head, grinning playfully. Suddenly, he bent down, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Are you moved by me? Thank you. Li Ji's gaze was clear. Rarely did she set aside her usual arrogance and caprice, looking at someone with such fervent sincerity. Lu Yanjing felt a tightness in his chest. He straightened up, smirking lightly. No need for thanks, it is my duty to serve the princess. Lu Yanjing. Yet, she suddenly called him by his full name. Li Ji maintained her unwavering gaze. When did you start preparing these wedding rings? Chapter 67. Once you don the diamond ring, you shall belong to me. The smile at the corners of Lu Yanjing's lips gradually solidified. He remained silent for several seconds, before slowly lowering his eyelashes to meet Li Ji's pair of exquisite, lively eyes. After much contemplation, Lu Yanjing ultimately found himself incapable of deceiving her. His voice, sensuous and slightly husky, articulated, 4 years ago, while selecting gifts for my elders, I chanced upon this Miss Niche on the auction list. The auction item list was presented in Mandarin, English, and Irish. In Irish, it reads Ms. Niche. In Chinese, it translates to a heart fully committed. Lu Yanjing's gaze was deep and intense. At first sight, I felt that this diamond was destined for you. The audience in the livestream erupted into frenzied screams. Ah! I knew it, Heavenly Brother has been plotting this for Li Ji all along. 4 years ago, he was studying abroad, they were separated by oceans, yet, upon seeing the diamond, she was the first thought in his mind. At that time, Li Ji was still engaged to Fu Yanzi, right? Though it seemed to be merely verbal, so, when he purchased this diamond, he might have believed he would never have the chance to present it, yet he still bought it. Because he didn't want the diamond to fall into someone else's hands. This is Lu Yanjing's unwavering heart. The audience was utterly enraptured. Li Ji's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, her blood rushing, igniting a flurry of sparks in her mind, bursting forth with wild abandon. Indeed, it had been 4 years, at the very least, it began 4 years ago. Li Ji even entertained the thought that perhaps, even if the diamond had been acquired by Lu Yanjing 4 years prior, it might have had no connection to her. It was merely a preparation for his future wife, yet Lu Yanjing asserted that from the first glance at the diamond, he felt it belonged to her. When exactly did he start to harbor feelings for her? High school, Li Ji was startled by this notion. However, during those 4 years, she and Lu Yanjing had no contact whatsoever. It was implausible to suddenly develop feelings for someone out of the blue. Therefore, it must have been even earlier. High school. Li Ji's eyelashes trembled as she lifted her gaze to Lu Yanjing, suddenly feeling as though everything had a traceable origin. Thus, the commotion surrounding the diamond ring was laid to rest. Lu Yanjing's intentions to propose to Li Ji were as clear as day, and no one dared to question it further. Jiang Jiao, infuriated, removed her massive diamond ring and retreated from the camera's view to weep, while her fiancé Fu Yanzi could only follow and offer comfort, lest he be accused of insincerity by the fans. Meanwhile, Li Ji, with an air of pride, raised her face towards Lu Yanjing, declaring, there are too many diamond rings to choose from, you pick one for me. Lu Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly, slightly raising his chin, this one, Miss Niche. Given that the production team had announced a camping segment on the grasslands for that evening, Li Ji had deliberately donned a yellow dress, bright and ethereal yellow, perfectly complementing the heart fully committed yellow diamond. She extended her hand towards Lu Yanjing, her palm upward, her left ring finger playfully raised. Lu Yanjing, with a languid demeanor, lowered his gaze upon her. Without her uttering a word, he understood her intent and bent down to retrieve the yellow diamond ring. He gently grasped Li Ji's hand, bowing slightly. Miss Ji, once you wear my wedding ring, you shall be mine. A faint blush crept onto Li Ji's ears. She turned her face away, feeling a touch of unease, lightly biting her lip, her teeth grazing her lips before she released them. In an ambiguous whisper, she murmured, since we registered our marriage, haven't I already been yours? The audience in the livestream erupted into wild screams once more. Lu Yanjing's eyes sparkled mischievously, the corners of his lips curling up, even the charming mole on his face seemed to radiate amusement. The astute cameraman quickly zoomed in, under the watchful eyes of the audience. As witnesses, Lu Yanjing grasped Li Ji's delicate hand and placed the wedding ring onto her ring finger. Help! This is practically a wedding scene. It's merely a pre-recorded breakfast routine. How have these two turned it into a full-fledged romantic episode? Ah, it feels like we are witnessing something sacred. Lu Yanjing is utterly smitten with Li Ji. I sense that Miss Ji is also responding. The perfect pairing of Jing and Ji. Fans of the couple were completely enraptured. They transformed the image of Lu Yanjing placing the diamond ring on Li Ji's finger into a promotional poster for the Jing Ji couple. In the poster, the female protagonist was already enjoying a delightful breakfast. Lin Rong sat nearby. Even without turning her head, she was occasionally dazzled by the gleam of the diamond ring under the bright sun. She propped her chin on one hand, exclaiming, so big, so beautiful, so stunning, this is the love that every girl dreams of. True love does not require ostentation or boasting. The genuine heiress, who had been humiliated, was still sobbing and choking back tears, questioning Fu Yanzi in a place where the camera could not capture them, whether this ring was originally intended for Li Ji. Fu Yanzi was utterly exasperated. He had never had to placate Li Ji in such a manner. Their relationship had always developed naturally, without either needing to bow down or compromise. However, Jiang Jiao had an excessively fiery temperament. Xiao Moyan, upon learning that she had neglected her biological daughter for over 20 years and that the girl had set her sights on Fu Yanzi, promised him that as long as he treated Yu well, she would grant him all the projects he desired, ensuring his claim to the Fu family's headship. If it weren't for Xiao Moyan's words, Fu Yanzi wouldn't have decisively chosen the true heiress, enduringly accompanying her in the dating reality show. Meanwhile, on the other side, the production team quietly initiated a new small livestream, featuring two unidentifiable figures in the frame. The audience in the livestream was perplexed, ? Whose perspective is this? Why has a secondary livestream suddenly appeared? Is there a new guest? At that moment, the main livestream was serene, with many viewers wandering around, curiosity peaking as they ventured over to this new segment. The suspenseful atmosphere remained consistent. The camera focused on the neck and lower body of the two new guests, momentarily refraining from revealing their faces. Clad in a flamboyant leather jacket, the man exuded an air of rebellious coolness, the open collar revealing a silver necklace, while below, he donned a pair of Martin boots recklessly perched on the railing. The man was scrolling through Weibo on his phone, fortuitously landing on the segment where Lu Yanjing placed the ring on Li Ji's finger, perusing the comments that were filled with adoration. He scoffed disdainfully, that scoundrel Liu Yanjing, he sure knows how to charm, a male fox spirit, a male peacock, quite shameless. Holy crap, who is this guy, how dare he insult President Liu? Goodness, does he have a death wish? Does he not fear President Liu might retaliate? However, the man appeared entirely unfazed. Beside him, a woman draped in a sultry black spaghetti strap gown, her slender shoulders partially concealed by cascading black curls, disdainfully chuckled. She coldly remarked, rather than that, you should be worried about whether you'll overheat in Xinjiang today. Qi Jiashu, he turned to Sang Ying, if you hadn't worn a leather jacket when boarding last night, I thought we could coordinate our outfits. That was because the airport was windy, Sang Ying replied with a sidelong glance, who was crazy enough to wear a leather jacket in Xinjiang? Qi Jiashu, goodness. Looks like we have new guests. Their interaction seems incredibly entertaining, it gives off a male and female O vibe. Leak, I feel like the male guest's attire, posture, and tone suggest he is also an A. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to speak so boldly about President Liu, he only shows weakness in front of his wife. Ah, that must mean they're a couple, their style really seems like it would add a lot of fun to the dating show. The audience couldn't help but feel excited. And at that moment, Chapter 68, Qi Xiao is eager to see his sister. The director of the program approached the two with a smile. Mr. Qi, teacher Sang, are you ready, shall we officially commence the pre-interview? The banter between them came to a halt as they nodded in agreement. With the director addressing them by their surnames, the suspense dissipated, and the camera immediately panned upward, capturing two stunning visages. Qi Jiashu exuded a relaxed demeanor, his legs casually sprawled, one leather boot nonchalantly resting on a crossbar. He raised his chin defiantly, his peach blossom eyes a blend of mischief and allure. Meanwhile, Sang Ying had removed her sunglasses. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, with bright eyes and luscious lips, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned fox-like eyes that naturally captivated, presenting a beauty that was strikingly fierce. So handsome and so beautiful. Oh my gosh, it's Sang Ying, my goddess, I ripped her magazine cover from last month and plastered it on my wall. I watched her last month's show. Those legs, that waist, I'm practically drooling. That guy looks familiar, but I can't quite place him. Qi Jiashu, the top race car driver in the country, his stunning looks always land him on trending searches during competitions. He is also incredibly popular on every social media platform. Ah, I remember now, he is that famous beauty streamer. Many fans joke that his main job is being handsome, while racing is merely his side gig, given how active he is on social media, almost like a digital puppet. The one searching for his sister? Exactly. He claims to have lost his biological sister and posts beauty videos daily, rallying fans across the internet to help him find her. Wait, how did these two end up together? How come even the paparazzi are unaware of their relationship? The live chat room erupted with excitement. Fans from both sides rushed to various platforms to share news, drawing in many who were oblivious to these two's reality show announcement. Eager to join the commotion, the director prompted, would you both kindly introduce yourselves? Sang Ying lazily tucked her long hair behind her shoulder. With her red lips slightly parted, she declared, I am Sang Ying, a model with rather poor acting skills and a tendency to sing off-key. Thankfully, I was born with long legs and can walk without a limp. For now, I simply wish to remain in my comfort zone as a decorative vase. Wow, my goddess is still so stunning. Hee, I love her straightforward personality, she is always so direct, I adore watching her be a vase admiring her beauty. Qi Jiashu lazily lifted his chin. With a nonchalant air, he remarked, do I really need to introduce myself? Have I not posted hundreds of beauty videos for nothing? Sang Ying playfully kicked him with her high heel. Qi Jiashu clicked his tongue, finally straightening up with a casual demeanor, I am Qi Jiashu, a race car driver. Ha, a classic case of a henpecked husband. Indeed, it's not without merit. Merely posting beauty videos won't suffice, though how about showing us those abs by stripping off your shirt? Please, Qi Xiao, consider becoming a male model admiring his looks. The Qi family has always been discreet, more so with this generation. Although the family name is widely recognized, Qi Yubai and Qi Jiashu have never flaunted their lineage publicly, hence most people are unaware of Qi Jiashu's true identity. It was through the videos that they learned he has an elder brother and a lost younger sister, and that they appear to be quite affluent, leading to playful references to him as Qi Xiao. The director inquired, may I ask what your relationship is? Qi Jiashu cast a lazy glance at Sang Ying, wife. Sang Ying raised her chin slightly, X. Qi Jiashu, taken aback, inhaled sharply and turned to her, whispering through gritted teeth, Sang Ying. Did I not howl like a dog in bed with you last night? Did you not hear me? I did hear, Sang Ying replied with a playful glint in her eyes. She turned to him with a charming smile, but I only said that if you howl like a dog, it doesn't guarantee we will reconcile. Ha 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 ha, what a twist. What is this? She shall learn to howl from my wife? Shocked, a certain beauty streamer resorts to howling just to win back his wife. Did he just admit to howling in bed? Is this something I should be privy to? When did they even get together? Are the paparazzi this incompetent? The main characters need to spill the beans themselves. The director continued, so, may I ask why you two have come onto our dating show? Qi Jiashu wore a sullen expression. He lazily flicked his eyelids, to find someone, and perhaps think of a way to win my wife back. Sang Ying smirked, the production team offered a generous fee, so I reluctantly agreed to partner with him. I'm definitely going to be laughing uncontrollably at these two. I absolutely adore this couple dynamic. It feels refreshing compared to the entirety of Sweet Traveler. Shi Xiao, please don't scold the director, you might as well learn from him how to woo your wife. However, Shi Jiaxu just mentioned he is here to find someone? He seems to have been searching for his biological sister, and all this fuss about traffic is for that reason. Could it be that he has suddenly come to the show to find her, and she is actually among the crew? The narrative of Shi Jiaxu searching for his sister has gone viral on Douyin. Each time he posts beauty videos, numerous online vixens flood the comments section, calling him brother and making all sorts of playful claims of kinship. Some detractors accuse him of fabricating this for attention, while others genuinely believe he is searching for his sister and are quite curious about the outcome. Consequently, the audience grew increasingly agitated. There is definitely something to watch here. Shi Jiaxu is undoubtedly here to find his sister. But who is she, a guest or a crew member? Damn, I'm envious of such a handsome brother. The director handed over several cards for Sang Ying to draw randomly. Sang Ying, known for her straightforward nature, disdainful of ambiguous games, directly asked the director for stickers. I've seen this segment in your show. Stop dragging your feet, let us get on with it. She boldly reversed the situation, slapping all 3 stickers onto Shi Jiaxu's lips. The director was still processing when Sang Ying tiptoed and kissed him 3 times in quick succession, effortlessly tearing the stickers off with her mouth. Ugh, Shi Jiaxu gasped in surprise. He pressed his full, sensual lips together, saying, "Are you a dog? You just bit my lips." Sang Ying lazily flicked her eyes at him, turning instead to the director. Is this the effect you wanted? Some sort of ambiguous physical contact? Director, well, it seems to be, but perhaps something feels amiss. Sang Ying then grabbed Shi Jiaxu by the collar, pulling him towards the exit of the studio. Hurry up, where do we find those 3 groups of guests? He is eager to see his sister. Chapter 69, Bait Under the Branches. The CEO takes the hook. The familiar cast remained entirely oblivious to the arrival of a new guest. The cicadas chirped in the sweltering summer, and the sun shone resplendently. After relishing a delightful breakfast, Li Ji sat on a swing, cradling a glass of juice, awaiting Ji Tang's signal to embark. The vibrant yellow hem of her skirt brushed against the grass gently. Sunlight cascaded from the side, illuminating her delicate swan-like neck, casting an ethereal glow that accentuated the translucence of her lovely shoulders. The yellow diamond on her ring finger sparkled brilliantly. On the other side, a quarrel ensued. Fu Yanzi, you have feelings for Li Ji Zhang Jiao. I have explained myself clearly. If you choose to think otherwise, there is nothing I can do. Woo-woo, you're only marrying me for profit, darling. I swear on my career, my love is solely for you. Li Ji is merely being unreasonable. She cannot bear to see us together. Li Ji swayed leisurely on the swing, one hand gripping the rope while the other held the house's specially concocted mixed fruit juice. She listened to the amusing argument while savoring the summer's warmth. Lu Yanjing stood languidly beneath a nearby tree, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. Is it good? Li Ji released her grasp on the juice. She playfully lifted her face towards Lu Yanjing, offering him the drink. Care to try? Lu Yanjing smirked lazily and leaned closer. Just as he was about to taste it, Li Ji withdrew the glass. But this straw has been used by me. Lu Yanjing lowered his gaze to her, and in that moment, Li Ji's clear, sparkling eyes appeared almost enchanting. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and a small beauty mark on her nose added to her charm. She blinked, not in refusal, but as if casting a little hook, teasingly testing whether he would take the bait. Those willing would surely bite. As Lu Yanjing leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing against her nose, he parted them slightly, their breaths intertwining. His low, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "What, am I not allowed to bite?" Li Ji opened her mouth, poised to respond, but in the next instant, Lu Yanjing abruptly grasped her slender wrist, guiding her to bring the juice to her mouth, directly taking a sip from the straw she had just used. In that fleeting moment, her heart raced wildly. She looked up, witnessing his lips slightly parted, the color of which, already vibrant, was now tinged with the remnants of her juice. It was no longer an innocent oversight as he had claimed before. This time, it was deliberate. It was a case of willing participants. The coolness of the chilled juice seeped through the glass into her palm, yet the heat from Lu Yanjing's body enveloped her wrist. He was distinctly tasting her straw, while his dark eyes remained locked onto her, filled with profound emotion, and a hint of mirth danced within the depths of his pupils. Li Ji turned her head away, her lips curving into a smile. Noticing her lack of indignation at his indirect kiss, Lu Yanjing, still biting the straw, smirked. His carefree laughter instantaneously filled the live-streaming room. "Ah, I'm dead from sweetness. This is a lifesaver. What kind of sweet and romantic ambience is this? Hey, some people claimed last time that biting the straw wasn't intentional, but now he is outright stealing her drink. Li Ji is the bait, and CEO Lu has taken the hook. Are they fishing for each other? Clearly, they're fishing for me." The viewers in the livestream reveled in the drama. Lin Ron, sitting not far away, exclaimed in delight, "This is so sweet, count me in for the 14 million contribution." Shang Tzu's temples twitched violently. He replied, the barrage of laughter in the livestream intensified. Many viewers followed suit, sending in their contributions, while others jokingly suggested they should bill Fu Yanzi. Only Zhang Jiao remained irked, though she dared not express it on camera. After a reminder from the staff, she hastily composed herself, realizing it was almost 10 o'clock, the official start time. Thus, she forced a smile and returned to the camera, pretending as if nothing had happened, continuing to link arms intimately with Fu Yanzi, feigning sweetness. Finally, Ji Tang made her appearance. "Good morning, everyone." The chat flooded with greetings. Ji Tang was always brimming with energy today. She donned a lively, sweet yet cool denim ensemble, complete with overalls, camel-colored marten boots, and a fabric cowboy hat, embodying the spirited essence of the prairie to perfection. Li Ji descended from the swing, handing the juice to Lu Yanjing before approaching to hear Ji Tang's next travel plans. "Everyone should have received the notification last night. Today we will embark on a journey to the grasslands and camp there." Ji Tang excitedly opened her arms, inviting applause. However, she swiftly added, but before we set off, the production team has a little surprise for everyone, and that is, we have a new group of guests joining our sweet journey today. They will accompany us moving forward. The announcement of new guests indeed came as a surprise. Many viewers who had missed the separate live stream straightened up in astonishment. Wait, new guests? What is going on? I didn't see any official news. This is so sudden. It's indeed a surprise, but I was just bored and happened to catch their interview in the separate stream. It's my beloved Sang Ying and Chi Jiashu. Ah, they actually dated. They revealed it themselves. What? Who was with who? They dated. I had no idea. I just fast-forwarded to the breakup. Let me tell you, their interactions are incredibly sweet. Plus, Chi Jiashu said he is here to find someone. He must be coming to find his dear sister. The live stream buzzed with chatter. Many viewers just learning of the news were further enlightened by the comments from the separate stream. Lin Rong blinked in confusion. New guests? Who are they? Beauty Ji. Have you heard about this? Li Ji, who had left early the previous night, only learned of today's itinerary through a text message and was thus unaware of the production team's other secrets. She gently shook her head. I don't know, but at such a time, it could only be celebrities joining. She didn't know them, and it had little to do with her. Lu Yanjing leaned casually against the tree, his indifference to the production team's arrangements evident, let alone any new guests joining. Yet at that moment, Ji Tang exclaimed passionately, let us welcome the Miss Universe champion, the renowned international supermodel, Sang Ying. And also, the top domestic race car driver, Chi Jiashu. Lu Yanjing's elongated eyes narrowed suddenly at the once nonchalant demeanor he had exhibited transformed as he lifted his chin upon hearing that name. Chapter 70, A Sibling Reunion. Greetings, I am Chi Jiashu. The camera suddenly swung around. A languid and carefree figure came into view, confidently clad in a leather jacket and stomping in combat boots, striding towards Lu Yanjing under the blazing summer sun. Chi Jiashu possessed a strikingly attractive appearance, his features exuding a charmingly roguish allure, contrasting with Lu Yanjing's rebellious demeanor. With porcelain skin and eyelashes resembling raven feathers, his flirtatious peach blossom eyes bore a nonchalant smile. Particularly captivating was the open leather jacket, the loose collar revealing his fair, striking collarbone adorned with a silver chain. This unabashed allure, combined with his sensuous, full lips that curled into an enticing smile, instantly captivated the audience in the livestream. Oh my goodness! This is truly stunning! I think I'm falling for someone new, everyone. Just a moment ago, I adored President Liu, but now my heart has wavered. It's impossible to date, and yet I can't help but feel drawn. Does Big Brother accept military marriages? I am a neurotic soldier. That smile is enough to hook me right in. Chi Xiao, look at me, I am your long-lost sister. The seasoned viewers in the livestream sprang into action. Sang Ying, clicking her heels, trailed beside him, her stunning beauty captivating a throng of young women. Lin Rong, brimming with excitement, nearly leapt into the air, her cheeks flushed, she exclaimed, Sang Ying. Oh my goodness, it's Sang Ying, I've wanted to touch her legs for ages. Shang Su cast her a sidelong glance, lightly scoffing, weren't you just wanting to touch Teacher Li's waist yesterday? What of it? I am not like those dead men, I'm a living woman. Besides, I have two hands, touching a leg with one and a waist with the other is no trouble at all. Lin Rong boldly defended her antics. Sang Ying, with her lips slightly curled, greeted each guest before deliberately approaching Li Ji. Hello, Sang Ying. Li Ji. The two stunning women exchanged smiles, creating a scene so ethereal that the viewers could hardly contain their excitement. Meanwhile, Chi Jiashu was intercepted by Lu Yanjing, who leisurely scrutinized him, then, with a hint of ambiguity, remarked, What on earth are you doing here in this shabby variety show? The audience perked up. Shabby variety show? Oh, it seems it's lost its charm. It's not like it's a show to help you chase your wife, is it? Wait, do they seem to know each other? Anyone who knows President Liu is certainly not ordinary. Could they be typical? Just moments ago, Chi Xiao directly berated President Liu, calling him a dog. What, did that really happen? Yet, the magnetic pull between them seemed surprisingly harmonious. Chi Jiashu merely raised an eyebrow, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, and retorted, You can pursue a wife in a romance variety show, yet I can't come here to compete for someone? Compete for someone? Lu Yanjing's narrow eyes narrowed. The viewers in the livestream keenly sensed the significance of the phrase, and suddenly the atmosphere felt charged. Indeed, Chi Jiashu shifted his focus, brushing past Lu Yanjing in pursuit of Li Ji, only to be confronted by two unwelcome figures. Jiang Jiao, linked arm in arm with Fu Yanzi, approached with a smile. Hello, Teacher Chi. However, before Jiang Jiao could finish her sentence, Chi Jiashu's smile vanished, his expression darkening as he shot a glance at the pair and then silenced her with a finger pressed to his lips. Stop. The abruptness left Jiang Jiao bewildered, blinking in confusion. Chi Jiashu then smirked, his tone laced with mockery, I refuse to listen to trash talk. Jiang Jiao was taken aback. Before she could react, Chi Jiashu swiftly turned, performing a dramatic face change akin to a Sichuan opera, and sauntered toward Li Ji. Perhaps his smile was too radiant. Li Ji, who had been conversing with Sang Ying, momentarily froze, her eyes drawn to Chi Jiashu, bright eyes and a captivating smile. She exuded an enchanting charm. The golden sunlight fell upon her as she turned, illuminating a small mole on her nose that radiated an incredible allure, causing Chi Jiashu to lose his composure. In that instant, Chi Jiashu felt his heart race as if thunderclaps echoed within him. The shock and exhilaration surged with his breath, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. She resembled, the closer he looked, the more strikingly similar she appeared. Each smile and frown mirrored the beauty of his mother, Yulansi, and bore the high nose and small mole of his father, Chi-Huching. Chi-Jiashu clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could boldly approach her, ask for a strand of her hair, and swiftly send it back to Kyoto for a paternity test to confirm their blood ties. Yet he also recognized that such a move would be exceedingly intrusive, potentially leaving a poor impression on Li Ji, who had recently been cast out of the Jiang family and was grappling with trust issues regarding familial bonds. Thus, he suppressed that impulse. It was not until Sang Ying lightly kicked his leg with her shoe that he jolted back to reality, the pain snapping him out of his reverie. Li Ji, too, sensed something amiss in his gaze. She glanced at Sang Ying, who remained unresponsive, and quietly nudged Chi-Jiashu with a reminder, try to act normal, don't scare her off, or don't come crying on my shoulder later. The audience in the livestream was puzzled. What is this strange plot twist? Just then, Zhang Jiao, who had been on the verge of tears from being called trash by Chi-Jiashu, looked over. Chi-Jiashu pressed his lips into a thin line, gradually tempering the heat in his gaze, shifting to a tentative demeanor, his tone softening. You are Li Ji? Li Ji nodded gently, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Chi-Jiashu, despite being certain they had never met and had no interest in the racing world. However, she had indeed seen handsome videos featuring Fu Yanxia, which might explain her sense of recognition. Hello, Chi-Jiashu swallowed, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Ji as he extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chi-Jiashu. Yet perhaps this was not a first meeting, but rather a reunion. At that moment, however, Li Ji was unaware of any of this. She merely sensed something peculiar about Chi-Jiashu's demeanor. His gaze towards her was intensely fervent, yet distinct from Lu Yanjing's. It lacked the spark of romantic attraction. It was just hard to pinpoint what was unusual. Nevertheless, Li Ji was keenly aware of the need to maintain boundaries. She could discern that Chi-Jiashu shared an extraordinary bond with Sang Ying. Thus, she refrained from reciprocating his handshake, merely nodding politely. Hello, I am Li Ji. Chi-Jiashu's hand hovered in the air, grasping at nothingness. Noticing Li Ji's reluctance to shake hands, deliberately maintaining distance, he felt a pang of disappointment within. Sang Ying, watching the scene with exasperation, realized Chi-Jiashu had indeed startled the beautiful sister. She quickly intervened to dispel the awkward tension. Don't mind him. Li Ji turned her gaze towards Sang Ying, who pointed to her head. He might have a screw loose. Li Ji responded. Ha? But don't worry, Sang Ying continued, straining to find a silver lining for Chi-Jiashu. He is actually quite nice, though he acts as if he is dead while dating. He should make a decent brother. Li Ji was taken aback. What? Chi-Jiashu, about to retort, suddenly found his collar yanked back, leaving him feeling like a chick being carried away. Lu Yanjing could no longer contain himself. Ever since he had noticed Chi-Jiashu fixating on Li Ji, he had been itching to remove him from the scene. Now, he could endure no longer, yanking him away from the camera's view. Chi-Jiashu protested, release me, Lu Xiaoqiao, you're audacious, how dare you pull me? Do you know who I am to you, Chi-Jiaojiao? As if to seal his lips, Lu Yanjing used the playful nickname, then arrogantly released his grip. In a low, angry tone, he murmured, you come in here and stare at my wife, what exactly are you planning? Chapter 71 Chi-Jiashu, she is my sister. Chi-Jiashu's expression was cold as he straightened his coat. He cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yanjing, letting out a frosty scoff. Did I not make it clear? I'm taking her. Lu Yanjing narrowed his eyes sharply with a chilling intensity. He turned slightly to observe Li Ji, who was engrossed in a lively conversation with Sang Ying, and questioned, do you truly think you are worthy of Sang Ying? What is there to be worthy or unworthy about? Chi-Jiashu replied, bewildered, as he stared at him for 2 seconds. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself grasped by the collar. Lu Yanjing's dark pupil smoldered with fury as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Chi-Jiashu, do you not understand the principle of not wronging a friend's wife? Beneath his double eyelids, a tempest brewed, filled with a palpable sense of danger and possessiveness. Li Ji is mine now. Chi-Jiashu remained silent. He immediately yanked Lu Yanjing's hand away, exclaiming, what on earth are you thinking, Lu Yanjing, have you lost your mind? Lu Yanjing's gaze was intense. Chi-Jiashu closed his eyes, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Do you think I have any romantic interest in Li Ji? What else could it be? Lu Yanjing's voice was low and threatening. Chi-Jiashu glanced at Li Ji once more, then firmly grasped Lu Yanjing's hand, pulling him farther away, and whispered, she is my sister. Lu Yanjing's expression suddenly softened. The tempest that had surged just moments ago felt as if it had crashed against a flood barrier, abruptly halted. The anger in his eyes began to dissipate. What did you say? My sister, ew. Chi-Jiashu reiterated, casting another glance at Li Ji. Do you not see the resemblance of that beauty mark on her nose? Her face is practically a replica of my parents'. Lu Yanjing turned to look at Li Ji as well. Unbeknownst to him, Sang Ying had engaged her in conversation, and Lin Rong had joined in enthusiastically, the three ladies sharing light-hearted laughter. Perhaps sensing the two men's gazes, Li Ji lifted her eyelashes gently, her clear, luminous eyes glimmering in the sunlight as they met Lu Yanjing's. Chi-Jiashu then pulled out his wallet, retrieving a yellowed photograph from its depths. It was a picture of Ayu at birth, lying in her charming little princess crib, alongside a young Chi-Jiashu who was beaming with joy. Look at this beauty mark. Chi-Jiashu pointed to the infant's nose in the photograph. Is it not in the same spot as Li Ji's? There was no need to glance at Li Ji again for confirmation. Lu Yanjing had etched her features in his dreams countless times, not to mention the location of that small beauty mark. He reached for the photograph, but Chi-Jiashu, as if guarding it, dodged and held it out of Lu Yanjing's reach. Lu Yanjing cast a glance at the photograph before raising his gaze back to Qi Jiashu. He then lazily raised an eyebrow, retracting the hostility he had just displayed. He tugged at Qi Jiashu's coat, adjusting his collar a couple of times. A misunderstanding. Your second uncle, is it? Lu Yanjing said, raising his brows slightly. A lazy smile crept onto his face as he continued. What just transpired was merely a trivial misunderstanding. Qi Jiashu, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yanjing's nose. You are nothing but a dog, Lu Xiaoxiao, a mere mutt. Qi Jiashu was 2 years older than Lu Yanjing. The Qi and Lu families were evenly matched in stature, yet the Lu family was significantly more flamboyant and continued to thrive in the business world, meddling in various fields, often leading to the illusion of the Lu family being the most affluent in the public eye. However, in terms of heritage and historical standing, the Qi family might indeed hold the upper hand. It was no wonder that in the entire capital circle, only Qi Jiashu dared to insult Lu Yanjing, while Qi Yubai was not one to engage in such behavior. Lu Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly, though he appeared to relent verbally. His eyes still sparkled with arrogance as he raised his brow. I am merely a devoted husband. Qi Jiashu snorted dismissively. His expression was unconcerned. As for your marriage, I, as her second uncle, have yet to give my approval. Oh, Lu Yanjing remained unfazed, his tone still brimming with arrogance, but the state recognizes it. At that moment, Qi Jiashu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. A marriage that the Qi family does not approve of will eventually be annulled. Qi Jiaojiao, Lu Yanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. With a smirk that bordered on mockery, he said, the only reason I called you second uncle is out of respect for Ji. If you continue to bark like a dog, I shall have my aunt remove you from this dating show. Qi Jiashu was momentarily speechless. The thought of being removed from the dating show struck a nerve. He had painstakingly contacted the production team, bringing Sang Ying along to this place, merely to bond with Li Ji. Moreover, he had yet to obtain the hair for the paternity test. He could not leave. Qi Jiashu pressed his tongue against his lower lip. Then are you willing to let Ji remain forever unaware of her family? Lu Yanjing let out a cold scoff from his throat. This time, he did not retaliate but rather issued a quiet warning. She is currently very sensitive regarding familial matters. If she sheds tears over this, I will not spare either of us. The implication was clear. He would not obstruct the recognition of kinship. However, if Li Ji truly were of the Qi lineage, and the Qi family intended to acknowledge her, they must treat her well. In truth, Lu Yanjing had contemplated this matter before. If Li Ji were to be abruptly severed from the Jiang family's affection, she would be unable to withstand a second blow. If her biological parents were not of noble character, inflicting further heartache upon her would indeed warrant a lack of recognition, but if it were the Qi family. Lu Yanjing was well acquainted with the Qi family, having grown up alongside Qi Jiashu, and he knew well what kind of people they were. Qi Jiashu disdainfully scoffed, who are you to say, if you dare to upset Ji, I will just as readily support her in divorcing you. This declaration indicated that he would not be a hindrance to their romance. Lu Yanjing's feelings for Li Ji were indeed evident to all, otherwise, Qi Jiashu would not have dubbed him a peacock of a man. 8 years of unrequited love. Qi Jiashu had never anticipated that Lu Yanjing, this mutt, could also possess such romantic inclinations. Yet, despite not knowing his style of affection, after 2 decades of brotherhood, he was well aware of his character. The two brothers, having exchanged barbs, momentarily called a truce. At that moment, Ji Tang clapped her hands. Everyone should be familiar with our new guests by now, right? Come on, everyone, gather around, we must set off for Nalati soon. Ji Tang was genuinely taken aback. She could hardly believe that Qi Jiashu was acquainted with Lu Yanjing, and that Sang Ying was so engrossed in conversation with Li Ji and Lin Rong. She had initially worried that the new guests would require time to acclimate. However, it appeared that was entirely unnecessary. She would have to personally intervene to break up their lively chatter to cue the next segment of the show. Some individuals were left disappointed by the abrupt end to their conversations, while others were relieved to escape from awkwardness. Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanzi, who had attempted to ingratiate themselves with Qi Jiashu, were met with a frosty demeanor instead. Qi Jiashu even went so far as to call them trash on camera. Zhang Jiao nearly burst into tears once more, but Fu Yanzi comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's alright, they're simply not our kind of people, not even from the same social stratum. Just a mere internet celebrity racing driver, no need to stoop to his level. Zhang Jiao felt considerably reassured. Now that she was the true young lady of the Jiang family, she should be courting those within the elite circles, rather than wasting her time on someone like Qi Jiashu, who barely qualified as part of the entertainment industry. Chapter 72. His sister is his heart's knot, unraveled by none. The guests gathered once more in front of the camera. Ji Tang continued the proceedings. Our planned destination for today is the Nalati grassland, where we will be camping overnight. Given that the journey will take 3 hours and camping at night is quite an arduous endeavor, we have decided to travel together in luxurious off-road vehicles this time. Lin Rong immediately led the applause. She exclaimed, the treatment for new guests is truly exceptional, even the production team is going above and beyond. However, Lu Yanjing merely clicked his tongue in response. He lazily raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting to Li Ji beside him. Is there no task for today? Qi Jiashu shot him an irritated sideways glance. Through clenched teeth, he muttered, you dog. You might as well write on your forehead that you want to cozy up with your wife at public expense. As expected, Ji Tang flashed a sly smile. Oh, there are indeed tasks. If I didn't have any, would I still be Ji Tang? In her moment of excitement, Lin Rong suddenly appeared dejected. She pouted in disappointment. I thought today I could just let loose and have fun all day. While revelry is certainly permissible, games for the dating variety show are inevitable. However, Ji Tang playfully tilted her head. Today, everyone can freely choose the games they wish to play. If you don't want to participate, you may simply opt out. Li Ji blinked her long eyelashes. There must be conditions, right? Bingo. Ji Tang snapped her fingers. She swiftly announced the remaining rules. Due to the multitude of activities planned for our Nalati trip and the unpredictable camping conditions, we will embark on a grand adventure across the grassland. Before you all set off, the production team has scattered task cards throughout the area. Each card corresponds to various resources, including food, accommodation, and entertainment. Completing the designated games or tasks will earn you corresponding rewards. The audience in the livestream grew excited, thrilling, can't wait for the tantalizing games. He. The production team truly knows how to stir things up this way. Even those who are reluctant to play must grit their teeth and join in for the resources. The best resources must be the most tantalizing. Looking forward to the pairing of Jing and Ji. Extra excited for Chi Rui and the fearful welcome. Ha, what the hell? The fearful welcome, though it's quite absurd, it perfectly fits Chi Xiao's tightly wound persona, who came up with the CP name. Such genius. The audience relished the spectacle. Lin Rome, however, sensed impending doom. Help, should I just gather some grass along the way to use as a blanket tonight? Shang Su let out an annoyed hiss. He pressed his fingertips against his forehead. Lin Rome, is it really necessary to make this game so torturous? Can't you just trust me? It's not as if he would take advantage of her in this situation. Lin Rome turned to assess him, delivering her verdict. I can only trust you partially, but I hope we can at least secure a resource that allows us to bathe tonight. Why? Shang Su asked, did our conversation make you feel dirty? Ha. I'm really going to die laughing at these two. Shang Su, if you're going to keep talking like that, you might as well donate your mouth. Mutual bickering XQL. Oh, it's not even XQL yet, there is still a long way to go before they can coexist peacefully. All trouble stems from Shang Su's mouth. President Liu, lend him your mouth for a bit. Jiang Jiao affectionately linked arms with Fu Yanzi. She lifted her face to look at him. Yanzi, you wouldn't let me sleep without a tent tonight, would you? I want to drink milk tea and ride horses. You must work hard to secure resources for me, or I will tell my mother. Fu Yanzi forced a smile. Deep down, he felt a bit irked, especially since Jiang Jiao threatened to tell Qiao Moya, which was clearly a form of coercion. Thus, he had no choice but to hold her hand. Don't worry, Yu, I will strive to secure the best resources for you. Ji Tang waved her guide's flag. Then everyone, let us set off. The task cards are hidden along the route, preserved in treasure chests marked with the sweet traveler sign. You must search for them, and you can either hide or share the locations of the treasure chests. There is no limit to the number of resources you can obtain, and each group can collect the same resource. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey. The guests dispersed guided by the staff. They made their way to the parking lot to retrieve their self-driving vehicles for the trip to Nalati. Only Chi Jiashu stuck close to Li Ji as they walked. Sang Ying stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a tree, and after putting on her sunglasses, she flashed a glamorous smile. Chi Jiashu. Indeed, only a wife could halt his pursuit of his sister. Chi Jiashu turned to look at her. He found Sang Ying, with a teasing smile hidden behind her sunglasses, scrutinizing him. Our vehicle is over there. Where do you think you're going? Chi Jiashu glanced back at Li Ji. Sang Ying straightened up, gripping Chi Jiashu's wrist to pull him back. Are you trying to scare her? Do you not realize that Ji has just gone through online bullying as a mistress? This is precisely the time to be careful and avoid misunderstandings. Sang Ying was almost eager to drill this into him. She can clearly see that we have a relationship. If you keep running to her, it's only natural she would want to distance herself from you. The audience in the live stream reacted? What direction is this going? I have indeed noticed that Chi Xiao seems particularly attentive to Li Ji, yet Sang Ying doesn't seem jealous at all. It sounds more like support. Chi Jiashu was momentarily taken aback by her admonishment. Suddenly, he came to his senses, a hint of regret flashing across his face as he muttered, I suppose that is the case. The viewers remained unaware of his search for his sister. He couldn't be too conspicuous, lest he attract unwanted attention, especially given the extraordinary nature of the Chi family. Furthermore, he didn't want to alarm Li Ji too soon. He feared she would reject this familial bond, and he was also worried about possibly misidentifying her, leaving her with an empty surprise. His overly close behavior towards Li Ji did indeed appear to suggest romantic interest. In his eagerness to find his sister, he overlooked many details. No wonder Lu Yanjing nearly wanted to punch him. Come with me first. Sang Ying flicked her hair elegantly. I understand you wish to spend more time with her, fearing she won't accept you later, but this matter requires careful deliberation. Chi Jiashu obediently followed in Sang Ying's footsteps. She tugged at his sleeve, glancing at the staff, ensuring they were at a distance before turning around to whisper into her microphone. First, work out an arrangement with Lu Yanjing to help you obtain a sample, and get the paternity test done as soon as possible. Sang Ying cast a look towards Fu Yanzi's direction. She lowered her voice, cautioning, I've noticed Jiang Jiao isn't kind towards her. We absolutely cannot let the grass be stirred or let Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanzi catch wind of this. If you want to avoid any mishaps, you must find someone trustworthy to keep an eye on things. Understood. Chi Joshua's lips curled into a slight smile. I'll find a chance to call my brother later. He bent slightly to walk alongside Sang Ying, leaning in with a grin. You're so reliable, my dear wife. You know how to care for me. He gently nudged her shoulder. Sang Ying scoffed lightly, ignoring him. Though she often found herself at odds with Chi Jiashu over the search for his sister, she understood him better than anyone else in this regard. She had always been aware losing his sister has been Qi Jiashu's lifelong knot. Without finding her, he would never be free of it. This is why he later became infatuated with racing, disregarding his life, in pursuit of ultimate speed. His deep-seated resentment towards himself for not being able to catch up with his sister back then haunted him, fueling his relentless pursuit of speed. Chapter 73. Help me get a few strands of hair. Li Ji and Lu Yanjing were still in the same car as yesterday. The summer sun blazed overhead, and the air was stifling. Li Ji adjusted her sunglasses over her petite face, holding the small fan that Lu Yanjing had bought for her, as he shielded her with an umbrella while they walked towards the parking lot. The SUV, having been baked under the sun all morning, felt like a steamer. Lu Yanjing opened the car door to let it cool down. After turning on the air conditioning for a while to circulate the air and allow the leather seats to cool, he finally let Li Ji get in. This self-driving journey was indeed a bit long. The road was dotted with task cards from the production crew, suggesting there wouldn't be too many entertaining activities. The live stream was lacking in viewers, as most had set their alarms to return in 3 hours. Just as Lu Yanjing was about to start the SUV, his phone suddenly vibrated, illuminating the screen. He lowered his gaze and glanced at the message. Find a way to get me a few strands of Li Ji's hair. Remember to bring the hair follicles. Alternatively, stealing her toothbrush would suffice. Do not attempt to defy your second uncle. Be careful, or I'll report you to my parents and grandparents in Kyoto. Lu Yanjing, he let out a low, dismissive scoff, nonchalantly tossing the phone onto the center console and pressing down on the accelerator. What a second uncle! Li Ji sensed the low pressure surrounding Lu Yanjing. She blinked and turned her gaze toward him, curiosity piqued. Are you quite familiar with Qi Jiashu? Naturally, she hadn't seen the message. Nowadays, most phones are designed to prevent prying eyes, but recalling their earlier interaction, as well as Qi Jiashu's derogatory remarks towards Jitang regarding the day's rules, sparked her sudden curiosity. Lu Yanjing lifted his chin slightly. He lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at Li Ji through the rearview mirror. Family friends, we grew up together. No wonder. Li Ji nodded lightly. She had sensed that Qi Jiashu possessed an extraordinary aura. Such innate arrogance and the sophistication cultivated by aristocracy were ingrained in his very being, reflected in his every gesture, rather than merely in the brands he wore or his profession. Having been immersed in the high society circles of Yicheng since childhood, her discernment in such matters naturally surpassed that of Jiang Jiao. Fu Yanzi would regard him with disdain, yet, he had always been disinclined to acknowledge others, let alone pay close attention. Lu Yanjing, however, casually turned the steering wheel, tilting his head to probe Li Ji. What is your impression of him? Li Ji shook her head gently, her brows slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. Not good. Recalling Qi Jiashu's strange gaze upon her and his sudden eagerness to shake hands with Sang Ying, a hint of disdain flickered in her enchanting eyes. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Ha 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 ha. Looks like our beauty. Li Ji is quite wary. She didn't even dare to shake hands with Qi Xiao earlier, almost wanting to flee. However, Qi Jiashu's behavior was indeed peculiar. It was as if he was approaching Li Ji, yet he didn't seem interested in competing with Lu Yanjing for her attention. After all, he was still calling Sang Ying wife. Did anyone else catch that Lu Zong mentioned being family friends with Qi Jiashu? It seems his family background is quite impressive. But everyone, let us not forget that Qi Jiashu came on the show to find his sister. He is clearly here for Li Ji, and Sang Ying doesn't seem jealous, perhaps because Li Ji is his sister. The live chat was abuzz with gossip and excitement, instantly raising the expectations surrounding Qi Jiashu's quest for his sister. After hearing Li Ji's assessment of Qi Jiashu, Lu Yanjing found himself swallowing hard, unable to suppress a low chuckle. He felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Then, with a playful arch of his brows, he leaned back leisurely at him. Not a good person? Li Ji nodded firmly, her eyes sparkled. No wonder Sang Ying always wants to break up with him. A man who treats everyone like treasures, as if he were running an antique shop, deserves to be hung on a wall. Only when a man is hung on a wall can he be trusted. Now, thinking back to the way Qi Jiashu had looked at her upon his arrival, Li Ji felt a shiver run down her spine. That he had almost abandoned Sang Ying to follow her. What a scoundrel! This man had already accumulated 1,000 demerits in her heart. Lu Yanjing smirked nonchalantly, his well-defined fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. He means no harm. Perhaps he is merely curious about you. What is there to be curious about? Li Ji shot him a sidelong glance. Having developed an allergy to scumbags, she feared being labeled a third party, prompting a legion of online critics to swarm over her. In such a situation, all she wished for was to evade the spotlight. Just then, they encountered a red light. Lu Yanjing, with a languid smile, leaned toward Li Ji, his voice low and sultry as he spoke. Whoever contained me, Lu Yanjing, would surely pique anyone's curiosity. Li Ji's cheeks flushed suddenly. She reached out to push Lu Yanjing away from her, whispering, focus on driving. Lu Yanjing arched his lips, turning back to the road, his clearly defined wrist rested leisurely on the steering wheel. Don't hold too much against Qi Jiashu. He understands that a brother's wife should not be wronged. Moreover, the intricate relationship between him and Sang Ying is not something that can be easily explained in a few words. I won't let you be unfairly labeled. Li Ji's heart softened. She lifted her lashes to glance at Lu Yanjing, instantly realizing he had noticed her deliberate attempts to avoid Qi Jiashu, fearing another round of baseless rumors. After all, she was not one to be overly coy. She languidly propped her chin on her hand. Anyway, I get along quite well with Sang Ying. I trust her judgment. If Sang Ying doesn't want to be with Qi Xiao, I will keep my distance. But if one day she wishes to summon him for her affection, I shall begrudgingly call him brother-in-law. Li Ji raised her chin with a touch of pride, elated about making a good friend today. She began humming a little tune. Lu Yanjing, however, wore a somewhat complex expression that he nearly slammed the brakes but managed to control himself, though the vein at his temple still throbbed uncontrollably. What did you just say you would call him? Brother-in-law. Li Ji fluttered her eyelashes. Sanging is my sister. What else should I call him? Lu Yanjing, he regarded Li Ji with a look that was hard to decipher then, with a slight lift of his chin, his alluring Adam's apple bobbed as he chuckled. Fine. Goddamn brother-in-law. Chi Jojo, this isn't my fault, it's all of your doing, just wait and see as your sister calls you brother-in-law. Not a sound could be heard in response. Chapter 74. Allow me, Lu, to safeguard you. The journey to Nalati is quite distant. Lu Yanjing raised the air conditioning temperature slightly, his tone languorous. There are still 3 hours left, shall we take a nap? Li Ji turned her bright, enchanting eyes towards him, her chin delicately elevated. Isn't it the duty of the co-pilot to help the driver keep an eye on the road? What if I fall asleep and make you drowsy? Lu Yanjing let out a lazy chuckle, his fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel as he leisurely replied, that is the responsibility of the co-pilot, not that of Mrs. Lu. Li Ji blinked in confusion, and then saw Lu Yanjing glance back at her, his voice sultry and melodious. Mrs. Lu's duty is to be a precious princess, allowing me, Lu, to safeguard you. The live stream erupted in a chorus of screams. Ah, he's gone mad again. Serves him right for having a wife. Tears, he truly treats Li Ji like a princess. How sweet is this? Li Ji's heart swelled slightly. Lu Yanjing's seductive voice was like gravel caressing her ears, causing a tingling sensation. Ever since being removed from the Jiang family's genealogy, Li Ji had faced nothing but betrayal and abandonment. Only Lu Yanjing appeared during her lowest moments, like a timely rain, dampening her heart and rekindling her willingness to once again invest her genuine feelings. Indeed, Li Ji was somewhat prone to motion sickness. She dared not use her phone, staring at the road for too long made her drowsy, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. Lu Yanjing cast a sidelong glance at Li Ji. His gaze fell upon her rare, serene, and obedient sleeping face after she had tucked away her haughty demeanor. With a delicate complexion and fragrant limbs, Li Ji leaned slightly, her head resting against the seat, her long, curled lashes gently fanned down like a butterfly perched upon a flower, her eyelids shimmering with a pearlescent gleam. Perhaps due to her slight lean, as she slept, her subconscious drew her closer to Lu Yanjing, thus, her left strap subtly threatened to slip down. Just then, they encountered a red light. Lu Yanjing raised his gaze to glance at the camera, shifted his body to obscure the lens, and reached out to adjust her strap. The viewers in the livestream were practically going insane. What can't we see? Mooah. It's just a strap, it hasn't even fallen yet. Lu seems to have his possessiveness written all over his face. The strap is merely a part of their couple play. However, the blissfully unaware Li Ji remained oblivious. She merely hummed softly, adjusting her position and leaning further into sleep. Lu Yanjing let out an ambiguous chuckle. He suddenly recalled the task assigned to him by Qi Jiashu, and turned his gaze back to Li Ji's lazy strands of hair cascading over her shoulders. Seizing the opportunity before they hit the highway, during another red light, Lu Yanjing observed Li Ji for a while, noting her continued deep slumber, and then reached out towards her. The audience in the livestream had no inkling of his intentions. They only saw Lu Yanjing's defined fingers playfully toying with Li Ji's hair, twirling a few strands around his fingers, gently pinching them. Just as he was about to tug, Li Ji suddenly blinked awake, her eyes half-lidded as she sweetly murmured, "Where are we?" Lu Yanjing's movements froze abruptly, his eyelashes fluttered as he quickly released the strands of hair wrapped around his fingers, flexing his knuckles to re-grasp the steering wheel. He discreetly appraised her with his peripheral vision, yet, Li Ji remained oblivious to Lu Yanjing's intentions to tug at her hair. She was still in a drowsy haze, caught between dreams and wakefulness. It's still early, Lu Yanjing remarked, glancing at the navigation. The lingering sensation of her hair gently constricting around his fingers remained, his voice slightly hoarse. You sleep on. Oh, Li Ji nodded, tilting her head and closing her eyes once more. However, Lu Yanjing did not pull at her hair again, as they were just arriving at the highway entrance. To the viewers, the series of actions merely appeared as if someone was taking advantage of his sleeping wife, wanting to play with her hair. Oh dear, Lu's possessiveness is off the charts. He can't even resist playing with his wife's hair while driving. What's next? Is he not done playing when she sleeps at night? When Li Ji's hair was wrapped around Lu's fingers, that image was simply lethal. Who could withstand it? Ah, beautiful Li Ji, don't sleep. Your husband is being a rogue while you're asleep. I never expected such exciting scenes would unfold during this self-driving journey. However, the captivating moments ceased there. Li Ji continued to sleep soundly, only occasionally waking to blink her drowsy eyes before collapsing back into slumber. Lin Rong had taken the role of driver, sprawled on the back seat with a pillow, completely oblivious. Sang Ying, however, was not dozing in the front passenger seat. She still wore sunglasses, her arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the seat back, keeping an eye on Qi Jiashu as he drove. Qi Jiashu said, "You just sleep if you want." Sang Ying pushed her sunglasses down, casting a sidelong glance. "I worry you might suddenly speed up while driving. I don't want to die here just yet." The live stream viewers were in stitches. Clearly, she was worried, yet she stubbornly claimed it was merely for her own safety. Meanwhile, for the couple of Ji and Fu, there was still some intrigue surrounding Fu Yanzi and Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao feared waking up to unflattering photos of herself. She remained upright the entire time, occasionally chatting with Fu Yanzi, curiously inquiring about various tales from his youth. In their exchanges, Fu Yanzi made it clear that back in the day, Li Ji was like a little tail sticking behind him, her heart and eyes solely on him, never even sparing a glance for Lu Yanjing. Zhang Jiao seemed to be genuinely intrigued by the gossip. With a hint of disappointment, she remarked, "Oh, I thought Li Ji and Lu had mutual crushes since high school. After all, the 4-panel comic Lu provided paints such a beautiful picture." I assumed there was some romantic tale from their youth. Of course not, Fu Yanzi replied, perplexed. I don't even know when they got together. Fans of the Ji and Fu couple were reveling in the drama. Come on. Who else wants to shout about their 8-year relationship? Fu Xiao just said it never existed. I'm increasingly convinced that Li Ji likes Fu Yanzi. To win him back and provoke him, she brought along Lu Yanjing, someone with whom she has a close relationship, to join her on this dating show. Fans of the couple were left speechless by this comment. I'm just saying, do you Ji and Fu fans have a screw loose? If Fu Yanzi had no feelings for Li Ji, how could she provoke him? Zhang Jio is quite the schemer. She deliberately asks these questions to steer everyone into believing is falling apart, right? Just to add a bit more, I believe this only reaffirms my suspicion that Lu Yanjing has harbored feelings for Li Ji since high school, finally seizing the opportunity to embrace the beauty. Thank you for the slight favor of Fu Xiao's refusal to marry. The live stream was rife with contention. Fans of the Ji and Fu couple were fuming, yet they found themselves unable to outmatch the supporters. In the end, they could only retort with, if you Qi Ruanfang have the guts, keep watching. Once Li Ji the little three is done dancing, and you lose Qi Xiao's heart, then you can expect to cry. The Qi Ruanfang supporters were inexplicably called out. One fan burst into laughter. That would be quite the scene. Arangying and beautiful Ji are having a splendid chat. Rather than worrying about a little three stealing hearts, we're more curious if Qi Xiao sees beautiful Ji as a little sister. Chapter 75. Qi Jiaxu, call me brother. 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. The audience, having set their alarms, poured into the live broadcast room right on time, eager to partake in the adventures of this trip to Nalati. However, upon opening Avocado TV, they were greeted by the stunning visage of Li Ji in slumber. Perhaps due to the exceptionally smooth driving of Lu Yanqing, Li Ji was nestled comfortably in the passenger seat, deep in sleep. Her disheveled hair sprawled lazily, and a few rebellious strands fell across her face, intertwining with her long eyelashes. A tailored blazer enveloped her figure, now shielding her shoulders and neck, alleviating any prior concerns Lu Yanqing might have had about her straps slipping. In fact, as the camera zoomed in, a lipstick mark was discovered on the black blazer. Wow, has anyone been lurking in the live stream to tell us when President Lu's coat was draped over her? Hey, what's with the lipstick mark? Honestly, how does the beauty Li Ji manage to create such an extraordinary ambience just by sleeping? That blazer looks incredibly appealing draped over her. Indeed, there were viewers who had been attentively watching. They hurriedly shared the story with the returning audience. The blazer had been placed over her during a brief stop, likely because President Lu was concerned about the chilly air conditioning, yet turning it off entirely would leave her too warm. The lipstick mark was inadvertently smudged while she slept. The beauty had barely awakened during the journey, as Lu Yanqing drove with utmost stability, his every start and stop executed with precision, as if he feared disturbing his wife's slumber. The newcomers expressed their excitement, declaring, "We're shipping it." It wasn't until they arrived at the Nalati Tourist Service Center that Li Ji slowly opened her eyes, rubbing the remnants of sleep from them. In a soft, drowsy voice, she inquired, "Are we there yet?" Lu Yanqing replied lazily, casting a sidelong glance. He casually turned his head to observe Li Ji's still hazy eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Did you sleep well, princess? How's my driving?" The live chat suddenly became rife with intrigue. Wait, what kind of driving are we talking about? What do you mean by driving? Did I miss something? Could it be that they had just crossed that line? After all, the blazer enveloped Li Ji completely, the lipstick mark prominently displayed on the lapel. Her hair was tousled and messy, with her eyes shimmering, and her slightly parted lips bore the remnants of lipstick, both alluring and teasing. The key was that Lu Yanqing's question was rather suggestive. Many viewers couldn't help but misinterpret the situation. Even Li Ji felt her cheeks flush. She lowered her eyelashes and caught sight of the blazer, her fingers lightly brushing over the spot marked by her lipstick. Flustered, she quickly lifted the blazer, pressed her fingers against her soft lips, and awkwardly coughed. "Well, it's not bad. I suppose there's room for improvement." Lu Yanqing chuckled softly, a smile tugging at his lips. As Li Ji gradually regained her alertness, she placed the blazer on her lap to shield herself from the air conditioning and turned her gaze outside, realizing they had indeed arrived at the parking lot of the Nalati Tourist Center. Reflecting on the lipstick mark on the blazer, she straightened her shoulders, lowered the sun visor, and glanced in the mirror, discovering that her lip makeup had smudged. Oh dear, how peacefully had she slept during the drive. She had scarcely awakened, even managing to smudge her lipstick without realizing it. Li Ji gently bit her lip, her teeth grazing her soft lips as she hastily retrieved her lipstick from her bag, proudly lifting her chin to retouch her makeup. "Are we entering the scenic area soon? Since we drove here, shouldn't we buy self-driving tickets?" "Yes," Lu Yanqing replied nonchalantly, nodding. He searched for a parking space, his defined wrist resting on the steering wheel as he maneuvered with ease. However, self-driving tickets are no longer available today. Nalati has vehicle restrictions, and self-driving tickets are limited to 300 per day, with tourists required to purchase them in advance. It was evident that the production team had set a trap for them. Li Ji quickly grasped the situation, raising her lipstick and blinking her eyes. The production team must have purchased the tickets long ago. They just want us to find the task card to exchange for resources. Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Just then, an abrupt and jarring honk pierced the air. Beep beep. Li Ji and Lu Yanqing turned to see a rugged vehicle parked beside them, the driver rolling down the window. Li Ji's passenger seat was closer to the right vehicle. As she turned, her gaze was met with the sight of Qi Jiashu, sporting sunglasses and a devil-may-care grin. Without bothering with the navigation, Qi Jiashu had simply followed Lu Yanqing's vehicle all the way, even parking alongside it like a shadow. Upon seeing Li Ji roll down her window, he playfully removed his sunglasses and leaned his arm out, exclaiming, "Hey, what a coincidence!" Li Ji, taken aback, gazed at the overly familiar Qi Jiashu, regretting her decision to lower the window. It wasn't until Sang Ying leaned in to greet her that Li Ji managed to smile. "Sister Sang." Qi Jiashu, with a carefree smile, tilted his chin up, the corners of his lips curving in anticipation of a greeting from Li Ji. Then he heard her say, "Brother-in-law." In that moment, the smile on Qi Jiashu's lips froze. Sang Ying's lips parted in surprise, and she couldn't help but turn away to stifle her laughter. Qi Jiashu seemed utterly flabbergasted, staring at Li Ji in disbelief as he stammered, "What did you just call me?" Li Ji saw nothing amiss with her words. It conveniently established a boundary, sparing her from any accusations of being a third party. Thus, with genuine sincerity, she blinked her eyelashes and replied, "Sister Sang is an older sister, so of course, Mr. Qi is the brother-in-law." The viewers awaiting the sibling banter erupted in laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Oh my goodness. Brother-in-law, you've completely caught Qi Jiashu off guard, Li Ji. If Qi Jiashu truly sees Li Ji as a sister, then this is hilarious. Brother becomes brother-in-law, sister-in-law becomes sister. Alright, is this how the wealthy play?" Sang Ying was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Qi Jiashu, his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, leaned forward slightly, raising an eyebrow in challenge at Lu Yanqing. "Did you teach her that?" Lu Yanqing nonchalantly exited the vehicle, effortlessly holding an umbrella. "You're overthinking it. I never teach my wife how to behave." Qi Jiashu was left speechless, caught between laughter and frustration. He bent his neck, rubbing his nose for a moment before straightening up and taking a deep breath. "I'm 3 years older than you. Wouldn't it be better for you to call me brother instead of following Sang Ying calling me brother-in-law?" Qi Jiashu leaned his arm out of the window, beckoning to Li Ji with a curled finger. "Come on, call me brother, don't listen to Sister Sang, don't be misled by Sang Ying." Li Ji smiled faintly, and Qi Jiashu sensed an impending disaster. Sure enough, she tilted her head slightly and replied, "Alright, Sister Sang hasn't agreed to reconcile with you yet, so you don't really qualify as a brother-in-law right now, then, former brother-in-law." Chapter 76. The revelation of nicknames. Lu Xiaoke Qi Jiashu was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. He stood there, racking his brain for quite some time, yet he could not discern where the problem lay. Meanwhile, Sang Ying finally managed to suppress the corners of her lips. "Qi Jiashu," she said, her eyes sparkling, "why have you suddenly stopped smiling? Is it that you are simply not fond of smiling by nature?" "Ah, my dear wife, your internet speed is astonishingly swift. I have no idea whether Qishao enjoys smiling, but my lips are more difficult to keep in check than AK. Why does this scene seem inexplicably amusing? I feel as if Qi Jiashu is about to shatter, huh? Good heavens, brother-in-law Gigi is clearly stabbing a knife into Qishao's heart." On behalf of Sang Ying, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Qi Jiashu propped his elbow against the edge of the car window, his fingers slightly bent as he supported his head, the silence around him deafening. It was not until Lin Rong's voice rang out, "Oh, what a coincidence, have you all just arrived?" that he was interrupted. Lin Rong, blissfully unaware of the previous events, suddenly appeared between Li Ji and Qi Jiashu like a groundhog, blinking innocently and looking about. Clearly, she had no idea what had just transpired. Li Ji donned her sunglasses, lazily leaning against the window, half of her body protruding out. "I just arrived and already discovered the program team's trap." Lin Rong nodded vigorously in agreement. She stomped her foot in frustration. "I thought the game would have a high degree of freedom, but it turns out the self-driving ticket has already caught me off guard, and the worst part is, I have no idea where the task card is hidden." Even on their recent trip, they had to play games. Though reluctant, at least they had been directly informed of the rules without having to go through the trouble of searching for task cards. "Let us search for it," Li Ji said, tilting her face to glance at the sun. Lin Rong, ever perceptive to the moment, stepped aside, allowing Li Ji and Qi Jiashu to open the car doors and step out in sequence. Today, Naladi was splendidly sunny. As Li Ji was about to raise her hand to shield herself from the sunlight, Lu Yanjing's sunshade was promptly unfurled above her. Qi Jiashu cast a sidelong glance at her. He immediately shed his leather jacket, tossing it into the car, and bent down, preparing to rummage through the center console. "Who hasn't teased Swish?" However, before Qi Jiashu could finish his sentence, the sound of a sunshade being opened abruptly interrupted him. He froze mid-action, turning to see Sang Ying emerging from the passenger seat, holding an umbrella that shielded Qi Jiashu from the sun. The crowd laughter erupted in the livestream watching Sang Ying, both beautiful and poised, shielding Qi Jiashu with the umbrella. Lin Rong's expression turned complex, and 3 words slowly floated through her mind: "Fourth love." Who would have thought that Qishao had such a style? Qi Jiashu's expression froze. He turned to Sang Ying, snatching the umbrella from her hand. "Such things I can handle myself." "Very well, you can," Sang Ying replied, raising her hand to adjust her sunglasses. Although her expression was hidden beneath the shades, her red lips curled slightly. "Qi Jiao Jiao," the audience in the livestream, "Ha, what is this nickname, Jiao Jiao? Could it possibly be Qishao's nickname? It might also be a term of endearment between XQL, strangely fitting. Qishao is indeed Jiao Jiao." In front of Sang Ying, even Li Ji couldn't help but laugh. She pushed her sunglasses down, revealing her clear, bright eyes. Is this the endearing term Sang Ying uses for her former brother-in-law? Sang Ying gazed at Li Ji, momentarily lost in thought. She recalled how Qi Jiashu often performed such gestures, lowering his sunglasses to allow others to see his eyes, making communication seem more sincere. Truly, they were siblings, but their genes were so strong that even their habitual gestures mirrored each other. It seemed she had indeed found the right one this time, thus, Sanging smiled gently. Nickname, Sang, Ing, Chi Jiashu ground his teeth, though his tone sounded fierce, he tugged at Sanging's clothing, pulling her to the side and leaning down, whispering in her ear, don't tarnish my reputation. What is the harm? Sanging turned her gaze towards Li Ji, her red lips still slightly curled, this name is quite adorable, she even raised her chin and asked Li Ji. Isn't it? Li Ji laughed to the point where her eyelashes trembled, her eyes sparkled like a dewy lychee, it is indeed adorable, your former brother-in-law's parents must be quite amusing people. Chi Jiashu was rendered speechless. Complimenting his parents was acceptable, calling him by a nickname was tolerable, but why must she refer to him as former brother-in-law? Chi Jiashu lifted his gaze, directing his pent-up frustration towards Lu Yanjing. True, but it pales in comparison to someone else's nickname, right, Lu Shake? Audience, Li Ji, she widened her eyes in disbelief and turned her head to see Lu Yanjing's pupils darken instantly, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. He shoved the sunshade into Li Ji's hands and quickly strode over to seize Chi Jiashu by the collar, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Chi Jiaojiao, Lu Shake, don't you dare rebel. I warn you, Chi Jiashu retorted, gripping Lu Yanjing's collar in return, such an adorable nickname, what's the big deal about exposing it together? The two resembled elementary school children squabbling. The livestream audience was in stitches, I can't believe this, what kind of names are these? The adorable nickname of the suit-wearing tycoon in the circle has been so shamelessly revealed, respectful and fake. What do you think, Lu Shake, now that you've provoked Chi Jiaojiao, are you sweating bullets? Lu Shake, Chi Jiaojiao, you truly are my father, haha, I'm dying of laughter, these two nicknames are too city-like. Li Ji was also laughing to the point of tears, she pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head, and when Lu Yanjing returned to her side to hold the umbrella, she discovered that tears of laughter glistened at the corners of her eyes. Lu Yanjing's sharp jawline twitched slightly he lowered his gaze and shot her a sidelong glance, is it that amusing? Isn't it? Li Ji tilted her delicate face, her beautiful eyes still sparkling with mirth, you're quite the coward. And yet, such a nickname existed however, this nickname truly possesses an intriguing sense of contrast. Li Ji smiled, raising her gaze her teasing, enticing look swept through his fierce, unruly brows and met his defiant demeanor, causing her to chuckle softly. Then, she leaned closer to Lu Yanjing, blinking her sparkling eyes little aqua in that instant, Lu Yanjing felt his ears suddenly tingled. It was as if a delightful current had surged through his senses, intertwining with his heartstrings, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Lu Yanjing had thought he would utterly despise this nickname, fearing it might tarnish his image in Li Ji's eyes, yet, when the affectionate nickname slipped from her lips, he found his hand holding the umbrella grow unexpectedly weak. Damned, it sounds so delightful, how could this ridiculous name sound so enchanting when she says it? Lu Yanjing swallowed hard, awkwardly turning his face away, his ears visibly flushed with heat. Chapter 77. Sucking the cream he applied. The guests continued their search for the task cards. Eventually, it was Chi Jiashu who, in a moment of desperation, attempted to inquire at the ticket counter about any available tickets, only to stumble upon a treasure chest. Sanging displayed little interest in this discovery. With a flourish, Chi Jiashu presented the treasure chest to Li Ji, exclaiming, here it is, I haven't looked inside yet. Zhang Jio was also on the hunt for treasure in the service hall but had come up empty-handed. Upon hearing a commotion from Li Ji's direction, indicating a potential find, she instinctively turned her gaze that way. There stood Chi Jiashu, who should have been alongside Sanging, casually striding over with a smile, cradling the treasure chest, presenting it to Li Ji before anyone else had managed to uncover the task cards. Seeing this, Zhang Jio frowned, internally cursing Vixen. However, Lu Yanjing cast a sidelong glance at Chi Jiashu, knowing that Li Ji would hesitate to accept the chest, and directly snatched it away. With an air of bravado and a tone of arrogance, he declared, what kind of wretched chest is worthy of our esteemed Miss Shi opening it herself? Inside the hall, the sunshade previously held for Li Ji had already been retracted. Lu Yanjing lazily half-closed his eyelids, his fingers, with their defined muscles, deftly unfastening the clasp of the treasure chest. Curiously, Li Ji leaned closer. Lu Yanjing raised his chin slightly, signaling her to retrieve the task card. Only then did she pick up the card and read aloud, Sweet Traveler version of Love Pong, male and female guests of the same group are to proceed to the service hall lounge and stand face-to-face at the ping-pong table. Deliver the ping-pong ball into the opposing cup, drink the beverage, draw the task card from the bottom of the cup, and upon completion, you will receive a reward. Reward? 2 self-drive tickets to Naladi. Lin Rong's expression instantly transformed. As a singing and dancing star who had studied in Han Country for a time, she recalled that there was a dating show by the same name, Love Pong, which was colloquially known as ping-pong matchmaking. The rules were similar, except that in that show, the male and female guests were complete strangers meeting for the first time, immediately drinking and drawing cards, with the game content being extremely risky, practically emblazoning the word explosive across the screen. I think I'm going to faint, Lin Rong murmured, lightly pressing her fingertips against her temples. This is no different from unboxing, only to find oneself subjected to suffering. Sanging shrugged languidly, tossing her hair over her shoulder. Let us check it out first. If it doesn't work for you, you can draw cards, and we can swap any games you're unwilling to play. Lin Rong's eyes lit up at this suggestion. However, a staff member immediately interjected, card swapping is not permitted. Otherwise, it will be considered void. Lin Rong's enthusiasm deflated once more. She muttered under her breath, damn production team, the staff member added, but if you truly wish to abstain, you may drink a cup of bitter melon juice and redraw. Suddenly, Lin Rong felt revitalized. Let us go, Li Ji said, her eyelashes fluttering as she tilted her head with an air of proud nonchalance. It seems we have no other options. Thus, the group made their way to the service hall's lounge. Indeed, they found a ping-pong table set up, flanked by 10 cups of beverage on either side, each of different varieties. Both male and female guests would need to throw balls, completing their respective tasks to obtain their tickets. Shall we go first? Sang Ying suggested, her eyes glinting playfully. She stood languidly, her arms crossed in front of her, embodying the reliable older sister figure to both Li Ji and Lin Rong. The audience erupted with shouts of Sang Ying, "You're fabulous." Sang Ying cast a sly glance at Qi Jiashu, who promptly understood her signal and hurried over, saying, "Here I come, dear wife." "Ah, this is nothing like an ex." Sang Ying has relegated Qi Xiao to the status of an ex, yet still agrees to team up with him. "Jiao Jiao, you should enjoy this in secret." She is just pretending to be tough but is soft-hearted at the core. In reality, whether they're together or not makes little difference. Though it was called love pong, it required no paddles, only a hand toss. Qi Jiashu was the first to throw, successfully landing the ball in front of Sang Ying's cup of raspberry juice. He navigated around the table, lifted the juice, and as he tilted his head back, his prominent Adam's apple drew attention to a lustrous red mole on his neck, beautifully complementing the color of the raspberry juice that lingered on his lips. Sang Ying handed him the card from the bottom of the cup. Qi Jiashu lightly licked the juice from his lips, a smile playing on his face as he read the task. The male guest must apply cream to 3 parts of his body for the female guest to lick off. Lin Rong felt a shiver run down her spine. She quickly hugged herself, feeling small and helpless. "Oh my god, thank goodness Sang Ying drew that one. If we had to do this task, I'd rather sit in the visitor center all day." Shang Su remained silent, but Li Ji recalled the first day's task on the dating show, which had been even more intimate than sucking cream. The staff handed the cream to Qi Jiashu. He smirked, lazily tilting his head back as he applied cream to his Adam's apple and cheek first, initially intending to spray some onto his lips. He caught Sang Ying's knowing smile and, with a hint of regret, opted for his hand instead. He then tilted his head and smiled, "Come on, dear wife." Sang Ying shot him a disdainful look, but her straightforward nature left no room for hesitation as she stepped forward. Qi Jiashu dutifully bent down, allowing her unimpeded access to his Adam's apple. The cream was swiftly licked away. The camera zoomed in, capturing the small red mole on his neck as it bobbed with his Adam's apple. His cheek and hand were similarly uncomplicated. Next, it was Sang Ying's turn to throw. The task she drew was considerably simpler. She smiled and held the task card between her fingers. "Please have the male guest drink a cup of bitter melon juice." The bitter melon juice, initially intended as punishment, caused Qi Jiashu to exclaim in dismay. How can the production team come up with such a wicked task? "Go on," Sang Ying replied, her lips slightly parted. "Jiao Jiao." Li Ji stifled a laugh at the scene, while Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, casually leaning toward Li Ji. "Are you that happy?" "The interaction between those two is quite amusing," Li Ji replied cheerfully. "Actions speak louder than words." Sang Ying's straightforward character was indeed refreshing to her, making Qi Jiashu appear more appealing. After all, he was a man chosen by Sang Ying herself. However, Qi Jiashu's complexion had turned a sickly green. Just as he swallowed the bitter melon juice, he felt as if he was about to transform entirely into a bitter melon. Yet, he could not endure this torment alone. Thus, he grasped the back of Sang Ying's neck and pulled her in, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss filled with the bitter flavor. "Aha!" The live stream erupted in screams. Lin Rong clutched her face, jumping up in excitement. Li Ji's heart raced at the sight. "Qi Jiao Jiao, you rascal!" Sang Ying kicked him playfully. Qi Jiashu jumped up, hands protecting his groin. "What the hell? Sang Xiaoying, is this necessary? You'll have to take responsibility for my manhood for the rest of my life." The live chat erupted in laughter once again. Next, it was Li Ji and Lu Yanjing's turn to throw, as Lin Rong had opted out of the game entirely. Lu Yanjing leaned lazily against the ping-pong table, idly rolling the ball in his hands, his well-defined fingers slightly bent, the veins on the back of his hands prominent. He tilted his chin toward Li Ji, suggesting, "Ladies first?" "You go ahead," Li Ji replied, her chin held high with an air of pride. She tilted her head, gazing at Lu Yanjing with bright, expressive eyes. "I prefer to let others take the lead." Lu Yanjing chuckled softly. "Very well." Responding to her directive, he stood up straight at the table, aiming for the cup of watermelon juice across from him. With a smooth flick of his wrist, the ball sailed directly into the cup. He strolled over to Li Ji, nonchalantly lifting the cup of watermelon juice to his lips, the tip of his tongue brushing against his now crimson, alluring lips stained by the juice. Lu Yanjing pulled out the task card that had been beneath the cup, first glancing at the task, and then seemingly struck by sudden interest, he lifted his gaze to Li Ji. The audience in the livestream was utterly intrigued. However, the angle from which Lu Yanjing spoke seemed to evade the camera's focus until he leisurely announced, "The male guest must wear a heart rate monitor and listen to the female guest's confession. If the female guest can raise the male guest's heart rate to 120, the task will be deemed successful." Chapter 78. Luo Yanjing, I have feelings for you. The entire live streaming room erupted in a frenzy. Even Sang Ying raised her eyes with keen interest, leisurely glancing at Qi Jiashu. "Wow, a confession." Qi Jiashu, who had been lost in his thoughts, suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing his sister's public declaration of affection towards his good friend. Lin Rong leaped up in excitement, eager to witness the spectacle. Li Ji's ears turned as red as if they were bleeding, and she awkwardly averted her gaze. "I knew it, the sweeter the juice, the more toxic the task card hidden beneath." Luo Yanjing curled his lips into a deep, leisurely smile. He languidly leaned against the table, lowered his gaze to remove the wristwatch from his hand, and took the heart rate monitor to put it on. Then, he slightly raised his chin. "Come on, Mrs. Luo." Li Ji took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Lin Rong, with her carefree attitude, exclaimed, "It's just a confession between a young couple, don't be shy." As she spoke, she seized the opportunity to wrap her arms around Li Ji's waist, playfully pushing her towards Luo Yanjing. Li Ji barely had time to react. She fluttered her eyelashes, her gaze flustered, only to suddenly collide with the depths of Luo Yanjing's dark, profound eyes. In that moment, their breaths entwined. The sweet aroma of lychee rose from Li Ji, and her captivating gaze struck at the very core of Luo Yanjing's soul. His eyes narrowed slightly, their gazes met unexpectedly in midair. Before Li Ji could make a move, the heart rate monitor on his wrist suddenly blared to life. Aha, who's the sweet mouse? Walk, there's no need for Li Ji to confess, just her standing there makes Luo's heart race at 105. I told you, Luo Yanjing is utterly in love. Meanwhile, Li Ji's heart was also quickened by the sound of the monitor. She lifted her lashes to glance at Luo Yanjing and murmured softly, I haven't even spoken yet, why is your heart racing so fast? Luo Yanjing smirked nonchalantly. It can't be helped, he chuckled, his long, elegant fingers playfully toying with the silver ring on his left hand's ring finger. Before my wife, I am powerless to resist. Li Ji's cheeks flushed instantly. She felt as if her heart were a lost fawn, chaotically thrashing within her chest. Fortunately, it was not her wearing the heart rate monitor, otherwise, her heartbeat might have outpaced Luo Yanjing's. Li Ji inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her racing heart. Then, maybe you should try harder, perhaps I won't need to say anything. She furtively glanced at the heart rate monitor, which now read 108. Yet, Luo Yanjing, with his sultry voice, replied that won't do. Li Ji, he gazed at her with an intense, smoldering look, his dark pupils ablaze with an unquenchable fire. A flame that transcended time and space, consuming all in its wake. It finally settled upon Li Ji, imbued with countless unspoken desires and hopes. In his husky voice, I want to hear it. Fu Yanjia was brought over by Jiang Jiao. They had not found the treasure chest but needed to complete the task, thus following these 6 individuals discreetly. As soon as they entered, Fu Yanjia heard Luo Yanjing reading the task card, learning of Li Ji's intention to confess to him. At that moment, he clenched his fists tightly. His gaze fixated on Li Ji, a flicker of panic surged within him, accompanied by a fervent prayer, hoping that she would publicly reject the task, indicating that perhaps she still harbored feelings for him. But Li Ji remained still. She lifted her gaze to meet Luo Yanjing's, and for the first time, she discerned in his eyes a raw, burning desire, and an unwavering obsession that she had never encountered before. It felt as if there had been a lingering sense of unwillingness. As if, after years of drought, she had finally found the opportunity to approach the shallow shores of his longing. The cold touch of the ring on her left hand's ring finger suddenly reminded her of the affection that Luo Yanjing had wished to bestow upon her since 4 years ago. If all of this truly began in high school, Li Ji dared not imagine what state of mind Luo Yanjing had been in when he referred to her as a buddy, watching her interact with Fu Yanjia, accepting their childhood engagement, and even helping her choose gifts for him, delivering the love letters she had penned in her youthful ignorance. This proud and unruly youth, who could have dazzled anyone with his brilliance, willingly squandered his time on her. Out of respect, he restrained himself, never attempting to undermine others, even knowing that waiting might yield no results. Li Ji met Luo Yanjing's gaze, feeling as if her heart had also been ignited by his fervor. Since she had passionately devoted herself to Fu Yanjia, whom she had merely had a verbal engagement with, why should she not express her feelings to the one she truly adored? Thus, Li Ji dispelled her discomfort. She parted her lips slightly, calling out earnestly, Luo Yanjing. Suddenly, she addressed him with a newfound seriousness. Luo Yanjing's heartstrings tightened, the heartbeat he had just managed to suppress surged back in that instant. Even Fu Yanjia's heart momentarily halted. He fixed his gaze on Li Ji, his clenched hands cracking with tension. Li Ji took a deep breath. She raised her chin with pride, her previously nervous lashes suddenly brimming with a playful liveliness. In a cheerful and lively tone, she exclaimed, Little Acqui. Luo Yanjing's pupils momentarily widened in astonishment. Hearing that nickname sent an electric thrill through him, as if it had struck a sensitive chord, rendering his limbs soft and his taut body relaxed, even shattering the self-control he had exerted over his heartbeat. His heart raced to 118, and then, it seemed as though everything around them faded into a blur, leaving only the sound of Li Ji calling Little Acqui resonating in his ears. In the hazy, dreamlike perception, he could hear the powerful yet chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat within his chest, and then he found himself captivated by Li Ji's clear, earnest, and playful gaze. She smiled at Luo Yanjing, her eyes sparkling with vibrant joy. I like you. Chapter 79. Do you like me, Wu Ji? I take it seriously. Like a torrential flood, a tempest surged within Lu Yanjing's chest. Upon hearing Li Ji express her affection, his heart swelled to the brink of bursting. He lowered his gaze upon her, his eyelashes fluttered, his Adam's apple bobbed, and the veins on the back of his hands protruded, as if every pore in his body had opened for her. His heart rate skyrocketed to an astonishing 130, the entire livestream room erupted. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I feel as though I am witnessing the extraordinary moment of Jing Ji Yu once again. Ah. She likes him, she said she likes him. Does this count as mutual pursuit? If Lu Xiaoqiao has indeed harbored feelings for Li Ji for years, this is finally the moment he hears a response. The CP fans were ecstatic. Lin Rong also excitedly cupped her cheeks with her hands. How sweet, everything they do is just so sweet. There were no particularly elaborate love declarations, merely a simple expression of liking, yet, the intensity of their gazes rendered the air thick with tension. Especially with Lu Yanjing's heartbeat, and the fervor and warmth in his eyes, blazing hotter than the fierce sun of Xinjiang's summer, igniting a flush on the faces of those around them. Fu Yanzi watched with eyes wide in disbelief. He had never even heard Li Ji express her affection for him, he had only caught fleeting glimpses of her sincere gaze directed at him amidst the teasing and banter of others. Even Jiang Jiao, beside him, sensed his emotional turmoil. She reached out to link her arm with Fu Yanzi's. Yanzi, are you feeling too exhausted from driving? Only then did Fu Yanzi retract his gaze, shaking off Jiang Zhio's arm as he turned to leave the lounge. Lu Yanjing and Li Ji had completed their first task, and as they detached from the heartbeat monitor, their heart rates remained elevated. He continued to watch Li Ji, occasionally lifting his eyelids to fix his gaze upon her, as if fearful that what he had just heard was merely a dream. But perhaps, it was indeed just a dream, merely a task, yet, even if it was just a task, the corners of his lips could not help but curl upwards, the mirth in his eyes and the smile at the corners of his brows betraying his delight. Qi Jiashu remarked, "TSK. What a dog." Sang Ying's words struck him like a hammer, instantly snapping him back to reality. "Are you genuinely pleased to see Gigi so fixated on Fu Yanzi?" Qi Jiashu's brows furrowed in frustration. His long, fair fingers pressed against his waist. "The pretentious boy from the Fu family, he doesn't deserve it." He detested such pretentiousness. Contemplating this, he found Lu Yanjing standing beside Li Ji far more agreeable, and his irritation dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, the game task continued. Having confessed her feelings, Li Ji's heart raced. It felt as though a flickering flame danced within her, ignited by Lu Yanjing's searing gaze. When it was her turn to throw the ball, she struck a cup of orange juice across the table. After finishing the drink, she pulled out the task card. "Please maintain a princess carry position until the next round of the game concludes." This meant she was to wait until Lin Rong and Shang Su completed their game. The princess carry was already second nature for Jing Jiuyi, yet it was a first for the audience. Lu Yanjing smiled lazily at Li Ji, spreading his arms wide. "Come here, princess." The camera zoomed in, revealing Lu Yanjing's well-defined fingers gripping Li Ji's slender waist, while his other arm supported her behind the knees, followed by the tautness of his arm muscles. He then securely cradled her in his embrace. Li Ji wrapped her arms around his neck, raising her gaze to blink at him. "Are you accustomed to this?" Lu Yanjing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The fingertips gripping her waist tightened, and his throat rolled with a hint of hoarseness. "Do you like me?" Li Ji gently licked her lips, still tasting the sweetness of the orange juice, her breath intertwined with Lu Yanjing's, suffused with a fragrant sweetness. "Is that a problem?" Li Ji proudly lifted her chin. Lu Yanjing's fingers tightened, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. "Gigi, I take it seriously." Their microphones were still on, though their voices were quiet. The audience turned up the volume to the maximum, straining to listen intently. Li Ji, with a hint of pride, turned her face away, resting her head on Lu Yanjing's shoulder, her lips curving into a soft murmur. "There is nothing wrong with you taking it seriously." The audience collectively swooned. Who dares to claim that Lu Yanjing isn't in love secretly? What kind of normal couple engages in such a dialogue? If you like someone, just say it. Why the need for seriousness? When Gigi, the beauty, said she liked him, Lu's heart nearly caused the monitor to explode. He really became a smitten fool. After years of unrequited love, he finally finds fulfillment. After 8 years of restraint, he hears a response, thanks to Fu Yanzi's reluctance to marry. The CP fans rejoiced in fervent excitement. From the exchange between Li Ji and Lu Yanjing, they pieced together a complete narrative. Lu Yanjing secretly liked Li Ji in high school, but unfortunately, she had a verbal engagement with her childhood friend Fu Yanzi, leaving him as a mere observer, helplessly watching his beloved girl fly with another. Yet, he would not accept this fate, silently accompanying her while concealing his true feelings, even going so far as to refer to her as a good friend and delivering love letters to Fu Yanzi. Years of unrequited love, estimated 6 to 8 years, he thought he had lost his chance, only to discover Li Ji's circumstances had changed, and Fu Yanzi had self-destructed. He immediately returned to the country, rejoined her side, and proposed to help her dispel the rumors of being a third party through marriage, thus allowing himself to rise to the position of the male lead and successfully win the beauty. This tale sounded exhilarating. The CP fans of Jing Jiuyi were instantly captivated. They showered the analysis with likes, finally weaving together the fragmented clues into a cohesive story. I've liked this post. Desperately seeking similar Jing Jiuyi fanfiction. Wow, the more this story unfolds, the more gripping it becomes. Referring to each other as good friends while delivering love letters, it genuinely feels like something Lu Yanjing would do. I seriously suspect the author knows the inside story. But it's truly delightful to ship them. After posting this analysis, Fu Yanxia stepped back with satisfaction as she beheld the soaring likes. She even pondered that perhaps she should not be a dancer but rather write novels on a platform like Tomato. Li Ji remained oblivious to what her good friend was doing online, nor did she realize the frenzy sweeping across the internet. She listened to Lu Yanjing's heartbeat, her hands around his neck feeling his warmth. Lin Rong tossed the ping-pong ball, all the while sweetly whispering to the two in a princess carry beside her. The barrage of comments prayed, slow down, you two, take it easy. I want to see Jing Jiuyi embrace a little longer. Lu Yanjing's stamina is truly remarkable, holding the beauty Li Ji for so long without faltering. Ah! The veins on his arms are so appealing, the tension in his muscles is simply explosive. Lin Rong understood what the audience craved. She was fortunate that the task she drew was not particularly challenging, so she deliberately took her time during the game. At the very least, it allowed Jing Jiuyi to hold each other for an additional 5 minutes. It wasn't until all 6 received their driving tickets that Lu Yanjing finally bent down to gently set Li Ji down. Chapter 80 Luo Yanjing, it seems you harbor a secret infatuation for me. The group gathered around the map, deliberating over their route. Lin Rong shared her insights. I've heard that the aerial prairie line is the most worth seeing. I've never been one to have strong opinions. Li Ji had also researched the 3 routes beforehand. She fluttered her eyelashes. I too wish to visit the aerial prairie. Without a doubt, Qi Jiashu would follow Li Ji. Moreover, they were to camp overnight, and along the way, they would search for treasure chests to share resources, making teamwork all the more advantageous. As everyone prepared to embark, Sang Ying lazily shrugged and glanced back at the treasure chest. Shouldn't we hide the task cards? The production team had permitted concealment. Sang Ying was unconcerned about being criticized by Jiang Zhio's fans. She had always been one to defend her own, indifferent to right or wrong. The hearts of Jiang Zhio's fans were suddenly stirred. Unexpectedly, Li Ji raised her chin with an air of pride. There's no need, they've already seen it, hiding it would be futile. Besides, I always repay enmity face to face, Li Ji said, tilting her head playfully. I dislike playing underhandedly. The corners of Sang Ying's eyes curled upward. She cast a glance at Qi Jiashu, genuinely surprised that this pair of siblings shared the same approach to life. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing appeared to have anticipated it all. He casually smirked. Our proud princess has always believed in winning with honor. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. She mischievously leaned toward Luo Yanjing, bumping him with her shoulder. I knew you would understand me. Let us go, Li Ji said cheerfully. She tilted her face upward, and as they exited the visitor center, she inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air that rushed toward her before they even reached the prairie. Absolutely breathtaking. Elodie. Let us set off. Onward, onward. Ah, Li Ji is stunning. I'm in tears. Jiang Zhio resorted to rumors to undermine her, yet she refuses to retaliate. Now that's a truly proud princess. The blazing sun pierced the lens once more. A momentary blur formed a hazy, dreamlike halo. Luo Yanjing, in a crisp black shirt, stood tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, one hand holding an umbrella to shield the princess beside him. The vibrant, proud figure in yellow moved lightly and joyfully, her long hair flowing, occasionally tilting her face to share laughter with him. They resemble each other so much. Qi Jiashu's peach blossom eyes reflected a moment of distraction. He muted his microphone, evading the camera's gaze, clutching his phone. Brother, she truly resembles her. In the Rosewood parlor, mist from tea curled around them. Qi Yubai had just wrapped up a business deal when he received this call from his younger brother, Qi Jiashu. He slightly lowered his eyelids, his hands caressing the tea set, their elegant bones pale as jade. As he moved his wrist, a tiny red mole was faintly visible on the inner side. His partner continued to passionately discuss matters beside him, creating a bit of noise. Qi Yubai tossed the tea lid back onto the bowl, fiddling with the string of prayer beads he never parted with, and stood up while holding his phone. Brother, you wouldn't understand unless you saw it for yourself. Her demeanor is strikingly similar to my imagination. Every time I observe her expressions, I feel as though AU has returned. Qi Jiashu exclaimed, gripping his phone tightly. He turned to face the wall, pressing his clenched fist against the surface. She must be AU. Qi Yubai's emotions stirred slightly. He had always known his brother's obsession with this matter. In their youth, Qi Yubai had also felt regret, pondering why he hadn't stayed in Yicheng. Perhaps if he had accompanied Aishu in caring for AU, such complications would not have arisen. Have you acquired the sample? He inquired in a low, sharp voice, his fingers methodically manipulating the prayer beads. Not yet. Qi Jiashu raised his chin slightly. I asked that scoundrel Luo Yanjing to help. Gigi just endured the online harassment of being labeled a homewrecker, and she is still wary of me. Alright, Qi Yubai nodded. He stood tall beneath the pavilions of Qi Garden, his demeanor serene yet commanding, like the moonlight in a secluded mountain stream. Yet, no one anticipated that upon learning his sister might finally be found, his once cold heart would stir with emotion. Qi Yubai lowered his gaze, his voice cool as frost. Gigi has just experienced abandonment by the Jiang family. Young ladies tend to be sensitive, so do not alarm her. I understand, Qi Jiashu quickly agreed, wary as he scanned his surroundings. Brother, there's another matter. Qi Yubai's icy fingers continued to manipulate the prayer beads. Qi Jiashu lowered his voice. I'll try to have Kay help me obtain the sample today, but I'm concerned there might be complications. Too many have impersonated AU in the past, and if, don't worry, Qi Yubai interjected suddenly. His voice carried a cool, jade-like quality, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Just focus on obtaining the sample as quickly as possible. Qi Yubai's fingers paused momentarily. The veins on the back of his hand were slightly raised, the pale tone of his skin contrasting sharply with the red mole on his wrist. I'll arrive tonight, Qi Yubai murmured. I too believe she resembles AU. Therefore, I will personally collect the sample. I will ensure it returns to Kyoto under my watchful eye. The call ended. Qi Jiashu's greatest concern had found resolution. His elder brother would come personally. With him overseeing the matter, no one could meddle. Li Ji had already returned to the off-road vehicle. As the cool air conditioning enveloped her, she tilted her head back, relishing the refreshing sensation that evaporated her sweat. However, despite the pleasant environment, the air was thick with an inexplicable tension and intimacy. Ever since Li Ji had confessed through the task, Luo Yanjing's smile had not faltered. The live stream's comments were flooded with secretly infatuated brother. Even Li Ji, with a playful tilt of her head, rested her chin on her hand, observing him. Little AK. Luo Yanjing's gaze dimmed slightly. The nickname she used always made his ears burn and his heart race in an embarrassing manner. Li Ji smiled softly, her fingertip pressing against the corner of Luo Yanjing's mouth. It seems you're finding it a bit hard to contain. Luo Yanjing swallowed. The seemingly innocent and non-suggestive gesture rendered him parched. His voice turned hoarse. Aren't you the one who was fishing for it? I only just understood the meaning behind your WeChat avatar. Li Ji blinked her clear eyes at him. Luo Yanjing cast a sidelong glance. What is it? The bright moon startles the magpie from the branch. Li Ji's gaze was innocent yet teasing, her eyes gently dropping to see his fingers tightening on the steering wheel. Luo Yanjing turned his face away to present the self-driving ticket. After the staff scanned it, he pressed down on the accelerator, driving onto the road leading to the aerial prairie line. Yet, Li Ji continued to watch him leisurely. Luo Yanjing, she said, tilting her head playfully with the sweetest expression. She uttered the words that would send hearts racing. It seems you harbor a secret infatuation for me. Chapter 81. Do not harbor a secret crush on me. Instead, try openly pursuing me. In that fleeting moment, the very core of Lu Yanjing's heart was suddenly ignited like a raging fire sweeping across a desolate wasteland. It transformed his previously restrained heart into a searing blaze. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, as the deeply buried obsession within him began to erode the boundaries he had steadfastly maintained, until his mind was entirely filled with the intoxicating fragrance of lychee and rose. Lu Yanjing eased the speed of the car and slightly turned his gaze to meet Li Ji's clear, captivating eyes that were fixed on him. His throat involuntarily moved. He feigned nonchalance and murmured softly, "Only just realized?" Li Ji suddenly fell into a daze. She lifted her lashes to gaze at Lu Yanjing, intending merely to probe casually, as everything had been mere conjecture on her part. To her surprise, Lu Yanjing actually acknowledged it. His admission left Li Ji momentarily breathless, her ears slightly flushed. Lu Yanjing lazily lifted his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Li Ji. "Does Miss Ji grant me a chance?" "No." Li Ji's tone was crisp and decisive. Her firm rejection doused a bucket of cold water on Lu Yanjing's kindled heart. His heartbeat faltered, the knuckles gripping the steering wheel gradually turned pale. He swallowed hard, his fingertips grazing the leather steering wheel, concealing the lingering heat behind lowered lashes, his voice turning hoarse. "I was just joking with you, Lu Xiaoqiao." Li Ji interrupted him. A fiery sensation flared in his throat as Lu Yanjing frowned, regretting his impulsiveness, yet, when he stole a glance at her, he found Li Ji smiling brightly, her hand elegantly cradling her face as she regarded him. "What are you playing at with that face of yours?" Lu Yanjing's suppressed gaze instantly softened. He nearly slammed on the brakes, causing Qi Jiashu, who was trailing them, to hurriedly step on the brakes, nearly colliding with the steering wheel. He cursed angrily, "Damn you, Lu Xiaoqiao." Yet, in the car ahead, Li Ji looked at Lu Yanjing with a playful smile, her lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "Try openly pursuing me." Lu Yanjing's mind erupted in a cacophony. The feelings he had attempted to conceal surged forth once more, sprouting like mushrooms after rain. He turned to look at Li Ji and, in that fleeting moment, felt that her earlier declaration of affection might not be entirely a mere task. She had said it without any intention of dissuading him. The corners of Lu Yanjing's lips curled upwards anew, the weight that had burdened his eyes and brow lifted, vibrant and exuberant. She had urged him to take his feelings seriously. She had challenged him to openly pursue her. Li Ji tilted her head, observing Lu Yanjing as he restarted the car. She noted the high arch of his smile, the proud brilliance in his eyes, and the defiant tilt of his chin. He appeared arrogant yet childishly innocent, akin to a kindergarten child who had just received candy from the teacher. Lu Yanjing lightly tapped the steering wheel, savoring each of Li Ji's words, and with a casual chuckle, declared, "All right, I shall try openly pursuing you." The audience in the livestream erupted into excited shrieks, analyzing President Lu's secret crush on that blogger is epic. Help! It truly is a secret crush narrative, plus, a classic twist of love after marriage. Oh my, I am genuinely in tears. When Gigi said she wouldn't grant a chance, I saw President Lu's expression change. He was so flustered, trying to explain he was joking. The secret admirer is always the humble one, afraid of disturbing the other, thus striving to perform a monologue in silence. I really want to believe the essay that claims President Lu fears revealing his secret affections to Li Ji, hence he is acting brotherly. His greatest fear is that she would distance herself and they couldn't even remain friends. Ah, but now it's turning into a mutual pursuit. The crowd went wild. Meanwhile, in the Jingdu Qiyuan, chaos reigned. Yulancy, striding across the plush carpet in her high heels, exuded an air of arrogance as she paced the living room. Qi Huqing, with his long legs crossed, sat on the sofa, his pale lips pressed together, the buttons of his white shirt fastened to the top. He appeared dignified and aloof, save for a small mole slightly off-center on his nose, hinting at a touch of desire. He focused intently on the contract displayed on his tablet, while Yulancy chattered incessantly, "There has been a disaster. My precious daughter hasn't even been brought back, and that scoundrel from the Lu family has already whisked her away. Originally, Su Sang told me that if I had a daughter, I must arrange a betrothal. I looked at Lu Xiaoqiao, who was just born, and thought it unacceptable. After all, I had firmly declined back then, yet now he has taken the advantage." Yulancy was beside herself with rage. She raised her chin slightly, her fingers, as fair and translucent as jade, pinching her delicate waist. Qi Huqing appeared unperturbed by his wife's tirade. He calmly kept his eyes lowered, his pale fingers gliding over the contract, circling the clauses that needed modification by the legal department. He responded, "What's wrong with Yanjing?" Qi Huqing's gaze flickered slightly, his finger hovering over the tablet screen for 2 seconds before he lazily lifted his eyes, except for being afraid of birds. Yulancy, she took a deep breath, her red lips parting slightly. She had intended to enumerate Lu Yanjing's flaws but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Qi Huqing smirked gently, "You are overthinking it." Yulancy dismissively waved away the topic, her beautiful eyes glinted as her haughty demeanor suddenly focused on Qi Huqing. She kicked off her high heels, padding barefoot on the extraordinarily soft carpet. Suddenly, she knelt on the sofa, her delicate fingers reaching for the tablet in Qi Huqing's hands, before settling herself on his lap. Qi Huqing's breath hitched slightly, as he "Shoo." Yulancy pressed a finger to her lips. She paid no mind to Qi Huqing's disrupted breathing, wrapping her left arm around his head while her right hand began to rummage through his hair. Qi Huqing's usually cold voice bore a rare tremor of warning. "It's broad daylight, what are you up to? Don't move." Yulancy's tone was teasingly coy. She meticulously selected through Qi Huqing's hair, then suddenly and earnestly tugged at a handful. Ouch! Chi Heching gasped sharply, his long, pale fingers tightening around Yu Lance's waist, the one school tips now tinged with a hint of pink. His voice, laced with danger, carried a warning, as he. Don't shout, you're interrupting my hair pulling. Yu Lance's focus was evidently elsewhere. Her actions, however, drew Chi Heching in. She swiftly yanked out several strands of hair before flipping off his lap, meticulously checking for hair follicles. Bebe is going to Xinjiang tonight to retrieve Gigi's samples. Bebe, the nickname for Chi Yu Bai. Yu Lance pinched the hair between her fingers, visibly pleased with her selection. I must choose a few of the finest strands for a paternity test with Gigi. This is crucial. Chi Heching, he rubbed his nose bridge in exasperation, as he, every strand of hair carries the same genetic material. Shut up. Yu Lance shot him a sidelong glance. If you say one more word, I will pull out all your hair. Chi Heching, I am indifferent, Yu Lance continued, meticulously selecting. Regardless, among these strands of hair, there must be at least one that reveals a lineage probability exceeding 99. 99. If not, I suggest you refrain from merely attending meetings every day. You would be better off holding a conference with the hair itself, allowing it to reflect upon its existence. Chi Heching. Chapter 82. Fingers curling, ears tingling, Chi Heching engaged in profound introspection, his thoughts intertwining with his flowing hair. Lig, in a radiant mood, rolled down the car window, tilting her face to embrace the wind and inhale the fresh air of the grasslands. The scenery of Naladi was breathtakingly beautiful. Driving through the picturesque wilderness akin to an oil painting, she beheld the undulating hills, meandering streams, and verdant meadows. It felt as though she had stepped into a realm reminiscent of The Wizard of Oz, or perhaps a vividly colored Monet garden. As they explored, stopping intermittently to admire the views, whenever Li Ji encountered a landscape that captivated her, she would request Lu Yanjing to halt the vehicle, gracefully alighting in her vibrant yellow dress to immerse herself in the scenery. Lu Yanjing, leaning against the car, languidly bent one long leg, his black leather shoe casually tapping the ground, with hands tucked into his pockets and chin slightly raised. A smile danced on his lips as he gazed at Li Ji in the distance. The glaring sun cast a hazy halo around him. Within that halo, Li Ji was always glancing back at another person. In the height of summer, in the interwoven shadows of the corridor, students reveled in laughter and play during their breaks outside the classroom. Li Ji bounded back from the office, clutching a stack of papers, deftly weaving through the playful crowd. Excuse me, all you handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, make way, please. Her popularity in school was undeniable. Upon seeing her return from the office, someone teased, has the campus bell gone to check the rankings for young Master Fu again? Li Ji smiled sweetly. As she navigated through her classmates' makeshift path, she rushed back to the classroom. Fu Yanze, I went to check the grades with the homeroom teacher. Just as Lu Yanjing stepped through the threshold of the classroom, he saw Li Ji seated at the desk in front of Fu Yanze, turning to cup her face with her hands, exclaiming, You're amazing. Second in the grade, you scored 145 in math. Fu Yanze was engrossed in a book on management. The young man sat upright, his crisp white school uniform lending him an air of cool sophistication. He lowered his eyelashes, a few strands of hair falling over his forehead, his long fingers poised to turn the page. Yet upon hearing Li Ji's words, he lifted his gaze. His face, as bright as a clear moon, slightly furrowed, as if he were displeased with his exam results, his voice dropping an octave. Who was first? Lu Yanjing, Li Ji replied, tapping her cheek with her fingertip. Unbeknownst to her, the boy she spoke of was sauntering past her from behind, casually rolling up the sleeves of his uniform and holding a bottle of orange soda, exuding an air of arrogance. Li Ji reassured Fu Yanze, he can score full marks in math without paying attention in class. He is extraordinarily talented, achieving second place is already fantastic. Don't compare yourself to him. Or perhaps it was on the basketball court, where the sound of the ball colliding with the ground intertwined with the fervent footsteps and cheers. Young men clad in red and blue jerseys engaged in a fierce contest. Fu Yanxia, with her back to the court, stood on tiptoe, peering towards the supermarket. Gigi, hurry up, little Li Ji. Li Ji dashed over, clutching several bottles of water. Fu Yanxia quickly vacated her spot for her. Why did you take so long? The first quarter is almost over. There were so many people at the supermarket, Li Ji pouted playfully, I had to wait in line longer. Look at the game. Fu Yanxia pointed towards the court. You missed Fu Yanze's two-pointer. Li Ji swiftly turned her gaze to the court, just in time to see Lu Yanjing leaping for the ball, a red sweatband adorning his forehead. As he soared, the hem of his shirt lifted slightly, revealing a fleeting glimpse of his toned abdomen. With a precise flick of his wrist, he scored a three-pointer, eliciting shrieks of excitement from the female spectators. Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a smirk as he cast his gaze towards the audience, indeed spotting Li Ji waving at him, but she quickly shifted her attention, raising her bottle of water and shouting, Fu Yanze, go for it. Such moments were abundant. His dazzling pride could never overshadow the innocent bond of childhood friends or the fate sealed by promises of engagement made in jest. He always witnessed Li Ji smiling at someone else. Shaking the New Year's gala tickets in her hands, she called out, Fu Yanze, come watch me dance ballet tonight. Presenting him with a bouquet of flowers she had gathered from outside, she exclaimed, Fu Yanze, I just noticed the roses have bloomed again. Sharing her joy, she announced, Fu Yanze, I just found out I passed the entrance exam for the Central Academy of Drama. She would also whine in a cute manner, Fu Yanze, I twisted my ankle while jogging, it hurt so much, yet he remained an ever-silent observer. He sought alternative means to procure a ticket for the New Year's gala to watch her ballet. He passed by the blooming roses, reminded of her radiant smile when presenting flowers to others. He discreetly inquired about the universities closest to the Central Academy of Drama, slipping Yunnan Baiyao into her desk when no one was watching. And now, the roles had reversed. As Fu Yanze drove Jiang Jiao past a sea of flowers, he spotted that bright yellow figure, her smile radiant as a blossom. Li Ji bent down to pluck a dandelion, bounding lightly to Lu Yinjing's side, twirling the flower stem playfully, and teasingly asked, Lu Yinjing, do you think I can blow all the little umbrellas off in one breath? Lu Yinjing, with an air of nonchalance, curled his lips in amusement. Leaning against the car, he regarded Li Ji with a glimmer of indulgence in his eyes. Shall I make a guess? Li Ji extended her pinky. Let's make a bet. I guess. Lu Yinjing stretched the words out. Just as Li Ji awaited his answer, he suddenly leaned in closer, whispering, you can't. As his words fell, he unexpectedly blew the dandelion away. The dispersing seeds instantly blurred Li Ji's vision, prompting her to close her eyes, feeling the soft touch scatter across her cheeks, even landing on her eyelashes. Lu Yinjing. Li Ji huffed, stomping her foot. She brushed the seeds off her lashes and charged at him, exclaiming, Lu Yinjing, you're dead. The two began to chase each other through the field of flowers, Li Ji's hair flowing freely, a few dandelion seeds adorning her tresses. It was not until she nearly stumbled over a pebble that Lu Yinjing swiftly moved to her side, his strong hand gripping her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Be careful, his voice suddenly tightened. Lu Yinjing's fingers instinctively curled slightly as he lowered his gaze to her ankle. Is your foot all right? However, Li Ji offered no reply. Instead, she nestled against him, resting her chin on his shoulder due to his bent posture. As she turned her head, her lips brushed against his ear, softly calling his name, Lu Yinjing. A shiver coursed through Lu Yinjing's body at the sensation. He instinctively recoiled from her lips, lowering his gaze to meet Li Ji's eyes, only to see her suddenly produce a dandelion she had inconspicuously gathered. Without warning, she blew it towards his face. Chapter 83, Don't even think about stealing a kiss while you're at it. Fu Yanzi gripped the steering wheel tightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was oddly familiar, yet the roles had shifted. Once, Li Ji had smiled radiantly before him, vibrant and lively, sharing everything. Her eyes had been filled with him, while Lu Yinjing was meant to stand behind her, but now, the passenger seat was occupied by another. The girl who once only had eyes for him was now nestled in another man's embrace, blowing dandelions and smiling at him. Lu Yinjing sighed deeply, closing his eyes. The fluffy dandelion seed settled on his thick, dark eyelashes, lending a touch of childlike innocence to his otherwise rebellious visage. The live stream was filled with screams. Help, what an incredibly sweet scene. This adorable couple is just too delightful. Ha ha ha, the moment President Lu blew dandelions for Gigi, I knew retribution was coming. Why do little couples always make the girl fall? Can't you see? Ha ha, how could anyone fall on this flat lawn? Clearly, it was Gigi's doing. Oh dear, accidentally falling into her husband's arms. And then taking the opportunity to retaliate. Ha ha ha. The audience was thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, Fu Yanzi drove away, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, watching the figures of the two until Li Ji vanished from his sight. Li Ji helped Lu Yinjing clear the dandelions, her fingertips brushing against his eyelashes, gliding over his lips, and lightly caressing his cheek. Lu Yinjing's Adam's apple bobbed beneath his delicately lowered lashes, his dark pupils shimmered with a palpable desire. Li Ji's gaze peeked over his shoulder. Lu Yinjing. I'm here. Look, there's a little lamb. Li Ji's eyes sparkled as she pointed behind him. Lu Yinjing turned in the direction of her finger and spotted two little lambs grazing alongside their mother. Holding a lamb was a quintessential part of the experience in Nalati. The newborn lambs, soft and fluffy, nestled in Li Ji's arms, displaying a curious demeanor as they looked around. One little lamb even nuzzled against Li Ji's cheek, gently bumping into her twice. Lu Yinjing's tone was cool yet playful. Tisk. He lowered his eyelids, observing the seemingly innocent lamb, and softly scoffed, in this day and age, even a lamb dares to take advantage of my wife. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. President Lu is jealous. President Lu secretly wants to kiss but doesn't dare. Before he spoke, I thought this scene was as warm and beautiful as a family of three. But once he opened his mouth, he was merely a rival. The audience in the live stream was in stitches. However, Li Ji holding the lamb triggered a task. The shepherdess handed them a treasure chest containing a task card from the Sweet Traveler program. She blinked her eyelashes. A paper catching challenge. Please ask the local shepherd to release a piece of paper from above. If both guests catch it with their mouths within 3 attempts, the challenge is deemed successful. Reward 1 hour of horseback riding. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Paper catching game. The classic couples minigame is finally here. Wow. Catching paper with your mouth, isn't that just like kissing? It's just a thin piece. If they miss, they might end up kissing anyway. Why catch paper? Just kiss already, I want to see them kiss. The audience was eager for the spectacle. The shepherdess was ready with the paper, sporting a knowing smile. The live stream was flooded with comments like, this sister is living for me. Li Ji tilted her head adorably, her clear, bright eyes blinking gently. Lu Yinjing, are you going to ride? Coming from a prominent family, she had inevitably been exposed to equestrianism from a young age. Although Qiao Moya wasn't particularly close to her, she had never been deprived of what she deserved. However, she had only practiced at the riding school and had never experienced the thrill of galloping across the grasslands. Lu Yinjing gazed at her lazily, his eyes sweeping over her. Sunlight fell upon Li Ji's brows and eyes, illuminating her already clear and translucent gaze, making it glisten. There was anticipation in her eyes. Thus, Lu Yinjing lazily quirked the corners of his mouth, his eyes and brows exuding a carefree exuberance. Ride. 3 attempts, right? Li Ji turned her gaze. The shepherdess was already prepared with the candy. That's right. During the process, you can only use your mouths to catch the paper. If either party fails to catch it with their mouths, the task is not considered successful. The audience's anticipation grew. They cared little about whether the task would succeed, they were simply hoping for a chance encounter, a kiss. Lu Yinjing and Li Ji stood facing each other, the shepherdess held the paper nearby, ready to assist them in completing the game. Li Ji, with a proud and bright demeanor, lifted her face to Lu Yinjing. Don't even think about stealing a kiss. Lu Yinjing chuckled lightly, raising his eyelids, his lips curved in a lazy smile as he leaned in closer. What if we accidentally kiss? It seems Miss Ji would bear half the responsibility. Li Ji gently bit her lip, her ears slightly flushed, but this time, while preparing for the mini-game, her gaze met Lu Yinjing's, and she didn't retreat or feel embarrassed like before. Instead, her eyelashes fluttered, shimmering with a glimmer of expectation and a light smile. Her heart raced, like a fawn lost in her chest, yet this time, instead of the usual apprehension of kissing him, it tugged at a thread of anticipation. The air was thick with unspoken tension, their eyes locked. Lu Yinjing lowered his lashes, returning her gaze. His deep, dark eyes, framed by pronounced brow bones, held a depth of emotion. The camera, ever mindful of the moment, zoomed in. The shepherdess lifted the paper. Are you both ready? Li Ji's heart raced even faster. Lu Yinjing's voice was husky. The audience in the live stream held their breath, filled with expectation and fixated on the screen. Suddenly, the shepherdess released the paper. It swiftly glided between Li Ji and Lu Yinjing's lips, moving like a fleeting shadow. Lu Yinjing bent forward, lowering his head toward Li Ji, who instinctively tilted her face up to catch the paper with her mouth. However, the paper fell too quickly before Li Ji could react. It had already vanished, slipping away from them. Instead, she inhaled the fresh scent of Lu Yinjing's cologne, enveloping her senses. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. The audience watched as Lu Yinjing's eyes darkened with desire, bending down as if to kiss Li Ji. Their lips were tantalizingly close, on the verge of contact. Yet, like opposing magnetic poles, they halted abruptly in midair as Li Ji realized the paper had already fallen, and they couldn't catch it. She gasped, her long, curled lashes trembling. She looked up at Lu Yinjing, feeling that their posture bore an uncanny resemblance to a prelude to a kiss, yet Lu Yinjing didn't assertively lean in, his lips curved, and he glanced at Li Ji's flushed ears, casually chuckling softly. Shall we try again? Lu Yinjing's brows quirked slightly. Li Ji, suppressing her racing heart, took a deep breath and nodded gently. Then, let's try again. They returned to their previous positions. The paper fell once more. Their lips, drawn together like magnets, suddenly halted mid-air again, failing to catch the paper. The air was thick with tension. Lu Yinjing gazed deeply into Li Ji's eyes, the camera capturing the noticeable movement of his Adam's apple. For the third and final attempt, Li Ji lightly licked her lips, still tasting Lu Yinjing's essence lingering in her breath. She straightened her elegant neck, her striking eyes glimmering, and blinked her lashes. How about we get a bit closer? Lu Yinjing's voice was low and husky. Li Ji's breath quivered between her parted lips. Getting closer might make it easier to catch the paper. Lu Yinjing's Adam's apple bobbed. All right. The audience in the livestream was nearly driven mad with anticipation, declaring they could see the desire in Lu Yinjing's gaze. It was unmistakable, devoid of any intention to conceal. Even Li Ji felt her cheeks flush under Lu Yinjing's intense stare, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, leaving her feeling giddy. They slowly leaned toward each other, their shoes barely touching, as if their intention was to kiss. The shepherdess lifted the paper once more, allowing it to fall freely between their approaching lips. The camera zoomed in swiftly. Suddenly, Lu Yinjing lowered his head toward Li Ji's lips. Li Ji also lifted her face as if to kiss him. The paper fell rapidly. It brushed against Li Ji's lips, and this time, perhaps because they were so close, she felt a gentle pressure against her lips, through the thin paper. Lu Yinjing's soft, warm lips, accompanied by his heated breath, caught her off guard as he kissed her. Chapter 84. A clear sensation of his lips. Li Ji's heartbeat seemed to momentarily halt. The paper was delicate, gradually dampened by the warm breaths exchanged between their lips, and though it was not a kiss in the truest sense, she could distinctly perceive the shape of Lu Yinjing's lips. She could even sense the warmth emanating from them. Her heart raced rapidly, pounding as if it were about to leap from her chest. Li Ji trembled as she lifted her gaze. She caught sight of Lu Yinjing, his eyelashes lowered as he gazed intently at her, his eyes burning with an intensity akin to wildfire, igniting the shared glance between them with searing heat. The audience in the livestream went wild. They kissed. Help, I don't care, I'll pretend that piece of paper doesn't exist. Jing Jiuyi has indeed kissed. This damn paper better behave. Oh my goodness. President Lu's gaze is filled with such desire, it's as if he has written "I want to kiss my wife" on his face. Is he trying to play with the paper? He wants to kiss his wife. Lu Yinjing, there's no need to use this game as an excuse. If you want to kiss, just do it already. Lu Yinjing's heart was ablaze as well. He locked eyes with the beloved girl, his heart pounding fiercely, as if it were a dam long held back, now threatening to burst forth, until that piece of paper was finally lifted from between their lips. Li Ji's ears remained flushed with a rosy hue. The warmth of Lu Yinjing's lips invaded her reason, making her recall that breathless night. Unable to resist, she lightly licked her lips and, glancing shyly at Lu Yinjing, whispered, "We succeeded." A slight smile graced the corners of Lu Yinjing's lips. He raised his hand, gently brushing his fingertip across his own lips, shimmering with a hint of desire. Li Ji felt utterly teased by his little gesture. This dog of a man. How brazen, even touching his lips, just as if he were still reveling in the pleasure of the moment. Li Ji's heart screamed, the proud little swan within her flapping its wings in excitement. Yet on the surface, she projected an air of utmost composure. She playfully lifted her chin. Shall we go? This must count as completing our mission, right? Li Ji turned her gaze back towards the shepherdess. The shepherdess beamed with an ant-like smile, nodding in affirmation. Of course it counts, just continue along this road until you reach the nomad's home, where you will present this task card to the local shepherds, and you can enjoy an hour of horseback riding. Naturally, there are many other attractions along the way. At Tianmu Terrace, you can even take a helicopter ride. This card has no expiration date, so you may plan your time freely. She drew a heart on the task card, inscribing Jing Ji Yu Yi, and handed over the card, which was essentially a two-person horse riding experience voucher, into Li Ji's hands. With a graceful turn, Li Ji glanced back at Lu Yanjing, her vibrant skirt sweeping gently through the sea of flowers. Let us set off. Lu Yanjing once more lightly traced his tongue over his lips. His already crimson lips, now glistening with moisture, appeared even more alluring, igniting a sense of temptation. The two returned to their rugged vehicle and continued their journey. They stopped intermittently along the way, eventually arriving at the nomad's home, unaware of the time spent in playful exploration. On the way, Li Ji observed numerous shepherds amidst the vast and flat grasslands, where the wind caressed the blades of grass, and cattle, sheep, and horses grazed freely nearby. Fields of flowers and babbling brooks danced in the breeze, while the distant emerald hills undulated in a serene embrace. Li Ji presented the task card to the shepherd, leading two horses away. Lu Yanjing required no preparation. With a graceful leap, he mounted his horse, his long legs effortlessly swinging over the saddle. The reins wrapped around his well-defined fingers, the veins on the back of his hand prominent as he gripped them firmly, the muscles of his forearms subtly bulging. The live stream was inundated with comments. Absolutely stunning. President Lu is too handsome. Every time I see his veins, it drives me wild. Wow, a suit-clad heartthrob. Ah, who rides a horse in a black shirt, suit pants, and leather shoes? It is both elegant and enticing. Questioning Li Ji, envying Li Ji, wishing to be Li Ji. I am utterly shipping Jing Ji Yu Yi. The audience was fervently enamored. Meanwhile, dressed in a skirt, Li Ji retrieved a pair of leggings from her suitcase, seeking refuge in the shepherd's small cabin to change, ensuring she wouldn't accidentally expose herself or suffer chafing from prolonged riding. The cabin was a little distance away. The shepherdess kindly assisted Li Ji onto her horse, holding down her skirt as they rode together to save time. Lu Yanjing circled around with the reins in hand, his posture regal, shoulders broad and waist narrow, his gaze like melted silk, fixated on the direction Li Ji and the shepherdess had departed. Moments later, Li Ji finally returned, now dressed in leggings. Hearing the crisp sound of hooves galloping across the grassland, Lu Yanjing slightly lifted his chin to gaze into the distance. He beheld Chapter 85 amidst the vast expanse of the prairie, adorned in a flowing yellow dress. Li Ji rode a magnificent white steed, the whip in hand as she galloped forth. The wind tousled the mane on the horse's neck, sending it swaying in harmony with her vibrant skirt. The hooves struck the green grass, echoing her crisp command. Giddy up, as she sped from the quaint cabin towards the banquet hosted by Lu Yanjing. The interplay of light and shadow sliced through this picturesque scene. Sunlight chased after Li Ji's radiant visage, breaking through the clouds that lingered behind, gradually dispersing its brilliance toward her destination, where Lu Yanjing awaited. Lu Yanjing, gripping the reins, stood tall in his tailored trousers, his long legs slightly pressed against the horse's belly, his exuberant smile poised to welcome Li Ji. The viewers in the livestream were momentarily spellbound. Help! What a breathtaking sight! The clouds and sunlight are simply the best actors. It feels like Lu Yanjing has been harboring a secret crush for years, only to finally witness the moon emerge from behind the clouds. Look at that smile. It's worth a fortune. Folks, a thought just crossed my mind. A rider gallops through the dust, and the beautiful lady laughs, yet no one knows it is Li Ji who arrives. Ah, Lu Fei. You should take your rightful place. Unbeknownst to Li Ji, Lu Yanjing had already been dubbed Lu Fei by netizens. She tightened the reins, bringing her horse to a halt. Earlier, while changing into leggings, she had casually styled her hair into a fluffy bun, enhancing her youthful charm. With a gentle flutter of her eyelashes, she asked, "Shall we go?" Lu Yanjing's horse was larger than Li Ji's, and he sat regally atop it, accentuating their height difference. Yet, he guided his steed toward her, bending slightly to meet her gaze, his rebellious brows arching ever so slightly as he inquired, "Elopement?" The glimmer in Li Ji's beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound boldness. This time, she cast aside any concerns of propriety or potential breach of contract. She was acutely aware that with Lu Yanjing by her side, the sky could never fall with us. She proudly lifted her chin and replied, "Why not?" As the horse's hooves occasionally stirred, lifting Li Ji closer to Lu Yanjing's lips, the moment was fleeting and limited in height. It made Lu Yanjing's breath hitch for a split second, his heart racing as he savored the fragrant aroma of lychee and roses, only to have her descend again with the horse's movement. "Where to?" Li Ji gazed at him intently. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed as he leaned closer. "If we've eloped, how could we possibly inform them? Jitang, the production team, the audience, ha ha ha. What an audacious scheme. You two might as well tattoo elopement on your faces. Only Lu can audaciously rebel against the production team during a live broadcast. Ah, I can't. I want to witness a sweet romance. Everyone, stop laughing, stay alert. If they elope, there won't be any footage left for us to see." Oh my. The audience finally grasped the situation, but it seemed too late. The photographer hadn't even had the chance to hoist the equipment onto his horse when he witnessed Lu Yanjing and Li Ji exchanging a knowing glance. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ji's delicate fingers grasped the reins. She lightly kicked the horse's belly. Giddy up. That vibrant yellow figure then surged forth into the wind of the Nalati prairie, radiant and fierce. Lu Yanjing, with a languid smile, lifted the corners of his lips. He tilted his chin, a hint of laughter shimmering in his deep-set eyes. With a casual glance at Li Ji, he turned his haughty gaze toward the production team. "If we don't return in an hour, charge the excess horse rental fees to my account." The herdsman. He immediately extended a hand. That won't do, sir, the production team stipulated the rental for only 1 hour. However, Lu Yanjing paid him no mind. With a playful smirk, he released his grip on the reins. Giddy up, the photographer quickly raised his head, and in the blink of an eye, the two figures were riding side by side, vanishing from view. The photographer, the production team, Ji Tang, having heard the two conspiring loudly, watched in disbelief as they darted out of the surveillance camera's reach. She slammed her palm down. Send the photographer after them. The assistant director choked back a response. The photographer can't ride a horse. Ji Tang buried her face in her hands, then let the herdsman ride and carry the photographer to chase after them. The photographer's voice crackled through the intercom. Forget it, Director Ji. I couldn't catch up with the motorcycle last time. Let's not waste our time. Is my life not valuable? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. The plight of the workers. Camera guy, whoever falls in love during this shift, let them take their chances. I might not have a set schedule, but the filming of Lu Yanjing and Li Ji will never cease until the end. The earnings are not for the feeble, but for funeral expenses. Just putting on a brave face, ha. The audience in the live stream reveled in the chaos, their laughter unabated. Yet, amidst the amusement, the sight of the enchanting couple remained elusive, and the prospect of witnessing their romance seemed a distant hope. Qi Jiashu continued his relentless pursuit. He had been trying to tail Lu Yanjing and Li Ji, but a series of inexplicable incidents constantly hindered his progress, such as a flock of sheep blocking his path, getting lost, being interrupted by random tasks, and even suffering a flat tire. He had long since lost track of where those two had gone. Sang Ying was left speechless, leaning lazily against her vehicle with sunglasses perched atop her nose. She remarked, Qi Jiashu, can you refrain from claiming you know me when you go out in the future? Qi Jiashu squatted on the ground, looking up at her. Half wearing sunglasses, with the frame resting on his nose, he glanced at Sang Ying while changing the tire. This tire blew on its own. How can it possibly be my fault? Sang Ying silently narrowed her eyes at him. Even though she hadn't removed her sunglasses, her expression remained inscrutable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Jiashu sighed and raised his hand to signal an okay. He lightly tapped his back teeth with his tongue. Fine, if my wife says it's my fault, then it's my fault. Ex-girlfriend, Sang Ying replied, crossing her arms nonchalantly and turning her gaze toward the scenery. Qi Jiashu, understood, dear wife. The audience in the livestream continued to chuckle at their exchange. When Qi Jiashu finally arrived at the nomadic family's dwelling, he found the crew sitting there, munching on roasted lamb skewers, utterly perplexed as he ran a hand through his hair. Where are Li Ji and Lu Yanjing? Oh, replied the photographer responsible for filming the couple, calmly sipping on salty milk tea. They eloped. Qi Jiashu. Where did they elope to? Unknown, the photographer replied nonchalantly, but Lu has already whisked Li Ji away on horseback, and there's no catching up now, so let's call it a day. Qi Jiashu, Sang Ying raised her hand to her forehead, then waved it dismissively. You might as well refrain from claiming you know me in the future. To think they could be lost like this. Qi Jiashu, damn that Lu Xiaoxiao, it must be your cursed words that have led me to this. Chapter 86. Only thought about it in dreams. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing and Li Ji had already ridden far away, avoiding the crowd and escaping the clamor. Beyond the tranquility, the majestic snow-capped peaks gradually came into view. Cattle and sheep gazed at the babbling brook. Beneath the azure canopy lay an expanse of boundless romance. Two spirited steeds galloped with abandon. The brilliant yellow skirts embraced the breeze of this natural oxygen bar, while the knights flanked them protectively. Lu Yanjing held the reins with a nonchalant flair, guiding his horse alongside Li Ji. He lazily tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he met Li Ji's proud, unyielding gaze. The two seemed to be companions, yet there lingered an air of competitive tension between them. With an unspoken agreement, they both averted their eyes, raising their gaze toward the distant sea of flowers, simultaneously cracking their whips. Giddy up. Thus, the two magnificent horses thundered forward with renewed vigor toward the floral paradise. Li Ji relished the ride. In the past, during her time in Yicheng, she had never encountered a rival of equal caliber. Those socialites either merely dabbled in superficial horsemanship or simply could not compete with her. The gentleman, too, often conceded to curry favor, but Lu Yanjing was different. He seemed to understand that she thrived on this sense of rivalry and the thrill of uncertainty until the very last moment. Ultimately, the two horses galloped across the prairie, rearing up their front hooves as they approached the blooming expanse. However, as Lu Yanjing tightened the reins earlier, Li Ji sensed his deliberate intent. She turned her head. Lu Yanjing. There was a hint of playful reproach in her tone. You let me win on purpose. Lu Yanjing chuckled languidly, his relaxed demeanor evident as he tilted his head to glance at her. I merely ensure that Miss Ji enjoys herself during the race, but in the end, my wife will always come first. Li Ji shot him a sidelong glance. Smooth talker. Yet, despite her feigned disdain, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, as if she were quite pleased with Lu Yanjing's words. As she lifted her face to the sunshine, the brilliance and romance of the scenery reflected in her clear, beautiful eyes. Having savored the exhilaration of galloping across the prairie, Li Ji dismounted and joined Lu Yanjing to lead the horses aside and secure them. Then, she lay back into the sea of flowers, close to the secret realm of the Snow Lotus Valley. The air above the flower-filled prairie was misty, teasing the distant snow-capped mountains. In the foreground swayed the little yellow flowers, and nestled within the floral sea was her delicate figure. Li Ji closed her eyes, basking in the sunlight, her flowing hair and skirt spread amidst the blossoms, her long, curled eyelashes resembling fluttering butterflies. After checking the reins, Lu Yanjing approached. Seeing Li Ji peacefully resting in the flower sea with her eyes closed, he smiled softly. He bent down, propping himself up with one hand on the ground beside her. Tired? Not at all, Li Ji replied, opening her eyes and glancing at him. Lu Yinjing sat languidly beside her, his long legs stretched out, one bent leg straightening the hem of his trousers, revealing a segment of black formal socks that encased his alluringly contoured ankles. His wrist rested casually on his knee, and as his long fingers dangled, the veins on the back of his hand were strikingly pronounced. Lig blinked her eyes. The air is so fresh, the floral scent so delightful. This is clearly the essence of enjoying life. Lu Yinjing raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Li Ji before adopting a leisurely tone. Is that so? Then I shall indulge as well. Li Ji momentarily found herself at a loss. She turned her head back, lifting her face to the sky, closing her eyes, and stretching her arms as if to embrace a moment of repose, but at that moment, she faintly heard rustling nearby. Amidst the sweet floral fragrance, a hint of Lu Yinjing's fresh yet slightly assertive cologne suddenly intruded upon her senses. Lig's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and turned to find Lu Yinjing, who had previously been seated beside her, now reclining beside her, his well-defined fingers interlaced behind his head, lying down casually next to her. In that instant, the surrounding flowers seemed to sway in unison. Lig held her breath, her heart racing at the proximity of their bodies evoked an inexplicable tension within her. Meanwhile, Lu Yinjing wore a relaxed smile, casting a sidelong glance at Li Ji. She instinctively turned her gaze toward him, but that single glance ensnared her in the fiery intensity of his gaze. Their eyes collided in the air, breaths intermingling, the sweet scent of lychee and roses mingled with the floral sea and Lu Yinjing's crisp fragrance. Li Ji bit her lip, her gaze flickering away, yet she feigned calmness. What do you think? Lying in the flower sea gives one a sense of blissful communion with nature, doesn't it? Lu Yinjing's gaze remained fervent. It was uncertain whether he relished the floral paradise beneath the snow-capped mountains or the presence of her beside him. Indeed, he chuckled lazily, slightly retracting his gaze and tilting his chin upward to gaze at the distant snow peaks. Only thought about it in dreams. Li Ji's cheeks flushed suddenly. Dreams, help, she had merely spoken of enjoying a moment of tranquility in nature. What on earth was Lu Yinjing implying? Li Ji gently bit her lip, turning her face away to avoid his penetrating gaze. But at that moment, the flower sea beside them surged once more. Li's heart tightened, sensing the refreshing yet alluring scent once again abruptly invade her senses. She quickly turned her head back, only to see Lu Yinjing, who had been lying beside her, now propped up on one hand, almost half leaning over her in an assertive manner, his body angled toward hers. Li Ji's face turned crimson. Just as she intended to retreat, Lu Yinjing suddenly lifted his hand to grasp her chin, his voice low and husky. Don't move. Li Ji's breath caught in her throat. Her body stiffened, a tingling sensation coursing through her scalp. As Lu Yinjing's warm palm made contact with her cheek, it felt as though an electric current surged through her entire being. Li Ji dared not breathe yet. Lu Yinjing's heated breath enveloped her, accompanied by his deep, sultry voice. There's a bug. Li Ji's eyes widened in alarm. What bug? The fright she felt was even more intense than the moment Lu Yinjing had suddenly leaned over her. Where is it? Where is it? You need to get it off me. Li Ji was terrified of all kinds of bugs. The more legs they had, the more frightened she became, but nothing compared to her fear of poisonous spiders. It's nothing, just a little fly. Lu Yinjing's voice was low and husky, yet somehow provided Li Ji with a sense of security. Nevertheless, she was utterly frozen in place. Her body remained rigid, holding her position, unsure of the exact location of the little fly, and she dared not move her head, merely lifting her face to gaze intently at Lu Yinjing. He was extraordinarily close, his nearly flawless, chiseled features, deep-set double eyelids, prominent brow, and when she looked down, there were his lips, richly colored and full of the air around them was charged with tension, breaths mingling. All Li Ji could feel was Chapter 87 inch 8 years ago, I long to cross the boundary with you. Lu Yinjing's fingertips glided across her profile, imbued with his searing warmth, reaching towards the nape of her neck. A tiny insect alighted on Li Ji's hair, resting quietly, oblivious to the impending peril. Then, Lu Yinjing leaned in closer, suddenly reaching out to playfully touzle Li Ji's hair. In that fleeting moment, her heart inexplicably stilled, as if a strand of hair had gently brushed against her cheek, sending ripples of electrifying sensation coursing through her body. The startled insect finally sensed the danger, hastily fluttering its wings and taking flight from Li Ji's hair before Lu Yinjing could exhaust his patience. Li Ji's eyelashes fluttered. Did you chase it away? Lu Yinjing's voice was low and husky. Yet, even after the insect had departed, he remained partially turned, exerting a formidable presence above her. Li Ji lifted her lashes to steal a glance at him, while Lu Yinjing knelt on the grass, his arm braced against the earth, the taut tendons of his muscles subtly apparent. He lowered his gaze, locking eyes with her, creating an inexplicable atmosphere of intimacy, intermingled with the surrounding floral fragrance, weaving a delicate web of enchantment between them. Li Ji's heartstrings tightened. Her attention was wholly ensnared by the depths of Lu Yinjing's gaze, as if drawn by an irresistible magnetic force, becoming ensnared in this vortex, unable to extricate herself. She could hardly regulate her heartbeat. Indeed, due to her proximity to Lu Yinjing's chest, she could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of his heart. Lu Yinjing, Li Ji breathed, her breaths becoming shallow, her lashes trembled. As a good buddy, your current demeanor feels somewhat overstepping. Lu Yinjing's gaze remained fervent and intense. His eyes, half-lidded, revealed a dark depth, gradually enveloped by a thickening haze of unspoken emotions. He steadfastly held his gaze on Li Ji, unwavering, as if time itself had stilled. Until the tension in Lu Yinjing's neck tightened, his Adam's apple bobbing. He slowly raised his slightly heated hand, gently brushing his fingertips along her cheek, but, Li Ji, his gaze delved into her eyes. The fingertip caressing her cheek, along with his taut voice, quivered subtly, even 8 years ago. His breath deepened, his sultry timbre resonating in her ears. I yearn to cross that boundary with you. In that instant, Li Ji's mind went blank. She blinked in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the Lu Yinjing so close before her. The air felt thick, her breathing slightly erratic, as she locked eyes with his scorching, desire-laden dark orbs. Li Ji felt her heart contract painfully. At that moment, an impulsive thought surged within her, matching the cadence of Lu Yinjing's deepening breaths. Li Ji suddenly wrapped her arms around the nape of his neck, her cool, slender fingertips gliding along his sensitive neck, entwining themselves in his hair. Lu Yinjing's back stiffened slightly, caught off guard by her intentions, when suddenly, his lips were gently pressed against the fragrant essence of rose and lychee invaded his world, mingling with Li Ji's breath and the surrounding floral bouquet. Lu Yinjing's essence felt utterly captivated, the taut strings of his mind snapping, as years of suppressed desire and restraint dissolved into mere illusion. His pupils constricted as he lowered his gaze to Li Ji. Meeting her innocent eyes, which had just grazed his lips, Lu Yinjing suddenly transformed. Kneeling, he bent forward, as if in reverence. Lu Yinjing seized Li Ji's delicate wrist, his heated fingertips gliding up her palm, ensnaring each of her slender fingers within his grasp, tightening his hold. With his other hand, he cradled her neck, his thumb pressing against her chin, lifting her face, before leaning in to capture her lips once more. Chapter 88. It doesn't matter, only the snow-capped mountains bear witness. The mountains, adorned with snow, stood majestic. A thin veil of mist curled around the peaks, cloaked in the resplendent golden rays of the sun. Becoming a romantic observer of the scene. Li Ji felt her entire being succumb to a delightful numbness. Her eyes were dazed, unable to focus due to the proximity. As her blurred gaze locked with Lu Yinjing's, his hot fingers slipped into the spaces between her own. The back of her hand was pressed against the ground. From the depths of Lu Yinjing's gaze, she perceived the tumultuous desires and fervent passion swirling within, only to feel the gentle brush of his nose against hers. He pressed his lips against hers, tilting his head slightly, moving his nose from her nose to her cheek, where it lingered, deepening the kiss. Her heart raced uncontrollably, the searing heat of her blood surged from her lips, carrying a thrilling electric current that coursed through her limbs. Li Ji felt a wave of sweet ache in her heart. She had yet to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Yinjing's words from 8 years ago about crossing boundaries, but then, she heard his deep, sultry voice, accompanied by a breath that grew short and heavy, brushing against her ear and burrowing into her heart. Ji. Lu Yinjing's nose drew a fraction away from hers. He released her lips, his dark pupils still shimmering with unquenched desire, resembling a dense fog that was difficult to decipher, making her feel as though she might be drawn in. Open your mouth. Li Ji's heartstrings tightened abruptly. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she raised her gaze to meet Lu Yinjing's burning eyes, no longer concealing their affection. Their gazes intertwined, thick and palpable. Her heart was scorched by Lu Yinjing's intensity, her limbs rendered weak, devoid of any will to resist. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, causing the flowers and grass to sway. Two figures entwined amidst the yellow-green flora, lost in a sea of blossoms unnoticed by anyone else. An overwhelming sense of shame enveloped her. An unreserved crossing of boundaries, the thrill of being outdoors made Li Ji's heart swell, as if it might burst forth from her chest at any moment. Her breath trembled. Lu Yinjing, this seems inappropriate out here. Yet Lu Yinjing merely laughed softly, nudging her nose with his. The lingering laughter, woven with deep breaths, intertwined with her tension and rapid breaths. It doesn't matter, only the snow-capped mountains see. With those words, he gently pressed his fingertip against Li Ji's chin, urging her lips apart, and with a firm yet tender pressure, he captured her lips. Then, with an aggressive fervor, he delved deeper. Li Ji's mind went blank in an instant. She nearly forgot to breathe, enveloped by the icy scent of Lu Yinjing's cologne and the fragrant blooms surrounding them, intertwining and cocooning her. With the heavens as witness, she succumbed to the warmth of their entanglement amidst the fragrant sea of flowers. Li Ji gently closed her eyes, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lu Yinjing's neck, tilting her head up to meet him. After all, it didn't matter, only the snow-capped mountains saw. The audience in the livestream had grown weary of boredom. Fu Yanzi and Zhang Jiao, with their artificial sweetness, had become rather tasteless to the viewers. Lin Rong and Shang Su, in hopes of securing 2 tents for the night, along with hot showers, reluctantly engaged in a game of exchanging sweet nothings. Lin Rong, today I felt a great weight lifted, all because of you. I couldn't help but think of you again and again. Shang Su, I like you. Lin Rong, my body is strong enough to carry rice sacks and gas canisters, but it can't bear the weight of missing you. Shang Su, I like you. Lin Rong, this is the back of my hand, and this is the top of my foot. You are the treasure on my heart's tip. Shang Su, I like you. Lin Rong, Shang Su, can't you say something different? Shang Su, after a long pause, I won't. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches from their antics. Then, they witnessed Qi Jiashu, unabashedly flaunting an open collar, his fair, striking face adorned with sunglasses, lazily sucking on a cigarette, smirking as he sauntered past them. Sang Ying felt as though misfortune had befallen him today. She had no desire to stand beside him, deliberately maintaining a considerable distance. Sure enough, Qi Jiashu passed by a cement truck. The vehicle, which had been parked, inexplicably roared to life at that moment. The cement it carried erupted suddenly, splattering Qi Jiashu, who had been laughing, from head to toe. Qi Jiashu, he promptly removed the cigarette from his mouth, adjusting his sunglasses downwards, staring at the splattered mud on him, gritting his teeth as he managed to utter, damn it. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to the Chirwan pairing and the Linshang pairing for providing the laughs during this segment. Lin and Shang are truly battered. Lin Rong and Shang Su have repeatedly suffered at the hands of the production team. Not to mention Shang Su also has to endure Lin Rong's torment. Don't be like that. Rong Bao has shown remarkable restraint today by not hitting Shangshan, which is quite commendable. Doghead. I thought the show would be dull without Jing Jiuyi, but it turned out to be quite amusing. But when will Jing Jiuyi return? What on earth are they up to? Ji Tang expressed her exasperation as well. She noted that over an hour had passed, yet a certain rebellious senior had taken his wife, Lu, away without a trace, and they had yet to return. In exasperation, the production team could only cover the extra rental fees for the horses until Lu Yanjing returned to settle the account. Chapter 89 Luo Yanjing declared, Li Ji, I am fond of you. The sunlight cascaded upon the snow-capped mountains, painting them in a golden hue. Li was uncertain how long Luo Yanjing had kissed her. All she knew was that her lips and heart were both tingling. His lips held a profound possessiveness, and his breath grew heavy, his gaze murky-eyed. In the fleeting moments between breaths, she could sense the rise and fall of his chest, as well as the disarray of his breathing. Her heart pounded heavily and rapidly each time he released her. His lips slightly parted, and after catching his breath, he would adjust his angle and press down once more, making Li Ji feel as though she were sinking into a quagmire. Entrapped, she found it impossible to escape. Her mind felt blank, enveloped in a haze, with only a sensation of euphoria coursing through her heart. Gradually, she began to realize that her desires for Luo Yanjing seemed to deepen. When he finally released her lips, creating a slight distance, he opened his eyes, still dark and unfathomable, and continued to gaze intently at her. Lig, Luo Yanjing's voice was husky. His lips, already deep in hue, shimmered with an alluring, watery sheen. I like you. Lig's breath trembled. Luo Yanjing still held her fingers tightly, the veins on the back of her hand pulsating. I like you. It was as if he were determined to express the words he had harbored in his heart for 8 long years on this date. I am envious of Fu Yanzi. Luo Yanjing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Within his pitch-black eyes surged the inherent competitiveness of a man. I know I can do better than him. I know I like you more than he does. Lig's heart felt dampened with emotion. It was then that she comprehended the magnitude of her own missed opportunities, and all that Luo Yanjing had done for her resonated with the deep-seated affection he had concealed for 8 years. The fluttering of her heart could no longer be contained. Lig raised her gaze, willingly falling into the depths of Luo Yanjing's affectionate eyes beneath his prominent brow. She leaned in and gently pressed her lips against his. I like you too, Li Ji whispered softly, her voice thick and sticky with closeness. Luo Yanjing, I have never liked anyone else. I have only ever liked you. Their lips met anew, even more fervently entwined than before. The audience in the live broadcast remained oblivious to the profundity of what they had missed, yet it was precisely this secluded paradise that ignited an unquenchable fire within their hearts. The horses, growing restless, began to graze. As the sun dipped lower, casting golden light upon the mountains, a vast expanse of flowers swayed in the wind, with only the spot where the two of them lay pressed down, unnoticed by the horses. Only the snow-capped mountains bore witness to their unrestrained passion, as if there were no boundaries to their fervor. Yet, Luo Yanjing ultimately did not pursue anything further. He merely continued to kiss Li Ji, as though he were intent on making up for the 8 years lost. Eventually, the wind picked up, bringing a chill. Li lay nestled in Luo Yanjing's embrace, her skirts splayed around her, his arm wrapped tightly around her, his chest still radiating warmth, with a heart that had yet to calm its erratic beating. She tilted her face up to look at Luo Yanjing, who was gazing down at her. Isn't our elopement a bit excessive? It had already taken quite some time to ride here. They had lingered in this moment for what felt like an eternity. Lig had almost lost all sense of time, only realizing it was getting late by the beauty of the golden mountains. Luo Yanjing chuckled, his throat rumbling. Indeed. Lig tilted her head, leaning against his chest. Then when we return, if Director Ji scolds me, you must protect me. Very well, Luo Yanjing replied nonchalantly. His elongated eyes narrowed as he observed Li Ji's lips, which were more crimson than before, despite losing her lipstick. He then caressed her lips with his fingertip, his voice sultry. Just say I have been clinging to Mrs. Luo. Lig haughtily huffed. That is precisely the case. Shall we head back? Luo Yanjing absent-mindedly twirled a strand of her hair that lay scattered on the grass. He felt a tinge of reluctance, yet this desolate place was devoid of people, and lingering too long would make it difficult to find their way back to the nomadic family when night fell. Li Ji responded with a soft hum. We have yet to gather resources for accommodation and dinner tonight. If we don't return soon to search for treasure chests to complete our tasks, we might very well end up sleeping under the stars. Luo Yanjing smirked, his demeanor audacious, as he pressed his palm against her lower back, suddenly sitting up with her. That cannot be allowed. His tone remained brash. I'll see who dares to let my wife sleep in the wilderness. Li Ji's cheeks flushed. Although Luo Yanjing had called her wife before, she had previously perceived it as a mere performance for the camera to solidify their marital status, but this time, it felt genuine, as if she truly were his wife. Let us go. Lig eagerly tugged at Luo Yanjing to stand. We need to hurry back to complete our tasks. Alright. Luo Yanjing's lips curled into a teasing smile. Wife, chapter 90. Ji, what happened to your lips? Luo Yanjing assisted Li Ji in removing the grass that clung to her attire, as well as the petals that had inexplicably settled in her hair. They then mounted their horses and made their way back to the nomadic dwelling. The sun descended leisurely when Luo Yanjing and Li Ji reappeared on screen. The Nalati grassland was still bathed in ample daylight. The other 6 guests had already begun their extravagant meal. Sang Ying, as if rummaging through a disheveled house, scoured the area equipped with cameras and ultimately unearthed a task card pertaining to dinner resources from Ji Tang's tent. She shared the task details with Lin Rong. Mutual understanding challenge. Male and female guests must draw 6 truth cards without viewing the questions, surrendering them to the staff for safekeeping. Then, they will stand on either side of a small bridge, listen to the staff read the truth questions, and simultaneously provide their answers within 5 seconds. If their responses match, they earn a point and step forward. The higher the score, the more lavish the dinner resources. Jiang Jiao, eavesdropping nearby, hurriedly pulled Fu Yanzi to draw truth cards during a lull in Lin Rong and Sang Ying's discussion. Fortunately, the questions were not too difficult. Consequently, she and Fu Yanzi scored 4 points, delighting in the opportunity to savor authentic local salty milk tea. Lin Rong and Shang Su, amidst their bickering, managed to score 3 points. Their responses remained humorous. When asked, "Do you believe that pure friendship exists between men and women?" the resolute Lin Rong nodded emphatically and declared, "Absolutely." To which Shang Su countered with a dissenting reply, "It does not." Lin Rong was momentarily taken aback, turning to him, "Why not?" Shang Su frowned, "Why would it?" Lin Rong retorted, "Do you secretly have feelings for me?" Shang Su nonchalantly clicked his tongue, "Time can change feelings." Lin Rong exclaimed, "Then I must keep my distance from you." She took several steps back, asserting, "It would be best if we didn't play together anymore." The comments section erupted in laughter. "Ah, look at our Lin Rong baby being startled. Oh ho, time can change feelings. Could it be that someone has already changed? Though they both seem like concrete, I can't shake the feeling that a negative can yield a positive. Perhaps one day they'll realize. LOL, Lin Rong is merely a glutton striving for food." When Shang Su was being flirtatious, he was so full of himself. It was utterly hilarious. The duo provided endless amusement. Their differing answers over 3 consecutive questions resulted in slightly lesser dinner resources compared to Ji and Fu, but no one was surprised. Meanwhile, Sang Ying and Qi Jiashu scored 5 points. The only question that deducted points was, "At what stage do you believe your relationship is?" Although Qi Jiashu had anticipated Sang Ying's answer would pertain to exes, he stubbornly replied, "She is my future wife." Much to his surprise, Sang Ying altered her response. Resting her hands on her opposite arm, her manicured nails lightly brushed the skin, and she lazily hummed, "Not familiar." Ha 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 ha. Qi Xiao has once again faced emotion. At least during the previous round, he was an ex. Now he's simply not familiar. A proper ex should be treated like a ghost. From another perspective, Qi Xiao is fortunate that he still exists in Ying Ying's eyes. LOL, but Qi Xiao truly suffered today. With a flat tire and an encounter with a cement truck, it seems the god of variety shows has descended upon him. The live chat was a cacophony of laughter. Though Qi Rufan feared Ying had temporarily secured the best dinner resources, Qi Jiashu maintained a gloomy demeanor throughout the meal. As he chewed on the bread and meat, he appeared as though he were biting someone, wishing to channel all his frustration onto the mutton. The comments section was filled with "poor little sheep." At that moment, Luo Yanjing and Li Ji finally returned. Upon seeing their faces reappear on the monitor, Ji Tang nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. It was Lin Rong who first waved, "Beauty Ji Ji." Li Ji dismounted gracefully from her horse, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her lipstick had been entirely consumed, leaving her lips slightly swollen from Luo Yanjing's kisses. Nevertheless, she wore a radiant smile. She raised her hand, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at Lin Rong, then playfully tilted her head towards Sang Ying. Sang Ying Jia. Sang Ying, having just finished a generous serving of chicken, was contemplating her next culinary conquest when she suddenly heard Li Ji's voice. Lifting her gaze, she became aware of the state of Li Ji's lips and promptly withdrew her chopsticks, asking directly, "What happened to your lips?" Qi Jiashu also raised his eyes in curiosity. The camera panned, revealing Li Ji's lips, now a vivid red, unlike the lip gloss she had worn earlier, glistening with a watery sheen and slightly swollen. Oh ho, did the little couple sneak off for a kiss? With lips so swollen, don't try to convince me it was just a bump. Were your hands idle during the kiss? With such swollen lips, will your stomach break out in hives? Dojo my, I was wondering why they took so long to return. Turns out this little couple was engaging in a secret rendezvous behind our backs. The audience in the live chat went wild. Yet Li Ji blinked in confusion, pressing her fingertip against her lips. What is wrong with my lips? She turned her gaze to Luo Yanjing, who, with a sidelong glance at her swollen lips, raised an eyebrow with an air of arrogance. He then casually lifted his hand, lightly rubbing her lips with his fingertip, leaning closer to meet her gaze. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, Li Ji replied. Bewildered, Luo Yanjing's lips curled into a smirk. Then it's nothing to worry about. Li Ji. She turned her head again towards Sang Ying, hoping to glean a different answer from her, only to find Sang Ying giving her an okay sign after putting down her chopsticks. Nodding, she remarked, I suppose I lack subtlety. Qi Jiashu, nearby, rolled up his sleeves, his voice dripping with irritation. You little rascal, Luo Xiaoqiao. Li Ji remained oblivious to any underlying issues. However, Lin Rong promptly stood up, handing her the task card. Beauty Ji, this is a game for dinner resources. You and President Luo have been together for quite some time. You must be hungry. Hurry and complete the task so we can enjoy dinner together. Li Ji accepted the task card, lowering her gaze. This time, she proactively presented the card to Luo Yanjing, then tilted her face to meet his gaze. It doesn't seem too difficult. Indeed, Luo Yanjing chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on Li Ji's rosy lips, his mind consumed with one singular thought: what tasks or challenges could possibly matter? He simply wanted to kiss her, not just to kiss her. He desired more, yet, no matter how he pondered, he couldn't bear the thought of letting his wife go hungry. Thus, Luo Yanjing lazily raised an eyebrow. Let's have dinner first, shall we, Miss Ji? How about you draw a card afterward? Though he had already referred to her as his wife, Li Ji would forever be Li Ji, his beloved Miss Ji. Chapter 91, Without Exes, My Husband is the Best. The sunlight was scarce as dusk began to envelop the sky. Beneath the deepening blue of the evening, the eaves of the wooden cabin and the lofty branches of the trees were adorned with bright night lights. Li Ji sought out Ji Tang and drew 6 cards. In accordance with the task requirements, she stepped onto the famed internet celebrity bridge at Nalati, listening to the gentle babbling of the stream below, while she and Lu Yanjing stood at opposite ends of the small bridge. They were the final pair tasked with the challenge, with Jitang personally overseeing the proceedings. After a swift glance at the questions Li Ji had drawn, she organized them and cleared her throat. Ahem. The camera caught her wearing a peculiar, mischievous smile. She raised her gaze toward Lu Yanjing and Li Ji, asking with a hint of significance, "Are you both ready?" The audience in the livestream noticed Jitang's expression and immediately became eager. Oh, G director's mischievous smile. Could it be that some risky question has been drawn? When I asked Chi Ruan about her favorite position earlier, I was already taken aback. Hee, I wouldn't mind asking the same question again. I want to sneak a peek under the bed of Jing Ji Yuyi. Jitang's smile indeed hinted at many possibilities, and the audience awaited in anticipation. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing appeared rather nonchalant, lazily lifting his eyelids to cast a casual glance at Jitang, his brows still bearing an air of arrogance. Anytime. This was a test of the tacit understanding between him and Li Ji. He feared nothing. Li Ji blinked her long lashes. I'm ready. The camera was set, and the other 6 guests who were enjoying dinner raised their heads curiously to witness the unfolding spectacle. Jitang first pulled out the simplest truth card. How would you describe the fragrance of our beautiful Gigi? This question posed no challenge for Li Ji. She was well aware of the shower gel she used and the fragrances she favored. Within 5 seconds, without hesitation, she replied, Lychee Rose. Lu Yanjing, too, smirked lazily, raising his chin slightly as he regarded Li Ji with a relaxed certainty. Lychee Rose. They answered in unison. Jitang gestured for them to step closer. Lu Yanjing casually leaned against the tree trunk, straightening up as he approached Li Ji on the small bridge. Jitang continued, Li Ji, which part of your partner's body do you like the most? And Lu, which part do you think Ji likes the most about you? Li Ji pondered for a moment, tilting her head cutely, her gaze lingering over Lu Yanjing. First, there were his prominent, defined brows, followed by the lips she had just kissed for an extended duration amidst the flower sea. His collar was loose, revealing the sensuous curve of his neck, accentuating his pronounced Adam's apple. Below that, his collarbones gleamed strikingly against the night. A soft sigh escaped Li Ji as her heart softened. Lu Yanjing, however, glanced at himself as if lost in contemplation. They had yet to explore each other's bodies, and discussing preferred parts at this moment was indeed a challenge. Yet, Lu Yanjing's memory suddenly flashed back to that stormy night when Li Ji had repeatedly nibbled on his Adam's apple, leaving red marks by morning. He wondered if Li Ji was recalling that incident as well. Regardless, after careful consideration, there was indeed a male attribute that often piqued her curiosity and sparked her desire to explore. Li Ji's ears flushed slightly. For now, after all, there were still many parts she had yet to discover. Thus, she answered with a degree of caution. Her tone was light. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow lazily, as if testing the waters. Adam's apple. Adam's apple? Their answers aligned once more, earning another point. Their gazes met across the small bridge, and they stepped closer on the wooden beam separating them. The audience in the livestream could hardly contain their excitement. Adam's apple drooling. I thought they might give a more explosive answer, like that one. I also like Lu's Adam's apple licking. So big, so sharp, so capable. Everyone, take note of Gigi's cautious wording. She said for now, implying there might be more exploration in the future, perhaps changing her mind. Chi Jiashu nearly bit through his chopsticks. After all, when he was flirting with Sang Ying, he had posed a similar question. At that time, Sang Ying had wrapped an arm around his neck, her other hand trailing down his abs, before leaning in to whisper playfully in his ear, that one. When Jitang posed this question, he nearly expected Lu Yanjing to respond similarly, and publicly at that. Flirting privately was playful, doing so publicly was just brazen. However, after both merely answered Adam's apple, Chi Jiashu relaxed, thinking, at least he knows his limits. Had he dared to answer otherwise, she would have rushed over to deliver a couple of punches. Meanwhile, Fu Yanzi wore a shadowy expression, unconsciously pressing his hand against his own Adam's apple, pondering something inscrutable. The question then fell upon him. Next question, Jitang warned in advance, Lu, be prepared not to get angry. Lu Yanjing's brows twitched slightly. He scoffed disdainfully, what kind of trivial question could possibly make me angry? Jitang glanced at both Li Ji and Fu Yanzi, then cleared her throat. This question primarily concerns Ji. Do you think exes are better or current partners? This question was indeed provocative. The audience in the livestream erupted instantly. Even Fu Yanzi, who had been lost in thoughts about Adam's apples, suddenly turned his gaze toward Li Ji. Jiang Jiao subconsciously tightened her grip on her chopsticks, yet surprisingly, upon hearing Jitang's question, Lu Yanjing did not display an ounce of anger. Instead, he wore a smirk as if in control. He lifted his chin defiantly, casting a dismissive glance at Fu Yanzi, who was indeed fixated on Li Ji. However, Li Ji paid no attention to Fu Yanzi. In perfect harmony, they replied, Li Ji's voice clear, I have no exes. Of course, my husband is the best. Lu Yanjing languidly added, my wife has no exes, naturally, I am the best. The audience in the livestream was taken aback. Even Jitang was astonished by Li Ji's response, staring blankly at the next card in her hand, feeling as if there was no point in asking further questions. Yet, driven by curiosity, she instinctively read the words on the truth card. Then, are you each other's first love? Although Li Ji's previous answer had already indicated that Lu Yanjing was her first, it did not necessarily mean the same for him. After all, he possessed a face that attracted many admirers and certainly had experience, yet, they still answered in unison, yes. Jitang raised the stakes. Ji, if I say that an unconfirmed, one-sided love counts as love, would you change your answer? She cast a glance at Lu Yanjing, her heart racing, fearing that this question might genuinely provoke him. Nonetheless, Lu Yanjing remained unfazed. Lig merely smiled gently. Yes, I wouldn't change my answer. I have only ever liked Lu Yanjing. Chapter 92. When was the last kiss? The entire livestream chat erupted in chaos. Even Fu Yanzi gripped his chopsticks tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously, his emotions inscrutable. Lin Rong exclaimed in shock, "First love?" However, she quickly realized her voice had been too loud and lowered it, eagerly gossiping with wide eyes like saucers. Ji and Fu Yanzi have never been in a relationship? And she actually claims she has only liked President Lu. Ah. The CP fans were in a frenzy. Ji Jiashu slammed his chopsticks onto the table. I knew my sister. Ji's taste couldn't be that poor. Oh. Sang Ying leaned lazily on her chin, turning her gaze toward him with great interest. So, are you implying that you are quite satisfied with President Lu? Ji Jiashu was momentarily speechless. The audience went wild. Ji Tang was bewildered. Fu Yanzi looked on with barely concealed anger, his brows furrowed as he stared at Li Ji, unable to believe her answer. Only like Lu Yanjing? Does that mean she never liked him? How could she not have liked him? Didn't she once intend to write him a love letter during high school? She even prepared gifts for him on Shishi, which was akin to pursuing him, and she had always implicitly accepted that she would marry him. How could that possibly mean she never liked him? Fu Yanzi was in a foul mood, and Li Ji's answer left his heart in turmoil. An indescribable emotion brewed within him, jealousy, resentment, and perhaps even a tinge of regret, colliding like a storm in his heart. Yet Li Ji and Lu Yanjing smiled at each other, seemingly unaffected by Ji Tang's accusations of anger. It appeared they had known the answer all along. Their conviction rendered doubt unnecessary, providing each other with ample security. The fifth question arrived amidst this emotional turbulence. When was the last kiss? Li Ji's cheeks flushed instantly. Lu Yanjing nonchalantly lowered his gaze and chuckled. Must you make my wife shy in front of the camera? Li Ji Lu Yanjing just now. The audience in the livestream erupted once more. Just now. I knew it. I knew they must have done something not so innocent off camera. Need it be said, Li Ji's lips are swollen. President Lu, you certainly spared no mercy, you've left her lipstick completely gone. How long did they kiss behind our backs? Moreover, Li Ji claims she's never been in a relationship with Fu Yanzi, not even in any form. Hence, Jingji is truly a match made in heaven. The sixth question was exceedingly simple, merely inquiring about their wedding anniversary. The couple, more relaxed than in the previous 5 queries, provided the same answer, June 24, 2024. This further solidified previous speculations by netizens. Lu Yanjing had a crush, while Li Ji, troubled by rumors, married him, leading to a gradual blossoming of feelings during their time together. Thus, when Ji Tang asked about their last kiss, they responded in unison with just now. Jingji's love story accumulated 6 points, each point bringing them closer together, with one commenter noting that the scene resembled a couple stepping into the sanctuary of marriage, directly witnessing a wedding. The dinner was abundant. Lig, with a radiant smile, took Lu Yanjing's hand as they joined the other guests for their meal. The 3 girls laughed and joked from time to time. Lu Yanjing exchanged a few words with Ji Jiashu. Only Fu Yanzi, clutching his wine glass, was lost in thought, replaying each of Li Ji's responses in his mind. She liked his Adam's apple. And that day, when she saw Lu Yanjing in front of the Zhenghua building, she noticed the red marks around his neck, especially on his Adam's apple. Lu Yanjing was her first love. She had never liked herself, yet now she openly admitted on camera that she had fallen for Lu Yanjing. The last kiss was just now. As they galloped away from the cameras, they shared an intimate action that Fu Yanzi could scarcely dare to imagine. Fu Yanzi drank alone in silence, struggling to comprehend why Li Ji could turn away so heartlessly, and even more perplexed by her claim of never having liked him. He attempted to console himself. At least his choice of Jiang Jia was not in vain, as he would benefit and the Jiang family would help him reclaim the power of the Fu family. Li Ji also quite enjoyed salty milk tea. She generously shared the sumptuous dinner resources she had obtained with Sang Ying and Lin Rong, and even the others, including Ji Jiashu, reaped the benefits. In contrast, Fu and she seemed isolated, seated at the edge of the long table, each lost in their own complex emotions. The grasslands were rife with mosquitoes at night. Ji Jiashu fetched his prepared insect repellent and herbal paste from the car, avoiding the food and spraying around Sang Ying and Li Ji. Li Ji cradled the warm milk tea bowl, her eyes still bright and clear in the dark, her thick lashes fluttering as she looked at Lu Yanjing, Lu Xiaokei. Lu Yanjing's grip on his chopsticks suddenly softened. He swallowed hard, adjusting his demeanor, tightening his hold on the chopsticks, and meeting Li Ji's crystalline, beautiful gaze. She tilted her head with a hint of curiosity. How did you know my favorite is your Adam's apple? The two whispered to each other, but the microphone was not turned off. Even though their voices were quiet, they were still captured on the livestream, prompting the audience to strain their ears to listen. Lu Yanjing chuckled lightly, casually swirling his wineglass. Who was it that night who nibbled and bit at my Adam's apple? The livestream audience? Which night? Please elaborate. Oh, this sounds like a story I would love to hear from the beginning. It seems unlikely this happened during the reality show, otherwise, President Lu could have just said last night or the night before. Oh my, could it be there's more than just a marriage of convenience, perhaps some doing before loving stories? Li Ji's ears turned crimson at once. She anxiously glanced at the camera, her eyes filled with mock anger. I did not. How could I possibly nibble and bite at your Adam's apple, Lu Xiaokei? Don't tarnish my reputation. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Did you not? Li Ji shook her head firmly. No. Lu Yanjing appeared remarkably nonchalant, seemingly having no intention of contesting with Li Ji. He simply raised his hand. Then let me review the recording my aunt sent me, lest I have wronged Miss Ji. Li Ji's eyes widened in shock, fearing Lu Yinjing might publicly reveal that embarrassing footage from that night. She rushed toward him, pressing down on his phone. No. However, in her haste, she miscalculated her leap. Lu Yinjing instinctively reached out to catch her waist, trying to prevent her from falling, yet unexpectedly Li Ji, aiming to grab his hand, missed and accidentally pressed down on his thigh. Chapter 93 Inch I need you to help me block for a moment. What a captivating instant it was. The camera captured it in its entirety. One could see Li Ji pressing her palm against an inappropriate place, and Lu Yinjing's back suddenly stiffened. Then came a low, breathy groan. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yinjing felt his blood surge through his veins with fervor. Realizing the camera was still rolling, he almost instantly placed his hand on Li Ji's back, abruptly lifting her and placing her upon his thigh. The viewers in the livestream went wild. Oh my, what did I just witness? Is this even permissible to broadcast? In any case, it certainly isn't suitable for listening. I hope the livestream doesn't get banned. Ah, Li Ji, you know how to touch. Help, where are your hands going? That sound from Lu Yinjing truly leaves me. I can't help but wonder, after 3 days of filming the dating show, has Li Ji shown any signs of a baby bump? I permit President Lu to halt the recording right now and carry beautiful Ji away. They should go do what they ought to do. I'm fainting, who can withstand this? Li Ji's cheeks burned crimson. She had merely intended to snatch Lu Yinjing's phone, but in her flustered state, she inadvertently touched the wrong spot. At that moment, she felt her entire being flush with warmth. To make matters worse, the microphone captured their intimate whispers, making one's heart race. Lu Yinjing, put me down at once. Not just yet. Either you come down, or let me down. I can't. Lu Yinjing's Adam's apple bobbed. As he whispered near Li Ji's ear, his voice was sultry and husky. Moreover, since the camera is recording, it might not be convenient for you to get down just yet. I would appreciate your assistance in blocking for me. The audience in the livestream was utterly beside themselves, hardly daring to fathom the implications of their scandalous exchange. Shi Jiashu was nearly stabbing the chicken head with his chopsticks, the atmosphere charged with an intoxicating tension, punctuated by the sound of his chopsticks jabbing at the chicken bones. Lu Yinjing held Li Ji firmly on his thigh, his arm encircling her waist, slightly tightening the tension in his hand, evident in the tautness of his veins, simultaneously showcased boundless restraint and forbearance. He rested his chin on Li Ji's shoulder, his breathing growing heavier and warmer, cascading onto her skin, rendering her utterly powerless to resist. She could only blush deeper and deeper. Only when she sensed that Lu Yinjing had somewhat composed himself did he loosen his grip slightly, letting out a soft sigh. All right. Li Ji almost immediately sprang upright. Upon returning to her seat, she beheld Lu Yinjing reclining nonchalantly, his long legs crossed leisurely, a smirk playing on his lips. Thank you for your hard work, madam. Oh my gosh. What were they just doing behind our backs? Why did it suddenly become so laborious? Damn it, President Lu's words really provoke one's imagination. Especially since Gigi is wearing a dress. If it weren't for the fact that President Lu didn't even loosen his belt, I would genuinely be led to think otherwise. The imagery is truly tantalizing. Li Ji was still in a state of heated embarrassment. She hurriedly sipped some yogurt, attempting to quell her racing heart with the cool sensation. Shi Jiashu remarked sarcastically, perverted rogue. Sanging snorted softly. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Shi Jiashu? He took a deep breath, poised to retort, but at that moment, his phone screen suddenly lit up, a message popping up. Shi Jiashu had been eagerly awaiting news from his elder brother all day. Seeing the screen light up, his attention was immediately diverted. He snatched up his phone for facial recognition. Sure enough, it was a WeChat message from Chi Yubai. Brother, arrived. Brother, where? Succinct and to the point. Shi Jiashu had no idea whether Chi Yubai had just landed in Ili or reached the Nalati scenic area. In any case, he sent Chi Yubai his location, followed by a lengthy string of complaints. We are at the Nalati nomadic family. Brother, hurry over. You have no idea how rogue Lu is. He has swollen my sister's lips with his kisses, and he's still flaunting his golden hoop in front of the camera. I can't hold on any longer. If you don't come soon, my sister will be completely abducted by that magpie from the Lu family. However, Chi Yubai did not respond to his WeChat message. He was typically taciturn. Shi Jiashu had long grown accustomed to his brother's silence, thanks to their father and brother. Fortunately, after a considerable pause, Chi Yubai finally replied with 2 messages. Brother, brother, understood. Shi Jiashu couldn't help but smile. His brows relaxed, and he leaned back with abandon, then kicked Lu Yinjing's shoe with his foot. Hey! Lu Yinjing shot him a sidelong glance. Shi Jiashu suddenly leaned in closer, resting his arm on his knee. My brother will be coming over soon. Lu Yinjing's brows furrowed slightly. He instinctively glanced in Li Ji's direction, then casually raised his chin. Oh. Is that all you have to say? Chi Jiashu exclaimed in disbelief. My brother isn't as easygoing as me. Lu Yinjing scoffed dismissively, his voice low and uninterested. His fingertips tapped his knee, his chin slightly raised, his demeanor relaxed. But he is much more reasonable than you. He will care more about whether Gigi is happy. Chi Jiashu? He let out a soft hiss of discontent, his arm resting on his knee, causing his necklace to sway lightly from his collarbone. I care too. Chi Jiashu kicked Lu Yinjing again. I don't care. You better handle that matter I instructed you about. My brother came here specifically to bring back something to Kyoto. Lu Yinjing nodded, about to respond, but at that moment, Li Ji suddenly leaned over. What are you two talking about? Who's coming? Qi Jiashu instantly appeared guilty, his gaze darting away, the air of secrecy was palpable. In contrast, Lu Yanjing remained unruffled, casually swirling the wineglass in his hand. Qi Jiajiu's brother. Qi Jiajiu. Hearing that nickname left him momentarily speechless. Following the principle of dragging the entire world into the mire, he immediately added, Qi Bebe. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. Ahahaha Jiajia Bebe. A divine little name. Instantly conjuring an image of an adorable young man. Though he is Qi Jiashu's brother, for some reason, this nickname makes me feel he should be even cuter than Jiajiao. I can't help but associate him with Ling Na Bayer. But he must be a handsome guy. Can't wait, just wondering what brings his brother here? It seems he isn't here for the show. From what Jiajiao and Magpie were discussing, it sounds like he's here for business. And it seems there's a connection with Li Ji? But these two seem to have a heavy air of secrecy. It doesn't seem like they intend to reveal anything to Li Ji. Li Ji was oblivious to all of this. Upon hearing the name Qi Bebe, she fell silent for a long time. Your brother must be very cute. Put. Qi Jiashu nearly spat out the drink he had just taken. Thankfully, Li Ji quickly withdrew her head. She thought to herself, Qi Jiashu's brother, so what if he comes? What does it have to do with her? Chapter 94 Tent Resource Exchange. Pop Rock's challenge. The dinner was thoroughly enjoyable. After indulging in a delightful feast, the guests began to fret over the unresolved accommodation issue for the night. Lin Rome had little hope of securing high-end lodging resources. Thus, when the opportunity for hot shower resources presented itself, she hurriedly engaged in a game of exchanging 5 sweet nothings to facilitate the trade. However, it should be noted that the opulent starlet tents here come equipped with private bathrooms. Sanging lazily shrugged. Let us take a look. After all, the camping site is right here, and the task card must be nearby. The only drawback was the somewhat dim lighting. Li Ji fluttered her eyelashes. Well, if we truly can't find it, the three of us can just endure a little discomfort and squeeze in with Director G. Lin Rome nodded in agreement. Oh? Excellent idea. Ji Tang, her exasperated voice suddenly crackled through the intercom. You three actually want to steal my bed? Li Ji's eyes appeared innocent and clear, but upon closer inspection, a hint of mischief lurked within. After all, it was Director G's fault that we have nowhere to sleep tonight. This little swan clearly would not submit quietly. She held her head high, her neck straight, her head tilted slightly, exuding a blend of brilliance and quirkiness. Fine, Lu Yanjing remarked nonchalantly, his hands tucked in his pockets, his tone as audacious as ever. When the time comes, I'll help my wife snatch it. Let us see who dares to make her sleep on the floor. Jitang, just be honest, and let it go. She promptly contacted the props team. Hurry and dig the treasure chest out of the ground, and place it somewhere easier to find. Initially, she had considered making things difficult for the guests, ensuring no one could locate the accommodation resources for a bit of dramatic effect. However, with a certain big shot having spoken up, Ji Tang dared not indulge in any mischief. After filming for several days, everyone had figured out Lu Yanjing's temperament. The props team swiftly began digging. Zhang Jiyu lowered her eyelashes, listening as the other three groups discussed dividing the labor to search, with promises to share whatever they found. Completely disregarding her, Zhang Jiyu felt a surge of vengeful desire. She simply could not comprehend what special charm Li Ji possessed that made Lin Rong and Sang Ying prefer her company. Surely, she must have spoken ill of her behind her back, leading the other guests to ostracize her. Zhang Jiyu was exceedingly displeased, quickly concocting a narrative in her mind where she, the true daughter of a wealthy family, triumphed. She envisioned monopolizing the task card, being the first to find the treasure chest with Fu Yanzi, luxuriating in the opulent starlit tent, hoarding resources, and isolating the other 6 entirely. Yet just then Li Ji's melodic voice rang out, "Oh, that light over there is so bright, could it be a treasure chest?" The others immediately turned in the direction she indicated. Lin Rong squinted hard and spotted a group of people nearby, wielding lights and shovels, frantically digging up something. "What the hell?" Qi Jiaru blurted, unable to contain himself. "With all this commotion, there is definitely a body buried." "Everyone." Lin Rong black person ? Face. "Jiff, don't scare us in the dead of night. It's nearly midnight in Kyoto. I advise you not to mess with these ghostly matters." "A body? Am I really encountering this while watching a dating show live? Then hurry up and call the police." Sanging, she swiftly smacked Qi Jiaru on the head. "Have you ever seen someone bury a body with such fanfare and bright lights? Can't a murderer have night blindness?" Qi Jiaru retorted with a peculiar logic. Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily, raising an eyebrow, his elongated eyes slightly squinting as he looked over. "Rather than a body being buried, I'd prefer to believe that Director G has sent the props team to dig something up." Li Ji smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. She turned to meet Lu Yanjing's gaze and almost instantly grasped his meaning. "Oh, someone is being honest," she chimed cheerfully, ignoring Qi Jiaru's morbid remarks. Li Ji turned to Lin Rong and Sang Ying. "Let us go. Director G must have already unearthed that treasure chest for us." Lin Rong gasped in shock. How bizarre, buried in the ground, who could possibly discover it? Only Qi Jiaru remained oblivious. "Qi Jiaru," he glanced around, "what is going on?" Sang Ying, casually crossing her arms, her alluring fox-like eyes unusually serious, addressed him, "Qi Jiao Jiao." Here, Qi Jiaru straightened up immediately. A smile played on his lips, his peach blossom eyes sparkling at Sang Ying. "What is up, dear?" But Sang Ying merely regarded him with a languid glance. "From now on, don't call yourself Qi Jiaru. Call yourself the emergency room." Qi Jiaru's grin froze on his face. He watched as Sang Ying poked his forehead with her fingertip. "This area is in urgent need of rescue." "Ha ha 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 ha. Goddamn emergency room. All of you are QJs. I'm not saying, but I never realized Chi Xiao had such a comedic side while watching his Douyin. I bet his brother isn't too normal either, huh? Burying bodies? I'm convinced. I genuinely thought I was watching a dating show live and stumbled upon a murder scene. The audience in the livestream fell into a stunned silence. Lin Ron was the first to rush to the burial site, capturing the props team members, covered in dirt and disheveled, on camera. She leaned in. Hey, are you digging up a treasure chest? The props team. Lin Ron held her palms upward. Stop struggling. Do we need to hide it again? Just hand it over directly? By the time Li Ji and Lu Yanjing arrived, the spirited and bold Lin Ron had already forcefully opened the treasure chest, retrieving the task card within. Given Jiang Jiyu's penchant for eavesdropping, Lin Ron deliberately turned her back to avoid the thief while sharing the task card's content with the other five. Li Ji softly read aloud, Candy Wrapper Challenge. Please adopt the koala hugging position. One person bites one end of the candy wrapper, while the other uses their mouth to unwrap it, with both parties needing to correctly identify the flavor of the candy. You have 1 minute. Successfully unwrapping 6 candies will grant you the resource for the opulent starlit tent. This meant they needed to average 1 candy every 10 seconds. Lin Ron's expression darkened as she read the minuscule print beneath. Note. If you wish to have 2 tents, you must successfully complete the game twice. Oh heavens, she exclaimed, opening her arms wide, unwrapping candy with my mouth, and in a koala hug, twice. Might as well have me and Shangsu survive in the wilderness. The treasure chest was now in Li Ji's possession. The camera zoomed in to reveal a box of pop rocks, all identical in packaging, making it impossible to discern the flavors from their appearance, yet the candy type was unmistakably clear. An entire box of pop rocks. Chapter 95. Do you want me to kiss you with affection or without? The audience in the livestream felt their cheeks flush and hearts race. Pop rocks. If one were to kiss while having them in their mouth, it's hard to fathom just how intense and exhilarating that sensation would be. Moreover, the rules dictate that both participants must identify the flavor of the candy. This implies that the one unwrapping the candy must find a way to feed it to their partner. Imported candy is undoubtedly the best choice. Whether Jingji and Yuye are affectionate or not remains a mystery to the audience. However, according to custom, Ji Wanpian would certainly lean in for a kiss. The crowd eagerly rubbed their fists together in anticipation. Indeed, Sanging showed no interest in idle chatter. She lazily lifted her gaze, her fox-like eyes slightly curling, and with a graceful tilt of her chin directed at Qi Jiashu. Come on. Qi Jiashu casually raised an eyebrow. He then effortlessly lifted Sanging into his arms. The staff members nearby assisted by providing them with pop rocks and overseeing the timing and quality of the game. Lin Ron was completely resistant. She did not wish to partake in this game and pulled Shangsu away to find slightly less extravagant accommodations elsewhere. Meanwhile, Qi Wanpian and Sanging executed their task with remarkable efficiency. Sanging bit down on one end of the candy wrapper, and Qi Jiashu slightly tilted his head to tear it open, taking in a portion of the pop rocks before swiftly discarding the wrapper that Sanging had been holding onto, leaning in for a kiss. Vocal. How thrilling, how thrilling. True couples are bold enough to kiss. What true couple? They clearly aren't familiar. Doghead Sanging redefines not familiar. Although Qi Jiaojiao can be a bit amusing, he looks incredibly manly and desirous when kissing Sanging. Wow, his charm is entirely different from President Lu's. Yet the sexual tension is undeniably palpable. The audience in the livestream was utterly enraptured. Qi Wanpian and Sanging successfully completed the candy unwrapping challenge, identifying the flavors of 6 packets within a minute, thus earning themselves the luxurious starlit tent resource. Lig watched nearby with flushed cheeks. After all, witnessing such intimate and flirtatious moments up close was undeniably impactful. The staff presented the tent voucher to Sanging, before eagerly looking towards Lu Yanqing and Li Ji. Next, Jingji and Yuye, please. Li Ji suddenly gasped, her long, curled lashes hovering as if a butterfly had startled them from their perch. She turned her gaze towards Lu Yanqing, and their eyes met, landing perfectly within his captivating gaze. The light accentuated the sharp contours of his brow, revealing the faintest hint of a beauty mark at the corner of his eye. Lu Yanqing lazily tilted his head to observe Li Ji, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Shall we? The audience in the livestream reacted with confusion. Lu Fei, you'd better choose your words carefully. What do you mean shall we? Ah. What do you intend to do? Lu Yanqing chuckled softly. Miss Ji. Li Ji cast him a sideways glance, echoing the audience's sentiments, and muttered softly, if it's just a game, then let us play, no need for formalities. It sounds rather suggestive. The smile on Lu Yanqing's lips remained. Lig had always been one to stand her ground. Besides, her delicate skin had led Fei Yinxia to call her the princess in the pea, a title she did not perceive as derogatory. She simply could not tolerate rough betting and had no desire to stay in a low-grade tent. Lu Yanqing seemed to have already discerned her thoughts, casually remarking, so, shall we, still omitting the object of the question. Li Ji proudly lifted her chin. Of course, we shall. Having already kissed and expressed affection, the pure camaraderie of their friendship had long since dissipated. It was merely a playful game with her lawful husband. There was nothing to be shy about. A small swan hidden in Li Ji's heart flapped its wings, unexpectedly filled with anticipation. Qi Jiashu shot a sideways glance at Lu Yanqing, yet, this certain gentleman, bolstered by his rightful status and having captured his wife's heart, hardly regarded his brother-in-law. He exuded an air of arrogance. His narrow eyes seemed to absorb the darkness of the night, allowing only Li Ji to occupy his gaze. Lu Yanqing approached her, and as Li Ji intertwined her fingers and extended her arms, he nonchalantly bent down, embodying a blend of defiance and submission. His well-defined fingers clasped her arm, guiding her to loop her arms around his neck. He then placed his firm hand on her slender waist, just above her hips. The tension surged as Lu Yanqing lifted Li Ji effortlessly. The live stream erupted in a chorus of shrieks. The camera zoomed in to capture Li Ji tightly embracing his neck while Lu Yanqing cradled her like a koala, seemingly intent on enveloping her entirely in his embrace. With his right palm pressed against her back, Li Ji nearly lay upon his chest, acutely aware of his searing body heat and quickening heartbeat. Her breath grew short, yet her heart resonated in sync with Lu Yanqing's. She playfully brushed her fingertips along the nape of his neck, mischievously scratching it lightly. Little Quebec. Lu Yanqing felt his arm suddenly weakened. He swiftly tightened his grip, lifting Li Ji slightly to ensure she wouldn't fall. Li Ji fluttered her eyelashes, her eyes shimmering. She suddenly realized that this nickname seemed to be a sensitive point for Lu Yanqing. Each time she called him that, his demeanor shifted notably. A hint of mischief sparkled in her gaze as she leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his ear, whispering, "Little Acqui." Lu Yanqing felt a jolt of electricity shoot down his spine. The inexplicable sensation left his limbs tingling, his ears tingled with a delightful warmth, rendering his breath momentarily unsteady. As Li Ji leaned closer to his cheek, he unexpectedly heard a brief, sultry sound, akin to a low sigh that tantalizingly danced in his ears. Li Ji's eyes brightened playfully. She smiled softly. "You're quite sensitive, aren't you?" "What?" Lu Yanqing's voice was strained, the earlier bravado replaced by a huskier tone. Li Ji gently licked her lips, swiftly diverting the conversation. "I say, husband." Lu Yanqing's fingers instinctively tightened once more. He felt her breath against his ear, her head slightly tilted. "If you hold me like this, we won't be able to complete the task." Lu Yanqing's throat bobbed slightly. He too turned his head, his lips inadvertently brushing against her cheek, his voice low and sultry. "So, in this game, does Mrs. Lu wish for me to kiss her with affection or without?" Li Ji's ears flushed a deep crimson. She had always been defenseless against Lu Yanqing's alluring voice, her heart softening involuntarily if her gaze flickered, shyly glancing towards the nearby camera before mumbling, "Whichever is fine." "All right." Lu Yanqing's voice remained sultry as he playfully teased her ear, his scorching palm gliding down her lower back, murmuring, "Then I shall improvise." As his words fell, Lu Yanqing's well-defined fingers gripped her thigh, shifting from a close embrace to a slightly more distanced koala hold. "I'll unwrap it." His deep-set gaze remained fixed on Li Ji. "The timer can start any time." The staff had been internally screaming for quite some time. She was uncertain whether the audience could hear their conversation, but she certainly could. Help of this discussion about kissing was utterly overwhelming. The staff were eager to witness the two engage in a passionate kiss while savoring the pop rocks, hastily grabbing the timer in one hand and a packet of candy for Li Ji to bite onto in the other. With a press of her finger, she declared, "Timer starts now." Chapter 96. Ji, do you wish for your brother? The camera swiftly zooms in on the two. One can see Lu Yanqing's gaze, deep and luminous, slightly narrowed as he watches Li Ji, who was biting down on the popping candy handed to her by a staff member. Li Ji's lips gently close, her eyes fluttering as she gazes back at him. No sooner had the staff member's voice faded than Lu Yanqing, resembling a lion on the prowl across the savannah, fixed his unwavering gaze upon her, exuding an intoxicating aura of raw masculinity, suddenly drawing close to Li Ji. He bit down on the candy wrapper, tilting his head to tear it open with an abrupt motion. After having several pieces of popping candy in his mouth, before they could even begin to crackle, he leaned in again, biting away the wrapper she held, and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Li Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had anticipated Lu Yanqing would indeed kiss her, the swiftness and precision of his actions left her utterly unprepared. The candy burst into a delightful explosion between their lips. Her heart softened, and she almost loosened her grip around Lu Yanqing's neck. The sensation of the candy popping sent electric shivers coursing through her tongue, and the syrupy sweetness that followed tantalized her taste buds, a sensation so intensely sour that it felt like a current surging through her entire being. The audience erupted in frenzy. "Ah, they kissed, they really kissed. Help, a virtuous woman like me deserves to witness such glorious moments. My phone screen is not your bed. I am so shameless, I want to watch it 10 times. When President Lu kisses the beautiful Ji, it's so tantalizing. It's like the assault of a hunter, the sexual tension and hormones are overwhelming." The live chat was ablaze with excitement. Unfortunately, the candy unwrapping challenge had a time limit. Lu Yanqing merely kissed Li Ji, pushing the popping candy into her mouth, and in the blink of an eye, he released her. Li's ears flushed crimson. As she opened her eyes, they glistened with moisture, the hue at the corners resembling melted snowflakes dripping onto the plum blossoms. The staff member inquired, "What flavor is it?" Li Ji and Lu Yanqing replied in unison, "Lemon." The timer halted at 8 seconds, easily managing the timing for a single piece of candy. The staff member then handed another package of popping candy, and as Li Ji bit down on the wrapper, Lu Yanqing unexpectedly drew near once more. As he tore the candy wrapper, the smooth and defined line of his jaw, along with the prominent contour of his Adam's apple visible from the side of his neck, radiated a fierce and chilling sexual tension. Each kiss sent Li Ji's heart racing. The audience was flushed with excitement. The tension of their seemingly fleeting kisses, which were too brief to fully savor, only heightened the longing. It was simply not enough to behold. As the party involved, Lu Yanqing was insatiable. The final package of candy was lychee flavored. After they answered the question, they successfully completed the game, earning the opulent starlit tent provided by the production team. Yet Lu Yanqing did not set Li Ji down. He leaned closer, his breath heavy, lingering with the tingling sensation left by the popping candy. Li Ji's cheeks burned fiercely. She lightly licked her lips, yearning to wash away the lingering sourness of the popping candy. "All right, it seems like it's over." Lu Yanqing's breath enveloped her senses. Ignoring the nearby cameras, his dark, glistening lips parted slightly. "But I still want a kiss." "Well, just as Li Ji was about to refuse, she suddenly felt her center of gravity shift. The cameras failed to react in time as Lu Yanjing spun around, shielding her from their view, and fervently kissed her once more. The audience in the live chat erupted into a cacophony of screams, pleading to witness the moment. However, the cameraman seemed to have grasped Lu Yanjing's temperament, knowing he would not permit them to film thus, he discreetly shifted the focus elsewhere, landing on Qi Jiashu. Qi Jiashu clenched his fists, glaring at Lu Yanjing as if he wished to crush his teeth in frustration. Damn that Lu Xiaoqiao, Qi Jiashu seethed, he is shameless. He is a rogue, he is despicable. Sang Ying, languidly, folded her arms across her chest. She cast a sidelong glance at Qi Jiashu, then, with a click of her heels, strode away. Qi Jiashu, where are you going, wife? Wife, how can you not stand by me? Isn't Lu Xiaoqiao despicable? I'm waiting for my brother to come and deal with him. The audience in the live chat was bewildered, ? Why is Lu Fei being favored, kissing the beautiful Ji, while Zhao Jiao calls him despicable? He looks just like a jealous husband. I really feel like Qi Xiao is overly concerned about Li Ji, especially whenever Lu Fei gets close to her. It seems like he is about to explode with rage. If you say this resembles a rivalry for Li Ji's affection, it doesn't seem so, as their relationship appears quite amicable, and Sang Ying doesn't seem to feel threatened either, especially since Qi Xiao generously kisses Sang Ying on camera. But if you claim he has no feelings for Li Ji, then why act this way? Doesn't Qi Xiao know his brother is about to drop in from Nala Ti? Of course, he is looking for his sister. The live chat was a flurry of speculation. Many on Qi Jiashu's Weibo were discussing the matter, genuinely perplexed. However, the possibility of him seeking out his biological sister seemed plausible. Upon closer inspection of Qi Jiashu and Li Ji's features, never mind, they didn't really resemble each other. Thus, Zhang Jiao's fans seized the opportunity to lash out. How much water army did that little third party buy? I see it as Li Ji seducing Qi Xiao, and what's with all this sibling nonsense? Has Qi Xiao ever mentioned it? After all, she is a habitual offender, once a little third party, always a little third party, but I admire her for daring to flirt publicly on live camera. It's only because Sang Ying has a good temper and is naive. If I were her, I would have torn Li Ji apart already. Bystanders watched in disbelief. Clearly, Li Ji was in a loving relationship with President Lu. What motive could she possibly have to seduce Qi Jiashu? Moreover, every word in action was captured on live broadcast. Li Ji maintained a respectful distance from Qi Jiashu, careful not to give rise to any rumors, yet still, she hadn't anticipated these baseless accusations. The guests were momentarily unaware of their phones and oblivious to the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing had already carried Li Ji to a nearby grove. He still held her in an embrace akin to that of a koala. Pressing her against a tree, his well-defined hand gripped her thigh, his dark eyes shrouded in the obscurity of night. Ji. As Lu Yanjing's lips parted, his breath grew heavier, a slight pant escaping him. His long, slender fingers traced along her spine, subtly weaving through her hair. Do you wish for your brother? Li Ji's eyes widened in panic as she suddenly lifted her lashes to meet his gaze. Her heart had yet to stabilize. The lingering tingling on her lips, remnants of the popping candy, clouded her thoughts. What did he mean? Did she desire? What did she want? Ah, how brazen he was, referring to himself as brother. Li Ji's breath quivered slightly, her lips parting as the fragrance of lychee and rose entwined with his breath. Chapter 97. Grasping her hair in his palm, ambiguity trembled in the air. The cool night air brushed against Lu Yanjing's cold, yearning skin, yet it inexplicably ignited a searing heat within him. Li Ji's breath was light and somewhat hurried. She lifted her trembling eyelashes to gaze at Lu Yanjing, their proximity rendering her vision hazy and unfocused, yet she could still penetrate the depths of his profound, unwavering gaze. Li Ji was practically beside herself with agitation. The delicate fingers that encircled his neck instinctively tightened. This sort of matter shouldn't require my input, Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, his tone low and teasing. Li Ji's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly averted her gaze, turning her face away. Isn't it supposed to come naturally? Just like that night, she couldn't quite recall what had transpired, only waking up to find herself unexpectedly sharing a bed with him. He even dared to inquire, did he not know that her pride was at stake? Even if she wished to confess, how could she? What use was questioning? Why not just be direct about it? Countless thoughts swirled in Li Ji's mind, yet she never anticipated that their mental wavelengths were entirely misaligned. Lu Yanjing remained oblivious. He had always been accustomed to being willful and unrestrained, his spirit untamed and direct. In his understanding, his question held no hidden meanings. He could hardly fathom what kind of man would be so brazen, calling himself brother to boot. Thus, Lu Yanjing merely chuckled softly. Come naturally? So he didn't wish to seek it out deliberately. But if it were to occur, he would embrace it as fate. If that were the case, then she would have to help Qi Jiajiao steal a few strands of hair. All right. Lu Yanjing playfully brushed his nose against hers, his lips parting as he breathed heavily. Understood. Li Ji's heart suddenly constricted. Her blood surged wildly within her body, and before she could regain her composure, a chilling, untamed aura suddenly enveloped her. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed as he tilted her chin up, his lips, warm and damp, suddenly pressed against hers. Li Ji's heart completely melted, her breath quivered, and the hands that clung to his neck grew weak, unable to muster any strength. Once her eyes closed, her vision faded, and her other senses naturally heightened. Heat, softness, their rapid breaths intertwined. Trembling. Li Ji had utterly lost the will to resist, nor had she any intention of doing so. Before her was Lu Yanjing's searing body heat, and behind her, the rough bark of a tree. Her heart felt drenched from his kiss, sensing Lu Yanjing's palm pressing against the back of her head, both cradling her and ensuring her escape was impossible, until the buzzing of mosquitoes intruded, droning in her ear. Only then did she slowly open her damp eyes, misty and blurred, the corners tinged with a shy crimson, gently scratching at Lu Yanjing's neck with her fingertips. There's a mosquito. All right. Lu Yanjing replied lazily, a smirk playing on his lips. He nonchalantly flexed his fingers, capturing a few strands of her hair and concealing them in his palm. His breath remained heavy. Then we'll kiss again when we return. Li Ji's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She never imagined that Lu Yanjing would be so insatiable when it came to romance, both yearning and demanding. His possessiveness was so strong, that if it weren't for the fact that they were filming a variety show, she would even suspect that he could hold her and kiss her all day long. Luckily, the mosquitoes could no longer bear the sight. Lu Yanjing pressed his scorching lips against her ear, his warm breath cascading over her. Can you still walk? His voice carried a husky timbre, as if it had been sanded down, exuding a sensuality that was heightened from usual. Of course I can, Li Ji murmured softly. She still possessed the flexibility and muscle strength in her legs. After such a climb, she was far from exhausted. Besides, Lu Yanjing was supporting her. With a hint of defiance, she lifted her face. Don't underestimate a ballet dancer. The principal of the National Ballet is quite remarkable. Li Ji always felt a sense of pride in her career. Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily. Who dares to look down on our swan princess? I simply indulge Mrs. Lu. It wasn't solely when she was tired that he would carry her. Even when she merely acted spoiled, if she wanted him to hold her, he would ultimately. Li Ji allowed Lu Yanjing to set her down, for there were certainly cameras rolling, and she refused to continue hanging on him like a koala. It would severely tarnish the image of a swan princess. After Lu Yanjing bent down to let Li Ji down, he discreetly clenched a few strands of her hair in his palm. They had not been gone for particularly long, compared to their impulsive horseback escape. Ji Tang was immensely relieved to see them return so swiftly. Lin Rong and Shang Su had already completed their task. They had obtained resources for a mid-tier tent and engaged in a game called You Retreat, I Advance. In a shepherd's wooden cabin, they played rock-paper-scissors. The winner advanced, while the other retreated, until one side was backed against the wall with no further retreat. At that point, the other could seize the opportunity for a wall slam and pose for a kiss photo. Lin Rong was a veritable genius at games. She achieved an astonishing winning streak. When Shang Su found himself with his back against the wall and nowhere to go, she slammed her palm against the wall, the force almost seeming to threaten to shove Shang Su into it. Then, she rose on tiptoe, preparing to capture the wall slam kiss photo, only to realize that her legs were a tad too short. Thus, she beckoned Shang Su closer. Come a little nearer. Shang Su, with his lashes lowered, regarded Lin Rong, his Adam's apple moving slightly, before he slowly bent down. In that moment, Lin Rong leaned in to perform a wall slam kiss for the camera. Their gazes collided, although they wouldn't actually kiss, merely positioning themselves for the effect. The close proximity and shared glances in the dim light of the backdrop created a hint of intimacy. Ahem. Lin Rong quickly withdrew her hand, awkwardly dodging his gaze, glancing back. This should suffice, right? Shang Su, with a slight elevation of his chin, averted their gazes. A staff member handed Lin Rong the mid-tier tent exchange card. You're all set. The mid-tier tent lacks a bathroom, so if you need to use the restroom tonight, you'll have to go to the public toilets at the camping base. Lin Rong let out a sigh of relief. Still avoiding Shang Su's gaze, she deliberately acted more lively than usual, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, this game is quite simple. Let's go, I just heard there's a bonfire party outside. Let's hurry and join the fun while it's still early. Xinjiang is 2 hours behind Kyoto. Although it was past midnight in Kyoto, it was merely a little past 10 in Xinjiang, the perfect time to indulge in nightlife. Upon returning to the camping base, Li Ji discovered numerous shepherds nearby, singing and dancing, avoiding flammable grasslands, with a bonfire igniting brilliant sparks on a sandy patch. When they saw Li Ji and Lu Yanjing finally return, the originally carefree Qi Jiashu suddenly raised his gaze, noticing Lu Yanjing subtly moving his wrist, which held Li Ji's hair, with a slight motion. Chapter 98. Brother Qi Yubai has finally arrived. Qi Jiashu's pupils suddenly contracted. Almost instinctively, he propelled himself off the ground with one hand, locking eyes with Lu Yanjing in perfect synchrony. Sang Ying was startled. She glanced at Qi Jiashu with her fox-like eyes, ready to chastise him, only to see his jawline taut, his gaze fixed ahead, following his line of sight. Sang Ying noticed Lu Yanjing's wrist moving as if he were communicating silently with Qi Jiashu. Suddenly, she grasped the situation. With a smile that curved her red lips, she enthusiastically beckoned, Ji, come over here. Li Ji, radiant and charming, tilted her head with a gentle smile. After casting a glance at Lu Yanjing, she trotted gracefully toward Sang Ying and the lively bonfire. The two gentlemen, who had exchanged glances, quietly vacated their seats. Qi Jiashu gripped Lu Yanjing's wrist tightly, his gaze fervent and earnest. Did you get it? Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow with a cool detachment. Lazily regarding Qi Jiashu, he replied in a low, dismissive tone, do you really think I would make a mistake? Hand it over quickly. Qi Jiashu felt his heart ignite with anticipation. After all, confirming their familial ties hinged on obtaining Li Ji's hair as a sample for testing, the most crucial step. Lu Yanjing maintained an air of nonchalance. He extricated his wrist from Qi Jiashu's grip, loosening his fingers slightly to reveal his palm towards him. Qi Jiashu immediately reached out to take it. However, Lu Yanjing abruptly tightened his grip, clutching Li Ji's hair, evading Qi Jiashu's attempt. Qi Jiashu's eyes narrowed slightly, visibly displeased as he clicked his tongue. Lu Xiaoqiao, what else do you intend to do? Lu Yanjing's gaze remained fixed upon Qi Jiashu, his tone laced with caution. Can you guarantee that you will treat her well? That's a given. Qi Jiashu retorted firmly. Yet, Lu Yanjing remained obstinate, lowering his gaze slightly. Are you absolutely sure that no one in the Qi family will object to her return? Of course not, Qi Jiashu affirmed with conviction. His gaze shifted back to Lu Yanjing's hand. My brother even personally came to retrieve her hair, and my parents have never ceased their search for you all these years. You know MRS.YU, she has even set up several statues of the goddess of mercy at home, and whenever she lights incense, she prays fervently for Ryu's return. Lu Yanjing remained silent. He had indeed heard of Yulanxi's actions. After all, this prominent socialite had made quite a stir since marrying into the capital, ensuring her name echoed throughout the aristocratic circles. The gossip media relished in her antics, always eager to unearth intriguing stories. The tale of her braiding the hair of the child cradled by the goddess of mercy had spread like wildfire. Moreover, it wasn't just the braids, rumor had it she even placed a beauty mark on the child's nose. The implication was clear, she desired a daughter, but did not wish for the goddess to send her a new one. She simply yearned for Ryu's return. Lu Yanjing's eyes softened slightly, reflecting upon these matters and Qi Jiashu's promises. His vigilance lessened considerably, yet his tone remained defiantly arrogant. If Gigi truly is your sister, Qi Jiajia, you know my temperament. Anyone who dares to bully her, even the Qi family, I would not hesitate to confront. I will always stand by her side. Qi Jiashu felt he was overthinking. No one in the Qi family would ever dream of bullying Li Ji. They cherished and pampered her too much. However, Qi Jiashu was unaware that for Lu Yanjing, he had already allowed Li Ji to be harmed once by Fu Yanzi due to his own transgressions. Now that he stood beside her, he would never allow such a thing to happen again. Ultimately, Lu Yanjing relented and released the hair. Qi Jiashu carefully retrieved a sample bag from his pocket, meticulously preserving the strands of hair. The transaction completed, they returned to the bonfire scene as if nothing had transpired. The herdsmen sang and danced, the music exuding the vibrant spirit of Xinjiang, with steps infused with the unique characteristics of the region, swaying rhythmically to the strumming and beating of instruments, twirling alongside the central bonfire. Lin Rong, a quintessential E-type individual, was naturally gifted in song and dance, and it wasn't long before she joyfully dashed into the crowd, joining hands with the herdsmen to dance. Upon returning, Lu Yanjing spotted Li Ji and Sanging seated on the periphery. The sparks from the bonfire floated into the night sky, illuminating her already beautiful and lively eyes. Engaged in conversation, Li Ji's radiant smile arched her eyes, exuding a playful charm typical of a girl accustomed to being adored. Lin Rong waved frantically at the two, urging them to join in the spirited festivities. Sanging declined, having previously declared herself a mere decorative vase, devoid of musical talent or dancing ability, but Li Ji was different. Thus, Sanging languidly leaned back, propping herself on her hands, and playfully raised an eyebrow at her. Aren't you going? Li Ji tilted her head, gently fluttering her eyelashes as if contemplating the matter seriously. Just as her leg shifted slightly, indicating she might move, the Xinjiang sister leading the dance swiftly turned towards the sound system, snapping her fingers with an air of preparedness. Instantly, the exotic music transformed, giving way to an elegant and noble swan dance melody that filled the grasslands of Nalati. Lin Rong eagerly called out, Gigi. The herdsmen dancing around the bonfire parted like the Red Sea, creating a welcoming aisle, collectively beckoning Li Ji, who sat nearby. Of course, the principal dancer of the Central Ballet would not shy away from a public performance. Li Ji gracefully rose on her tiptoes, bending her waist and lifting her leg, straightening her foot and unfurling her shoulders as she began to dance, moving in time with the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, resembling a regal swan in motion. The audience in the live stream erupted in screams. Our proud little swan is back. The herdsmen are so talented. The production team truly understands what we want to see. The bonfire blazed, sparks flying. Li Ji remained adorned in the vibrant yellow dress she wore during the day, alluringly raising her arm and glancing back with a smile, meeting Lu Yanjing's deep, affectionate gaze. She lowered her eyes, a slight smile playing at her lips, then extended her delicate arm upwards, as if fluttering the small wings on her shoulder. Smiling, she averted her gaze. With her long, fair legs, she swirled her skirt, executing a graceful leap towards the welcoming bonfire and her fellow dancers. Die in the flickering shadows of the bonfire, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, the silhouette dimly illuminated. A figure, poised like a crane, stood behind a tree, his calm gaze fixed upon the dancing figure before the bonfire. Chi Yubai's features were strikingly refined. His pale, cool skin glowed in the crisp night air. Observing the vibrant figure, whose features mirrored those of his parents and bore a striking resemblance to Yulanxi's proud smile, his indifferent gaze gradually ignited with fervor. Chapter 99 The Siblings Reunion. Hello, Chi Yubai. Laughter echoed around the campfire. Ultimately, Sanging could not withstand the relentless charm of Li Ji and Lin Rong, who took turns to coax her, and she was drawn into their circle. With a graceful toss of her long hair, she swayed her hips, her figure accentuated. A segment of jazz dance, perfectly in sync with the rhythm, unfolded before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Lin Rong shrieked, Sister Sanging, you are absolutely stunning, and yet you call yourself merely a vase. Sanging's crimson lips curled into a smile. She turned to glance at the two, winking playfully with her right eye, exuding a fox-like allure, just being modest. The audience in the live stream erupted. My wife, you are far too humble. Damn that vertical striped guy. You snatched my wife away first, you lucky dog. Qi Jiashu, cigarette in mouth, chuckled lazily. He fished out another cigarette from the pack and handed it, along with a lighter, to the nearby Lu Yanjing. However, Lu Yanjing merely cast a sidelong glance, his expression cool and aloof. With an air of indifference, he pocketed his hand, his brow slightly furrowing, planning for a pregnancy anytime soon, so I don't smoke. Qi Jiashu, taken aback, let out a frustrated hiss. He was on the verge of muttering under his breath, Gigi is still so young, why talk about pregnancy, no need for that. Lu Yanjing glanced at him with disinterest. He retrieved a piece of nicotine gum, his voice low and dismissive, not your concern. Qi Jiashu, he wanted to lodge a complaint. He would report Lu Yanjing's misdeeds to the authorities. When his brother arrived, he would definitely recount all of Lu Yanjing's transgressions. Lu Yanjing diverted his gaze, dismissing him entirely. Chewing on the gum, he watched Li Ji engage in a dance battle with Sang Ying, a lazy smile gracing his lips. The notion of pregnancy was merely a jest. For dancers, motherhood posed significant challenges, inevitably impacting their careers. Thus, he would refrain from pressuring her until Li Ji had a plan in place. However, he relished in provoking Qi Jiashu a little. As the campfire dwindled, the three sisters danced exuberantly around the flickering flames. The fire illuminated Li Ji's clear eyes, making her smile radiantly bright. In the final flicker of light, she twirled gracefully like a swan princess from a music box, her arm raised as she spun with elegance. When she glanced back, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a tall, jade-like figure lurking in the nearby forest. The features were indistinct in the dim light, resembling the moonlit mountains, with a posture as graceful as a crane. She sensed his gaze lingering upon her. As she completed her final spin, Li Ji turned her head back, curiously staring in that direction. Lin Rong, noticing her distraction, asked, "Ji, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Li Ji replied, blinking lightly as she withdrew her gaze. "I just felt like someone was watching me." As she spoke, she turned back to look at the forest, only to find that the figure had vanished. The campfire extinguished, the night deepened. Jitang finally announced the end of the recording, prompting the live stream audience to lament their departure. Fortunately, they would return at the same time tomorrow, with more candy to enjoy. Lin Rong insisted that Li Ji accompany her to the restroom. The public restroom was somewhat distant, and the prairie lacked adequate lighting, leaving her feeling a bit frightened. While waiting outside, Li Ji, feeling bored, glanced at the nightscape, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with a pair of serene pupils. Startled at first, she quickly activated her phone's flashlight, directing it at the man's face. "Who are you?" With heightened caution, Li Ji took 2 steps back. The beam illuminated a strikingly handsome face. Qi Yubai, momentarily blinded by the brightness, turned his head, his pale skin appearing even cooler in the night. Noticing he bore no aggressive demeanor, Li Ji's eyelashes fluttered. She shifted the light slightly to the side, allowing Qi Yubai to gradually face her, their eyes meeting. The man possessed exquisite features, deep yet not harsh, restrained yet three-dimensional. His brows and eyes resembled an inkwash painting, exuding an air of elegance, while the beads on his wrist accentuated a small, conspicuous red mole, adding an intriguing allure. In summary, his face was disarmingly inviting. Li Ji vaguely felt that this face seemed somewhat familiar, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared markedly different. However, she recalled Qi Jiashu mentioning that his older brother would be arriving at Nalati tonight. Merging these two faces in her mind, Li Ji settled on a guess. Tentatively, she inquired, "Qi Go?" Qi Yubai's clear gaze flickered momentarily with his pale fingers, tinged with a hint of pink. He paused the motion of the prayer beads. "You know me?" Li Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, she had feared being targeted by some ill-intentioned individual, only to discover it was Qi Jiashu's older brother. Surely, he couldn't be a bad person. Thus, she turned off her flashlight, smiling softly. "Qi Jiashu mentioned you, saying his brother would be here tonight." Remembering how she had momentarily blinded him, Li Ji felt a little embarrassed and bit her lip. "It's a pleasure to meet you. The lighting was poor, and I almost mistook you for a bad person. I hope Mr. Qi Bei will forgive me." Qi Yubai's eyelids lifted slightly upon hearing the title. He let out a light laugh in exasperation, lowering his gaze. "Qi Bei? Ha?" Li Ji replied, puzzled. "Isn't that right?" Qi Jiashu had introduced him that way. Qi Yubai realized that Qi Jiashu's teasing had led to this misunderstanding. With a slight smile, he shook his head in resignation. "Yes, that was a nickname given to me by my mother in jest when she and my father were playing around." "Hello, Qi Yubai," he said politely, extending his hand. His demeanor was far more composed than Qi Jiashu's. Li Ji, feeling at ease, reached out to lightly shake his hand before withdrawing. Li Ji. Qi Yubai nodded as if just realizing something. However, he was well aware that she was Li Ji, and also Ayu, yet, Qi Yubai refrained from mentioning this directly, knowing that Li Ji maintained a certain distance when interacting with the opposite sex. Having caught her gaze twice already, he felt it prudent not to speak further, fearing it might startle her. At that moment, Lin Rong finally emerged from the restroom, bouncing with excitement. "Oji. Ha, who is this?" Qi Yubai quietly introduced himself again. Lin Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are, Qi Bei?" Qi Yubai lightly tapped the beads with his fingertip. Lin Rong leaned closer to Li Ji. "This aura doesn't match his nickname at all. Qi Jiashu is so silly and funny. How can he have such a refined brother?" Everyone had imagined him to be a charming big boy, only defined. Lin Rong discreetly scrutinized Qi Yubai. What a remarkable figure, a true gem of the capital. Instantly, she assigned him a precise tag. Li Ji shot her a pointed look. "Lin Rong, where are your manners?" Lin Rong playfully stuck out her tongue. She gestured toward the direction of the campfire. "Mr. Qi Bei at Qi Yubai, you must be here to find Qi Jiashu, right? If he hasn't left yet, he should be over there." Chapter 100. The way she calls him husband is unbelievably enchanting. Qi Yubai, with his prayer beads in hand, inclined his head slightly. His gaze, devoid of any emotion, lingered on Li Ji for a few more seconds. "I shall take my leave for now. May our paths cross again by fate." Li Ji waved her hand at Qi Yubai. However, they were also headed back to the campfire, as the tents provided by the production team were conveniently nearby. Watching Qi Yubai's departing figure, Li Ji blinked her long lashes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Lin Rong tilted her head in puzzlement. How strange. Logically, one would pass by the camping site when going to a public restroom. How come he didn't run into Qi Jiashu? Instead, he ended up chatting with Li Ji here. Li Ji shook her head. "I don't know." Besides the inexplicable sense of familiarity, she also found Qi Yubai to be somewhat peculiar. Li Ji did not conceal her thoughts from Lin Rong. Earlier, while dancing, I felt someone was watching me intently, and I think it was him. Really? Lin Rong was even more bewildered. She gently tapped her cheek with her fingertip, but I feel like you and Chi Yubai bear a slight resemblance. Perhaps I am mistaken. Lin Rong was thoroughly engrossed in her 5G surfing. Even while attending to nature's call, she had not forgotten to pull out her phone and browse the discussion topics in the Sweet Travelers forum. She noticed someone mentioning that Chi Jiasu came to the dating show to find his biological sister. Netizens offered precise analyses, suggesting that his attitude towards Li Ji was particularly unique, yet it did not appear to be romantic. It was highly likely that he viewed her as his own sister. Lin Rong even indulged in some imaginative speculation. She did not perceive any resemblance between Li Ji and Chi Jiasu, although both possessed striking features. Chi Jiasu had typical almond-shaped eyes, a high nose with a slight curve, and full lips with an exquisite proportion. In contrast, Li Ji radiated a bright and graceful aura, while her eyes were also slightly upturned. They lacked the narrowness and inward tilt of Chi Jiasu's, instead appearing round and vibrant. She had a high nose without any curve, and her lips were notably full. In summary, the only similarity lay in their lips, but their overall temperaments were vastly different. Yet, upon Chi Yubai's arrival, she suddenly felt a distinction. Although their temperaments remained quite disparate, the expressions in their eyes conveyed a sense of nobility and elegance in one, and vivid vivacity in the other. Their eye shapes were hardly alike, nor did Chi Yubai's nose resemble Li Ji's in its upward turn. Logically, they should be worlds apart, yet there was an inexplicable similarity. If one must provide an explanation, it could be summarized as a resemblance in bone structure. They both possessed the noble essence of Eastern beauty. Li Ji too felt a sense of bewilderment. What do you mean, similar? But he does appear to be a better person than his brother. That much is true. Lin Rong nodded in agreement. The two sisters linked arms as they walked towards the camping site, during which Li Ji mentioned to Lin Rong that if she felt too frightened at night, she could always come to her tent to use the restroom. Lin Rong quickly waved her hands in refusal. You newlyweds, it would be quite inappropriate for me to barge in at such a late hour. Suddenly, Li Ji froze. It dawned on her that she was supposed to share a tent with Lu Yanjing tonight. Previously, in Ely, Lu Yanjing had requested 2 rooms from the production team under the pretext of separating wet and dry areas. However, this time, the task card had stated that 2 tents could be provided, but she had forgotten to complete the game twice. Li Ji's cheeks flushed a bright red. She even recalled Lu Yanjing asking her if she wanted, and she had answered that it would come naturally. She had not refused. So tonight, Li Ji's imagination ran wild, and her ears felt as if they were on fire. She was oblivious to the wide and sturdy chest that stood before her. Lin Rong quietly stepped aside, observing her collision without uttering a word of warning, choosing instead to feign ignorance, until Li Ji crashed into Lu Yanjing's embrace. She lamented, pressing her fingertip to her forehead. Li Ji wrinkled her nose slightly and raised her gaze. Indeed, she had collided with Lu Yanjing's rebellious, languid eyes, which reflect with mirth. He raised a hand and gently rubbed her forehead, his lips curling into a leisurely smile. What are you thinking so deeply about, causing your cheeks to flush, Miss Ji? Li Ji had no intention of divulging her thoughts. She did not wish to express her nervousness and embarrassment about sharing a tent tonight. After all, they were already married, albeit in a somewhat reversed order of events, marriage before love. Yet such matters would eventually require a gracious acceptance. Nervousness aside, her fluttering heart still whispered of anticipation. Thus, Li Ji merely fluttered her eyelashes and playfully shot him a glance and nothing. She turned her gaze only to find that Lin Rong had vanished without a trace. Li Ji blinked her lashes and noticed Lu Yanjing, seemingly unfazed, still absently rubbing her forehead, his thumb moving sensuously. In truth, her forehead did not hurt much, the impact had merely been a tad forceful. She raised her hand to remove Lu Yanjing's hand, blinking in confusion. What brings you here? Isn't it because I saw our Miss Ji wandering off to the restroom and feared she might fall in? Lu Yanjing laughed nonchalantly. He traced his fingertip along her cheek, grazing her ear as he leaned closer. I was worried someone might abduct you. He had noticed a man looking for her from a distance, only to realize it was Chi Yubai upon approaching. Li Ji's gaze shifted, and she suddenly recalled that she had indeed encountered another man earlier, that is Chi Jiasu's brother. She proactively explained to Lu Yanjing that it was not out of a sense of obligation to report every detail to him post-relationship, but rather a desire to provide reassurance, knowing he had previously felt jealous of Fu Yan's presence. Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily. I know. He tenderly rubbed Li Ji's ear, inhaling deeply as he leaned closer. Is Miss Ji specifically explaining things to me? Li Ji, with a charmingly playful flutter of her lashes, allowed him to touch her. With a light-hearted tone, she replied, I am simply explaining to my husband. Lu Yanjing's eyes suddenly darkened. Hearing her utter the endearing term husband from her lips sent a ripple through his throat. His heart raced, and he felt the quickening of his pulse. He sensed Li Ji actively stepping into his heart. When she cared for someone, she always radiated such warmth and brightness. This time, however, the protagonist was finally him. Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a smile. He gently rubbed her earlobe with his fingertip. Chi Yubai is 4 years older than I am. Our family often tossed us 3 together, asking him to take care of me and Chi Jiaojia. In a sense, he is also like a brother to me. A hint of pride flickered in Lu Yanjing's eyes. I haven't introduced you to him yet. Care to accompany me to meet him? Li Ji did not refuse. Sure. She beamed brightly, lifting her gaze to Lu Yanjing, and willingly nestled closer, linking her arm with his. As the fragrant scent of lychee roses enveloped them, Lu Yanjing felt a shiver run down his spine, every muscle in his body tensing for a moment, his throat growing warm. He turned to gaze deeply at Li Ji, pausing for a long moment before grasping the hand she had linked to his arm, tightening his grip just slightly. Then, Lu Yanjing suddenly bent down, shifting to the side, wrapping his arm around Li Ji's waist, his lips brushing against the corner of her mouth. Li Shi was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank as she lifted her gaze to Lu Yinjing. Before she could focus her sight, a more fervent kiss enveloped her.